Along the way, roses burst for thin resplendent bloom, yet the path is beset with thorns thizis the inevitable road toth pinnacle. A thitek saltadeing to buvial things, a figure with flowing white hair stands sproud beneath the thorn, possessing a pair of profound blue eyes. Rest assured, I will done perled power. Doi wish toser taint he extentofio your own strength? Don't atrush please gazy into my eyes. Through hat bound less arcane art, you shall uncover theanzer. On June 10th, within the campus offling young second high school in Thelendorf Washia, a fine drizzle carries the air like silk, bringing in toth coolness on each oath to comfort. However, the sky loomed heavy with dark clouds, the clear rolling incessantly, stark-like contrasting with the gentler. On thegeling platform of the shul, Arrobusty outhlay powerless in the ground, a long sword piercing through his abdomen, pinning him firmly to thirth, bluggish and firth-likey fountain. Opposite to him stood a slendreath with white hair, his expression impassive, his deep azure rise scamus water, seemingly indifferent tolthet unfolded before him. Suddenly, thunder roared, lightning cleaved thesky, and flicker soft ghost light dan said within the clouds, as the drizzle intensified into torrential downpour, each raindrop stinging against theskin. A fierce wind arose, whipping up sand and stones, causing the flora be theroed citable emission. Doi oiderita kilm? The musculary outh grasped the swordum bedded in his belly, his gaze menacing lift head on theslindry the crows from him. If I did not dare to kill ya, why would he have been to redento a life and death pact with you? Theslindry raised Iniaba slightly. A cold smile occurring at the corner soft his mouth, eyes it merely to hear our plea. Sformercy? Though I must admit, I'd find it rather enjoyable. However, what I'd sirise not just the hour please formercy, beauty o over a life. You wish forth a taswell, doi o not? Thurin poured down in torrents, seeming liquorin for the jewel. The killer risselway shunna die fio wished o kilm, you must be prepared for the possibility of maviniance, chunwin bin. Theslindriuth stone newest devoid of form, Theshedvin said step by step toward Limbit. Doi you have any idea how manyiseri upon you? Chunwin bin persisted stubbornly, attempting to leverage his famo lice influence threat. I fio dare to kill me, the Chun corporation will naviraltio. No matter where you flee, you shall face severe retribution. Your words are excessive. Theslindriuth interrupted Jungbin impatiently, drawing isward and merciless liplin gingitinto Chunbin chart, you have overestimated the corporation, as well as yourself. Chinwenbin stared in disbelief off this word piercing ishi art, his gaze of Akantash Luke Detheslindria. You have faltered, words skipping him. Good night, dear child. Theslindriuth crouched down, grasping the hilt-off word, twisting Isris to shatter Chungun and fragments. The deluge washed away the bloodstains from thegeling platform, and under the watchful eye soft house and soft terrified students. Theslindriuth slowly rose, gazing Yapathi over Kaski, allowing Thurin to cascade face. A fissure and the clouds opened, a brilliant tray of sunlight pierced through he layers, illuminating Theath. Simultaneously, a furious roar echoed across the heavens. Doi you know Omayu Haves Lane? The Twasthian Lysonoft Heckermanovchan Corporation, Chunwinbin. I am aware, Theslindriuth replied with an unruffled countenance. Ari u prepared to face the repercussions? Bringitin, if I you believe you possess the capability. The youth's azure eye sparkled with a playful mirth, as if the entire dueling platform had become his personal stage. He spread his arms widey and thinterneto depart. I am you to commoner, minimize Lin Lu. Sholdia seek vengeance, I await your arrival. Yet, just the night before, on June 9th, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Lu, clad in an uniform, stood etiquette Buthof Chinda Cinema, politely accepting tickets from the audience. Yermo Vies in Hall 7, just at themed off T corridor in your right. Enjoy the show, hesate with Thasmile. A paraphiliegant lid dressed individual spacid behem, themon casual lid discarding thetiquettes to Linlo had handed back into the trash. Linlo watched here retreating figures, disdain curling his lips, what era the pretending for? Coming to watch a horror film, Anthean Literetto arrive a hust before he attends. Meanwhile, the film in Hall 2 had just concluded, a bustling crowd spilling Gutoft hate heater, chatting gone laughing gas theme de thire way past Lin Littleward theeks it. Please take cariophio your belongings, and welcome in as it's us again. Linla cheerfully reminded each departing patron. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Linla began to wipe down 3 glasses. At that moment, a salesgirl at the front desk seized the opportunity to chat with him. Hey, aren't you fin 20 minutes? She inquired. Yeah. Imex house de themana gerdo es tevin provide stultositin, lin lulamit. Ha ha ha, it's already a privilege to have a high school student working here, the sales girl replied with a laugh. Lin shrugged, offering no retort. In a few days, it will be the day of divine awakening. If I manage to awaken agu divine power and talent, perhaps you could work in a national agency, and do wouldn't they've ta toil so hard, Thessalesker remarked. At the mention of divine awakening, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Lusterkai's, but a quick clerigan discomposure, tucking the cleaned glasses into a bag. I suppose it's more realistic to just go home and dream, Heck whipped self-deprecatingly. How can Simeone Aurage psa down castle the time? You should bimmer spirited, Thessalesker encouraged. Is it acceptable to be fool off grievances? Linlu joked. You cheeky boy. The sales gurglin seat at the time. There are no films before 9:30. You'll the year lie today and grab something delicious at the snack street. Then I shall not, Beppolite, Linlu replied, stowing the last pair off 3 glasses into the bag, making a silly face at the sales girl before bouncing a feet towards the changing room. Before long, Lin lumbered in casual attire, his white hair shimmering under the lights. He appeared Thisafetti Durand dashed into the stairwell. This skid, with an elevator available, insists in taking Thesters. This sales girl shook her head in exasperation. Lin Luapi Ned Thisafetti Durant the fierce flow ran step to tinto the bustling snack street. He exclaimed, Thesamal stairs put a steep. Thesnack street was still vibrant with life, a sit was primed him for late nights knacks at 9 o'clock. Lin Lu approached a fried noodle stall, inhaling Thentasinger scallions, and after much hesitation, decided to queue for purchase. However, when he glanced at the price list, his finger trembled, and ultimately shook his shade in resignation, turning to leave. Neon lights continued to flicker, Thesides light pollution rendering Theon see a solariacable star's distant dream. Lin Lura bed his hands together, stepping into Adam Lila Tally. Despotite being summer, Heffel tackle creepin' him. Roses bloom resplendent lie along the path, Yetherodis fraught with thorns the zist inevitable rootedeth pinnacle of success. At that lofty height, above all else, stands a figure with flowing white hair, defiant libus gingander the scorking soon, his deep blue eyes reflecting unfathomable depths. Rest assured, I possess shun paralleled power. Doi wish toser taint he extentofio your strength? Fonet, simply gazentamize. Through T-boundless incantation, you shall find orants were. On the 10th of June, within the Compusoft Hesekind High School of Flingian Kitty and Heelandoff Waxia, Agent Ledrizzle carries the air, bringing with it a hint of coolness on Daffentich. However, the sky loomed heavy with dark clouds, Thethaclares roiling incessantly, contrasting sharply with the soft, gentle rain. On the shoal's dueling platform, Arobusty Alf lay helplessly on the ground, a long sword piercing through his abdomen, pinning him firmly to thirth, bluggish and firth-likey fountain. Opposite to him stood a slender youth with white hair, his expression impassive, his deep blue eyes water, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Suddenly, thunder roared, lightning cleaved Thesky, and flickering lights danced amidst T-clouds, while a tedrizzle intensified into torrential downpour, the rain drop stinging his face. A fierce winderos, whipping up sand and stones, causing the flower sandgrasses betherode sable emission. Doi oiderita kilm? The musculary outh gripped the swordum bedded in his abdomen, casting a menacing glare at Slendria. If fighter had not Okilia, why will he have consentedo a slifey or death agreement? Theslendriu thraised in brow, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. I sit here hour please formercy? Well, I defend that quite enjoyable. However, what I'd Cyrus not merely your please, beauty o erver life. You wish for the same, do you not? Thurin poured down entrance, a cipherling forth his duel. Theslayerize and varia Blyslain. If you wish to kill him, you must be prepared to be killed in return, Chunwinbin. Theslendriuth stone newest devoid of form Thesha stepped closer to him. Do you have any idea how many Yiseri upon you? Chunwinbin stubbornly attempt at toleverage his famo lice influences athret. If you dare to kill me, the Chun group will neviralty of the hook. No matter where you flee, you shall face direct consequences. You speak too much. Theslendriuth interrupted Chunwinbin with impatience, drawing the long sword and merciless Liplan gingitinto Chunwinbin shart. You overestimate Teeth Chun group, and do overestimate ourself. Chen Wenbin stared in disbelief off the sword the Thad Pierce said as she art, his gaze vacant lefikedenslandria. You stammered, struggling for words. Good night, dear child. Theslendriuth crouched head down, gripping the hilt off the sword, twisting Isris to shatter topuses. Theater ronchal rain washed away the bloodstains from Thegeling platform. Under the watch Fulia soft house and soft terrified students, Theslendriuth slowly rose, gazing up at the heavily clouded sky, allowing Therintanathan over his face. Arif tint the clouds parted, and a beam of brilliant sunlight pierced through, illuminating Theath. Simultaneously, a furious roar echoed through the heavens. Do you know Omayu Haves Lane? The Twastian Lysonoft Heckermanovchan group, Chunwinbin. Inno. Theslendriuth replied with a calm demeanor. Are you prepared to face a retribution? Bringiton, if I believe you have the capability. The youth Sajur eye sparkled with a mischievous glint, as if the entire dueling platform had his personal stage. He spread his arms wide and thinterned Talif. I am Rolia commoner, my name is Linnell. Should I wish for vengeance, I await your arrival. Yet, just the night before, on June 9th, at 9 o'clock. Linnell, clad in a uniform, stood at etiquette booth off Chinda Cinemas, politely accepting movie tickets from patrons. Your film is in Hall 7, just at themed off T corridor toy alright. Enjoy your screening, hesade with a smile. A paraphiliegant lid dressed individual swak head past them, the nonchalant lie tossing thetiquette's Linnell had handed him into theatrish. Linnell watched at here retreating figures, disdain fleshing across his face. What hair the pretending for? It's just a horror movie Ethian literate common althetites nearly over. Meanwhile, the film in Hall 2 had just concluded, and a bustling crowd exited the theater. Chatten gone laughing gas themadithar way past Linland out of the cinema. Please take care of your belongings, and we look forward to your next visit. Linnell worm lie Riemann each departing viewer. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Linnell began to wipe down 3 glasses. At that moment, a salesgirl at the front desk seized the opportunity to cat with him. Brother, y'all be a fin 20 minutes, right? She inquired. Yeah, Imex house to the manager won't have inlet to mease it down, Linnell complained. Ha ha ha, it's already a privilege to have a high school student working here, the salesgirl replied with a laugh. Linnell shrugged, offering no rebuttal. In a few days, it will be the day of divine awakening. If I will waken agu divine a gift and talent, perhaps you could work in a national institution. Anthenio would they've taught toil so hard, Thiesel's girl suggested. Mention off the divine awakening sparked a glint in Linnell's black eyes, but the quick lyric and discomposure, putting the cleaned glasses away. I think it's more realistic to go home and dream after work, said with self-deprecation. How can Simeone Outridge sit down castle the time? You should be more everbrant, Thessalesker encouraged. Is it acceptable to be fool off grievance says instead? Linnell joked. You young onus the say less groglen seat at the time. There are no films after 9:30 you can leave ear lie today and grabs a mess knacks at the street market. Then I one thold back. Linnell stuffed the last pair off 3 glasses into a bag, made fun of facie at the salesgirl, and hopped off toward the changing room. Before long, Linnell canted into casual attire, his white hair gleaming under the lights. Hepulida pinthus affetti durand dashed into the stairwell. This child, what takes tires went the re-sane levator? The salesgirl shook her head in exasperation. Lynn Lopin Thisafetti durant the first floor, stepped out, on Dinterette the lively snack street. He marveled, Thesamal stare sarquet steep. At that moment, Thestelson either side off hes snack street, buzzed with activity in an o'clock wast the prime of for late night snacks. Lynn approached a fried noodle stool, inhaling Thinta Singaromov scallions swallowed hard. After much hesitation, he decided dead to queue for a purchase. However, upon glancing at the price list, his fingers trembled, and ultimately shook his shade in resignation and turned away. Thenian lights continued to flicker, and Thesides like pollution rendered unseriacable stars ethamoi. Linnell rubbed his hands together, stepping into Adam Lila Tally. Despotism Arcesian, Heffeltackle creep in him. Chapter 2. Grandfather and grandson Lynn LV traversed the dimly lit alley, navigating the serpentine path until he distanced himself from the glow of neon lights. Zila, the street no longer featured the softly radiant photovoltaic solar lamps, but rather the harsh glow of incandescent bulbs. With each step, it felt as though he had crossed the threshold between 2 worlds. Glancing back, Lin LV observed the bustling city center, which shone brightly even in the darkness, while the impoverished neighborhood beneath him resembled a forsaken solitary fortress. Meow, a feeble meow pierced Lin LV's ears, a signal that he was nearing home, for the proprietor of the nearby convenience store kept a large yellow cat. As Lin LV passed the store, his steps faltered. He pressed a hand against his stomach, which had been grumbling with hunger for quite some time, and gritting his teeth, he entered the store. He pulled out a coin from his pocket and boldly slapped it onto the glass counter. "Boss, I'll take 10 sticks of zai-zai." Meow, amidst the cat's cries, Lin LV clutched a stick of zai-zai, disregarding the disdainful gaze of the shopkeeper, and strode purposefully towards home. Having candy in his pocket gave him a sense of confidence. He ascended the stairs while savoring the zai-zai, retrieving a key from his pants pocket. With a turn of the key, the door creaked open. "Grandpa!" Lin LV flung his backpack onto the coffee table and plopped down onto the worn sofa. Feeling utterly at ease, calling out once more without a response, he began to shout, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa! Enough! Be quiet!" An elderly figure emerged from the bedroom, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his gait was not that of a frail elder. "Your grandfather is neither deaf nor dead, so stop wailing like a banshee." "Calling you and you don't respond," Lin LV retorted tiredly, extending his hands towards his grandfather in a manner reminiscent of begging. "Food." The old man shot Lin LV a glance of disapproval and made his way to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of millet porridge. "Here, your meal." Lin LV gazed at the bowl of porridge, lost in thought, before placing the porcelain bowl on the table and bending down to dry heave. "What is the meaning of this, Grandpa? Can we have something else to eat? 3 meals a day of millet porridge." Lin LV lamented with tears welling up, having never tasted anything else in his 18 years of life. His diet consisted solely of millet porridge, with the occasional sweet potato congee as a meager improvement. "Millet porridge is good, nutritious and healthy," the old man replied dismissively. Lin LV lifted the bowl of porridge, tasted a spoonful, and then placed it back on the table. "I even warmed it up for you in the pot," the old man said, taking a sip of the porridge as if relishing it. "Who says this millet porridge is unpalatable? It's splendid. Splendid for you to enjoy," Lin LV replied despondently, rising from the sofa. Amidst the protests of his stomach, he took the bowl of porridge and, with a spirit of resolute determination, drank it all in one go. "That's more like it. I'm going up to the rooftop for some fresh air." Lin LV tore open a stick of zai-zai and shoved it into his mouth, leaving the house without looking back. The air on the rooftop was indeed refreshing. Lin LV savored the fragrance of the zai-zai as he sat at the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling down, gazing into the distance at the city center. "Don't hide up here making your fortune alone," the grandfather's voice echoed from behind him. Unbeknownst to Lin LV, the old man had come to sit beside him, leaning in close. "What brings you here, Grandpa? Did you forget to close the door at home?" Closed it. "I'm not yet senile," the old man replied, noticing the stick of candy in Lin LV's mouth. He pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, shaking out a cigarette and lighting it, the flicker of flame mingling with the smoke in the darkness of the rooftop. "You know, if you quit candy, we could save a good amount of money." Lin LV stared at his grandfather in disbelief, raising a finger to point at himself. "What? I'm eating candy that costs a dime each. Why do you attack me? If you quit smoking, we could save a considerably larger sum," Lin LV retorted defiantly. "Well, don't hold your breath on that." The old man chuckled. Lin LV gazed out towards the city center. "Grandpa, how did my parents really die?" "In the depths of the abyss," the old man replied. "You've asked this countless times already. By the way, your father was named Lin Zian, and your mother was Chan Yao. While I am Lin Linyu, I just wanted to ask one more time. I know you missed them. The deceased deserve our respect, so grieve as you should." "I hardly knew them," Lin LV said, the stick of zai-zai between his lips, his dark eyes devoid of sorrow. "Seems they left me with nothing except a grandfather who smokes and drinks and a head of white hair that insists on dyeing it black." "Ha ha," Lin Linyu chuckled dryly. "Don't burden yourself with worries at such a young age. Be more spirited. I heard you had a duel arranged with that kid from the Chen group?" "Yeah, he came looking for trouble, and I couldn't avoid it. A life and death challenge?" Lin LV fell silent for a moment. "Don't worry, Grandpa. If I can't win, I know how to run," I may forfeit my pride, but not my life. A life and death challenge has legal implications. If you dare to run, your life will be over. Better than being dead, right? Tell me, is this world truly fair? Lin LV kicked his right leg towards the city center. Look over there, oh you see? It's always those like us who toil, while those who do not strive enjoy the spoils effortlessly. Lin Linyu followed Lin LV's gesture towards the city center, in stark contrast to the surrounding desolate darkness of the impoverished neighborhood. The city center appeared vibrant and alive, with colorful lights flitting about, music, and performances that never ceased. The poor labored diligently for their survival, while the rich leisurely reveled in the fruits of the poor's struggles. Dancing and singing. The shadowy neighborhood resembled a forsaken bastion, quietly guarding the happiness of the city center, where the brilliance of neon lights bore witness to the pleasures and excesses of the affluent. Steeped in a world of intoxication and indulgence. After all, we cannot choose our origins. If you wish to change your fate, the divine awakening ceremony tomorrow will be your best chance. If you can awaken a formidable divine presence and talent, perhaps those once unattainable dreams will be within your grasp. I think I'll wash up and go to bed. Lin LV glanced at his grandfather. Is your divine presence really that broken radio? What else could it be? Lin Linyu waved his hand, summoning his divine presence, and an old radio materialized in his wrinkled hand. He meticulously adjusted the antenna and twisted the knob to tune in. Shoo shoo shoo. Zila zila. Got it? Lin Linyu proudly placed the radio between himself and his grandson. Melodious music emanating from the speaker. Enjoy the music, enjoy life. Moose Sick 88.7. Lin LV's mouth twitched as he slapped the radio off the rooftop. Please spare me, Grandpa, I'm going to sleep. Lin Linyu turned to watch his grandson head toward the rooftop door, his aged face betraying no emotion. Kid, the issues you spoke of cannot be resolved in any era. Fairness is relative, as is wealth and poverty. Where there are people, such problems will exist. This is the tragedy of humanity, not of any particular era. We have no time to concern ourselves with others. The only thing we can do is to better ourselves, and that is all. Chapter 3. Worldview. After finishing his shower, Lin LV lay quietly on his bed. The curtains drawn back, allowing the vibrant lights outside to flood his room. With the lights off, Lin LV extended a hand into the oppressive darkness, his thoughts drifting far away. He had been in this world for 18 years. Fragments of memories began to flicker in his mind, and as time passed in this world, those memories slowly blurred in his previous life. Lin LV had also lived in poverty, on the eve of the college entrance examination. He had chosen to work part-time at a cinema. Unfortunately, while taking the elevator down after his shift, the cinema caught fire for unknown reasons, and he perished from smoke inhalation. This was why he had never been willing to ride elevators in this life. However, in his previous life, he had parents. The moment he opened his eyes in this life, the old man claiming to be his grandfather cheerfully informed him, "Kid, your parents are dead." Thus began his new life, fraught with poverty and misfortune. The divine awakening ceremony. Having been here for some time, Lin LV had come to understand the essence of this world. 400 years ago, an alien invasion occurred, overlapping their realm with that of Earth, and the abyss descended. In the face of this incursion, humanity initially resisted with conventional weapons until higher-level aliens emerged, shattering the dream of protecting their homeland. Numerous small nations were eradicated, and only the nuclear-armed superpowers managed to survive. Albeit barely. Perhaps the gods grew bored of this racial conflict. In humanity's time of peril, a group of exceptional individuals awakened special abilities, allowing them to summon their own artifacts, some powerful, some weak. Some even achieved the capability to match high-level aliens within mere years due to their exceptional talents. The counterattack by humanity had begun in earnest. Those who awakened and obtained artifacts were akin to divine beings descending. Future generations referred to these artifacts as divine presences. Through exploration, humanity developed a method to stabilize the awakening of divine presences and categorize them based on their strength. Due to the incorporation of numerous elements from Huaxia, the ultimate strength of Shenlin has been categorized into 5 distinct levels, ascending from the weakest to the strongest: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shen. Regarding the delineation of realms, the human faction, after extensive deliberation, has concluded that Shenlin, bestowed upon individuals in times of peril, represents a monumental responsibility from the heavens, aligning with the age-old principles of survival. The first realm is known as Daoming. Attaining Shinlin signifies the acceptance of the celestial mandate, regarded as a personal awakening, necessitating the forging of the ninefold life soul to achieve completeness. The second realm, Dao Dan, emerges post the creation of the ninefold life soul, marking the initial awakening of Shinlin abilities, wherein the ninefold life soul is unified to forge the Dao Dan. The third realm, Dao Hai, witnesses a subtle enhancement in Shinlin capabilities upon transforming the Dao Dan into Dao Hai. Both physical strength and the total quality of one's spiritual energy are significantly elevated. The fourth realm is Dao Wang, at which point one possesses the ability to defy gravity and soar through the skies. The fifth realm, Dao Huang, signifies a transcendence to the emperor level, allowing for absolute suppression of all beings beneath one's realm, alongside a renewed awakening of Shinlin. The sixth realm, Dao Jun, amalgamates the insights and experiences from the previous 5 realms, resulting in the formation of a sovereign domain. The seventh realm, Dao Shang, witnesses a third awakening of Shinlin abilities, where the corporeal form transforms from a mortal body into a sacred vessel, no longer reliant on spiritual energy, but converting it into a superior quality of divine power. The eighth realm, Dao Di, denotes the emperor's essence, embodying the principle of impartiality, transcending the self and the material world, thus earning the title of emperor. The ninth and final realm, Dao Ji, surpasses all preceding realms, harmonizing one's capabilities to an ultimate degree, liberating the Shinlin abilities entirely. To date, 3 individuals from other races have attained Dao Ji, while among humanity, such a level has never been reached. Lin LV reflected quietly, then peacefully closed his eyes. The night passed in silence. Lin LV awoke with bleary eyes, clinging to his blanket and reluctant to rise. The alarm set on his phone continued to blare beside him, yet Lin LV showed no inclination to silence it, sinking back into slumber accompanied by the cheerful chime of good fortune. Shaoftsi, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. Leave me be. Let me sleep a little longer, Lin LV roared, his voice hoarse with frustration as he sat up in bed, while Lin Linyu, seemingly unfazed, placed 2 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge on Lin LV's bedside table. Eat quickly and head to school. It's only when you get up that you show any vitality. Lin LV sat dazedly on the bed, experiencing a 10-minute mental freeze before skillfully slapping the alarm into silence. After hastily consuming the 2 eggs, he picked up the millet porridge and approached the window, only to be distracted by a cheeky whistle. Lin Linyu stood at the door, one hand propped against the threshold, observing the porridge in Lin LV's hands. Drink it all. Lin LV felt like crying. This was the price of his morning grumpiness. To compensate for the daily insults hurled at his grandfather, the morning porridge must be consumed. Pinching his nose, he tilted his head back and downed the millet porridge, fighting off the urge to vomit before changing clothes and bursting out the door. Lin Linyu sighed, walked to the living room couch, grabbed Lin LV's backpack, and deftly strolled to Lin LV's window, timing it perfectly to toss the backpack down. Every single day, that brat Lin LV sprinted to school, spotting the security guard lowering the barrier. With determination, he launched his backpack out and leaped over the barrier with one hand. Lin LV, this can't continue. The security guard fumed, his ire palpable as he watched Lin LV retrieve his backpack and dash toward the classroom building. Oh, come on, uncle. I'm awakening today. I probably won TB back after this. It's my last chance. Gone nah. The security guard chuckled helplessly. Brat, I wish you success. In class 3 of the 3rd year. Tian Suanshin stood on the podium, passionately emphasizing the importance of today's awakening ceremony. I hope everyone achieves remarkable results in their awakening today. We probably won't see each other again after this. He unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of tea, wishing for amicable interactions on this final day. After all, the bonds of friendship surpass all else, don't they? He glanced towards Chan Wenbin's direction. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and a breathless Lin LV burst in, racing to his seat in a few strides. Flashing a wide grin at Tian Suanshin, "Good morning, Teacher Tian." Tian Suanshin rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "Today is the awakening day, and you still arrive late. Lin LV, that is a bit excessive." Feeling aggrieved, Lin LV curled into himself, his messy white hair bobbing as he protested. "I'm just trying to maintain my world record for being late throughout my high school years." "World record, my foot." Tian Suanshin waved his hand. "Enough. Line up and follow me to the playground for the awakening." Chapter 4, Earth Level Shinlin. The Sword of Destruction students in the classroom rose sequentially, following Tian Sunshin's lead out of the classroom. Lin LV yawned, intending to be the last one to leave. Lin LV, stop sleeping. After today, you can sleep as much as you want. A robust youth had not followed Tian Sunshin but instead walked directly to Lin LV's desk. Tapping his fingers on it, Lin LV, drowsily resting his head on the desk, absent-mindedly waved his hand. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why are you always targeting me? Chen Wenbin grasped Lin LV by the collar and yanked him up. You think you haven't provoked me? If it weren't for you, would Zhang Shaoqing have broken up with me? With Chen Wenbin's pull, Lin LV was jolted awake, slapping the hand that gripped his collar. Why should I care who she likes? Typical of a rich kid, always throwing your weight around. Chen Wenbin raised his fist, ready to strike. Chen Wenbin, Lin LV, Tian Sunshin, having appeared at the classroom door, intervened just as the two were about to clash. I don't care what grievances you have, now, go to the playground and undergo your awakening. Chen Wenbin's fist hung in the air, reluctant to let Lin LV off the hook even after hearing Tian Sunshin's words. He glared at Lin LV, his fist remaining suspended. Chen Wenbin, taking a deep breath, Chen Wenbin relaxed his fist and stepped out of the classroom, shouldering past Tian Sunshin as he did so. This child. Tian Sunshin understood that Chen Wenbin, from a prominent family, was used to acting with impunity and didn't want to embroil himself in further trouble. He turned to Lin LV, who appeared indifferent, and earnestly advised, Lin LV, why bother with him? Opposing him will bring you no benefit. Just go and awaken. Lin LV, cold-faced, walked past Tian Sunshin towards the exit. By the way, Tian Sunshin suddenly called out, prompting Lin LV to turn back in confusion. After your awakening, leave the school quickly. Chen Wenbin is genuinely capable of harming you. Lin LV smiled, though the smile was chillingly devoid of warmth. Thank you, teacher. On the playground, June 10th, overcast. 4 centuries ago, a jest was made that the college entrance examination always accompanies rain, signifying the days of examination often coinciding with rainy weather. Awakening on the same day as the college entrance examination also followed this trend. Gray clouds swirled ominously in the sky, the sun's rays barely managing to break through the tumultuous gloom. Casting a faint glimmer upon the earth, a gentle breeze stirred, rustling the garments of thousands of students, offering a modicum of coolness to the summer heat. I'm so nervous. Today is the day I awaken, Shanlin. What is there to be nervous about? I'm not anxious at all. Then why are you trembling? I'm just not feeling a bit weak. The expansive playground was filled to capacity with thousands of students, bustling with activity and animated chatter. Have you heard? 2 students from Class 3 signed a life and death pact a while ago. They plan to settle their score on the dueling platform after awakening. I know. I heard one of their girlfriends fell for the other. Shoo. Don't be so loud. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That girlfriend is the princess of the Chen group. Chen Wenbin. Who is the other person, daring to stake their life against him? An obscure fellow, the white-haired one. I think his name is Lin Elvide. As all third-year students gathered, the murmurs grew louder, even reaching the ears of the principal and other faculty members seated at the podium. Class 3, that teacher Tian's class, isn't it? The principal inquired of the deputy director beside him. Indeed, it's unfortunate for old Tian to have a student like Chen Wenbin. Principal Zhang, can we commence? A man in a black trench coat reclined lazily at the podium, tapping his head lightly. All right. The principal, recognizing the man's identity, dared not offend him, and adjusted the microphone. Good morning, students. Today marks the annual awakening day, the most significant day for Linyang City No. 2 High School. Enough. The trench-coated man interrupted impatiently. I'm pressed for time. The principal, realizing he had gone off on a tangent, quickly shifted gears. I understand everyone is eager for this day. I now declare the awakening ceremony to begin. As his words fell, 11 men and women clad in black uniforms, exuding an air of authority, emerged from the side door of the podium, forming 4 groups of 3 before taking their positions at the front. The previously impatient trench-coated man joined the group with fewer members. They were the professionals dispatched by the state to oversee the awakening ceremony, ensuring fairness and transparency, known as the awakening officers. The members of Class 3, follow me. Tamura Shin beckoned his classmates to proceed as instructed towards a group of awakening officials. Upon arriving before the chief awakening official, he extended a hand. Greetings, I entrust this group of children to you. Quite coincidentally, the chief awakening official of their group was none other than the man in the trench coat. The man shook hands with Tamura Shin, his tone unwaveringly righteous. "Rest assured, it is my duty." After saying this, he formed hand seals, and a drop of blood was forced from his fingertips, which he manipulated to combine with spiritual energy, tracing an obscure symbol in the air. The symbol suddenly illuminated, imprinting itself onto the ground, radiating a brilliant light. Subsequently, the two awakening officials behind him drew the same symbol, and together, the three symbols intertwined to form a circle, inscribed on the ground, creating an enigmatic array. "I am utterly exhausted." The man, with a profound gaze, scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals before nodding to Tamura Shin. "Who will go first?" Tamura Shin stepped back, turning to survey the anxious students. "I shall go first." Chen Wenbin boldly stepped forward, exuding confidence as he made his way to the center of the array. Holding his breath and clearing his mind, he endeavored to resonate with the array's energy. Chen Wenbin closed his eyes, following the chief awakening official's guidance to empty his spirit. Suddenly, the energy of the array surged, enveloping him in a dazzling light. He extended both hands, gripping tightly in the void, and a drop of blood shot forth from his palm, swiftly piercing into his brow. A flash of red light flickered and vanished. "Red, Earth level. It is an Earth level divine manifestation," someone from the crowd exclaimed excitedly. The red light was fleeting, and in the next moment, a long sword floated before Chen Wenbin, emanating an ominous black glow. "This is..." Tamura Shin was overjoyed, never expecting that the first awakening in his class would be an Earth-level divine manifestation. And one of significant strength at that. Earth-level divine manifestation, the Sword of Extinction. The chief awakening official announced the outcome in a matter-of-fact tone. Chen Wenbin opened his eyes, having naturally heard the official's words, and excitedly grasped his divine manifestation. The long sword emitted a strange fluctuation, seemingly responding to Chen Wenbin's exhilaration. "All right, next. Chapter 5. Where is my divine manifestation?" With Chen Wenbin awakening the Earth-level divine manifestation first, the other students in Class 3 relaxed their tense hearts and eagerly stepped into the array to undergo their awakenings. Yellow-level divine manifestation, mouse. Yellow-level divine manifestation, Walmart shopping bag. Yellow-level divine manifestation, crunchy shark. Yellow-level divine manifestation, hot water bottle. Mystical-level divine manifestation, meteor hammer. Clearly, fortune did not favor everyone. Aside from one mystical-level divine manifestation, the others were all uniformly yellow-level, which merely provided a slight convenience in daily life. "Zhang Xiaoqing, you are next." Tamura Shin looked helplessly at the girl who had shrunk back, her expression forlorn. Okay, teacher." As the previous student's yellow-level divine manifestation was declared, the girl trembled as she walked timidly to the center of the array. "Hello." The chief awakening official nodded indifferently. "Clear your mind, carefully resonate with the array's energy, and do not feel pressured." "All right." Zhang Xiaoqing slowly closed her eyes, and the energy of the array began to soothe her spirit. The rampant factors inexplicably dissipating, enveloped in a serene glow, her frail figure resembling that of a goddess. "Interesting. Such a high compatibility?" The chief awakening official observed Zhang Xiaoqing in the center of the array, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, shattering the peaceful glow surrounding the girl in an instant. Simultaneously, a drop of blood flew from Zhang Xiaoqing's fingertips, circling around her before drilling into her brow. "White?" someone shouted, astonishment etched across their face. Buzz. As the light faded, the girl stood steadily at the center of the array, holding an ancient circular mirror. The chief awakening official displayed an expression of as expected, though still somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that Zhang Xiaoqing would awaken an earth-level or even a heavenly-level divine manifestation, but he did not expect it to be this one. Heavenly-level divine manifestation? Mirror of recursion, unique effect. Can replicate the divine manifestation or martial arts of any entity whose aura exists within the mirror. As the chief awakening official's words fell, an uproar erupted outside. "Oh my goodness, a heavenly-level divine manifestation. Did Zhang Xiaoqing save the galaxy in her past life?" Just moments ago, there were whispers of Zhang Xiaoqing's unfortunate fate for offending the Earth-level Chen Wenbin. But now it seemed that neither Chen Wenbin nor even his father, the chairman of the Chen Group, would hold any sway. Wow, a wild chicken has transformed into a phoenix, soaring to great heights. Hearing the praises from outside, the girl embraced her divine manifestation, the nervous expression on her face replaced with a smile. She bowed to the chief awakening official. Thank you, no need to thank me. This is all your own merit. Zhang Xiaoqing put away her divine manifestation and confidently walked towards the crowd, humming as she passed by Chen Wenbin. If her earlier self was a self-conscious ugly duckling, now she was a proud swan. However, Zhang Xiaoqing, having awakened a heavenly-level divine manifestation, indeed had the capital to carry such pride. Oh no, Chen Wenbin must be furious. Keep it down, regardless of whether he is furious or not. If he hears this, he would surely want to beat you up. Wow, if I were Lin LV, I would definitely rush to hug Zhang Xiaoqing's leg right now. Perhaps I could escape the impending life and death duel with Chen Wenbin. Lin LV, who had been lingering at the back of the line, twitched the corner of his mouth, sighing with a polite smile. I really appreciate it. No need for thanks, brother. Hurry and go hug her leg. Lin LV's smile froze on his face. Hug her leg? Why the hell would I do that? Is this girl even a good person? Lin LV turned away leisurely, his gaze meeting Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes. He frowned in displeasure, confused as to why she was staring at him. Last one, Lin LV. Hearing Tamura Shin's urging words, he shrugged and walked towards the awakening official. Upon reaching Zhang Xiaoqing, the girl spoke suddenly. LV, I wish you achieve a good result. If it does not meet expectations, it is all right. I will protect you for a lifetime. Her words left everyone astonished. The chief awakening official, who had been drowsy, now looked over with interest, licking his lips in anticipation of a sensational revelation. No1 commented on Zhang Xiaoqing's words, merely curious about how Lin LV would respond. The white-haired youth halted, standing face-to-face with Zhang Xiaoqing. The wind tousled his white hair, carrying the faint fragrance of the girl's hair into his nostrils. Lin LV smiled slightly. I do not need it. Having said that, he moved his legs, brushing past Zhang Xiaoqing. What? Is Lin LV out of his mind? How can he speak so assertively? Seriously, bro, why would you reject such an opportunity? You could at least let it go to me. That's it, a shocking revelation. Zhang Xiaoqing must truly love Lin LV. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Chen Wenbin's fury ignited. He summoned his divine manifestation, the sword of extinction, swinging it downwards, the sound of the blade slicing through the air silencing the chatter. Everyone, shut your mouths. Chen Wenbin shot a venomous glare at Zhang Xiaoqing before fixating on Lin LV's back, his grip on the sword hilt trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqing smiled, playfully observing Chen Wenbin and Lin LV. Lin LV stepped into the center of the array, tilting his head to look at the chief awakening official. Close your eyes, relax, connect with the surrounding energies, and resonate with them. Lin LV obediently complied. The array began to operate autonomously, yet not a single wave of energy surged forth. Why does this white-haired boy seem so familiar? The chief awakening official squinted, searching his memory. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. No way, could it be her son? The pieces fell into place. Surname Lin, age 18, white-haired, male. The chief awakening official's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced at the sky, only to find an elderly figure intently watching Lin LV. Perhaps sensing the chief awakening official's gaze, the old man turned to look at him, offering a slight smile. No, brother. Is it appropriate for you to be here? A dignified Tao emperor at the peak. Prospering in such a small town? Is that suitable? Lin Yu raised a finger to his lips, signaling the chief awakening official to pretend nothing had happened. The chief awakening official felt as if he had lost his mind. He knew that if he did not keep quiet, this elderly gentleman would ensure he was physically silenced later on. Amidst his despair and shock, an even greater astonishment approached. A formidable wave of spiritual energy surged towards him. The chief awakening official instinctively released his own pressure, the aura of a Tao King suddenly erupting. But when he beheld the source of the spiritual energy, his abilities came to an abrupt halt. A flash of golden light flickered from the awakening array. The white-haired youth with closed eyes, a vast ocean of spiritual energy rippling outward layer by layer, enveloping the entire expansive playground, an overwhelming spectacle. The students, never having witnessed such a breathtaking scene, stood frozen, some startled enough to retreat. Above, the densely packed dark clouds parted, a beam of golden sunlight piercing through the crack and illuminating Lin LV. As the golden ocean receded, leaving only the youth standing amidst the radiance, he opened his eyes, his azure pupils resembling the most brilliant sapphires in existence, shimmering with brilliance. Golden, 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 golden legend. The principal on the podium has utterly forsaken his face and dignity. He dashed down from the stage with unprecedented swiftness, kneeling feebly before the awakening array of Lin Lu. His knees, hardened for over 50 years, now crumpling beneath him. It was not only he who was astounded. The other students and teachers were equally taken aback. Even the awakening officials, who had braved countless storms, gazed in disbelief at the silver-haired youth, a golden phenomenon, the divine-level manifestation. Just moments ago, Zhang Shaoqing, who had awakened to the celestial level, covered her mouth, rendered speechless by the shocking scene unfolding before her. Qian Wenbin, bound by a life-and-death contract with Lin Lu, stared vacantly at the boy's sunlit silhouette, turning to glance at his own proud celestial manifestation. Suddenly feeling that his earthly-level destruction sword was utterly insignificant, at that moment, Lin Lu gradually regained his composure, his eyes shimmering like autumn waters, palms raised skyward, yet they were empty. Confusion enveloped him as he grasped at the void. An ominous premonition creeping into his heart. He examined the air before him, lifting his hands higher. There was nothing on the back of his hands either. In a way, in the next instant, before thousands of students. Lin Lu emitted a piercing cry. Where is my divine manifestation? Chapter 6. The wind comes from afar. The sky was overcast, cold winds swirling dust and stones from the ground. Yet the solitary boy bathed in sunlight stood there. His defenses shattered. Upon realizing Lin Lu's identity, the chief awakening official regarded him with newfound respect, slightly bowing as he offered his congratulations. Lin Lu, my divine manifestation is gone, and you say congratulations? It is like this, Lin Lu. Your divine manifestation has not vanished but rather belongs to a unique type. The chief awakening official rubbed his hands together. If I recall correctly, your eyes should be black. Yes, of course, I am of pure Huaxia bloodline. Naturally. Lin Lu trailed off, suddenly dashing at an eerie speed to the kneeling principal before the awakening array. Without pausing to ponder why the principal was kneeling, Lin Lu extended his hand. Bro, my phone. Although perplexed, the principal obediently handed the phone to the youth who had just manifested a divine-level awakening. Lin Lu took the phone, opened the front camera, and saw his reflection, still strikingly handsome. Silver hair, sharp features, and blue eyes. Panic surged within him as he lifted his gaze, seizing the principal's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. What color are my eyes? Stop shaking, stop shaking. You are my brother. The principal, now over 50, could hardly endure such treatment. After finally breaking free from Lin Lu's grasp, he dazedly looked at him and said, Blue. Hiss. If my guess is correct, your manifestation should be the rare body manifestation. Eyes. The chief awakening official strode towards Lin Lu, extending a hand. Esteemed divine-level awakener, I am Chen Xingyuan. From this moment forth, your safety is my responsibility, and you may trust me completely. What level? Divine level. Lin Lu was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? Divine level? Indeed. Chen Xingyuan stood firm, his mother's visage merging with Lin Lu's in his mind. You have awakened to a divine-level manifestation. From now on, I am your absolute guardian. His gaze turned cold. Should any threat to your life arise, please inform me promptly, and I shall eliminate it at once. Wait a moment. Lin Lu waved his hand. If I remember correctly, celestial level and above manifestations have unique effects, correct? Indeed, that is correct. So what is my effect? Chen Xingyuan's lips twitched. You ask me about your divine manifestation? The body manifestation differs from other manifestations. Even within the same level at the same location, the effects vary, and this is something you must ascertain for yourself. How would I know? Lin Lu suddenly froze, as if realization dawned upon him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness drifting within a golden realm. Before him, a pair of azure eyes opened, exuding boundless pressure. This is... Lin Lu touched the corner of his eyes. This my divine manifestation? Lines of text coalesced before Lin Lu, indicating that his body had adapted to the power of the manifestation, elucidating its effects. Effect 1. You can perceive everything around you in its entirety. All that you see is through your eyes. Effect 2. The energy consumption of any martial art, aside from activating the divine manifestation effect and pure spiritual power, is nearly zero to effect 3. You possess the martial art's limitless technique, reversal technique, barrier technique. Effect 4. You can manipulate the flow of time around you, the duration varying with your cultivation. Lin Lu stood in shock. Though all the text was in Huaxia characters, he found it incomprehensible when combined. Isn't this the six eyes? Lin Lu confirmed again, realizing this was indeed the ability of Wu Tiao Wuju from Jujutsu Kaisen. Especially with Effect 3, the bestowed techniques filled him with exhilaration. I can fight Sukuna? Chen Xingyuan drew 3 symbols in the air, which formed a triangular enclosure beneath Lin Lu, a blue luminescence enveloping him. From this moment forth, should anyone approach the barrier before Lin Lu awakens. Chen Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression as cold as ice. They would be deemed enemies of the state. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed in Chen Xingyuan's ears, but he remained unfazed, his black trench coat billowing as he stood resolutely beside the barrier. Safeguarding Lin Lu, casting his gaze to the sky, where Lin Lu's figure had long vanished, within the barrier, Lin Lu quietly opened his azure eyes, reaching out to touch the luminous enclosure. No? Chen Xingyuan exclaimed in panic. Having used military martial arts specifically for Lin Lu's protection, this was a prison cage meant for capturing criminals, composed of highly unstable energy both inside and out. Should an enemy attack from outside, they would be repelled, and the same applied internally. But the next moment left him dumbfounded. Lin Lu's slender fingers touched the barrier. Technique reversal, song. In the next instant, the interior of the barrier erupted in a brilliant blaze, as if heralding the birth of the strongest. The silver-haired youth emerged outside the barrier, azure energy swirling around him, transforming into ribbons that coalesced at his outstretched fingertips, revealing a verdant orb of light. At that moment, regardless of status or cultivation level, all present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lin Lu resembled an elegant dancer, gracefully performing amid the terror of the onlookers. This is the limitless technique. This is infinity? Lin Lu gazed at the orb at his fingertips, his azure eyes shimmering with emerald light, a smile gracing his lips, feeling quite satisfied. The wind comes from afar. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air surged dramatically. Yanjing Zongnanhai, an elderly man with silver hair, focused intently on reviewing documents. As a gust of wind blew in, he set down his pen, rising to gaze towards Lingyang City. The old man squinted, and in the next instant, his figure flickered, crossing thousands of miles to arrive in Lingyang City. Beyond the earth, in the abyss, a breeze swept through, causing all Dao emperors and Dao lords to set aside their tasks, their gazes converging upon the direction of earth. This is Lingyang City, Second High School. The principal's phone lay on the ground, vibrating incessantly. The vice principal rushed over to pick it up and handed it to the principal. Principal Jiang, the Minister of Education is calling. Which Minister of Education? The city's Minister of Education. No worries, I'll take it later. He'll call again. The vibration suddenly ceased, and in the next moment, the phone screen lit up again, the words City Minister of Education flashing. Principal Jiang cast a casual glance at the screen. Is he in a hurry? It seems quite urgent, and no worries, I'm not in a rush. Chapter 7. Nobility and Commoners, is there a difference? The crowd snapped back to reality from their trance, gazing in awe at Lin Lu at the center of the array, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within them. Do I still need to unveil my abilities? Chen Xingyuan's expression tightened as he shook his head. No need, good. Chen Wenbin watched this scene, biting his lip tightly. He could not comprehend why a commoner, a pauper, could awaken a divine-level manifestation, while he, born atop a pyramid, raised with a golden spoon, was merely an earthly-level manifestation. Divine level. Divine level. Why does he deserve this? Chen Wenbin's face contorted, the arrogance instilled in him since childhood making it impossible to accept this reality. You two, go to the military in Lingyang City and request support. A divine-level manifestation must not be compromised. Chen Xingyuan commanded the 2 awakening officials from his team, who understood the importance of a divine-level awakening. Yes, wait a moment. Chen Wenbin resolved within himself, knowing that if he missed this opportunity, there would be no turning back. I remember the legal efficacy of a life and death contract supersedes most laws, right? He glared at Lin Lu. Teeth clenched, our battle has yet to begin. Are you planning to flee the scene? Lin Lu halted his steps, turning to face Chen Wenbin. What do you want? dare to join me at the dual platform for a life-and-death battle? Chen Xingyuan directed a piercing gaze at Chen Wenbin, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. You ought to comprehend that, in this world, the number of those at the earthly level is innumerable. Yet the truly divine beings are exceedingly rare. The sky begins to darken. Despite it being morning, the overcast weather envelopes the atmosphere in a frigid chill akin to that of night. Lin Ly raises his chin defiantly. I have done nothing to provoke you. Spare me your pleasantries. Do you dare to face me? A gentle drizzle begins to fall from the heavens, the slender threads of rain landing on faces without a hint of warmth. The boy's white hair dances in the wind. His expression inscrutable. Let us proceed. Summer is often this way, sweltering yet piercingly cold, boiling like scalding water, yet exuding the chill of melting snow. The oppressive heat contrasts sharply with the frigidness in human hearts. The rain continues to fall softly, while the streets bustle with traffic, the cacophony of horns and shouts merging into a chaotic symphony. In this darkness, the neon lights of the city center remain dim, rendering the distinction between the bustling metropolis and the common districts negligible. Lin Ly stands upon the dueling platform, extracting a pineapple-flavored candy stick from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. It has started to rain. The roar of automobile engines reverberates through the streets, accompanied by incessant honking. Raindrops patter against the ground, nourishing the earth beneath, fostering new life in this vibrant season. Lin Ly extends his hand, feeling the force of the raindrops striking his palm. With a mere thought, the rain around him seems to hit the pause button, slowing to a gentle hover, coalescing into rounded droplets suspended in the air. Chen Xingyuan's pupils constrict at this sight. While others may not grasp its significance, he understands. The droplets are not merely halted beside Lin Ly. They are approaching him at an exceedingly slow pace. And the nearer they come, the slower they move. Yet, even so, they will never touch him. Perhaps Lin Ly's mastery of the boundless technique is still lacking, as a few droplets manage to breach his defenses and land upon him. This mirrors the reality of the world. No matter how hard the impoverished toil, even if they dedicate their entire lives to struggle, they can never ascend to the heights necessary to defy fate. The only aid lies in the very destiny they wish to resist, in the fortunate twist of fate that may arrive unexpectedly. The divine beings are exceedingly scarce, and most people will never witness their splendor. Let alone ordinary students who have merely awakened to the yellow or mysterious levels of divinity. The divine remains an unattainable dream in their eyes. Thus, nearly the entire student body has gathered to observe this battle. Eager to witness the majesty of divine manifestation, Chen Wenbin slowly steps onto the stage, tossing a sheet of white paper before Lin Ly. Do you dare to sign? Lin Ly flicks his fingers. And under his infinite control, the paper hovers steadily before him, untouched by the rain. He takes the pen tossed by Chen Wenbin, his wrist twisting as he signs his name at the designated spot, then bites his finger to leave a bloody imprint on the document. Is this sufficient? Be a man. Under Lin Ly's unfettered manipulation, the now binding contract of life and death is handed over to Chen Xingyuan, who sighs, lamenting the youth's reckless bravado. I hereby declare, the battle begins. What in the world? He actually signed it. This is a life and death contract, and he didn't even hesitate. I must be insane. I would at least glance at the virus name before ignoring the risks. Zhang Shaoqing stands among the crowd, raindrops striking her face and weaving through her hair. Yet she appears oblivious, her gaze fixed intently on the two figures poised against each other on the platform. Lost in thought, Principal Jiang decides to pull up a chair and sit, crossing his legs while observing the flashing words Director of the Municipal Education Bureau on his phone screen. Principal, aren't you going to intervene? The vice principal inquires tentatively. Intervene in what? Preventing the divine from establishing its authority? Though I doubt that Chen's boy can defeat Lin Ly, he is still of the Chen family. Should anything go awry? While the Chen family may not dare retaliate against Lin Ly, they certainly would not hesitate to retaliate against us. And so what? Principal Jiang gazes at the vice principal with amusement, reminding him of Lin Ly's alma mater. Do you truly believe that the Chen clan could ever touch us? Are you suggesting that you too anticipate this divine display? On the dueling platform, the two stand facing each other, Lin Ly tilting his head. How shall we proceed? Turn-based, or Chen Wenbin summons his divine manifestation. charging toward Lin Ly, the aura surrounding him no longer concealed, the pressure of the fifth stage of the Tao manifesting unmistakably. The students below recognized Chen Wenbin's cultivation and gasped in astonishment. How many rare treasures did the Chen family feed him to achieve the fifth stage post-awakening? I can't believe it. I initially thought this battle would lack suspense, but now it seems Lin Ly is in peril. I anticipated this. Chen Wenbin is no fool. He would certainly not dare to confront the divine head-on at an equal level. A crisp sound of swords clashing rings out as Lin Ly lazily remains in place, his azure eyes revealing a profound indifference to all that transpires. You wealthy individuals can never tolerate us rising above you. Lin Ly sidesteps the first strike, seizing Chen Wenbin's sword hand with his right, while his left arm bends to deliver an elbow strike to Chen Wenbin's heart. We labor to ascend. Yet you regard us with disdain. When fortune smiles upon us, you label us parvenus. You look down upon me for my poverty. It is a sentiment I understand, though it is your flawed character that has provoked the wrong person. Chen Wenbin, in pain, retreats a few steps, while Lin Ly withdraws the candy stick from his mouth, pressing forward relentlessly. Truthfully, had I awakened to merely the yellow or mysterious level, I would have aimed to become a dentist. For I have a fondness for sweets. However, it seems I am destined for a royal dentist now. Silence. You merely possess a touch of good fortune. By what right? Chen Wenbin charges forward once more, thrusting his sword at Lin Ly, who merely snaps his fingers, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Chen Wenbin. By what right? Simply because I have endured 36 years of misfortune. Is that not enough? Lin Ly spins and kicks, striking Chen Wenbin's leg, followed by a punch to his back. Is your luck not sufficient? You've enjoyed it for 18 years. Must others not partake as well? Lin Ly advances, lifting Chen Wenbin, his eyes harboring 18 years of pent-up fury. Nobility and royalty, do they have any right to their status? He delivers a powerful punch to Chen Wenbin's face, the impact causing several of his teeth to fly out, followed by another blow to his abdomen, the excruciating pain forcing Chen Wenbin to his knees. The candy stick's plastic stick falls to the ground before him, and as he raises his head, he is met with the dark soles of Lin Ly's shoes. Lin Ly steps upon Chen Wenbin's face, crushing his pride and teeth into oblivion. Answer me, do they have any right? Chapter 8. Chen Wenbin's defeat. The sky remains overcast, dark clouds looming above, the rain continuing to fall in a gentle drizzle, the slender threads of rain splashing against faces without a trace of sensation. While the occasional gust of wind tilts the rain, offering a baptism of sorts, on the dueling platform, Lin Ly stands with one foot planted firmly on Chen Wenbin's face, demanding an answer. Respond to me. Do they have any right? Chen Wenbin is rendered speechless, his grip tightening around his sword, tears of anguish welling in his eyes, refusing to even glance at Lin Ly, resembling a jester whose dignity has been utterly trampled. Yet, dignity is something one must earn for oneself, is it not? After an indeterminate period, Lin Ly lifts his foot from Chen Wenbin's face, turning away without a backward glance. Chen Wenbin lies dazed on the ground, his eyes filled with despair as he stares blankly at Lin Ly's receding figure, the silhouette of the white-haired youth nearly departing from the dueling platform. Chen Wenbin rises from the ground, channeling all his strength to hurl the sword at Lin Ly. Dignity must be fought for, and only by slaying Lin Ly can he reclaim that which has been shattered. The sound of the sword slicing through the air is heard behind him. Possessing 6 eyes, Lin Ly perceives everything around him with clarity. He turns, invoking the boundless technique, and with infinite protection, he swats the incoming sword upward, causing it to spin like a thunderclap, piercing through Chen Wenbin's abdomen and pinning him firmly to the ground. Crimson blood pours forth from the wound, the youthful figure bleeding profusely. The gentle rain continues to fall, the slender droplets landing upon his face, bringing with them a slight itch. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, rolls ominously above, starkly contrasting with the soft rain on the dueling platform. Chen Wenbin lies sprawled on the ground, his abdomen pierced by the long sword, blood gushing forth. Lin Ly stands expressionless before him, his azure eyes as calm as a still pond, seemingly indifferent to the boy's dire condition. Thunder rumbles. Do you dare to kill me? Chen Wenbin clings desperately to the sword embedded in his abdomen, casting a malevolent glare at Lin Ly. Why would I fear to kill you if I were to sign a death contract with you? Lin Ly raises an eyebrow. Do you think I relish in your pleas for mercy? I do find it quite enjoyable, yet my enjoyment extends beyond merely savoring your cries for mercy. I also wish to relish the act of taking your life. Is that not your plan as well? Lin Ly adds nonchalantly. I have offered you many chances, yet you squandered them. You sought your own demise. A torrential downpour begins, the sky echoing with roars, as if venting its fury or crying out in protest. If you wish to kill me, then you should be prepared for the possibility of being slain in return. Your current stance is rather laughable, Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin remained obstinate, as if it were Lin Lu who had been impaled to the ground by the long sword, not himself. The Chen family conglomerate would not let you off. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, you would be reduced to ashes. You speak rather cryptically, my friend. Lin Lu withdrew the long sword that had pierced Chen Wenbin, thrusting the very essence of Chen Wenbin into his own chest. You overestimate the Chen family conglomerate. And likewise, you overestimate yourself. Warm blood splattered onto Lin Lu's face, lightning crackled, and the youthful pallor of his visage shone like a demon from the depths of hell beneath the brilliant light. Chen Wenbin gazed in disbelief at the sword embedded in his heart, dazed as he looked towards Lin Lu. You, good night. Lin Lu crouched down, grasping the sword's hilt, twisting his wrist to shatter Chen Wenbin's heart. Good boys. Lin Lu released the hilt, the demolishing sword, tainted by its master's blood and the sweat of his foe, gradually dissipated along with the death of its owner. The torrential rain continued to pour. As if performing a mournful symphony, a throng of students gathered before the dueling platform, their trembling gazes fixated in horror upon the stage, their faces ashen as they beheld the body that lay there. Some unable to withstand the shock of blood, retching on the spot, he truly has committed murder. The only son of the chairman of the Chen family conglomerate has perished in such a manner. Despite the rampant discussions below the stage, none of it concerned Lin Lu. He gazed up at the oppressive clouds above, wiping his face with the rainwater. A sliver of the dark sky was pierced, and radiant rays of dawn illuminated Lin Lu, accompanied by a man's furious roar. Do you know whom you have slain? The only son of the chairman of the Chen family conglomerate. Chen Wenbin. Lin Lu's expression remained unchanged. Are you prepared for retribution? Come if you dare, if you believe you can accomplish it. Lin Lu spread his arms wide, his azure eyes sparkling with fearless light. Mingled with a hint of amusement, I am Lin Lu, a mere commoner. Should you wish for revenge, I shall welcome your grand arrival at any time. Arrogant. So exceedingly arrogant. Lin Lu descended the dueling platform at a leisurely pace, never casting Chen Wenbin a second glance, and made his way directly to Chen Xingyuan's side. What now? They say they want to take revenge on me. Chen Xingyuan cast a cold glance at the family members of the deceased who were clearing the body on stage, stepping forward. Any factor that threatens a divine-level presence must be utterly eradicated, my lord. A weathered voice emerged from the crowd as a middle-aged man, bearing some resemblance to Chen Wenbin, stepped forth. We harbor no thoughts of revenge. We beseech you to show mercy. I have slain your son, and you do not wish to avenge him? Lin Lu regarded the man with amusement, his blue eyes glimmering with an unusual light. I wish to, but I cannot. Besides, all of this is his own doing. If the Divine Lord has not yet calmed his wrath, then I shall offer my life to you, hoping that you will not harm others. He paused, his expression one of struggle. Let not misfortune befall my family. Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Lu, seemingly seeking his counsel. Lin Lu approached the man, each step seeming to tread upon the man's heart. Yet he did not retreat, merely bowing humbly in place. A gust of wind brushed past the man, and by the time he regained his senses, the white-haired youth had already emerged beyond the vast crowd. Turning his head slightly, cold light flickering within his blue eyes. When you bring a child into this world, pay heed to their upbringing. Chen Xingyuan followed behind Lin Lu, glancing back at the man who seemed to have aged decades in an instant. His gaze devoid of pity, only sorrow. The dark clouds dissipated at some point, and the summer sunlight bathed Lingyang City, droplets on the neon lights refracting a spectrum of colors, though night had yet to fall. At that moment, the neon still shone brightly. Chapter 9. Zhang Xiaoqing's death. Lin Lu strode directly to Zhang Xiaoqing, a smile illuminating his blue eyes. You? Zhang Xiaoqing bit her lip, poised to say something. Lin Lu raised his hand to interrupt. Brother Chun, as a divine level presence, if I were to slay a heavenly level one, would there be any repercussions? Provided the other party harbors malice against you. There would be no repercussions. Excellent, Lin Lu chuckled, tilting his head. Then let us settle the scores, shall we? For instance, your use of me as a shield. I was also compelled. I am no fool. If you had me defend you before you awakened to heavenly level, I would accept it. But why, after you awakened, would you continue to incite Chen Wenbin's wrath against me? Zhang Xiaoqing's complexion turned pale, momentarily at a loss for what to do. I felt guilty towards you and sought to protect you. Wow, Lin Lu's eyes sparkled. How very generous of you. I must offer myself in return. Zhang Xiaoqing was taken aback by Lin Lu's sudden shift in demeanor, her mouth agape as she beheld his seemingly harmless visage. Recalling the ruthlessness with which he had just slain Chen Wenbin, her pupils constricting. Had your gaze been more sincere then, perhaps I might have believed you. Lin Lu's smile faded, his expression growing cold once more. You indeed wish to safeguard yourself, thrusting me forward as a shield. However, after awakening to heavenly level, your intentions shifted. As one of the world's elite geniuses, you suddenly wished to toy with emotions, wanting to witness the irate Chen Wenbin mercilessly slay me on the dueling platform, or to see me scurrying away in disgrace under his pursuit. He paused. Beautiful lady, have I truly wronged you? Zhang Xiaoqing's face drained of color, and she frantically shook her head, desperate to deny it. No, I truly did not. I simply wished to protect you. Silence was the best response. Lin Lu remained wordless, his expression as impassive as ever as he regarded Zhang Xiaoqing, the prodigious young woman. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the youth erupted into laughter. Tears of mirth welling at the corners of his eyes as he stepped forward to pat the dazed Zhang Xiaoqing. Are you stunned? Do not be like that, for I have yet to finish my game. He leaned in close to Zhang Xiaoqing's ear, whispering softly, to be a hunter, one must possess the requisite skill. Young lady, No, that's not it. It's not like that. In a state of panic, Zhang Xiaoqing stumbled backwards. The scent of blood emanating from Lin Lu overwhelming her senses, igniting her taste buds with a violent brilliance. The young woman lost her footing and fell to the ground, the demon-like white-haired youth leaning down to gaze at her. Tilting his head, "Do not approach me." Zhang Xiaoqing summoned all her strength to rise from the ground, turning to the crowd. "Help me, Lin Lu has framed me. I never meant it like that." Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. All present watched her with calm disdain, the contempt in their eyes unmistakable. Justice lies within the hearts of the people. How could such a heartless viper awaken to heavenly level? The heavens must truly be blind. Hee. When did heavenly level become the domain of such despicable individuals? I was initially deceived into believing this woman possessed benevolence. Little did I know of her venomous nature. I have seen through it all. If she truly felt guilty towards Lin Lu, why did she not intervene during his duel with Chen Wenbin? When Chen Wenbin showcased his fifth turn of fate, why did she not assist? I clearly saw that the principal and others were all stirred. You have seen through it all, brother. Upon hearing the crowd's ridicule, Zhang Xiaoqing could no longer endure, summoning her divine presence and hurling it towards the crowd. Has she gone mad? The ancient replica mirror traced a graceful arc through the air, swirling with spiritual energy as it flew towards the most vocal segment of the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Nonsense! Principal Jiang rose abruptly, the aura of his Daosi realm erupting as he instantaneously transported himself before the replica mirror, bracing against its heavy force. Zhang Xiaoqing, do you know what you are doing? Get away! Ah! At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqing had completely lost her sanity, frantically unleashing her spiritual energy upon those around her. Though most were merely newly awakened third-year students, at the first turn of fate, the disparity in talent rendered Zhang Xiaoqing's strength far superior. A hand pressed against Zhang Xiaoqing's frenzied fist, the white-haired youth's expression remained unchanged as he looked at her. Are you seeking death? Get away! The terrifying spiritual energy erupted, and in a state of extreme fear, Zhang Xiaoqing, propelled by the residual energy from her awakening to heavenly level, advanced to the second turn of fate, before the raging winds capable of tossing ordinary people aside. Lin Lu stood unwavering, tightening his grip on Zhang Xiaoqing's fist. The crisp sound of bones cracking drowned out her screams and the surrounding chaos, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Zhang Xiaoqing's face contorted in agony as she slowly knelt, clutching her crushed fist with her other hand. The excruciating pain radiated from the wound, and she gasped in anguish, tears of pain streaming from the corners of her mouth. "Are you calm now?" At that moment, the disheveled Zhang Xiaoqing sat dejectedly on the ground, ignoring Lin Lu. Lin Lu sighed, stepping past her towards Qian Xingyuan. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqing lifted her head, an ancient mirror appearing in her hand. In the next instant, a pitch-black demolishing sword erupted from the mirror, soaring towards Lin Lu's back. Alas, why must it be this way? With the vision granted by his 6 eyes, Lin Lu clearly witnessed this scene. Pivoting to strike the sword's body with his palm, "I had given you a chance." In the next moment, Lin Lu, wielding the annihilation sword, brushed past Zhang Xiaoqing, the blade glistening with droplets of blood that fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqing, in agonizing distress, clutched her neck and collapsed, a thin line of crimson slowly splitting open on her snow-white skin. "Thanks to both of you, I have nearly mastered the unlimited technique, though it did consume some time. Nonetheless, it is satisfactory." The annihilation sword in Lin Lu's hand dissipated with Zhang Xiaoqing's demise. He dusted off his hands, seemingly attempting to rid himself of the filthy blood, though his hands were indeed free of any stains. "Brother Qin, what should we do next?" Chen Xingyuan regained his composure. "Whether we go to the military district or the city government is your decision. Both places have formidable guardians who can protect you." "I would prefer to return home first." Lin Lu shrugged. "My grandfather is still waiting for me at home, and it would be rather impolite to leave without a word. I also hope the officials can protect my grandfather in the meantime." "Your grandfather?" Chen Xingyuan recalled the frail figure suspended in the air, his lips twitching. "Protect your grandfather? A peak Dao emperor requires protection." Despite this thought, he acquiesced. "Let us proceed to your home first, and then we can visit the military or city government later." Chapter 10. Child, you actually have parents. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the air was refreshed. Vehicles continued to flow in a steady stream on the streets, the glass facades of buildings shimmering with colorful reflections. The warm sunlight penetrated the moist atmosphere, bathing people in its glow and nourishing the earth, urging new life to sprout. Chen Xingyuan drove swiftly through the streets with Lin Lu in the passenger seat, who sported a pair of bright blue eyes and held a snack in his mouth, a small green ball spinning slowly at his fingertips. Chen Xingyuan glanced over. "Is this the effect of your divine manifestation?" "I have no intention of prying into your secrets. I am merely curious." Lin Lu smiled slightly. "It's nothing, Brother Chen. Strictly speaking, yes, my divine manifestation comes with a martial art. Is that normal?" "It's acceptable," Chen Xingyuan replied, keeping his eyes on the road, pressing the accelerator as the car roared past the vehicles ahead. Although divine manifestations that come with martial arts are rare, they do exist. Typically, such martial arts can only be utilized in conjunction with the divine manifestation. "I see. So how many effects does a typical divine manifestation have?" "Heaven level ones usually have just one. Divine level ones are random." Lin Lu paused for a moment. "My martial art is somewhat unique. Are you aware of a substance called infinity that exists in space?" "Martial art characteristics, you could say that. What purpose does it serve?" Lin Lu pondered. "My martial art can manipulate the infinity in the air, allowing me to pull objects through techniques, while simultaneously amplifying my own speed for rapid movement or teleportation." "That sounds impressive, but such a powerful martial art must consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Are there no other effects?" "There is one rather extraordinary effect. In summary, when I use the martial art, the consumption of spiritual energy is almost negligible." Screeching, the car tires locked up, leaving a trail of sparks on the asphalt as the vehicle spun around before coming to a halt. Beep, beep, beep. The honking from the cars behind them was incessant. As Chen Xingyuan's vehicle blocked the road, oblivious to the curses and honks from the drivers behind. "What did you say?" Chen Xingyuan stared wide-eyed at Lin Lu, his gaze burning with intensity as if he were beholding a rare treasure. Lin Lu repeated his words clearly. "No, in a way, buddy." Chen Xingyuan grabbed Lin Lu by the shoulders and began to shake him frantically. "You are human. I understand your urgency, but hold on." Lin Lu was dizzy from being shaken, and he struggled to extend a hand backward. "We are blocking the road." Only then did Chen Xingyuan snap out of his shock, turning the car around and accelerating towards the civilian district. "Your ability is somewhat abnormal. I think so too. Otherwise, with the high consumption of the unlimited technique, I would be drained before even using it." Are there any other effects? Yes, my field of vision has expanded. Even with my eyes closed, I can observe my surroundings in a 360 radius. All right, you may stop talking now. Chun Xingyuan was clearly taken aback, remaining silent for the rest of the journey. Lin Lu, with the snack still in his mouth, turned to Chun Xingyuan. Brother Chun, what is your divine manifestation? Upon hearing Lin Lu's address, Chun Xingyuan nearly slammed on the brakes. My divine manifestation is heaven level, ruins of the abyss, with the singular effect of transforming the surrounding environment into my domain. What on earth? I will demonstrate it to you later. Also, don't call me Brother Chen. By age, I am your uncle. Wait a moment. Lin Lu suddenly pressed his face close to Chen Xingyuan's, their cheeks almost touching. Uncle? Yes, your dear uncle. No. How old are you? 25. And how old am I? 18. You. A 25-year-old. Are my 18-year-old uncle? Besides, do you know my mother? Isn't that obvious? The old man had me too late in life. An old man having a child, you understand? How could I not know my mother if you are my uncle? My mother and father are dead. Aren't they? Who said that? Qin Xingyuan exclaimed in horror, unable to believe that someone had spread rumors about Lin Ziyuan and Qin Yao's deaths and my grandfather. Chun Xingyuan turned his head in disbelief. What your grandfather says? You believe? What he says, you don't? Besides, I have never seen my parents since I was born. Stop talking nonsense. Your mother held you right after you were born. Is this really the time to be caught up in this? Lin Lu looked at Chun Xingyuan with urgency. Uncle, what on earth is going on? Chun Xingyuan spoke while driving. Your parents are currently in the abyss. As for their cultivation level, they should both be Dao Emperors by now. Dao Emperor? Lin Lu's voice rose several octaves, for a child like him had never heard of such good fortune. He then tilted his head back and began to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. He leaned close to Chen Xingyuan, pointing at himself. Am I that easy to fool? I have a brain. Please. Don't be surprised. Chun Xingyuan seized the opportunity to reveal more shocking information. Your grandfather is also a peak Dao Emperor. Lin Lu froze for a moment, the snack falling from his mouth as the image of that smoking, disheveled old man flashed in his mind. A peak Dao Emperor, him? My grandfather is a peak Dao Emperor? More like a peak of porridge. For the specifics, you should wait until we get to your home and ask Lord Lin. Lin? The Lin of the Qilin, and the Emperor of the Emperor. The car drove past the Qingda shopping mall and into the civilian district. Lin Lu glanced back, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Perhaps the next time he visits the Qingda cinema, it will be to watch a movie. After 3 years of working in this place, he finally hoped to enjoy the same privileges as the wealthy. Meow with the familiar cat's meow, the car came to a steady stop in front of the apartment building. Lin Lu exited the vehicle, leading Chun Xingyuan inside, where he took out his keys and unlocked the door. In the living room, 2 elderly men sat on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation, with 2 steaming cups of tea set on the coffee table, filling the room with the aroma of low-quality tea leaves. Oh, the kids are back. Lin Yu noticed the 2. The other elderly man also smiled warmly at them. Lu. And the Qin family boy at a tea this moment. Chun Xingyuan was utterly dumbfounded, while Lin Lu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Grandfather, I heard you are a peak Dao Emperor. Show me. Lin Yu smiled slightly and extended a finger toward his rebellious grandson. Fly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Lu felt a sudden weightlessness, his entire being soaring out the window. Lin Yu then turned to Qin Xingyuan with a grin. How did he know I am a Dao Emperor? Did I not tell you to keep quiet? Qin Xingyuan felt a chill run down his spine, awkwardly chuckling. Grandfather, when you said keep quiet, I didn't think you meant that kind of quiet. Fly. Qin Xingyuan's figure followed Lin Lu out. Just as Lin Lu managed to get up from the ground, he was promptly knocked down by Qin Xingyuan. Oh, that doesn't hurt. You are on top of me, uncle. A gentle force lifted both of them back up, as if they had flown out and were now being returned. Lin Lu regained his senses and saw the 2 elderly men looking at him with benevolent expressions. Grandfather, who is this? Oh, you mean him? He is the current chief of Huaxia. Chief. Chief. The chief waved at Lin Lu. I am surnamed Zhou. Just call me Chief Zhou. Chief Zhou. Lin Lu hurriedly nodded and bowed. Old Lin, there are some matters that have been concealed from the child for 18 years. It is time for the truth to be revealed. Lin Yu sighed, the murkiness in his aged eyes dissipating. I initially intended to wait until this child reached the Dao sovereign level to inform him, but unexpectedly, Qin's boy revealed everything. Chun Xingyuan shrank back. losing the bravado he had displayed when facing Principal Jiang at Lingyang's second high school. "You little thief." "Hey," Lin Lu responded, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at his grandfather. Lin Linyu opened his mouth wide, revealing a smile reminiscent of the one he wore when he once told Lin LV that he had neither father nor mother. "Child, in truth, you have a father and a mother." Chapter 11. The resounding revelation from Tao Emperor upon hearing this statement. Lin LV's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or to be moved. A single tear glimmering in his EY's Chen Xingyuan elaborated on this matter. Lin LV could only feel exhilaration deep within. So it was that he had parents, and they were indeed formidable. Yet, when Lin Linyu personally affirmed this truth, everything settled into a stark reality, and the grievances he had long suppressed suddenly erupted. If they truly existed, why had they not come to see me even once over all these years, to let me know I was a child with parents? Although his soul was 36 years old, Lin LV had only traversed 2 youthful phases. Even if he had matured psychologically, he was still but a child at heart in this world. He had endured too much hardship, relying solely on himself. Never having experienced the warmth of paternal or maternal love, he had grown accustomed to a solitary existence, yet upon discovering the truth, he felt an overwhelming sense of disparity. Did those so-called parents ever truly love me? LV, Lin Linyu said with rare seriousness, gazing at Lin LV with eyes filled with compassion. Your grandfather knows how arduous your 18 years have been. However, your father and mother have established numerous formidable enemies in the abyss. And until you were capable of self-preservation, they dared not reveal your identity. Your grandfather did not intend for you to endure such hardships. He simply did not know when he might suddenly return to the abyss. At that time, you would have to rely on yourself. You cannot live in luxury. You must forge ahead. Lin LV nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Linyu's words, yet his heart remained heavy with unresolved feelings. In truth, your mother has surreptitiously returned to Earth several times over the past 18 years, each time leaving behind a letter, Lin Linyu revealed, opening a drawer beneath the coffee table, uncovering a thick stack of envelopes hidden beneath a jumble of items. These are all written by your parents together, though I have never shown them to you. If you must harbor resentment, let it be towards your grandfather. Approaching Lin Linyu, Lin LV took the stack of envelopes, the delicate paper feeling unexpectedly weighty in his hands, his heart tumultuous. I do not harbor resentment towards you. I simply feel a bit conflicted. Enough, old Lin. How could the esteemed Tao Emperor allow the child to suffer so? Elder Zhou sighed, rising to ruffle Lin LV's hair. Child, I share a deep bond with your grandfather. Since he does not cherish you, allow me to do so. Let me adopt you as my godgrandson. Initially disheartened, Lin LV looked up in astonishment at Elder Zhou's kind smile, momentarily frozen in place. You rascal, why the hesitation? Call me God Grandpa. Lin Linyu teased, God Grandpa. On the other side, Chen Xingyuan was utterly dumbfounded. If not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have slapped himself to ascertain whether this was a dream. He had awakened to an extraordinary divine presence, with parents who were the most fearsome beings in the abyss, and a grandfather who was the most formidable of the previous abyss. To top it off, he had just acknowledged the strongest individual in modern Huaxia as his god-grandfather. What on earth was happening? Perhaps it was best to remain quietly as an NPC, lest the old man elevate him even further. You little rascal, have you awakened to a divine presence? Lin Linyu observed Lin LV's eyes, astonished to discover it was the original divine presence. Elder Zhou too examined Lin LV's eyes, contemplative. Just received a report that this year, Huaxia had a total of 4 successful awakenings of divine presences. One was ALV, another was a prodigy from Jiangxi, and the remaining 2 were from the Qian and by families of Yinjing. Each claiming one of the Qin family. That must be Qin Daoru, right? Chen Xingyuan couldn't help but interject. Indeed, it is Qin Daoru, Elder Zhou chuckled, glancing at Chen Xingyuan. By relation, you should be his cousin, correct? More or less. What kind of divine presence did this rascal awaken? Chen Xingyuan asked nonchalantly. There's no need for so much formality. Treat each other as family. The elder waved his hand, clearly indifferent to such matters. It is the Qinglong Yanyue blade, with the sole effect of martial saint's power, allowing for instantaneous insight into an opponent's weaknesses. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the damage taken and the enhancement of one's own abilities. What an outrageous ability! Are all divine presences of this generation so extraordinary? Chen Xingyuan managed to utter after a long pause. The Bai family must be referring to Bai Zhongfeng's youngest daughter. By age, she should be awakening soon. Indeed, this young lady's awakening of divine presence is quite intriguing. Elder Zhou casually waved his hand, and the surrounding space transformed into a golden hue. Amongst it, a Tang sword hovered quietly before them, a legendary artifact of Huaxia. As the golden radiance flashed before him, Lin LV found himself back in the room. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the living room and bedroom in gold, while a golden long sword floated before the elder's chest, exuding an indescribable might. Could it be? Chen Xingyuan's eyes widened. Legendary artifact of Huaxia, the expressionless elder stated matter-of-faculty.it has 3 effects. First, it can forcibly create the weaknesses of enemy units, with damage dealt upon striking these weaknesses being approximately 3 times that of the attack. Second, regardless of the distance between oneself and the divine presence, one can teleport to the vicinity of the divine presence, ignoring any distance. And third, the elder blinked. That's a secret. You little rascal, what are your divine effects? Let your 2 grandfathers witness them, Lin LV contemplated within, deciding to keep the 4th effect concealed. The first effect allowed him to utilize a martial technique called Limitless Technique, which could conjure a material known as infinity within space, enabling propulsion, rapid movement, and instantaneous teleportation through the manipulation of infinity. The second effect allowed him to observe everything around him from every angle, even with his eyes closed. The third effect rendered his spiritual energy consumption nearly negligible while using martial techniques. Upon sharing his abilities, a profound silence enveloped the living room. Chen Xingyuan, already privy to this matter, felt little more than mild interest as he savored the astonishment of the 2 Dao emperors. As for the 2 elder gentlemen, my dear grandson, Elder Zhou's fingers trembled, and the wrinkles on his face bore witness to the astonishment of one who had weathered great storms. You are not deceiving me. Are you? Not at all, Lin LV replied innocently, scratching his white hair. Lin Linyu and Elder Zhou exchanged knowing smiles, and in the next moment, the 2 Dao emperors, whose mere presence could shake the earth or the abyss, unleashed a sharp resounding roar. Chapter 12. Lin Linyu's journey to the abyss. After the resounding roar, all fell silent, leaving only 2 pairs of expectant, aged eyes, gazing at Lin LV as if he were an unmatched beauty. Sending chills down his spine, Lin Linyu wiped his mouth, excitedly circling around Lin LV. I can't believe it, my grandson. What kind of heavenly ability is this? Elder Zhou could not contain his excitement, seizing Lin LV's hand. The admiration in his eyes unmistakable. With such an effect alone, he could achieve invincibility among his peers. Ha 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 ha. Lin Linyu howled to the heavens, his pale hair swaying in the wind. I always knew my Lin family was full of talent. Divine presences come in varying strengths, and this one approaches surpassing all previously known divine presences. This means you must be guaranteed a spot at Yinjing University. What do you mean? Shouldn't it be given? Lin Linyu expressed mild dissatisfaction. Not quite. The 2 youngsters from the Chun and Bai families will undoubtedly attend Yinjing University. This leaves many top-tier universities without any divine slots. Initially, I intended to arrange for ALV to attend Fudan University. But it seems unnecessary now. I must personally oversee my grandson. By the way, Elder Zhou, who was the 4th divine presence. Elder Zhou pulled out his phone and handed it to Chan Sheng. You can see for yourselves. Lin LV leaned in closer to the phone, and a photograph of a youth came into view. The boy had a strikingly handsome face, yet his demeanor exuded an aura of aloofness that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His name was inscribed beneath the photo, Qin Mai. Chen Xingyuan scrolled through the screen, revealing information about Qin Mai. Male, 18 years old, from Ganzhou, Jiangxi. Divine presence, Tian Songyun sword. Unique effect, it can cut through any material with absolute sharpness. This was the divine presence of the former Prime Minister of Japan. Elder Zhou took out a cigarette and gestured towards Lin LV, lighting it and placing it in his mouth. With such a formidable effect, this divine presence was hailed as the strongest in single-target attack power. This year truly was a year of exceptional talent. Cut through anything to absolute sharpness. Lin LV reflected upon these 8 words, nodding slightly. His heart filled with an unspoken anticipation of encountering Qin Mai. I wonder if your Tian Songyun sword can shatter my infinity? Well, I have taken up enough of your time. It is time for me to leave. Elder Zhou took back his phone, ruffling Lin LV's hair. If you encounter anything you cannot resolve, feel free to seek me out. He turned to Qin Xing'e. Qin kid, it's time for you to step out. Without waiting for farewells, Elder Zhou's figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. Since Dao Emperor Lin is present, I shall refrain from offering protection. Qian Xing'e nodded at Lin LV. Wearing a mysterious smile, I must go report back now, my dear nephew. With the departure of Chen Xingyuan, this warm little home was once again left with only the elderly Lin Linyu and the young Lin LV. Lin Linyu took a ring from his pocket and handed it to Lin LV, within which lay some cultivation resources. For these days, you should remain at home, without venturing outside. These resources will provide energy for your body, alleviating any concerns about meals. Where are you going, old man? Lin LV asked, somewhat perplexed. Lin Linyu chuckled as he ruffled his grandson's hair. Grandfather is heading to the abyss. The abyss? But the old rascal, old Zhou, did not come here solely for you. Part of his purpose was to convey a message to me. The 100 refinements crimson gold has been located. 100 refinements crimson gold, Lin LV murmured. What is that? What level of cultivation are you at, grandfather? At the pinnacle of the Dao Emperor. What is the next realm? Dao Extreme Lin LV gazed at his grandfather in astonishment. You cannot be suggesting that the 100 refinements crimson gold is the key for your advancement to Dao Extreme? Indeed, Dao Extreme refers to achieving the utmost in a certain aspect. I have chosen the path of my energy attribute, the ultimate refinement of gold. Old Zhou and I are alike. As pinnacle Dao Emperors, our paths converge. Securing the 100 refinements crimson gold holds the hope of ascending to Dao Extreme within our lifetimes, and this old rascal has offered me the opportunity. Lin LV looked at his grandfather's aged face. His heart a tumult of emotions. Forgive me, LV. In 400 years, humanity has yet to witness a single Dao Extreme. Though we hold a slight advantage on the Abyss battlefield, should any one of those 3 Dao Extremes from the alien races strike, the situation would instantly reverse. Thus, humanity must possess a Dao Extreme, even if it is but one. Please go, grandfather, Lin LV resolutely declared. After all, you are here merely to feed me millet porridge every day. Little rascal, Lin Linyu affectionately patted Lin LV's head, his hazel eyes radiating warmth. I shall set up prohibitions at home to prevent anyone from approaching you. Upon reaching the abyss, I will arrange for a powerful ally from your parents' faction to protect you. Until he arrives, focus on your cultivation. Additionally, the old man paused, there are zai sticks within this ring. Consume them sparingly, and be cautious of your teeth. Once you arrive at Yinjing University, remember to concentrate on your cultivation and foster good relations with those divine beings. You shall be comrades fighting side by side in the future. Should anyone provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Remember, your background is no less than anyone else's. Both we and you have provided you with ample reason to be proud. Listening to Lin Linyu's unending words, Lin LV disregarded the spittle that landed upon him and laughed heartily from the depths of his heart. Are you even paying attention? Absolutely, Lin LV replied earnestly. Lin Linyu chuckled, pinching his grandson's cheek. Though it is merely millet porridge, it is infused with heavenly ingredients. You will surely feel the benefits when you cultivate, grandfather. When will you return from this journey? Lin Linyu fell silent, the hand resting on Lin LV's face freezing midair. After a long pause, he tousled Lin LV's white hair, making the already disheveled locks even more chaotic. It1T be long. 10 years. At most 10 years, Lin LV's tone was unusually firm. His eyes sparkling with confidence. I will go to the abyss to find you, to find mom and dad. I will certainly do so. Lin Linyu was taken aback, gazing at his grandson. Then he firmly slapped Lin LV's shoulder. Good lad, I will await your return. At noon, a time typically bustling with life, the once cozy little home was now left with only the white-haired youth. He gently caressed the ring on his left hand. Eyeing the thick stack of envelopes resting on the coffee table, I will go. Lin LV picked up the stack of envelopes, extracting the one labeled 1. The brown envelope bore signs of yellowing. And as Lin LV retrieved a zai stick from his pocket and placed it in his mouth, he inhaled deeply before opening the weighty letter in contrast to the aged envelope. The white paper appeared freshly purchased, the ink still seemingly wet. The graceful and lively handwriting intermingled with more casual scrawls, as if through this letter he could glimpse the silhouettes of a man and a woman. Mom and Dad. Lin LV steadied his heart, biting down on the candy in his mouth, and began to read the main text. Goa LV. With love, LV. It has been a long time. It is your mother. And your father. The white paper trembled. No, it was his hands. Lin LV sat on the sofa, his eyes reddening, struggling to regain his composure only to find himself unable. Although he had grown accustomed to life without them. Why did they have to intrude upon his life once more? His fingers trembled as they gripped the paper, leaving yellow fingerprints upon its pristine surface. The images of his parents from a past life surged forth in his mind, accompanied by their laughter and expressions, as the hazy memories of 18 years suddenly sharpened, replaying each moment spent with them since he could remember. Such is the nature of pain. When you care about it, it never brings you any feeling. Yet when you believe you have the strength to confront it, to laugh it off, it washes over your soul like a tide, soaking your spirit. Wait for me. I will surely return. I must. A solitary tear, glistening like crystal, slid down Lin LV's cheek, falling upon the inky script, blurring the words and his vision. Today, ALV is already 7 years old in the blink of an eye. It is time for school. The last time I saw you, you were a little one, bare-bottomed in your mother's arms, crying loudly. Your mother nearly didn't recognize you. A small patch of the paper was dampened, not by Lin LV's tears, but by another S. Wiping his eyes, Lin LV gently traced the wet spot with his fingers, murmuring to himself, "What should I do?" Suddenly, "I want to forgive you." Nevertheless, your mother still recognized you. After all, you are her child. Seeing you head off to school truly breaks my heart. Other children have their parents holding their hands, but LV only has a canvas backpack. How I wish I could appear before you. Clasp your little hand. Your hand must be so soft. But your mother cannot, for there are too many villains opposing her both in the abyss and on earth. I cannot let you fall within their sights. Forgive me, LV. The elegant and lively handwriting was abruptly interrupted by a more casual script. Oh, I see this, my little man. Your mother ran off to cry, as expected of a woman. Look at your father. Not a single tear has fallen. This is strength. Didn't you say you wouldn't shed a tear? Why is there still a small patch of dampness? Your old man is quite dishonest, isn't he? Let me share a little secret. Your mother didn't recognize you at first. She only confirmed it was you by your white hair. Crossed out, although your father wasn't present. I heard your mother say you've grown quite handsome. Isn't that obvious? With my looks, countless girls swooned over me in my youth. Though you bear some resemblance to your mother's beauty, thankfully, my genes are still quite strong. This statement was abruptly cut off, clearly interrupted, as the casual script was replaced once again by the elegant handwriting, the warmth of a mother leaping off the page. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He is quite the trickster, LV. Have you missed your mother? Probably not. As to you, I might merely be a name, lacking any true significance. Another large patch of water stains marred the text. Yet this time, the words did not cross the wet area. The ink, blurred by tears, transformed the once beautiful letters into swollen reminders of a mother's longing, guilt, and love. Your father is correct. I should not have come to see you, nor should you seek me out, for doing so will only intensify that longing. But I cannot resist. You may think poorly of me for not coming to find you all these years, but I truly miss you. How many times have I contemplated abandoning the battles in the abyss to return to Earth and care for you? On a sunny afternoon, I would jump in front of you, twist your cheeks, but I cannot. If I leave this place, it means countless innocents will suffer. I must forsake my yearning for you. I am at fault. Forgive me, LV. The vast expanse of water stains severed parts of the letter. And in this moment, the longing that transcended time became tangible. Lin LV's hand trembled violently as he held the letter. After a long sigh, he released the white paper and took a deep breath. Below the stains, the casual script returned, this time much more hastily written. The image of a man, gritting his teeth and writing fervently, appeared before Lin LV. He turned back, his face obscured, yet the tears at the corners of his eyes were clear. Forget it, old man lied to you. In truth, I cried too, LV. If you were observant enough, You would have noticed a trace of tears in the previous section. Ha ha ha, but you must not emulate your father. It's all your mother's fault. Her tears made me want to cry too. In truth, your father misses you greatly. He wishes to provide you with a complete childhood, but your father and mother cannot manage. This is the price of having great talent. It is quite troublesome. Sigh, it is so frustrating. I had so much I wanted to write to you, yet when I picked up the pen, I found myself at a loss for words. The handwriting has become increasingly hasty, as if the hand gripping the pen is moving ever faster. The drums of war resound, heralding the beginning of conflict once more. It seems I can only write thus far. The large, sprawling letters are crammed together, resembling a multitude of helpless little figures. I'm off now. Alv, and please ask your mother to pen a few more lines for you. Alv, you must be strong. Your father and mother love you dearly, but circumstances have bound us. When the day arrives that we can return to Earth, whatever you desire, we shall procure for you. Even the stars in the sky, if that is your wish. Your mother finds herself at a loss for words, simply yearning for you. These wretched foes have interrupted my thoughts, so I shall conclude here, leaving your father and mother to deal with them. As this letter draws to a close, the elegant and graceful script intertwines with the sprawling handwriting, resembling the rhythm of a man writing one word followed by a woman writing the next. Take good care of yourself, Alv. Be resilient, for your father and mother cherish you. We promise that when we are reunited as a family, we will grant you a sky full of stars. How does that sound? Such a gift is beyond the reach of other children. In the final moments, a few drops of blood stain the bottom corner of the paper. With love, your father and mother. Lin LV was unaware of how many times he had read the letter, until the paper was nearly crumpled in his grasp, and his tears had almost soaked through the page of longing. He gently folded the letter and returned it to its envelope. He fought to endure as he read the remaining letters, ultimately placing them all back in their original position, stacking the envelopes together and storing them in the bottom drawer of the coffee table, pressing them down beneath a pile of miscellaneous items. The silver-haired youth leaned against the edge of the bed, with a plastic candy stick, long chewed, resting in his mouth, the thick plastic taste filling his mouth, making it difficult to discern whether it was bitter or sweet. As the sun set, the crimson glow bathed the youth, stretching his lonely shadow longed at last. He lifted his head, the length of his eyelashes glowing with a fiery orange hue in the sunset. And he let the candy stick fall from his mouth, offering a faint smile towards the direction his grandfather had departed. I forgive you. Chapter 14. The end of the Guardian's journey 2 days later. The first rays of morning sun filtered through the bedroom window, illuminating Lin LV's white hair. The youth sat cross-legged on his bed, exhaling a breath of stale air in the embrace of the morning light. How swiftly time passes. Within just 2 days, he had advanced from the first to the fourth phase of his cultivation. The youth sprang from his bed and popped the candy stick into his mouth. Ever since Lin had gone away, Lin LV had adhered to his grandfather's advice, secluding himself at home to cultivate. With ample resources and formidable talent, Lin LV had elevated his cultivation level by 3 phases in merely 2 days. The youth yawned contentedly and ambled out of the bedroom. After brewing a cup of subpar tea from Lin's collection, he turned on the television and began to watch aimlessly. Savoring the sweetness in his mouth, a hint of happiness flickered across Lin LV's otherwise expressionless face. In recent days, his mouth had become nearly parched. The resources provided by Lin could enhance his cultivation while supplying energy to his body to stave off starvation. Yet the absence of food left Lin LV's mouth feeling hollow, forcing him to rely solely on the candy stick for oral satisfaction. Ding ding ding, the ringtone of his phone sounded, piquing Lin LV's curiosity. Who, at this moment, could possibly be calling him? The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Lin LV brought the phone to his ear and reclined on the sofa, pressing the answer button. Hello? Lin LV. You're not thinking of quitting, are you? What's this? You awaken and decide not to show up for work. Recognizing the voice of the cinema manager, Lin LV lazily replied, Well, manager, I'm planning to resign. There are some matters at home. A moment of silence ensued on the other end before the manager spoke gravely. Has something happened to your grandfather? How much do you need? I can deposit it into your salary account. Huh? Lin LV was taken aback, losing grip on his phone, which clattered to the ground. Hello? Are you listening, Lin LV? It's normal to face difficulties in life, but we mustn't let that bring us down. Whatever the amount, I can lend it to you. Consider it like you're working full-time with paid leave for the next few days. Manager. What's wrong? Thank you. It's nothing to fret about. We may be poor, but our spirits mustn't be. It's not like that, manager. Lin LV picked up the phone. My awakening went quite well, and I've been accepted to a university in the big city. Plus I have someone supporting me. That's great. The manager sighed in relief. In that case, I'll process your resignation and the paid leave. Forget it. Beep beep beep. Lin LV moved the phone away from his ear. Shrugging, that manager is half bad at, of course, a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Suddenly, a man clad in a black trench coat appeared on the sofa, sipping the tea Lin LV had brewed. Who are you? The limitless technique was instantly activated, a gravitational force of Tsong, surging towards the man in black, who merely cast a glance at the expanding azure energy sphere, effortlessly catching it and extinguishing it within his palm. Much to Lin LV's astonishment. Your strength and reflexes are commendable, yet your perception is lacking, he remarked, setting down the teacup. I did not conceal my presence, yet you still failed to notice me. Rising from the sofa, the man knelt before Lin LV with dignity. I, Lu Jin, have reached the end of my journey and have come to meet the young master. From this day forth, I shall be your guardian and mentor. Young master? Lin LV leaned forward, bewildered, pointing at himself. Me? Lu Jin stood upright, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. I have come at the behest of the Lin Emperor. Here lies a barrier set by the Lin Emperor. Without his permission, I cannot dismantle it, though he had begun to believe. Lin LV still sensed the barrier left by his grandfather and discovered that its overwhelming aura had dissipated without his notice. Then, Brother Lu, what is your level of strength? The sixth realm, Tao Lord. Oh my goodness, a Tao Lord! Lin LV exclaimed with excitement. Though his parents and grandfather were all Tao Emperors, that felt distant and abstract. He yearned for the Tao Lord's realm. With his talent, it was merely a matter of time before he would reach the Tao Lord level, and it wouldn't take long. Please, please, no more calling me young master. It makes me uncomfortable. How about this? You can call me Alv, little LV, or simply you if you prefer. Very well, Lu Jin nodded. From today on, I shall guide your cultivation. Do you have any objections? None. Lin LV agreed. Not out of recklessness, but because he lacked a clear goal and understanding of his path. Just as a swift steed requires a discerning rider, so too does a divine being require guidance. Having such a powerful mentor was undoubtedly the best course. Moreover, Lin LV trusted his grandfather's judgment. Since his grandfather had chosen Lu Jin as his guardian and mentor, it indicated that Lu Jin possessed exceptional qualities. I observed you earlier. Both the richness and quantity of your internal spiritual energy place you among the finest of your realm. Your reflexes and mastery of martial arts are also commendable. Yet your observational skills are lacking. However, this can improve with cultivation. I now need to assess your physical combat skills. Physical combat? How do we assess that? Quite simply. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scenery blurred. And Lin LV spun in alarm, knowing Lu Jin meant him no harm, yet the sudden shift still startled him. After approximately 3 seconds, they found themselves in a desolate open space resembling the outskirts of Lingyang City. The chilly morning breeze rustled the wild grass along the roadside, as well as Lin LV's white hair. Are you going to fight me? Lu Jin stood a short distance away, beckoning Lin LV with a finger. Do not use martial arts or divine techniques. Attack me with your physical abilities at full strength. Really, Brother Lu? Lin LV tilted his head, flashing a mischievous smile. I'm afraid I might make you cry. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin, who had maintained a stoic expression, couldn't help but laugh, secretly resolving to make Lin LV cry this time. Here I come, Lin LV roared, charging toward Lu Jin, shouting about friendship and bonds along the way. Noticing Lin LV's speed, Lu Jin's eyes flashed with surprise. He was certain Lin LV was not employing martial arts, yet his speed was clearly beyond what an ordinary fourth-phase cultivator could achieve. Interesting to eye in the morning light, the white-haired youth rushed toward the man in black, as the sun's rays streamed into his eyes, capturing their initial encounter in a splendid tableau. Smack? Chapter 15. The Unreliable Guardian Wah. Wah, boo-hoo! Lin LV lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, a swollen red handprint visible on his face. Lu Jin, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together sheepishly as he approached with a grin. Why apologies? I may have been a bit too forceful. Yes, that was rather heavy-handed. My hand still hurts after 2 minutes. Lin LV struggled to rise from the ground, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, casting a fierce glare at Lu Jin. Lu Gu, are you here to protect me or to murder me? Cough cough. Lu Jin masked his embarrassment with a cough. This is just a test of your resilience, and it seems you are faring quite well. Thank you. Xiao Lu, after contemplating your physical skills, I believe it would be unwise to practice with me. It poses a certain danger. Instead, I shall assess your martial prowess. Lin Lu, rubbing his swollen cheek, looked at the solemn-faced Lu Jin and replied, all right. The two retreated to a distance of 100 meters. I've heard about the effect of your divine presence from Lord Lin Deed. Go all out and show me your limits. Understood. Lin Lu took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. The sun hung high in the sky, dispelling the last remnants of morning chill, as warm rays illuminated the earth, tracing the path of the wind. Lin Lu extended his hands, palms facing each other in the air, and with a powerful tug, a tempest suddenly descended, tousling the boy's white hair and tugging at the young man's black clothing. Technique of the circular flow, Tong. The azure energy orb expanded rapidly, forcing the boy, initially with palms opposing each other, to spread his arms wide, a sphere of radius equal to his arm's length, Song, materializing before him, transitioning from a stable state to a frenzied one. Lin Lu knew he had reached his limit. He ceased to gather power and shouted, Ah San, before hurling Tong at Lu Jin. Well done. Lu Jin initiated his Tai Chi cloud hand, grounding himself in a horse stance, blending softness with hardness, and the azure energy sphere became a mere toy in his grasp. As he grew more engrossed, Lu Jin, in a moment of impulsiveness, flung Tong back at Lin Lu. At that moment, a white-haired boy, unaware of the chaos behind him, felt a sudden chill at his rear and scratched his backside, sensing an ominous premonition. Curiosity compelled him to turn around, only to see an azure energy sphere hurtling towards him. What the hell? The terrifying pull yanked Lin Lu's body, rendering him unable to escape. Boom! The azure gust erupted from the explosion's epicenter, radiating outward, leaving Lu Jin frozen in place. I surely haven't messed up again, have I? At the edge of a 3-meter-deep crater, a gray hand slapped onto the earth as Lin Lu, covered in dirt and grime, grimaced while clawing his way up, his face a portrait of despair. Are you all right? Lu Jin inquired. I won't tolerate this. 3 grams of admiration, please. In the civilian district, Lin Lu's cozy little home. Seated at his dining table, Lin Lu's face was not only swollen but adorned with bruises, resembling a badge of manhood. His once smooth white hair was now a chaotic mess as he glowered at the bowl of yellow millet porridge before him. What is this, breakfast? Lu Jin replied, puzzled by the irate Lin Lu, who faced a similar bowl of millet porridge, complete with 2 eggs. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health. Lin Lu's mouth twitched, on the verge of tears. After his grandfather's passing, he had hoped to savor something other than millet porridge. Yet ironically, his first meal alone was still millet porridge. Wasn't this a betrayal of Mr. Lin? You don't like it? I detest millet porridge. Then it's settled, Lu Jin said, scooping a spoonful into his mouth, blissfully squinting. This is millet porridge. After all, it was made by Lu Jin for him. Refusing to eat would seem disrespectful, and having consumed millet porridge for 18 years, one more meal wouldn't hurt. With a spirit of defiance, Lin Lu raised the bowl and gulped down the porridge, crushing the 2 eggs soaked within. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. What about detesting millet porridge? You're devouring it heartily. Children are always stubborn. We shall have this again tomorrow, Lu Gu. Do you have any plans later? How much strength did you use for that, Tong? Full power. Lu Jin shook his head. Although this strike has already achieved the destructive capability of a high-level Dao mandate, I can clearly sense that this is not your full strength. You are being restrained. Lin Lu set down his bowl, swallowing the last remnants of the egg. What do you mean? He pointed to his head. This is the core of the limitless techniques operation. Typically, the core of martial arts is the meridians. I have never encountered martial arts centered around the brain. Lu Jin shrugged, gesturing for Lin Lu to continue. Each time I operate the limitless technique, it burdens my brain. At low power levels, it excessively consumes glucose, which can be replenished with sweet foods. However, if the operating power is too high, it can cause damage to the brain. That last strike was likely at the threshold for my brain, so. What restricts you is not your cultivation level, but your mind. Eugene collected the bowls and walked to the kitchen sink. Speaking lightly, exactly. The sound of running water filled the air, accompanied by Lu Jin's voice. There are two solutions. The first, the most direct, is to find ways to enhance brain resilience. The second is somewhat mad, finding a way to heal brain injuries in real time. Achieving a dynamic balance where you cannot perish. Am I supposed to endure injuries while healing? Isn't that masochistic? Lin Lu suddenly recalled a comic he had read in his previous life, where Wu Jiaogu seemed to operate the limitless technique continuously, ensuring his brain wouldn't be damaged, thus concluding that Wu Jiaogu must be a masochist. Which would you prefer? Lu Jin's voice disrupted Lin Lu's thoughts. What options do I have, as it stands? You have none. Fair enough. But don't be discouraged. While you may not reach your limits, your current performance is already commendable among your peers. I personally recommend the first option. While such rare materials are scarce, given your divine worth, the nation will surely acquire them for you. I'm not discouraged, Lin Lu said, pulling out a candy stick to soothe his ravaged mouth from the millet porridge. Although I believe your recommendation is sound, I have some ideas about the second option, albeit it's a bit challenging. Dotel.my limitless technique has a second part, Lin Lu pondered. The first part encompasses the power of cessation and the attraction of song. The second part is named He, which involves reversing Pong's force. Reversing? How does one reverse it? Lu Jin returned the bowls to the cabinet, untying his apron before heading to the living room. It's a secret method within the limitless technique that allows one to reverse their spiritual energy, thus countering pure energy attacks and healing injuries. Through the healing capability, I might be able to simultaneously damage and heal my brain. Then why not utilize it? Simple. Lin Lu spread his hands, his expression tinged with helplessness. I can't learn it. Chapter 16. Lin Lu's Combat Strength. June 20th. Clear skies. Linglu Mountain Range. After nearly 10 days of training, Lin Lu's cultivation surged, breaking through to the 6th transition of the Dao Mandate in just a few days. According to Lu Jin, his talent for cultivation is exceptional, so there is no need to worry too much about his level. A few intensive days of practice will suffice. With such an advantage, he should engage in more meaningful pursuits. For the past 18 years, although Lord Lin Di has been feeding him millet porridge, it has been infused with countless rare materials, even in the abyss, which primarily enhance physical strength and spiritual energy. However, since he had yet to awaken, these benefits lay dormant deep within him, now requiring rigorous training to be activated. That's what Lu Jin said. So, you've sealed my cultivation and tossed me into this mountain range teeming with spirit beasts? At that moment, Lin Lu was desperately sprinting for his life, a large yellow tiger hot on his heels. Damn it! Tang San had a master accompanying him while he obtained a soul ring. I'm left to train alone with my cultivation sealed. This is unjust. Lin Lu's speed increased as he ran, his legs nearly ablaze, but alas, with only 2 legs, he could not outrun a 4-legged tiger. Despite the distance, the gap continued to close. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, leisurely sprawled on a branch with a novel in hand, paid no heed to Lin Lu's wails, biting into a juicy red apple while the sound of pages turning drowned out Lin Lu's cries. H-A-H-'d, H-O-O'd, Y-A-H-'d, H-A-H-'d, A-A-H-'d. As Lin Lu's stamina waned, his pace slowed. Emitting wheezing sounds akin to a winded bellows, he stumbled and collapsed onto a rock, narrowly evading the tiger's lethal pounce. Tiger bro, I reckon I haven't wronged you at all. Why are you chasing me for just swaying a bit? Lin Lu, groaning as he rubbed his aching waist, felt his throat nearly ablaze, drenched in sweat as he raised a hand in a plea for mercy. The yellow tiger glared fiercely at Lin Lu's white hair, confirming it was indeed him. Earlier that morning, the tiger had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, only to be jolted awake by a sudden blow to the head. In its dazed state, it saw a white-haired boy grinning foolishly at it, and before it could react, received another blow to the head. Subsequently, that same boy had the audacity to demolish its painstakingly constructed cave before fleeing in terror. If a gentleman can endure it, how can a beast? After letting him escape in a moment of confusion, the tiger was enraged to see Lin Lu frolicking in its presence again. The great roar of the tiger echoed as it charged towards Lin Lu, who, in turn, felt his temper flare. He rolled up his sleeves and executed a half-hearted cloud hand. When have I ever been afraid of you? You little brat have clearly never encountered the black society. With that, a frantic chase ensued between man and beast. Ah, roar, eek. Lin Lu's heels skidded to an abrupt halt, carving a long trench into the ground. In the bewildered gaze of the tiger, Lin Lu turned and fled in a panic. Ah, damn it. Don't come any closer. Thus commenced a new round of the thrilling chase between man and tiger. Above, the figure of Lu Ji was perfectly concealed by the shade of the trees. He reluctantly closed his novel and rubbed his forehead. This child, possessing such prowess, insisted on honing his stamina instead. The white-haired youth sprinted wildly, pursued relentlessly by the fierce tiger. He fled, it chased. He was as grounded as a bird without wings. When will this brat learn to subdue that tiger? Only then will this training come to an end. Liu Ji's voice echoed in Lin Lu's mind, causing the youth's eyelid to twitch. He was exhausted from running. Yet he was unwilling to engage in combat. Why must he be forced to take a life? Lin Lu again came to a sudden stop, turning around to reveal a benevolent smile. Little brain. If you must blame someone, blame that Taoist. Upon seeing Lin Lu turn, the tiger scoffed. After such a lengthy pursuit, it seemed too cowardly to fight, likely reaching a point of desperation. Such a foolish child merely needed. Thud. What was that? In a moment of blankness, the massive yellow body flew backward. Like to chase. Come on, let us see how this plays out. Lin Lu leapt high, using his physical speed to catch up with the yellow tiger. Delivering a punch to its head, following the earlier strain on his body, the treasures of heaven and earth hidden within began to manifest, warm currents nourishing Lin Lu's frame, filling the void within him. Delightful! Lin Lu howled toward the sky. The sensation of exhaustion gradually warming up felt akin to having held in a desperate urge for hours, only to finally reach the restroom and experience the euphoric release. A feeling of unparalleled relief. The tiger, recovering from its stupor and sensing the excruciating pain on its forehead, erupted in fury after a brief silence. "IDSU. I'll crush your skull." It charged at Lin Lu like a mad beast, who stood his ground, calmly awaiting the tiger to fall into his trap. With a mighty roar that echoed through the mountains, Lin Lu braced against the tiger's forepaws, and a contest of strength commenced. Although Lin Lu was brimming with fervor, his cultivation was sealed, and relying solely on his physical prowess, he could not hope to match the spirit beast's might. After a brief stalemate, he was sent flying by the tiger's claws. Now that I have unsealed your cultivation, let us try again using spiritual energy, but no martial arts or divine techniques. Lin Lu's figure shot into the distance, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. Feeling the surging power within him, a smile curled at the corners of his lips. Boom! The sound of air bursting echoed in his ears as the tiger stared in shock at what was behind it. The white-haired youth had somehow appeared at its rear. Gripping its hind legs, off you go. In an instant, the tiger lost its balance, instinctively driving its forepaws into the ground to counteract the sensation of weightlessness. Lin Lu seized the opportunity, releasing the tiger's hind legs and stepping forward to deliver a punch to its abdomen. The sheer force caused a searing pain, eliciting a roar from the tiger, only to be silenced by a heavy blow to its muzzle. "Why are you shouting? You were the one making the most noise just now. Chasing me so closely. Come on, why not continue that pursuit?" The once mighty Tiger King now saw stars, the detestable white-haired youth appearing as three indistinct figures in its vision. A colossal fist descended upon the tiger's head with brutal force. Bang! The dull sound rang out as though a hammer struck an indestructible shield. A gust of wind radiated outward, sweeping across the area. Lin Lu felt a tingling sensation spread from his fist through his entire body, causing him to stagger backward. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is a unique ability of the tigers of the Linglu Mountains. They can form an impenetrable spiritual barrier using their spiritual energy, nearly unbreakable by those of the same realm. This tiger possesses Dao Dan level strength. What now? You can use martial arts now, finish it off. With Lu Ji's permission, Lin Lu made a gesture of snapping his fingers toward the tiger. The technique turn of the Tsang ensued. A blue energy sphere drawing in surrounding matter as it surged toward the fierce tiger, the fierce winds rustling the leaves. The tiger, sensing something amiss, felt its fur stand on end at the sight of Tsang. No! This can't be. The tiger swiftly turned and bolted. Yet, the speed and allure of Tsang were beyond what a low-tier Dao Dan tiger could contend with in no time. It was engulfed by the verdant song. A violent explosion sending ripples through the air. Indeed, Lu Ji observed everything from above with clarity. Even having anticipated it, he was still astonished. The Daoming's 6th turn level, a single output of song was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Dao Dan first-tier opponent. His gaze shifted to Lin Lu below, who was panting heavily. Truly remarkable. Chapter 17. A dazzling entrance, August 20th. Beneath a vast, clear sky, the sun hung high. Deep within the Linglu Mountains, torrents cascaded like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. The waterfall seemed to connect the earth with the sky, as azure waters crashed heavily upon Lin Lu, threatening to topple his steady form. The splashing droplets refracted the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the youth, accentuating his robust yet agile physique, a stark contrast to his former frailty. The golden light nestled between his brows, his face resembling a polished jade, with a prominent nose hinting at nobility. Like a youth wandering the meadows. Indeed, youth should shine as splendidly as summer flowers. Lug lounged languidly on a stone by the waterfall's edge, a self-flipping novel beside him, the splashes of water curiously avoiding him. Leaving his book unscathed, he exhaled deeply, his bare torso trembling suddenly. A resonant crack echoed, as if something within Lin Lu had shattered, allowing the smooth flow of spiritual energy. Daoming 9th turn, accomplished, a gust of wind swept through the grass, creating a rustling sound and rippling the still water. How does it feel? Lu Ji inquired, raising an eyebrow. Excellent. Lin Lu emerged from the waterfall, diving into the rushing waters below and resurfacing suddenly. If I were to regress to Daoming 4th turn now, the past me would barely withstand a few punches from me. The past 2 months of intensive training, though not explicitly focused on cultivation, had seen the medicinal effects within him taking hold, continually nourishing his body and invisibly enhancing his spiritual energy. This gradual improvement meant no bottlenecks, allowing his cultivation to rise naturally. Is that so? Lin Lu clenched his fist, feeling invigorated. Lu Gu, do you think I can reach Dao Dan before school starts? Hey, when does school begin? Lu Ji blinked. I believe it's August 20th. The ominous feeling washed over Lu Ji. Lin Lu and Lu Ji exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization, and simultaneously they cried out in alarm. Today is August 20th. There was no time to lose. They had to be forceful. Lug tossed a shirt over Lin Lu, lifting him as one would a chick. Ready? This might be a bit rough. Gulp. Lin Lu swallowed hard. Is there any way it wouldn't be rough? What do you think? Bang. The sound of breaking the sound barrier erupted as Lu Ji and Lin Lu vanished, leaving behind a faint white light. Yinjing University.as, the highest institution in all of Huaxia. The environment here is nothing short of the finest, a place where every aspiring student yearns to gain entry. Typically, as the registration date approaches, even local Yinjing students would secure accommodations well in advance. Since its establishment, Yinjing University has boasted a perfect record of punctuality. Today, however, that record was shattered by a white-haired youth. At the orientation ceremony, the principal and vice principal sat upon a lofty dais, flanked by 2 youths, one male and one female. The last one not here yet? The principal quietly inquired of the vice principal. I don't know. He was supposed to arrive before 10 this morning, but it's already 2 in the afternoon and Lin Lu is still absent. Oh dear, this could pose a problem. He was personally endorsed by the principal. Listening to the hushed conversation between the principal and vice principal, a nearby boy scoffed. Humph. A country bumpkin who awakened a divine-level talent and has now forgotten his surname. Don't you think so? You she? The girl cast a cool glance at the boy. Mr. Chin, please refrain from addressing me so familiarly. We are not that acquainted. The girl's flowing white hair shimmered in the sunlight. Her expressionless face combined with her perfectly balanced features rendered her the center of attention, like a stunning oil painting. All right. The boy chuckled awkwardly. It was clear that the youths on stage were this year's elite offspring with divine-level awakenings. By family, by Yushi. Chen family, Chen Daoru. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky as the white-haired youth descended with an air of wild abandon. What the hell, bang? The youth's descent stirred up a flurry of dust upon the stage, enveloping him in a cloud of earthy haze. As the mist dissipated, a white-haired boy, appearing rather foolish, lay sprawled in the space reserved for him. The once boisterous crowd of thousands of new students fell silent. their curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrival from above. Lin LV, disoriented from the fall, staggered to his feet, taking in the sea of inquisitive gazes directed at him. Lu Gu, you owe me 4 years of my romantic choices. Though he inwardly seethed with rage, he maintained a facade of composure, having prepared himself thoroughly during the tumultuous journey. Stumbling towards the principal, Lin LV straightened up. Slap. He stomped his right foot, raising his right hand. Fingers together, beside his temple. Report to the principal, student Lin LV has arrived late due to unforeseen circumstances, and I respectfully request your punishment. Even the principal, who had faced many storms in his life, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a white-haired boy boldly approaching him, demanding a reprimand. With a sardonic smile, the principal replied, "No matter, just return to your place. Oh, you see the pit you created? That's where you belong." Lin LV turned to gaze at the deep indentation he had made, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his features. Slap. He straightened once more, acknowledging the principal. Clap, clap. Lin LV marched back to his designated spot. Passing by Yushi, Lin LV paused. Why does this girl share my hair color? Is it dyed? She certainly doesn't appear to be at that moment. Yushi was equally astonished by Lin LV's hair. Dismissing the notion of dyeing it, only Chen Daoru regarded him with disdain, snorting at the sight of Lin LV's white hair. How ostentatious, as everyone gathered. The opening ceremony commenced in earnest. 3 formidable beings stood upright on stage. The principal passionately delivering a speech, his words flowing with fervor. One should live as brilliantly as summer flowers. Our youth is the most precious time we have. At this age, we dare to love and hate, to act boldly and take responsibility. I hope you will remain humble and diligent throughout your 4 years at Yin University. You are all exceptional talents. Can you achieve this? Yes. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm. I hereby declare the opening ceremony concluded. Additionally, to ignite the students' drive for progress, we will hold a freshman competition in 3 days. The top 10 students under the gaze of the divine will receive generous rewards. If anyone can claim first place without the divine's intervention, I shall personally reward them with a low-tier earth-level martial technique. Should anyone manage to eliminate one of the 3 divine beings, I will grant them a chance to enter the Tower of Heaven along with another low-tier earth-level martial technique. The assembly was dismissed. Chapter 18. Divine Gamble. After the principal announced the dissolution of the gathering, he departed swiftly, leaving the teachers and students exchanging glances of bewilderment. Did the principal just say that defeating those 3 would grant a chance to enter the Tower of Heaven and a low-tier earth-level martial technique? It seemed that way. In the next moment, the thousands of students turned their gaze to the 3 on stage, their expressions shifting from fear and reverence to a burning eagerness. At this moment, they were not the mysterious and powerful divine beings. They were the coveted opportunities for entry into the Tower of Heaven and low-tier earth-level martial techniques. Gulp. Whether it was Lin LV, Yushi, or Chan Daoru, they all swallowed hard at that realization. The students below resembled ravenous wolves in the night, their eyes glowing with a fierce light in the darkness. As the freshman assembly concluded, the 3 divine beings remained on stage, engaging in conversation. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lin LV said awkwardly, extending his hand. Yushi regarded the grimy hand with an impassive expression, refusing to move. Chen Daoru, however, approached Lin LV with a serious demeanor. Let's have a match. Is this some kind of ritual for establishing relationships among the divine? No, it was simply a matter of personal annoyance. Lin LV's smile began to stiffen. Given that the other party had made their hostility clear, maintaining a friendly demeanor felt inappropriate. Chen Daoru stepped closer, the 2 of them close enough to feel each other's heated breath. I don't think I've offended you. No, but we simply don't get along. Any objections? If you 2 wish to fight, you can wait for the freshman competition, Yushi interjected. What if he defeats you? Lin LV and Chen Daoru responded in unison. Then you 2 can fight it out, on the dueling stage. Dare you? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Thus, the weary Lin LV found himself embroiled in yet another duel. The freshly dismissed students regrouped, along with many upperclassmen drawn by the commotion. They were not merely curious. The battle between the new generation of divine beings was a rare spectacle, one that the freshmen wished to witness to gauge their own abilities against the divine. While the upperclassmen sought to assess the strength of the new divine generation on the ancient, Imposing dueling stage, Lin LV and Qin Daoru faced each other, one positioned at the northernmost point, the other at the southernmost. Have you heard? This white-haired kid is quite the ruthless one. He climbed onto the dueling stage on the day of his awakening and even killed his sworn enemy. Is that for real? He looks harmless enough. Not just that. I heard he killed his traitorous lover afterward, who had awakened to the celestial level. Goodness, what a shocking revelation. It seems that those who appear non-threatening are often the most dangerous. We should be cautious. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lin LV's lips twitched in annoyance. What nonsense is this? Traitorous lover? Sworn enemy? I'm the victim here. Qin Daoru raised an eyebrow. You seem rather ruthless, Lin LV replied. Before we begin, I have a question. Have we met? Why does this feel so familiar? Qin Daoru remained silent, his focus fixed on Lin LV's eyes, his fists clenched. In truth, his disdain for Lin LV was merely a pretext. His real aim was to restore the Chen family's honor, for Lin LV's mother, Chun Yao, hailed from the distinguished Qin family of Yanjing. As a woman of a prominent family, Chun Yao's life had been predetermined, groomed for alliances with other families or foreign powers. Yet, she had defied her family's arrangements. A man had torn down the veil of the Chen family's shame. In that era, no matter how talented or gifted, none could rival him. The man and Qin Yao fell in love, forcibly taking her from the Qin family, and together they descended into the abyss. That man was Lin Zian, and that child was Lin LV. After Lin LV awakened to the divine level, his entire background was thoroughly investigated by the family, but Lin Linyu saw no need to conceal it in his view, since Lin LV had learned of his lineage. He ought to follow in his father's footsteps and become the most dazzling talent of the era. Gazing at Lin LV's white hair, Qin Daoru recalled the image of Chen Yao, who also bore white hair. His fists tightened, a murderous intent beginning to swell. He was determined to see what exceptional qualities the offspring of someone who defied the family's plans possessed. Noticing the shift in Qin Daoru's aura, Lin LV narrowed his eyes. Murderous intent? How intriguing. Fists and feet are blind. Blades are sharp. If I injure you, I hope you won't run off crying. Outside the dueling stage, Bayushi's long hair billowed in the wind. She was well aware of Lin LV's identity and understood Qin Daoru's intentions, yet she did not intervene, for she bore a fate akin to Chen Yao's. Let me see your true strength. Lin LV. The azure dragon crescent blade, accompanied by a sharp blade aura, materialized in Qin Daoru's hands, red spiritual energy coiling around the massive blade, radiating a searing heat that I will show no mercy. So this is the azure dragon crescent blade? Such might truly be befitting a divine being. Lin LV stroked his chin, recalling the introduction given by Zhou Shoshi regarding the blade 2 months prior. I can't afford a protracted battle. How about this? Fighting alone is rather dull. Shall we add a wager? Lin LV spread his arms wide. What do you wish to wager? Let us make it significant. Let's wager our lives. Do you dare? Gasp. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by the calm demeanor of the white-haired youth on stage. Goodness, is this boy truly a harbinger of death? He enters the stage and wagers his life. This is a life-or-death wager between divine beings. The stakes are enormous. Do you think Qin Daoru will accept? After all, he initiated this challenge on the dueling stage. Qin Daoru, wielding the azure dragon crescent blade, was baffled by Lin LV's intentions. What significance does this hold? The lives of divine beings should not be decided here. Should death come, it should be buried in the abyss, wrapped in a shroud. Are you afraid? Lin LV's eyes sparkled with amusement, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Your demands are rather unreasonable, is that so? Then how about I lower my demands, Lin LV suggested, raising a finger and waving it playfully. If I win, you shall acknowledge me as your elder brother. And you must follow my instructions without question. That, of course, all I ask of you will be within moral bounds. Otherwise, the reverse shall apply. What do you say? Deal, little brother. Excitement gleamed in Qin Daoru's eyes. Initially, he only intended to reclaim the honor lost by Qin Yao and Lin Zian. Unexpectedly, Lin LV had presented him with a grand opportunity. How could he refuse? A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the white hair of the youth named Lin L, who revealed a cunning smile, a testament to his devious triumph. Though not rush, he mused silently, as his pair of azure eyes opened wide, eager to ascertain his true worth. Look into my eyes, and the limitless technique shall reveal the truth to you. Chapter 19. The First Battle for Fame, a Gamble. Upon receiving Chen Daoru's response, Lin El displayed a smile laden with meaning. During the 2 months of intense training, Lu Jin had imparted some knowledge to him, particularly regarding the enmity between his mother, Chen Yao, and the Chen family of Yinjing. With the younger generation of the Chen family now flaunting themselves before him, Lin El could hardly be oblivious to their intent. If they sought to humiliate Chen Yao and Lin Zian, they must be prepared for their own disgrace, for they were not dealing with a soft persimmon. The sunlight bathed the dueling ground, illuminating the spirited figures of the two youths. A gust of wind swept across, sending a piece of waste paper tumbling between them, which landed with a soft thud. The sound echoed like a signal for combat to commence. Lin El's eyes sparkled with determination as Chen Daoru lunged at him, wielding the Qinglong Yinyue Dao with ferocity. The shimmering blade cut through the air, imbued with intense spiritual energy, aimed directly at Lin El's face. Chen Daoru's eagerness to win was evident as he unleashed his martial prowess right from the start. Among the crowd, a young man chewing gum observed the duel with keen interest, nudging his companion. Bai Yushi. Given the ancestral enmity involved and Chen Daoru's inherent ambition, the stakes were high. Bai Yushi replied icily, her focus unwavering on the clash before her. The young man's bubble popped with a soft BIA. And he glanced at her with a hint of exasperation. I'm your brother. Can't you be a bit warmer towards me? Bai Yushi ignored him entirely, her attention riveted on the battle unfolding. Breakthrough? Chen Daoru shouted. The Qinglong Yinyue Dao thundering down towards Lin El. The blade struck the ground with a resounding boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin El had somehow appeared behind Chen Daoru, reaching for his neck with an outstretched hand. Humph! Chen Daoru pivoted, redirecting the blade to slice at Lin El from behind. Quick reactions, I see. Once more, Lin El vanished, reappearing at the spot where Chen Daoru had begun. Dodging all you can do? I'm merely sparing your pride by not engaging directly. The two began to circle around the center of the dueling platform, the blade of the Qinglong Yinyue Dao carving slender lines into the ground. Is he a fool? Pondered the young man with gum, arms crossed as he watched. With Chen Daoru's divine descent ability, the longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Lin El paused. Your combat power must have improved slightly since the beginning. Indeed, Chen Daoru replied, halting as well. So you are aware of my divine descent. I merely wish to avoid bullying you. Lin El shrugged. Releasing the aura of Dao Ming Jiuzhuan, which surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the arena. Suddenly recalling something, he decided to torment Chen Daoru a bit more. Though you think you are the only one wielding Dao Ming Jiuzhuan? Chen Daoru snorted, the aura of Dao Ming Jiuzhuan pouring forth to match Lin El's intensity. You shall pay for your arrogance. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. Lin El closed the distance to Chen Daoru with an uncanny speed. Raising his right fist to strike, Chen Daoru positioned the Qinglong Yinyue Dao defensively, absorbing the force of Lin El's powerful punch. Ha! Chen Daoru suddenly exerted his strength, pushing Lin El back and swinging the Qinglong Yinyue Dao towards him. Oh! Lin El, quick on his feet, sidestepped the blow while stepping forward to deliver a knee strike. Bang! Chen Daoru was sent hurtling backward, his body akin to a missile. Had he not embedded the Qinglong Yinyue Dao into the ground, this single blow would have surely sent him off the platform. Do you wish to continue? Why not? Chen Daoru leaped into the air, raising the Qinglong Yinyue Dao to cleave down at Lin El. In that instant, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin El, making it seem as if there were no escape from this formidable strike. This is troublesome, Lin El thought, reluctant to deploy the limitless technique. As it had been previously analyzed, he traced a circle in the air before him. Boom! Chen Daoru's full-force strike landed on Lin El, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated from the two like ripples in water, forcing the audience to squint against the dust. Has he lost? Bai Yushi inquired, glancing at her brother. The young man narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he scrutinized the two figures obscured by the dust. No, the dust is clearing, he said, a glimmer of excitement breaking across his face as Chen Daoru faltered. As the dust settled, Lin El and Chen Daoru were revealed, the onlookers craning their necks to witness the outcome of the strike. The black-haired youth gripped the hilt of the Qinglong Yinyue Dao tightly, forcing it downward, while the white-haired youth pressed both hands against the broad blade, flashing a wide grin. Not bad, though merely adequate. Lin El chuckled at the flustered Qin Daoru. Shall we continue? Get away. Qin Daoru's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to reclaim the Qinglong Yinyue Dao. Still unwilling to concede? Lin El sighed, having initially wished to avoid such measures, but fatigue had set in. Let us end this. The white-haired youth raised a hand, his azure eyes glimmering with an uncanny light. Whoosh, the wind stirred. Clouds roiling, Dato? The young man observed with keen interest. Fascinating, truly captivating. No wonder they are the descendants of such illustrious figures. Stop dreaming. Qin Daoru regained his senses, seizing the opportunity as Lin El readied himself. He surged forward, raising the Qinglong Yinyue Dao to strike down fiercely. Contrary to expectations, Lin El did not recoil. Instead, a figure clad in black interposed himself before Lin El, grasping Qin Daoru's wrist. How dare a mere Dao Emperor speak so brazenly? Lu Jin unleashed his aura, his Dao Jun realm evident, and the formidable pressure forced Qin Daoru's man to cough blood with a single utterance. Dao Jun. The man gazed in terror at Lu Jin. Lu Gu, Lin LV clapped his hands, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the man from the Chen family. This group has repeatedly tested my limits. What do you say? Lu Jin cast a faint glance at Lin LV. I am merely a protector. The decision still rests with you, young master. Principal, Lin LV looked towards the heavens. What would be the repercussions if I were to slay this man here? The principal appeared, exuding an air of helplessness. Lin LV, one must leave a way out for others. Your actions would only serve to provoke the Chen family further. They would not let you off easily, but they have already provoked me. What are you anyway? The Chen family man bellowed madly. Since when can a mere Dao Ming determine the life or death of a Dao Huang? Lu Gu, strike him, but do not kill him with a single blow. With a resounding slap, several pristine teeth, accompanied by glistening saliva, flew from the Chen family man's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, half of his face swelling grotesquely. The principal sighed in resignation. Lin LV, your influence does not extend to Earth. You should temper your actions. Lin LV looked at the principal in confusion, feigning innocence. Temper? Why should I temper myself? He is practically stepping on my neck. Should I just open my mouth and welcome it, brother? The ethereal voice of Qin Daoru broke through the tumult, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Young master, you cannot act this way. The Qin family man stared at Qin Daoru in terror, unable to believe his ears. A wager is a wager. Qin Daoru rose from the ground. I simply do not wish to admit it. But that does not mean I will not acknowledge it. The youth's voice was pale yet powerful as he earnestly raised his gaze to Lin LV. This duel was instigated by me. Whatever the outcome, I must accept it. The wager is a wager. You are my elder brother. Silence enveloped the space, no one uttering a word. Bai Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment. In her memory, the arrogant young master of the Chen family should not have displayed such humility. Lin LV regarded Qin Daoru with an expressionless face, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Though you require my praise? Huh? Bai Yushi, in the audience, was taken aback, observing the youth on stage whose hair color mirrored her own. The commanding aura he exuded was utterly transformed from their initial encounter. Are you explaining yourself to the world? Qin Daoru stood frozen, staring blankly at Lin LV, bewildered by his meaning. What use are all these grandiose words? They merely serve to console your fragile heart. Do you truly submit? Lin LV's words pierced deeply, devoid of any pretense of kindness. You do not submit, that of course. I do not require your submission. Lin LV interrupted Qin Daoru before he could respond. Leaning in close and whispering, if you wish to humiliate me, then I shall humiliate you in return. It is fair and reasonable. Qin Daoru's face drained of color. Lin LV was correct. He could not refute this. These grandiloquent words were simply an excuse for self-justification, providing Lin LV with a graceful exit while he sought to gain favor. Such is the way of noble families. Regrettably, Lin LV held them in disdain. Lin LV patted Qin Daoru's face and yawned. Not bad. Keep practicing. Your strength lies in endurance, so do not forsake that, little brother. Lin LV nodded at Lu Jin, who snapped his fingers, creating a spatial rift beside them. Gone na, the rift closed, and Lin LV's figure vanished, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of thousands of students. So arrogant, so full of character, said a youth beside Bai Yushi, licking his lips. I like it. Bayushi responded with a look of disdain. Bayusheng, it's no wonder you are 20 and still single. What are you thinking? Bayusheng sighed. Listen to your brother. Our father and mother are as obsessed as the families of old. Instead of nurturing your divine-level divinity, you wish to use it for matchmaking purposes. I think Lin LV is quite impressive, and his mother was a rebel. Why not tempt him? That lad is rather handsome. With white hair, just like you. Bayusheng rambled on, while Bayushi simply ignored him, seizing the opportunity to sneak away as her brother continued his monologue. Did you understand? Bayusheng glanced at Bayushi. Where is she? She ran away again. Bayusheng shook his head. A son cannot be taught. He looked toward the spot where Lin LV had disappeared, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Should I play matchmaker? If I were to introduce such a bombshell to the Bai family, I reckon our parents would be overjoyed. I in the divine-level dormitory area. Lin LV reclined on his large bed, savoring the unprecedented softness, blissfully rolling about in the shadows of his sheets. As one of the world's most elite geniuses, the treatment accorded to the divine-level divinity was undeniably exceptional. Yenjing University provided straightforward and generous benefits, including vast resources distributed monthly and exclusive villa accommodations. Eugene quietly sat on a chair beside the bed, a paper novel resting on his lap. You acted so recklessly today. Are you not concerned about the ensuing troubles? What of it? It is better to strike first and prevent 100 retaliations. Everyone is watching me. Without delivering a shocking blow, how can I establish my authority? I was still fretting over it. Who would have thought that Qingdao Ru would come right into the line of fire? Besides, even if something urgent arises, isn't there you, Lu Gu? Lu Jin smiled slightly. Your reasoning is sound, but it remains too extreme. Nevertheless, I find it enjoyable. Indeed, Lu Gu, what are you reading? This, Lu Jin lifted the book on his lap, displaying the cover to Lin LV. Crossing to another world and being rejected. The old man with the ring helps me show off limitlessly. Do not hold back during the upcoming freshman competition. Securing first place is crucial for you. Earth-level martial arts? Precisely. Your divine-level ability is exceedingly formidable. The more martial arts you learn, the better, especially output-type martial arts like Song, which compresses charging time and allows you to obliterate your opponents directly. How fortuitous, Lu Gu. I think the same. Very well, rest up. Lu Jian closed the book, drew the curtains for Lin LV, and then said, Chief Zhou has contacted me. I must take you to authenticate your divine-level ability as soon as possible. After all, it is newly emerged, and the state wishes to grasp first-hand information to better facilitate your cultivation trajectory. Chief Zhou. Lin LV's mind flickered with the image of the kind elder. I understand. Chapter 21. The Divine Hall. The soft morning light filtered through the curtains, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds, invading Lin LV's bedroom. The white-haired youth furrowed his brow in slumber, exerting all his strength to turn over and clutch the blanket, scratching his backside. Shoo! The curtains were drawn open by Lu Jin, and blinding light illuminated every corner of the room. Damn it! Lin LV bolted upright, his face contorting. Who the hell opened the curtains? I'll take that stick and... Lu Jin regarded Lin LV with an impassive expression, his gaze seemingly warning him to test his patience once more. Oh, Lu Gu, you did great. Lin LV quickly shed his morning irritability, donning a fawning smile. Who said the curtains were poorly drawn? They're splendid. Change your clothes. We are preparing to head to the State Department. Right away. At that moment, Lin LV was devoid of any rebelliousness, for during 2 months of intense training, he had attempted to resist Lu Jin's authority in his morning irritability, only to discover that he had garnered nothing but slaps in return. Henceforth, his morning irritability had transformed into selective irritability. As the car sped along the elevated highway, Lin LV sat in the passenger seat, chewing on a snack and rolling down the window to let the morning breeze tousle his white hair. Lu Gu, can't we just fly in? If you wish to be reduced to dust by a superpower at the Dao Sheng or even Dao Emperor level, I can certainly take you for a trial, then forget it. With the roar of the engine, the car halted at a barrier. Please inform them. We have come at Chief Zhou's request to register for the new divine-level divinity. Lu Jin slightly turned, revealing Lin LV in the passenger seat. Understood. Please hold for a moment. Almost simultaneously, the barrier lifted. You may enter. Thank you. Lu Jin pressed the accelerator, the engine growling as he and Lin LV drove into the grounds of Zongnanhai. The car parked, and Lu Jin and Lin LV opened the doors, stepping out. Wow, this is the State Department? It's different from what I imagined. Lin LV gazed around at the dense shade of trees, exclaiming in wonder. What's different? Lu Jin beckoned Lin LV to follow him. Striding forward, I expected towering skyscrapers or something akin to the White House. But this place resembles a park. The State Department was designed to astonish every first-time visitor. Lu Jin shrugged. Gu. Haven't you been here before? Indeed. My first visit was for the same purpose as yours. For the same purpose as mine? Lin LV scratched his head, then his pupils constricted. Lu Gu, you are also a divine-level divinity. Otherwise, what could enable me to reach the Dao Jun realm at the age of 29, aside from being a divine-level divinity? Although Lin LV felt that Lu Jin was boasting, he recognized the truth in his words. Damn it. P.S. really pulling it off. So, what is your divine ability, Lu Gu? A flicker of cold light shimmered in the void, its sharp aura prompting Lin LV to instinctively activate the unlimited technique, gathering infinity around him. Look at you frightened, Lu Jin said, holding a sword hilt in his hand. This is it. Sword hilt? Lin LV exclaimed. Lu Jin chuckled mischievously. Guess. Lin LV stroked his chin. It wouldn't be Chengying, would it? You actually know. This is a tale that transcends 4 centuries, approximately 2,400 years ago. I am merely well-read, Lin LV replied, a hint of doubt flashing across his mind. 2,400 years ago? The legend of Chengying from his past life coincided with that time frame, and he had seen far too many relics from his former life during this time, all referred to as ancient artifacts. Was it mere coincidence? Lu Jin led Lin LV through winding paths, and amidst Lin LV's dazed gaze, he waved his hand. We've arrived. Ahead lies the Temple of Divine Presence. Lin LV rubbed his eyes and looked ahead, where a structure reminiscent of an ancient Greek temple intruded upon his vision. The grand and archaic hall stood tall at the end of his sight, surrounded by lush trees that added an air of mystery. As he approached, he was greeted by stone columns akin to those of the Parthenon, supporting the grand entrance. The shadows cast by the columns graced the ground, imparting a touch of ancient beauty to the entire edifice. How sophisticated, Lin LV finally managed to articulate after a long pause. That's a splendid description. No need for further embellishment next time, Lu Jin remarked, giving Lin LV a playful kick on the rear. Go on. I'll wait for you outside. Aren't you coming in? Do you think entry here is as simple as you wish it to be? Oh, all right then. Lin LV scratched his white hair and, with hands in pockets, walked towards the grand entrance. Upon reaching the temple's imposing doors, he pressed both hands against the stone surface and pushed with all his might. A flash of white light enveloped him. And as Lin LV closed his eyes upon reopening them, he found himself in a pale expanse. Where am I? A light screen appeared abruptly before him. Hello, Lin. Hello. I am the built-in intelligence system of the Temple of Divine Presence, and I shall guide you through this divine login. Name, Lin LV. Gender, male. Nationality, Huaxia, Divine Presence. Unnamed, Divine Effect. Please provide a name for your divine presence. Houtian Hammer, Lin LV declared. Intelligence system. That nickname contains prohibited content. Please re-enter. Lin LV scratched his head. Blue Silvergrass. That nickname contains prohibited content. Please re-enter. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. That nickname contains prohibited content. Please re-enter. Six-Winged Angel. That nickname contains prohibited content. Please re-enter. All right then, traveling through otherworldly continents, I prove my father's innocence with stealth weapons has become prohibited in this realm. To a Legicong. That nickname contains prohibited content. Please re-enter. Lin LV pouted, finding the process tedious, and thus obediently inputted, six-eyed. Login authentication successful. Please summarize and elaborate on the divine effect. Effect 1. Even when blindfolded, I can simultaneously and clearly observe everything around me, as long as I wish. Effect 2. Comes with the martial technique Unlimited Technique, allowing me to conjure a substance named Infinity, controlling it to attract, repel, halt, accelerate, and teleport. Effect 3. When utilizing any martial technique, my spiritual energy consumption is approximately 0. That's it. There's nothing more. The light screen reappeared, recording Lin LV's words in their entirety. Please verify once more. Lin LV nodded. Verification complete. No issues. Thank you for your diligence. Lin LV. A flash of white light enveloped him again, and when Lin LV regained his senses, he found himself standing at the temple's entrance, his hands still pressed against the door. He took a few steps back, using his 6 eyes to scrutinize the temple, allowing the shadows of the columns to dance upon him. After a while, Lin LV produced a pair of small, round sunglasses from his pocket and donned them, concealing his blue eyes. How intriguing! I look forward to my next visit. Chapter 22. That dreaded neon light flickered again 3 days later. On a bright afternoon, Lin LV, Bayushi, and Chen Daoru, 3 divine-level individuals, were suddenly summoned to the principal's office. Oh, little brother, you've arrived too. Lin LV greeted Chen Daoru warmly. Big brother, Chen Daoru replied, uncertain of what to say, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You 3 need not participate in tomorrow's freshman competition. The principal couldn't bear to watch and interrupted this peculiar play. Huh? Lin LV casually sat on the sofa in the principal's office, a snack in his mouth. What do you mean? The principal adjusted his glasses. A task has been assigned from Zongnanhai, requiring the 4 of you to complete it together. What task necessitates all 4 of us? Chen Daoru frowned. I don't know. It's classified, the principal shrugged. I lack the authority to know, and it's mandatory. You have no right to refuse. Get ready. We depart for Magic City in 2 hours. What about the rewards for those freshmen who defeat us? Lin LV inquired. They'll be distributed among the top 10 rewards. Lin LV extended his hand towards the principal. Let us have it then. What? The reward for first place in the freshman competition is a low-tier martial technique. And since this ironclad first-place contender cannot participate due to circumstances, shouldn't I receive compensation? The principal chuckled, his beard shaking. You haven't even fought Bayushi yet. How can you claim first? She can't defeat me. Bayushi, hurry and give it to me. I shall forever remember your kindness. The principal, with a wry smile, retrieved a crystal from his storage ring and tossed it to Lin LV. Here you go, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Lin LV took the crystal, examining it closely. It was irregularly shaped, translucent, and felt cool to the touch. Indeed, it had that warm yet cool sensation. Take this task seriously. Every year, the divine-level individuals have such missions. Although I lack the authority to know this year's task, previous tasks have always involved combating dark forces and rescuing civilians. The students of the past have always felt prideful, believing their divine-level presence to be unmatched, and such arrogance often leads to calamity. The most severe incident occurred a decade ago when 5 divine-level individuals undertook a mission, resulting in 3 severely injured and 2 killed, leaving an entire village in ashes. Lin LV toyed with the crystal, nodding. I understand. Since it's such a task, I will set aside past grievances and dedicate myself fully. You 2 as well. The principal turned to Bayushi and Chen Daoru, his gaze lingering on Chen Daoru for a moment longer. Especially you, Chun family lad. Do not act impulsively. One of the 2 who perished a decade ago was from your Chen family. Chen Daoru obediently nodded. I will. He had heard about that incident. The fallen divine-level individual was the hope of the Chen family, perishing during a novice village mission. Since then, no divine-level individuals had emerged from the Chun family until his awakening broke that predicament. All right, go back and pack. We'll gather on the school's helipad in an hour and a half. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin LV scrutinized the crystal closely. Lin LV, can we talk? A cool female voice called from behind. Lin LV turned to see Bayushi, her white hair tilted slightly as she regarded him. What is it, my classmate? I wish to exchange martial techniques with you. What do you mean? Bayushi pointed at the crystal in Lin LV's hand. This is a martial technique crystal. Martial techniques are not merely passed down verbally, they must be infused into specific crystals for future learners. Just as martial techniques have attributes like spiritual energy, the one you possess is ice type, which aligns with me. I wish to exchange. Chun Daoru glanced back at the 2 but did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned against the wall, staring up at the ceiling. What do you have to offer in exchange? Lin LV asked playfully, the crystal glimmering in his palm. I currently do not have a martial technique suitable for you. Please hold on to this crystal for now. And once I find a technique that fits you, we can exchange. Doesn't the Bai family, being prominent, have a suitable martial technique? Bayushi did not respond, merely gritting her teeth. Like the Chen family, the Bai family held their own ambitions. Chen Daoru, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Even if Bayushi awakened her divine-level presence, She is merely a more appealing pawn for marriage arrangements. Everything is dictated by her family's plans. To outsiders, she is the unattainable young lady of the Bai family, yet in many ways, she is no different from a servant. Never mind, this is your possession. I shouldn't impose my will. Bai Yushi lowered her gaze. Despondent, not wishing Lin LV to feel pity for her after hearing Chan Daoru's words. Catch, youthful voice called from behind, accompanied by an irregularly shaped transparent crystal. Plop, the crystal was caught, but it did not land in Bai Yushi's hands. Huh? A hand calloused with the weight of experience grasped the martial law crystal, while its owner cast a detached gaze towards Bai Yushi, his voice devoid of warmth. Miss, your actions are not sanctioned by the head of the family. Chan Daoru concealed his face, acutely aware that someone was about to reenact a recent scene. This is my own affair. You needn't meddle, miss. You were born into the Bai family, having enjoyed years of opulence. You ought to contribute to the family rather than behave in such a high-handed manner, I say. A flippant voice interrupted the Bai family's discourse. If you don't want to, then return the crystal to me. The Bai clan's formidable member turned to Lin LV, yet the hand clasping the martial law crystal remained steadfast. Lin LV, exasperated, felt the remnants of his previous annoyance resurface, pointing an accusatory finger at the man, his words dripping with sweetness. What are you pretending for? Old Lin Shao, a torrent of crude language, centered around the term for mother, erupted from Lin LV's unrefined mouth, transforming the previously flushed face of the Bai warrior into a ghastly shade of green. Enraged, he jabbed a finger at Lin LV. How can a child speak so insolently? Have I consumed your family's rice? Why should you dictate my words? Don't think that cursing you today would be a stretch. Even if I were to strike you, what of it? Don't the scions of noble families ever learn? Just a few days ago, I dealt with one, and now another pops up. Are you all fools? Unable to fight back, yet still so obstinate, Eugene appeared behind Lin LV, the subtle pressure of a Taoist-level presence permeating the corridor. You have two choices. First, return the crystal to me. Second, hand it to Bai Yushi. This is not a request, but a command. You see the palm my brother has raised? In 3 seconds, if the crystal is not in the hands of either me or Bai Yushi, that palm will land on your face. 3, 2, 1. The Bai warrior stepped forward, relinquishing the crystal to Lin LV. Eugene, understanding the cue, delivered a resounding slap, sending the Bai warrior sprawling across the corridor. Are you deaf or foolish? I said this thing is for Bai Yushi. Can't you hear? If your brain isn't functioning, perhaps you should seek treatment. Even at this level of cultivation, it seems you are utterly dim-witted. With an elegant arc, the martial law crystal finally settled into Bai Yushi's grasp. Don't overthink it. I do not pity you, I merely find a resemblance between you and my former self from certain angles. The rift in space opened behind Lin LV as he stepped into it. Aiding you is akin to aiding my past self. Look, that damned neon light has started flashing again. Chapter 23. The Gathering of the Four Spirits. An hour and a half later. 3 figures of divine caliber stood before the tarmac of Yinjing University, each distinctly unique. Indeed, they were diverse. Bai Yushi clutched the precious martial law crystal, feeling its coolness in her palm, lost in thought. Chan Daoru stood quietly, his fingers dancing over his phone's screen. Lin LV sprawled on the ground, a pair of small round sunglasses perched on his nose, still chewing on a snack. A luxurious private jet descended from the sky, stirring the wind to whip around the trio's garments, before gliding to a steady halt beside them. The cabin door slowly opened, and a safety ladder was lowered. Young master, please board. The elderly butler stood tall at the cabin door, elegantly attired in a suit, gesturing for the 3 to enter. Is this your family's plane? Lin LV asked, rising from the ground to look at Chan Daoru. Yes, the 2 prominent families of Yinjing. The Chen family and the Bai family. The Chen family oversees business and foreign diplomacy, while the Bai family is responsible for technology and education. I wouldn't have guessed. Such antiquated views still manage such affairs. Lin LV dusted himself off, striding towards the cabin as he spoke, his voice loud enough for the old butler to hear, who merely smiled and inclined his body slightly. What you say is indeed true. Young Master Lin. Ignoring him, Lin LV made his way to a comfortable seat. The old butler smiled inwardly, recognizing Lin LV's approach. Although the noble families were evolving, Their ideologies were becoming increasingly antiquated. Bayushi and Qin Daoru followed suit, finding suitable places to sit. With a sensation of weightlessness, the airplane ascended, its silver body slicing through the sky, roaring towards the city of magic. Inside the cabin, Qin Daoru retrieved a bottle of cold cola from the fridge, turning to the old butler. "Loyal uncle, what is the mission this time?" "Young master, I am not privy to that. My role is simply to escort you to the city of magic. Beyond that, I know nothing." "The city of magic," Bayushi pondered. "Regardless, we shall learn everything upon arrival." Lin LV adjusted his small round glasses, reclining his seat to prepare for some rest. 3 hours later, at the international airport of the city of magic, a youth clad in black sat in the lounge area, legs crossed, expressionless as he gazed at the ceiling. After a long moment, he stood and made his way to the boarding gate. "Here they come." A comet-like silver jet streaked through the sky, gracefully descending against the azure backdrop, landing smoothly on the runway. The cabin door opened slowly, and 3 youthful figures descended the safety ladder one after another. "So this is the city of magic. I've never been here from childhood to now." Qin Daoru stretched and turned to Lin LV, about to speak when he noticed Lin's face contorted with irritation and chose to remain silent. It seemed his comrade was experiencing a case of morning grumpiness. "Hello, how are you?" The black-clad youth approached briskly from the boarding gate. "You are." Qin Daoru connected the newcomer to the photograph in his dossier. "Chinmai? Indeed, that is I. Chinmai?" Lin LV, previously filled with ire, was instantly alert at the mention of this name. He scrutinized the polite smile on the cool countenance. "Come to take me down, Chinmai? You must be Lin LV, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Chinmai then turned his gaze to Bayushi. "Bayushi, is that correct?" Bayushi nodded. "Gentlemen," the old butler called from the cabin door, beckoning the 4 divine beings, an urgent communication from the State Council. The 4 returned to the cabin, where the old butler activated the electronic screen, revealing an image of a kindly, elderly man. "The current pillar of China, Zhou Lao." "Good day, grandfather." "Qin Daoru, Bayushi." "Chinmai, what is this? What did you just say?" The elder beamed broadly. "Good boy, my dear grandson. Not a buddy then?" "Huh? Is that correct?" The trio felt their worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. "Children, I trust your principal has briefed you on the purpose of this mission and some conjectures?" The 4 nodded eagerly. They were correct. Each generation of the divine would undertake such a mission, using it as a means to foster cooperation, and they were no exception. However, this year's mission required some adjustments. The elder wore a mischievous grin, resembling a child setting up a prank. "Your mission this time is divided into 2 parts. To break through to the Daodan stage, and then proceed to the land of pickled vegetables to execute a special task." "The land of pickled vegetables?" Qin Daoru scratched his head, perplexed. "Indeed, the specifics of the task will only be revealed after you achieve the Daodan realm. Loyal uncle, please present them with the items." The old butler retrieved a secure box from the cabin's built-in fridge, entered the password, and opened it to reveal 4 glass vials containing a blue liquid. These 4 vials contain a barrier-breaking liquid, composed of a high concentration of spiritual essence, and also include extracts from rare treasures of the abyss. The energy within is sufficient for you to break through to the Daodan realm. Lin LV stepped forward first, examining one of the vials. "Grandfather, I fear its effects may extend beyond this. Indeed, it will significantly refine your bodies and divine presence, enhancing your affinity for spiritual energy. However, this substance can only be used once in a lifetime. After this, resistance will develop. Research indicates that employing it during the breakthrough to Dao Ming will optimize its efficacy." Zhou Lao smiled warmly at the children, his eyes filled with concern. "The military in the City of Magic guards one of China's national treasures, the Tianyin Pool. Soon, you will head there to absorb the barrier-breaking liquid. Upon reaching the Daodan realm, you will immediately proceed to the land of pickled vegetables." Bayushi raised her hand. "Zhou Lao? Is the mission in the land of pickled vegetables related to that incident?" The elder squinted, tapping his thumb against his index finger, adding an air of mystery, and smiled slightly at the eager gazes. "You guess." The screen suddenly went black, ending the communication. The incident in the land of pickled vegetables connected. Chinmai swiped his phone, revealing a piece of news on the previously black screen. "Is this it?" A black and white photo appeared on the electronic screen, depicting a man with his face pixelated. Both his hands and feet severed, he lay helplessly in a pool of blood, while two figures in white lab coats and protective goggles loomed ominously in the background. Half a month ago, the peace envoy dispatched by the Huaxia government to the United States mysteriously vanished during his return journey. Throughout this period, Huaxia has exerted relentless pressure on the American side for an explanation. Yet the latter has remained obstinate, merely stating that our envoy was already beyond their airspace when he disappeared, thus absolving themselves of any responsibility. Until 3 days ago, when a photograph surfaced online, with the IP address tracing back to the pickled vegetable nation. After analysis by our personnel, it was determined that the man in the image is none other than the missing envoy from half a month ago. He Yaoxing. Chen Daoru gazed gravely at the photo and continued, "Are we to investigate this matter as part of our mission?" Lin Lu's azure eyes fixated intently on the black and white photograph as he pointed to a blurred corner within it. "Enlarge that area. There is something there." Qin Mai pressed 2 fingers against his phone screen, swiping gently to either side, and Lin Lu's indicated region filled the entire electronic display. However, due to the low resolution of the photograph, all they could discern was a mass of indistinct black pixels. "Lin, is there something there? Do you trust me?" Lin Lu removed his small, round sunglasses from his nose, exposing his striking blue eyes to the trio. "Did you discover something, elder brother?" Qin Daoru glanced between Lin Lu and the indistinct mass on the screen. Qin Mai turned in surprise to Qin Daoru, then leaned toward Lin Lu, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. Qin Daoru's face flushed, yet he openly acknowledged it. "Yes." Lin Lu, lacking the inclination to dwell on such matters, pointed at his own eyes. "My divine vision, known as the 6 eyes, allows me to observe everything around me at a full 360 degrees, even with my eyes closed. This ability stems from the information analysis capability bestowed by the 6 eyes, which continuously processes countless pieces of extraneous information into my mind. Thus, in my perception, this photograph is in a state of flux." "In flux?" Bayushi regarded Lin Lu in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" "Although it appears indistinct, the information it contains is constantly magnified by the 6 eyes and processed by my brain. In a certain sense, it becomes increasingly clear to me," Lin Lu said, indicating the central area of the electronic screen, which was the most obscure part of the entire image. "Here, there are 2 vials of reagents. One is called Amtrobacterium, and the other is Conhorzotobacterium." Chapter 24. The TNYN Pond Amtrobacterium, Conhorzotobacterium? Bayushi inquired, her expression tinged with astonishment. "You are aware of these?" Qin Daoru turned to Bayushi. "The Bai family dominates the technological field in Yinjing, including biological sciences, so I have heard of these substances by association." Bayushi's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with foreboding. "Both of these substances originate from the abyss and are expressly prohibited by the United Nations from appearing on Earth. Just a minuscule amount can reduce anyone below the Dao Sea to mere sludge. Even Daoist sovereigns would suffer bodily mutations upon prolonged exposure. Those infected emanate radiation, possessing a potency akin to a dirty bomb. Why would the pickled vegetable nation be tinkering with such substances? Is this task truly within our capabilities?" Qin Mai furrowed his brow, fixated on the black and white static on the screen, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. "You seemed quite shocked earlier. Do you know about these 2 substances?" Bayushi again directed her gaze toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu pointed to his head to him. "Why Guardian originates from the abyss. Young masters." Zhong Bo's aged voice interjected. "The higher-ups have their own considerations regarding this, and it may not necessarily be assigned to you. Our immediate priority is to elevate your cultivation to the Dao Pill stage, during which I shall serve as your protector." Lin Lu grasped the vial of barrier-breaking liquid within the safe, its icy temperature piercing through his skin to the marrow. "Liu Gu, if I fully absorb this vial, what realm can I attain?" He communicated telepathically to Lu Jin. "Dao Pill, First Heaven." Lu Jin's voice echoed in Lin Lu's mind. "The barrier-breaking liquid merely serves to dismantle the obstacles in your cultivation. It can only be used once in a lifetime, and only for those below the Dao King level. Its immense energy is primarily for enhancing one's physical constitution. I see. Then, could I break through to the Dao Pill at the TNYN Pond without relying on this liquid? After half a month of accumulation, the spiritual energy within you is nearly saturated, and you can break through at any moment." Lin Lu returned his vial to the safe, locking it away with the other 3. "Then I believe I can forego its use for now. Indeed, the treasures infused into your body by Lord Lin from years past have long since achieved this effect, and that energy still remains within you. not entirely consumed. Although the barrier-breaking liquid is most effective during a breakthrough to the Tao pill, exceptions do exist. Both Lu Jin and Lin Lu shared the same sentiment, to reserve the barrier-breaking liquid for when it is truly needed. Young masters, we must now proceed to military base number 3, Zhong Bo announced, leading the way out of the aircraft with the safe in TOW. Lu Gu. This elder seems quite amiable, not at all like a member of a noble family. Earlier, my granduncle referred to him as old brother. What level of cultivation does he possess? I cannot see through him. At least Dao Saint, I presume. Lu Jin replied nonchalantly. Lin Lu stiffened, nearly stumbling as he stared at the elderly figure striding ahead. A Dao Saint or even Dao Emperor-level individual, and I had just disrespected him? Young Master Lin, it is ill-mannered to gossip about the elder, Zhong Bo's voice chimed in, clearly having overheard. Lin Lu froze, glancing at Zhong Bo, who continued walking forward without turning back. When did you notice? The first time you engaged in hushed whispers. Having a suspected Dao Saint nearby instilled a sense of security. Yet it felt oddly unsettling. Zhong Bo drove the four of them to military base number 3, where they underwent layers of identity verification before arriving at the Tnyn pond. The serene spring lay nestled deep within the military base, and traversing the path toward it felt like crossing through time into another world. An ancient beauty enveloped each individual's heart as a staircase unfurled from beneath their feet. With wisps of mist swirling around their calves, akin to stepping into a realm of immortals. This is indeed the Tnyn pond. It resembles a sacred place for cultivation from a fantasy novel. Lin Lu remarked, here, all modern technology fails. Only that which is naturally formed or created through spiritual power may appear near the Tnyn pond. Zhong Bo smiled warmly at the four young masters. Every generation of the divine class comes here to break through. This is your privilege. He opened the suitcase and retrieved 4 vials. Go ahead. Immerse yourselves in the Tnyn pond and consume the barrier-breaking liquid. Zhong Bo, by Yushi, the last to take a vial, asked with an unnatural expression, is it a mixed bathing situation? Prompted by Yushi, the 3 gentlemen also became aware of the issue. Do not worry. You will understand once you enter, Zhong Bo replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. The waters of the Tnyn pond are not so simple. Then you go first, Lin Lu shrugged, nonchalantly suggesting, it is up to you whether we enter together or subsequently. Fine. Yushi gripped the vial in one hand and the martial arts crystal Lin Lu had given her in the other, gracefully descending the steps. Casting a glance back at the others, she ultimately decided against removing her clothing and leaped directly into the Tnyn pond. Upon entering the pond, Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief as she experienced the extraordinary scene before her. How is this possible? What is it? Lin Lu inquired, attempting to analyze the Tnyn pond with his 6 eyes, but found nothing. You all may enter now. Is that permissible? Qin Mai sought confirmation. Indeed, Zhong Bo is correct. You will understand once you enter. The 3 exchanged glances and, in unison, approached the Tnyn pond before jumping into the water. Goodness, how is this possible? Lin Lu exclaimed, cupping a handful of spring water, only for it to dissipate into mist from his fingertips. This is the marvel of the Tnyn pond. Zhong Bo strolled to the pond's edge, raising a fingertip to gather a bit of spring water, watching it transform into vapor as it slipped away. The water is formless. It appears as water but is, in fact, a conglomerate of energy known as soul. Solely meant for cleansing the body and spirit. There exists but one such entity on the entire earth. Very well, young masters, begin your cultivation. I hope you achieve a breakthrough to the Tao pill soon. Best of luck to you. The radiance enveloping the Tnyn pond dimmed unexpectedly, and Zhong Bo vanished from sight. Though it was not complete darkness, the sudden change in light proved disorienting for most. Except for Lin Lu. What on earth? Why did it suddenly go dark? Chen Daoru's voice broke the silence, tinged with mild terror. No. What are those 2 glowing blue things? Ghost fires? Lin Lu, exasperated, swam over and kicked Chen Daoru. Those are my eyes. Chapter 25. All attaining Tao pill. Chen Daoru's breakdown. After a brief bout of playful antics, the 4 settled down to prepare for cultivation, leaving only the sound of their steady breaths in the vastness of the Tnyn pond. Lin Lu stored the barrier-breaking liquid in his storage ring, instinctively reaching out to communicate with Lu Jin. Lu Gu. Are you there? No reply. Lin LV contemplated for a moment and realized that the Tianyin Pool, being such a significant location, must undoubtedly be guarded by formidable individuals. It would not be so easy for Dao Jun to enter and exit at will. Otherwise, the Tianyin Pool would have been divided long ago. Outside the Tianyin Pool, four figures clad in black stood in a row, the leader wearing a formal trench coat with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Now, there is no need to observe them secretly every day. Being a guardian is quite exhausting. An elderly man with a long beard looked jovially at the other three. Meng Lao, I never expected to see you again, Lu Jin said, a hint of excitement evident as his cigarette trembled in his hand. Indeed, Xiao Jin, I too did not anticipate meeting you again. Your cultivation has far surpassed mine. It seems my decision to send you to the abyss to follow Lin Zian was indeed the right one. The elderly man, referred to as Meng Lao, replied, gazing at Lu Jin with a sense of satisfaction, as if he were looking at a child he had raised. Lord Lu, do you know Meng Lao? A powerful figure from the Bai family inquired with curiosity. Meng Lao was once my guardian, Lu Jin replied lightly. That was all a decade ago. Meng Lao waved his hand. This lad, Qin Mai, is quite impressive. Among the several divine beings I have followed, he is the only one comparable to you, Xiao Jin. You flatter me, Lu Jin said, maintaining a composed demeanor, then a smile crept onto his lips. If it weren't for Lord Lin Di assigning me to protect the young master, I believe you would have been his guardian. I am confident that the young master will astonish you even more. You hold him in high regard. I have heard this lad is quite individualistic. From my brief glance today, I must admit he possesses considerable talent, and despite his youth, he certainly has the audacity to back it up. And what of Meng Lao? A guardian from the Chen family leaned closer. Inquiring about his young master, Meng Lao cast a casual glance at him, then turned his gaze towards the Tianyin Pool. He still has much to practice. The Chen family's warrior could only respond with a sheepish smile. Surely, they do not intend for the children to undertake such a perilous task, right? In contrast to the optimism of others, the Bai family warrior appeared somewhat anxious, for even if they broke through to the Daodan, that situation was not something they could manage. The higher-ups have their considerations, and perhaps they are indeed suited for this task, Lu Jin said, gently crushing the cigarette but into ashes. What do you mean? Meng Lao looked at Lu Jin. If it were someone else, perhaps the Pao Fong and Mi Fong wouldn't take action, but with them, it's another matter, Lu Jin said, gazing towards the Tianyin Pool. As representatives of the new generation of divine beings. They may not represent the entire country, but at least the Yin Jingshan family and the Abyss Shangyuan Shengong can be said to do so. Should they encounter any danger? The Qin family and Shangyuan Shengong would likely mobilize entirely. What the higher-ups seek is not for them to resolve matters, but rather to provide themselves with an excuse to wield force. Lu Jin cast a sidelong glance at the Bai family warrior, deliberately omitting mention of the Bai family. The Bai family warrior shrugged helplessly. In the realm of yin and yang, the Bai family cannot dictate my actions. You see, my mindset is not so antiquated. Otherwise, I would not have actively sought the position of the young lady's guardian. The 50-year-old man lowered his head with a smile. I have lived my life without a wife or children. I have watched the young lady grow up in my eyes. She is like my own daughter. Initially, I was meant to be her guardian, but the family head rejected that notion. The previous guardian's primary purpose was to monitor and prevent incidents akin to what occurred with the Chen family. Yet he was rendered incapacitated by Brother Lu. Upon hearing the mention of the Chen family warrior chuckled awkwardly. Do not say that. My relationship with Chen Yao is quite good. I played a part in the tumultuous events surrounding Lin Zian's wedding back in the day. The aristocracy truly needs a change in blood, Meng Lao sighed. Lord Lin Di must have intended for Lin LV to lead a mundane life for 18 years to cultivate a sense of resentment towards the upper class. Let us hope he can achieve that. The Bai family warrior raised an eyebrow. Achieve what? Meng Lao. Such words cannot be taken lightly. Lin Zian caused quite an upheaval for Chen Yao back then. What right does Lin LV have to bear that mantle? Do not unjustly label our young lady. Eugene revealed a barely perceptible smile, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to see Lin LV within the Tianyin Pool. Murmuring, not necessarily a month later. Huh. Chen Dao Ru opened his eyes with a refreshing sensation, feeling the fullness of the Dao Dan deep within his consciousness. A smile crept across his lips. It seems I am indeed the favored one. What are you so excited about? A cool voice came from beside him. Bai Yushi and Qin Mai looked at Chen Dao Ru with exasperation. How could he still have the audacity to celebrate being at the bottom? Qindaoru pointed to himself. What do you mean by having the audacity? And what does being at the bottom even mean? He gestured towards Lin LV, who was still engrossed in his cultivation. Isn't there still one more of us? He is the first among us. Bayushi shot back at Qindaoru. He broke through to Daodan half a month ago and is now at the 3rd level of Daodan. What nonsense! Qindaoru doubted his ears, swimming over to Lin LV's side and pointing at Lin LV's face. Him? At the 3rd level of Daodan? Despite his unwillingness to accept it, it was indeed true. Brother Qin, I must admit, Lin Ge's cultivation talent is formidable. It is not shameful to regard Lin LV as an elder brother, Qinmai said, stretching his neck by the poolside. When did you two wake up? Qinmai pointed to himself. I woke up 3 days ago. Miss Bai woke up before me. When I opened my eyes, I saw her practicing martial arts. Bayushi nodded, glancing at the smooth crystal in her hand. Although it had lost all utility, for some reason, she had no intention of discarding it and quietly stored it in her storage ring. Qindaoru's mind momentarily short-circuited as he struggled to accept the fact that he was at the bottom. He despondently dove back into the Tianyan pool, wishing to avoid facing reality. All right, Brother Qin, while Lin Gu is still asleep, let us take the opportunity to practice a bit more. Ordinarily, if we four have all broken through, we would be required to leave the Tianyan pool. Opportunities to enter the Tianyan pool are rare, Bayushi urged. Qindaoru reluctantly emerged from the water and swam towards the spring, hoping to enter a state of cultivation once more. Crack! A sharp sound caught Qindaoru's attention, and he turned towards Lin LV, convinced that the noise had originated from that direction. Lin LV opened his brilliant blue eyes, a spark of brilliance emanating from them. Amidst the varied expressions of the three, he uttered a phrase that sent Qindaoru into utter despair. So fast. I've reached the 4th level of Daodan. Without any difficulty at all. Chapter 26. The banquet at Hongmin in the land of Kimchi, Seoul. At the Tiannu Junyugu, Lin LV stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, his azure eyes peering through dark sunglasses at the scene below. Holding a goblet filled with a purplish-red elixir that swirled as he moved it. Raindrops fell from the sky, splattering onto the ground below and soaking the trousers of hurried pedestrians, dampening their finely crafted suits. It has been 2 days. Are the high-ranking officials in Kimchi country still insisting we remain here? Qindaoru lounged on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. No, to be precise, it is the Chun family that has arranged for us to stay here. Although Tiannu Junyugu is a top hotel in Seoul, it is funded by the Chun family. Bayushi, clad in a black gown that complemented her hair color, held a similar wine glass to Lin LV. Though hers was filled with soda, she silently approached Lin LV, joining him in gazing out the expansive window. The view outside was devoid of pleasing landscapes or picturesque gardens, only the towering skyscrapers and the suits that hurried past. They bore heavy briefcases, frequently checking their watches, and a myriad of umbrellas adorned their heads, creating a colorful torrent at a glance. I find it difficult to appreciate the scenery here. How do you manage to gaze at it for hours each day? Bayushi inquired, glancing at the leisurely Lin LV, who mimicked her by swirling his glass of soda. Lin LV raised his goblet, taking a symbolic sip of red wine. Your level of awareness requires enhancement? Miss BAI.do, you truly believe I am admiring the scenery? He gestured with his chin towards the forest of steel in the city. What is there to behold? The decadence of the upper class and the eternal plight of the lower class? Bayushi grasped the stem of her glass, lost in thought. Observe for 10 minutes. Perhaps we might discover something of note. Bayushi looked down, noting that their room was on a higher floor, providing a broad view, perfect for observing the happenings below. There are a few individuals lingering nearby. Indeed, Lin LV adjusted his small round sunglasses. They have been around since we checked in, and at least 3 more have joined in the last 2 days. Surveillance, and protection, Lin LV clarified. They fear we might stir up trouble but also worry we could encounter mishaps, hence their method of keeping us under watch, hoping we will return on our own. Smart? Lin LV turned away from the window, setting his goblet down on the table before picking up another bottle of sparkling water. This one is much tastier. 3 days prior, the quartet had all broken through to Daodan and arrived in Kimchi country by private plane, making no attempt at subtlety as they approached the Kimchi government for information. As Qindaoru put it, it would be foolish not to use 1S status. However, the Kimchi government deflected their inquiries with various excuses. ultimately relegating them to the Tiannu Junyugu, invested by the Qin family. Knock, knock, knock. A tapping sound echoed, and Qinmai, indulging in snacks on the sofa, wiped his mouth and went to answer the door. Creak, the door swung open, revealing a figure stumbling in, resembling a corpse. Nephew, did you bring the ZZ stick? The kimchi from the land of kimchi truly torments the taste buds. Upon seeing Lin El, Qian Xingwen felt as if he had found his savior. And with a swift motion, he clutched at his pant leg. Lin El's mouth twitched. Though he couldn't bear to witness his uncle's suffering at the hands of kimchi, he was also reluctant to part with his ZZ stick. After much contemplation, and under the sorrowful yet hopeful gaze of Qian Xingyuan, Lin El retrieved the half-melted ZZ stick from his mouth. Here, Qian Xingyuan's teeth were nearly shattered, yet he maintained the last semblance of a smile. Could it be that our familial bond pales in comparison to an intact ZZ stick? I have delicately conveyed my answer, yet you insist on me brutally breaking your heart. China could not afford to let four divine beings roam freely. So they arranged for Chen Xingyuan to accompany them and handle various troubles on their behalf. Chen Xingyuan indeed fulfilled this role. All the difficulties that the four could not face fell upon him, and all the kimchi they could not taste was presented to him. After 3 days of torment from both kimchi and local officials, Chen Xingyuan resolutely returned to the Tiannu Junyugu. No more of this kimchi from Samaida. It could be deadly. Lin El retrieved 2 ZZ sticks from his ring and tossed them to his uncle. Clearly, there is something amiss in the land of kimchi. Yet we are unable to act. It's quite troublesome. Chen Xingyuan cradled the 2 ZZ sticks as if they were treasures, his gaze akin to that of a man beholding the most beautiful girl in the world. Just as he was about to unwrap and savor them, a sudden, urgent phone call interrupted his actions. Iniongasayo. Chen Xingyuan expressionlessly held the phone, listening to incomprehensible chatter. 5 minutes later, he hung up, but his face bore no signs of joy. I have good news. Would you like to hear it? Go ahead. The government of the land of kimchi has agreed to meet with us. Chen Xingyuan tore open the outer layer of the ZZ stick, placing the fragrant candy into his mouth. Now, Bai Yushi glanced at Chen Xingyuan. Now, the president's dedicated driver is waiting downstairs. It's a case of cutting the ribbon after the fact. That doesn't sound like good news? Chen Daoru set down his phone, lying back against the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling. After keeping us waiting for so long, Uncle Yuan, you return only to agree to communicate with us. I see this akin to a banquet of the Hongs? We'll find out when we go, Lin El shrugged. No matter how loudly the abacus clicks, unless the matter of the photos is clarified, this issue will never find resolution. Meanwhile, Qinmai, indulging in snacks, set his treats aside. Do you think they might create some obstacles for us on the way? Possibly. Chen Xingyuan tapped his forehead. There's no time to lose. Let us go now, with a few guardians covertly protecting us. There shouldn't be any mishaps. After everyone donned their attire, they prepared to head downstairs. Nephew, the elevator is right here. Lin El turned to the 4 individuals inside the lift, waving his hand to pull open the safety door beside them. I am exercising. The iron door of the safety passage slowly closed, and the hollow sound of footsteps could be faintly heard. The individuals in the elevator exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to close the elevator door. Has he always been like this? Chen Xingyuan inquired. Bai Yushi nodded. He walked up the stairs when he first arrived. But this is the 34th floor. He enjoys exercising. As the elevator descended slowly. Reaching the first floor, Chen Xingyuan scanned the area. Has that kid not come down yet? He.s. walking down, not flying. Uncle Yuan. Bang! The iron door of the safety passage was suddenly slammed open, and a breathless figure with white hair staggered out from the stairwell. Clutching his waist, panting heavily, noticing the stunned gazes of the 4, Lin El calmly took out his phone and opened a messaging app. Number 1 on the leaderboard. Yay! Chapter 27. Rainy Day Accident. Outside the Tiannu Junyugu, a long Lincoln quietly awaited, several black-clad bodyguards standing at attention before the hotel entrance, anticipating the arrival of the 5 from China. Raindrops pattered against the ground, hitting the expensive windows of the Lincoln. The rain intensified, creating a rhythmic cacophony. The downpour grew so heavy that the road ahead became indistinguishable, and sporadic vehicles were compelled to turn on their headlights, proceeding slowly as the electronic doors slid open. Chen Xingyuan stepped out first, tossing his hair flamboyantly. Children, follow me to Mr. Chen. Please get in the car. A bodyguard, with a halting grasp of Chinese, opened the car door for Chen Xingyun. Lin El followed Chen Xingyun out of the hotel, glancing up at the gray sky. Is it really wise to travel in such heavy rain? We can't possibly walk there. Chen Xingyun shrugged. Thunder rumbled ominously, echoing from the distant clouds. You go ahead. All right, Lin El replied, stepping aside to enter the luxury car that symbolized status. Goodness, have these guys fallen into a toilet? They're taking forever. Chen Xingyun did not follow Lin El into the car. Instead, he unwrapped another ZZ stick, placing it in his mouth as he stood under the awning, glancing intermittently toward the lobby. Pedestrians hurried by, umbrellas of various colors creating a visual torrent. Inside the Lincoln, Lin El shivered, raising his hand to close an air vent above him. A wave of warmth enveloped him from behind, as he sensed the driver had astutely activated the seat heating system for him. Suddenly, the roar of an engine thundered, shattering the stillness of the long street. The abruptness of it was jarring. A massive, dark vehicle barreled forward, its headlights piercing through the rain, tearing through the curtain of droplets. The headlights glowed like the eyes of a ferocious beast, locking onto the relatively insignificant car. Without a hint of deceleration, it collided head-on. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, too quickly for Chen Xingyun and the bodyguard stationed by the Lincoln to react. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the monstrous vehicle showed no sign of slowing. The accelerator pressed to the floor, crashing violently into the side of the black Lincoln. Bang! The dazzling headlights crashed against the frame of Lin El's car. And in that instant, the entire street seemed to lose all light. The black Lincoln was predictably sent flying, flipping in midair before careening under the weight of the monstrous vehicle, shattering through the glass doors and sliding toward the hotel lobby reception. Chen Xingyun barely reacted in time. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the Lincoln's body. Lin El, at that moment, the trio who had just exited the restroom were utterly petrified by the scene before them. Their designated vehicle was effortlessly torn apart by the steel behemoth, wedged against a wall riddled with cracks. The driver's cabin was severely deformed, with no chance of survival for the driver, while the rear compartment was nearly twisted into a helix. Lin El, upon hearing Chen Xingyun's anguished cry, they understood Lin El was still inside the car. Save him! Daru charged ahead, racing toward the contorted luxury vehicle. Smack! The door of the black truck swung open, and a horde of masked men descended, exuding an aura of palpable menace. A closer inspection revealed that all lacked any semblance of morality, with two emanating a powerful aura of the Tao King realm. Clearly delineated roles, 10 formidable cultivators surged toward Daru, divine weapons glimmering in hand. Get lost? The Qinglong Yinyue knife, gleaming with a cold light, materialized in Daru's grasp, intercepting the first wave of attacks. 2 beams of light sliced through the air. The frost-laden blade of the legendary weapon from China quivered, forcing back 4 assailants, while the relentless sword light of the Amatsukumi split the airborne debris. Diverting 3 assassins. 2 Tao King experts lunged at Chen Xingyun, their terrifying might bearing down on him. Seeking death. A star erupted in a brilliant explosion, shimmering with violet starlight as Chen Xingyun unleashed a punch. Ensuring a stalemate among the 3 heavenly-level divine presence, Violet, Star Point, one of the remaining 2 Tao C cultivators, approached the mangled Lincoln. A smirk of derision gracing his lips, as in his eyes, Lin El had no chance of survival. How pitiful, just as you awakened your divine presence, destined for an invincible life, you meet your end here. What is this? A glimmer of azure light flickered within the Lincoln, prompting the brute to step closer. Seeking to uncover its mystery, boom! The dark steel truck was overturned, sending dust swirling, interrupting the battle among the 4 factions, as they all turned to gaze at the epicenter of the explosion. The door of the black Lincoln clattered to the ground, followed by the grotesque remnants of corpses. A severed head, eyes wide with terror, dropped to the ground, as if it had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. The dust thickened, yet the downpour continued relentlessly, gusts of wind sweeping into the shattered hotel lobby, making the tenuous dust swirl precariously. Amidst the swaying smoke, 2 points of blue light flickered incessantly as a white-haired youth with hands in pockets emerged from the haze. His menacing gaze swept over the crowd before settling on the Daosi cultivator. Seeking death? Huh? The man, understanding Lin L's words, responded in broken Chinese, Are you talking about me? I don't understand. If you don't understand, then die. Lin L's figure flickered, appearing before the brute in an instant. Seeking death, the man's eyes narrowed, raising his hand to grasp at Lin L's buzz. That broad palm halted before Lin L, seemingly unable to advance an inch. What is this bizarre ability, to kill you? Lin Leviu's demeanor was chillingly cold. Without any hesitation, she activated her limitless technique and appeared behind the burly man, gripping a long, slender object in her hand. Without turning her head, she hurled it at him. Here you go. The man stared in horror at his empty right arm, the clean cut momentarily rendering him speechless, before a heavy object struck the back of his head. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his severed right arm. Accompanying this sudden eruption of blood was an agonizing pain that pierced his soul. The man collapsed to the ground. Even as adrenaline surged through him, he could not escape the excruciating torment. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the severed limb on the ground, saliva mingling with his tears as it dripped from his chin. He abruptly lifted his head and shouted, "Die!" A simple scythe appeared in his left hand, slicing through the air towards Lin Leviu. The youth extended a finger, and the blade halted precisely an inch from his fingertip. With a swish, his left arm flew off. Lin Leviu removed her already shattered small round sunglasses, grasped the man's hair, and yanked it back with force. "Who sent you?" The boy's blue eyes locked onto the pair of eyes filled with terror before he suddenly smiled. "Never mind, it doesn't matter, I'll investigate myself." A head was cast high into the air, warm blood splattered across Lin Leviu, who caught the severed head and tossed it towards the two Dao Kings. "I presume you must know more, right?" Chapter 28. The terrifying Lin Leviu. The finale of the assassination. The rain continued to fall, and the grand hall was engulfed in a deathly silence, with only the sound of wind and rain echoing in everyone's ears. The man's head thudded to the ground at the feet of the two Dao Kings, a chill creeping into their hearts. No one had anticipated that this seemingly harmless white-haired youth, yawning as if bored, could be so ruthlessly cruel as to forcibly decapitate a man while he was still conscious. "You devil," one of the Dao Kings stammered, pointing at Lin Leviu in a faltering mix of Chinese and broken phrases. Lin Leviu laughed, looking at the two Dao Kings as if they were fools. "Devil? Hey, you just smashed my car into a twisted heap with that truck. If it weren't for my skills, I would probably be nothing but a puddle of meat by now." The two Dao Kings exchanged glances, then simultaneously darted towards the hotel exit. A violet star fell from the heavens, slicing through the heavy curtain of rain and forcing them back. "You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for?" The attackers surrounding Bayushi felt the situation turning dire and decided that capturing the three of them was their only chance of survival. "You must be underestimating us," Chen Daru scoffed, raising his Qinglong Yinyue knife and bringing it down with tremendous force, instantly cleaving one of the attackers in half. "Retreat." "Where to?" Bayushi's Tang knife emanated a chilling blue light, the blade twisting as a tearing wave of energy surged towards her four assailants. Reverse Dragon Ice Strike. The icy blue energy transformed into a writhing ice dragon, its gaping maw clamping down on two of them. Crack! The two Dao Dan experts stood no chance against the ice dragon, which tore them apart. The remaining two, unable to withstand the icy breath, were frozen solid. Wow, it seems like this gift to Bayushi was a massive overestimation. Lin Leviu's eyes nearly bulged out as a wave of regret flooded his chest. He envisioned himself conjuring hundreds of ice dragons to obliterate his enemies, and without regard for the occasion. He slapped himself across the face. Regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have tried to show off and ended up losing something even greater. What a sin. As someone attempted to seize the moment of Lin Leviu's distraction to control him, they were thwarted by an impenetrable barrier surrounding him. Those blue eyes glanced back at the intruder, casually extending a hand to send them crashing into the wall. "You've picked the wrong person to mess with, my friend." A sharp beam of light sliced through the air, resembling a silver arc that shattered the rain curtain, bisecting one individual. Qin Mai exhaled, nodding at Lin Leviu, while Bayushi and Chen Daru forced the remaining attackers into a tighter circle. Lin Leviu understood the unspoken signal, raising his hand to form the Tong initiation gesture. The wind whipped up the boy's pale hair, and within the center of his blue eyes, a green hue began to materialize. With a crash, the wind roared louder, the rain intensified, and the battered hall could no longer withstand the tempest. allowing the heavy downpour to drench everyone. Technique transition. Song. Chen Daoru's legs weakened, and he shivered. Is it really that terrifying? Bayushi cast a light glance at Lin Levayu. Want to try? The ever-expanding infinity transformed into a green energy sphere that soared forth, its formidable pull devouring the falling raindrops and carving a deep trench into the ground. Amidst the torrential downpour, a streak of green tore through the heavy veil of rain. Chen Daoru dared not underestimate its power. Recognizing the immense suction force and promptly evading it, Bayushi and Chinmai exchanged glances, following his lead. Boom. The world seemed to lose its sound in an instant. Where Song reached, nothing remained in the center of the explosion. A 10-meter-wide pit was left behind, while the Dao Dan experts who had attacked them were reduced to nothing but dust. Goodness gracious! Chen Mai's eyes widened as he turned to Chen Daoru, his expression clearly asking, "You mean to tell me you took that hit head-on?" Gulp. Chen Daoru swallowed hard, dumbfounded. That power could rival a full-force strike from a Daosi expert. I had no idea I was this formidable. The rain continued to fall, and the white-haired youth stood quietly amidst the torrential downpour, allowing the rising deluge to envelop him. Yet not a single drop could touch his divine form. The accumulated raindrops formed a heavy film around Lin Levayu. He lifted his gaze towards the two Dao kings, whose spirits seemed to have evaporated, and beckoned with a finger. Life or death, it's your choice. The two Dao kings exchanged glances, recognizing the resignation and determination in each other's eyes. Suddenly, they surged forward, tearing through Chen Xingyuan's blockade and charging at Lin Levayu. Big brother. Chen Daoru couldn't help but shout a warning. Chen Xingyuan did not intervene. He retracted his divine presence and leaned against the crumbling wall, yawning as he chewed on a nearly disintegrated snack. The two Dao kings ran faster and faster, crimson cracks appearing on their bodies as fiery light erupted, causing the already unstable building to collapse entirely. Chen Xingyuan turned and walked into the rain, casually flicking his finger, creating a spatial rift beneath Chen Daoru and the others, teleporting them to his side. Standing at the center of the explosion, Lin Levayu watched as the flames danced and flickered, slowly closing his azure eyes. Brother Liu, a figure cloaked in black, appeared before Lin Levayu, a single hand sweeping forth, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. The rain ceased, the wind rose, and the clouds surged. Damn, a 40-story building just exploded like that. I hope Big Brother is all right. Chen Daoru stood there, astonished, unable to believe he had conjured such blockbuster-level effects. And now you're calling him Big Brother? Chen Xingyuan chuckled. I'm utterly impressed, both by his combat prowess and cultivation speed. Losing to my big brother is nothing to be ashamed of. Bayushi stared intently at the towering building that had just collapsed, her grip tightening around the legendary weapon of Huaxia. Though she knew Lin Levayu would be fine, an undeniable worry lingered in her heart. How strange, why am I worried about him? The rumble of engines broke the silence as several police cars and military trucks entered the street, surrounding Chen Xingyuan and his companions. Mr. Chen, are you uninjured? An officer resembling a military official jumped out of one of the trucks, running towards Chen Xingyuan and saluting crisply. If I were injured, would you cover my medical expenses? Of course, and if I were to die? Chen Xingyuan's voice grew increasingly cold. This was not just any place. It was Seoul, the land of kimchi, where powerhouses gathered. The commotion they had caused in the bustling commercial district had only just drawn the military's attention, and the implications were profound. I apologize, Mr. Chen. Our forces were just intercepted by unidentified terrorists and could not respond in time. The officer explained, unperturbed and speaking clearly. Chen Xingyuan let out a cold laugh. Choosing not to respond, I say. Is this all the military is capable of? A haughty voice emerged from the ruins, as the white-haired youth stood among the rubble, hands in pockets. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I fear Huaxia won't let Kimchi Country off so easily. Eugene stood behind Lin Levayu, his black trench coat billowing as if caught in an invisible wind. For some reason, despite it being daytime, stars flickered faintly in the sky. Chapter 29. The overbearing Huaxia in Kimchi Country, Seoul. The bustling Myeongdong Street, lined with towering buildings, had been the most prosperous commercial area since the last era, despite enduring foreign wars and the passage of centuries. It remained the epitome of luxury in Seoul. The rain had unknowingly ceased, and the puddles on the ground reflected the flickering flames amidst the rubble. The iconic Tiannujuan U Pavilion lay in ruins. reduced to countless fragments. Fortunately, as the battle commenced, the hotel staff had evacuated in time, and the surrounding crowd had been dispersed by accompanying bodyguards, preventing any significant casualties. In the midst of a desolate ruin, a youth clad in white stood alongside a young man in black, one before the other. The boy's features were as gentle as jade, his azure eyes shimmering with an unsettling brilliance, while the young man wore an expressionless visage, his hands clasped behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. "I require an explanation." Lin LV spoke once more. "The president indicated he wished to meet with us, yet before we could even depart, we were ambushed. Your military personnel did not arrive until the battle had concluded. This cannot merely be a coincidence, can it? Our military was obstructed by a mysterious force, which is why we could not arrive in time." The officer reiterated what he had conveyed to Chen Xiang. "Oh." Lin LV feigned sudden realization, stepping forward with Lu Jin closely trailing. "This is Seoul, the capital of the Kimchi nation. How could the station troops here be intercepted by a so-called mysterious organization? Is it that they are too powerful or you too weak?" No, neither is the case. Rather, we are simply deemed too insignificant. You would be delighted to see the four of us divine beings perish here, only to later shift the blame onto those who attacked us. Yet, you did not anticipate that we would retaliate and slay these assailants. It is not as you claim. Please refrain from making such unfounded accusations." The officer's previously impassive countenance finally exhibited a flicker of panic. "What then?" "It is the officer struggled to articulate. Chen Xing'an waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, my dear nephew. Do not put the man in a difficult position. He is merely following orders." With that, he approached the officer, draping his left arm around him as if they were good brothers sharing camaraderie. "Why don't we directly inquire of President? I trust he will provide us with a satisfactory explanation." "Yes? There is no time to lose. Let us proceed at once," Lin LV declared, casting a glance at Lu Jin, who understood the cue. A rift in space tore open, and Lin LV turned to step through it, with Chen Xingyuan gesturing for Bai Yushi and the others to follow closely. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, a rift appeared abruptly within the president of the Kimchi Nation's office. Despite having received word, the president trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the profound rift. 5 figures emerged sequentially from the fissure, with Chen Xingyu leading the way. He unceremoniously plopped down onto the leather sofa in the office. Blinking at the president, "Good day, Mr. President. Mr. Chun, this matter is merely a misunderstanding." "And then?" The president froze. "What do you mean by and then?" "This is a misunderstanding." Chen Xingwen straightened up, fixing his gaze upon the president. "And then? It concludes without resolution? Next time you visit Huaxia, shall we send someone to assassinate you and proclaim to the world that it was a misunderstanding? What are your thoughts on that?" The president's complexion darkened as he rose from his chair. Pointing at Chen Xingyuan. "Mr. Chen, please refrain from such unreasonable remarks. This is the Kimchi nation. It may also be a division of Huaxia." Chen Xingyuan scoffed. "Would you care to test that? A threat? In this age? Aside from the United States and the Russian Federation, no other countries possess the capability to threaten Huaxia. The United Nations condemnations and sanctions? Spare me that nonsense. Gather all those Tao emperors and Tao saints stationed at the abyss and let them confront the Secretary General of the United Nations. Condemn? Sanction? Condemn your father. Sanction your mother." The president of the Kimchi nation trembled, speechless. He believed Huaxia was indeed capable of such actions. After Huaxia rose to prominence, it disregarded the United Nations demands and agreements, amassing its forces to retaliate against all nations that had humiliated it since the Opium War. Had it not been for the intervention of the United States and the Mist Nation, Tokyo would have long since transformed into a branch of Yinjing. "Mr. Chun, what must we do to quell your anger?" The president compelled himself to regain composure. "Me? I am not angry." Chen Xingyuan spread his hands. "It is the children who nearly perished. That is a question you ought to pose to them." The president turned to Lin LV and the others. Forcing a fawning smile, "Gentlemen, might you consider? How about you die to atone for your sins?" Qin Daoru's lips curled into a mocking smile. "This." The president's expression changed dramatically as he waved his hands repeatedly. "Such a jest cannot be made." "Then let us speak candidly." Chen Daoru waved his hand impatiently, flicking a finger, and a black and white photograph flew onto the president's desk. "Explain this." The president gazed at the photograph. His complexion still pale. "We genuinely do not know about this matter." "Where is the evidence?" Daoru extended a hand, demanding the evidence that could absolve them of any involvement. How can we provide evidence? The president struggled to suppress his rising anger. Are you a fool? Lin LV's words dripped with sarcasm. Shouldn't the suspects provide an alibi to clear their name? Does the Kimchi Nation not need to produce something to prove its innocence? Or can you simply not produce anything at all? What exactly do you wish to do? It is quite simple. Chen Xingyun crossed his legs, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you are indeed innocent, let us conduct a search in 1 week's time. Huaxia's military will be stationed in the Kimchi Nation until we have thoroughly examined every corner of it. That is utterly impossible. The president could no longer contain his rage and slammed his hands on the table. What you are doing is illegal, violating the United Nations International Peace Agreement. Do not even think about it. Then there is nothing to discuss. Chen Xingyun feigned regret. But that is fine. We never intended to negotiate. We merely wish to inform you. Then let us discuss another matter. One you cannot dismiss. Lin LV seated himself beside Chen Xingyun, a stick of candy dangling from his mouth. Will you not explain the assassination attempt against us? I nearly met the same fate as your driver. How could you so easily abandon someone who has followed you for so long? That incident has nothing to do with our Kimchi Nation. It was the work of an unknown. Lin LV produced several letters, effectively silencing the president. Is that so? Yet I observe you exchanging words with them quite reciprocally. The youth's azure gaze narrowed, an amused smile playing on his lips. Including the entire plot where you colluded with the American side to orchestrate our assassination. Chapter 30. The true assassination. What does it mean to be oblivious to danger? This is what it means to remain unaware until the end. When a thick stack of envelopes was hurled at the president of the Kimchi Nation, the nearly 50-year-old stalwart man could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing into his soft leather office chair. Drained of all strength and unable to retaliate, he remained seated, representing the entire nation, deciding its fate. I am also being forced into a corner. I cannot speak. You may kill me, but please do not implicate my country. Do you believe you possess bargaining power? Chen Xingyun regarded the president with a playful demeanor. Murdering 4 divine beings? Just think of the thrill. In truth, the exposure of this matter is entirely the president's own doing. Had he dealt with the letters beforehand, this situation would not have arisen. Alas, the president was overly confident. The Kimchi Nation, a small country, has not seen a divine being for nearly a century. Even the president is merely at the Dao Emperor level, not to mention the Dao Emperors and Dao Saints. In such a vast nation, there are scarcely a few Dao Lords. How could such a country hope to conceal secrets in front of someone at the peak of Dao Lord, like Lu Jin? In the shadows, 2 mysterious figures with Western features observed everything unfolding in the president's office through a spiritual device. This fool cannot even handle this trivial matter. Connor DeFesus's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with ire. After all this effort to lure the still immature 4 divine beings out of Huaxia, and yet the Kimchi Nation cannot even manage this small task. Has the Kimchi eaten away their brains? Peter Garcia retracted the spiritual device. We can no longer afford to wait. Inform them to act, and strive to keep all 5 of them in Korea. The only obstacle is that Dao Lord. If he is present, it matters not how many people come. That is not a concern. Peter's gaze hardened. We have dispatched 2 Dao Saints who have just returned from the abyss. All for freedom. September 28, 6 p.m. Liu Gu, please seal his spiritual power. We will return to Huaxia before deciding further. Lin LV approached the president with a cheerful demeanor. In truth, we understand that the Kimchi Nation is merely a scapegoat. We have come merely to play along. After all, dragging you, the dog of the United States, out into the open is quite exhausting. Eugene drew a symbol with his spiritual power, effectively sealing the president's abilities. That should suffice. Lin LV stretched lazily and moved to Bayushi's side, curiously following her gaze out the window. What are you looking at? Why are there stars in the afternoon? Bayushi furrowed her brows. Stars? Lin LV activated his 6th eye, and a streak of light descended from the sky at an astonishing speed. Damn. Lu Jin swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin LV, but suddenly a rift in space opened beneath him. Pulling him in, boom. A tremendous energy erupted at the blue house, a brilliant white light overwhelming the remnants of the setting sun, illuminating half the sky. Cough, cough. A massive stone slab was shattered by sheer force. As Chen Xingyun radiated a hazy purple light, shielding Qin Daoru and Qinmai within his divine presence. The incident occurred abruptly. His abilities were only sufficient to protect the two individuals closest to him. Lin LV, by Yu Shi, he shouted hoarsely, extending his perception to sense the presence of the two. Found them. Chen Xingyuan staggered towards the sense direction, only to be obstructed by two figures standing before him. Heh, quite the grand display, two Dao emperors. Chen Xingyuan regarded the two. There's no choice. You were once a formidable Dao lord, and even though your realm has now fallen to that of a Dao king, we must remain on high alert in your presence, Peter Garcia remarked. You two, run. These Americans have gone mad. Chen Xingyuan halted his steps, transforming into a violet streak of light as he embraced Chen Daoru and Qin Muyi. Fleeing into the distance, tick-tock, tick-tock, beneath the collapsed blue house, two white-haired figures intertwined in a dance of life and death. Yet, it cannot be said that Lin LV and Bai Yushi were without ample space in between them. Why did you save me? Bai Yushi gazed in shock at Lin LV, who shielded her beneath him. A sharp shard of stone had pierced through his abdomen, warm blood flowing over the stone tip and dripping onto Bai Yushi's dark gown. If I possessed the ability to save, then to watch you die before me due to my inaction would haunt me for a lifetime. Lin LV's complexion was pale, blood seeping from his eyes and nose, dripping onto Bai Yushi's face in the fleeting moment before vanishing. He had pushed the output of his limitless technique beyond his threshold, enveloping all that he could control around himself and Bai Yushi, ensuring their survival amidst the explosion. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Once the limitless technique was undone, the shrapnel pierced his body, a wave of dizziness washed over him, fatigue followed closely behind. Lin LV's arms weakened, and he collapsed into Bai Yushi's embrace, losing consciousness. Hey! Bai Yushi was startled by this sudden turn of events. Despite being in peril, the unexpected embrace from Lin LV genuinely took her by surprise. Having lived for 18 years without much normal interaction with boys, her face flushed crimson in an instant. She gently lifted Lin LV and laid him on the ground. Fortunately, the space Lin LV had created with his limitless technique was sufficiently large. This stone, Bai Yushi pondered for a moment before shaking her head, choosing not to remove it. That would be foolish. If I were to recklessly pull out this stone, Lin LV might succumb to a second injury and perish on the spot. What to do? What to do? What to do? Bai Yushi clenched her fists in desperation. After awakening her divine presence, she felt there was nothing beyond her capabilities. Yet when faced with an imminent crisis, she remained at a loss. Huh? Lin LV wearily opened his eyes, emerging from a brief unconsciousness. Lin LV, don't move. Your condition is dire, I know. I have a solution. Lin LV gritted his teeth against the pain. Bai Yushi, can I trust you? Bai Yushi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Can you hold my hand? It's going to hurt a lot. Dio not remove the stone. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Yushi grasped Lin LV's right hand. Her quick decision momentarily left Lin LV dazed. He looked at the hand Bai Yushi held, his face slightly reddening. Having lived for 2 18-year spans, it was his first time touching a girl's hand. Without further hesitation, Lin LV gritted his teeth and activated the fourth effect of the six-eyed technique. Time manipulation. In an instant, time began to reverse. Ah! Lin LV cried out in agony. Although he had manipulated time to revert to the state before activating the limitless technique, it was akin to rewinding a tape, and he once more experienced the pain of the stone piercing through him, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on Bai Yushi's hand. Bai Yushi similarly clutched Lin LV's hand, feeling the immense pain he was enduring through his grip. She gazed at Lin LV, whose body radiated light, astonished to see his wounds healing as if by divine intervention. Above in the sky, Liu Jin's figure was sent flying backward, then stabilized himself. Dao Saint, still two of them. Am I being underestimated? One Dao Saint struck out with the palm, the overwhelming divine power crashing toward Liu Jin, sending him flying once more. After all, he was hailed as a potential successor to Lin Ziyan's leadership. Even now, as a Dao Lord, he commanded respect. Furthermore, the mere existence of a title at the Dao Lord level should speak volumes, should it not? Liu Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and discreetly crushed the jade hidden within his palm. Chapter 31. Threefold Peril Beneath the Ruins of the Blue House. A white-haired girl tightly grasped the hand of a white-haired boy. After a series of pained groans, the boy lay on the ground, Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Bayushi stared in astonishment at Lin LV's body, instinctively reaching out to touch the now-healed wound. "What did you do?" Lin LV managed a faint smile. "It's a secret." He had anticipated that invoking the fourth effect would drain him, but he never expected it could nearly kill him. Had he taken just half a second longer, he might have succumbed to his own treatment. HMM.AN odd metaphor, yet quite apartment. Are you completely drained of spiritual energy now? Bayushi observed Lin LV, who appeared utterly depleted. Exhausted, but thankfully, I succeeded. Lin LV propped himself up, surveying the surroundings with weary eyes. Thankfully, the last tremor created a sufficient space. Do you have anything to restore spiritual energy? Lend me some. Bayushi rummaged through her ring and produced 3 spirit stones, placing them on Lin LV's legs. No need to return them. Consider this your reward for saving me, and of course, this is but a fraction of it. Lin LV picked up 1 spirit stone and began to absorb the spiritual energy within. This shouldn't be the case. Qindaoru was lavish with spirit stones, yet the Bai family's young lady shouldn't have so little. My situation is rather unique. The Bai family 1T invest heavily in my training. How archaic. Lin LV leaned back against the stone wall, closing his eyes to absorb the spiritual energy. However, fortunately, this would suffice for now. Time passed slowly. The boy and girl remained in their confined space. Gurgle. The sound of a growling stomach emanated from Bayushi. Her cheeks flushed as she cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Plop. 5 sticks of candy fell before Bayushi. She looked up at Lin LV, who smiled back at her. This is all I have left. I used to dislike the millet porridge my grandfather made, and when I occasionally spilled it, I would go hungry. So I would eat 2 sticks of candy to replenish my energy. Though they are cheap, they taste quite good. Bayushi did not hesitate, picking up the 5 sticks of candy from the ground. Tearing open one package to pop it in her mouth. The scent of low-quality candy burst in her mouth. However, it was sweet. Does Lord Lin only feed you millet porridge? Yes, the old man insists on raising me in poverty. Aside from millet porridge, it's sweet potato porridge. After 18 years, I am nearly sick of it. Lin LV rolled his eyes, sticking out his tongue in a playful grimace. In truth, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Bayushi munched on the candy, yet felt no sweetness in her heart. You speak from the perspective of one who is well-fed, ignorant of the hunger of another. In noble families, girls lack the right to make decisions. They are indoctrinated from a young age with the notion of obedience, unable to choose what they eat for each meal, nor even have the right to refuse food. Bayushi smiled bitterly. I once thought that awakening my divine presence would allow me to seize control of my life, yet I've come to realize that in their eyes, I am merely a more visually appealing commodity. Have you never resisted? Lin LV's gaze was calmed. Of course, I resisted. Every time I did, I was met with a severe beating from my father, and my brother would protect me. Eventually, I learned to disguise myself as someone unapproachable, determined to escape this fate through my own efforts. Lin LV sighed, glancing at the crumbling stones above them. Every family has its own burdens. Looking on the bright side, at least your father has beaten you. I have grown up without even knowing what my parents look like. Bayushi remained silent, simply biting down on the candy in her mouth and stowing away the remaining 4 sticks in her ring. Lin LV discarded the depleted spirit stone from his hand, returning the other 2 to Bayushi. Yuda, help me hold on to these. Aside from candy, I tend to misplace everything else. Lin LV shrugged, looking up at the pile of rubble that concealed them. Our only option to escape is to blast our way through. But once we do, we will be discovered. Bayushi completed his thought. Clever. Lin LV glanced at Bayushi, but even if we do not blast our way out, they will eventually find us. Do you have any ideas? Bayushi shook her head. They are no fools. Even if they are unaware of everything happening outside, they can comprehend that true danger has arrived. They cannot afford to concern themselves with the safety of others. They must first devise a means to extricate themselves from peril. The ability to relocate Lu Gu without resistance indicates that the adversary must be at least a Dao saint. Quite the audacious move. Lin LV sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time that day, biting his finger to draw blood, which he used to inscribe runes beside Bayushi. What are you doing? Bayushi did not stop him, knowing Lin LV would not harm her. A branch of the limitless technique. If I can manage it, it could teleport us 100 miles away, but if I fail, it's game over. As they spoke, Lin LV encircled by Yushi with incantations, creating a circle large enough for both of them to stand together. As Lin LV stepped into the circle, she intertwined her 10 fingers, palms facing each other, yet allowing a slight gap between them. Shall we gamble together? Yushi gazed into Lin LV's eyes and suddenly smiled. All right, hold on tight. Her slender fingers gripped the hem of Lin LV's garment, who responded with a smile, as their hands abruptly exerted force. Palms crashing together, boom! The blood-formed incantation emitted a blue glow, causing the ground to begin to sink and collapse. Just as the rubble was about to engulf them, 2 figures with white hair vanished into thin air. On the ground, a purple figure, clutching a chick, sprinted desperately, pursued closely by 2 Americans. Damn it! Chen Xingyuan glanced back at the moon, realizing he hadn't shaken off the 2 Americans yet. They were still on his tail. Yuan Shu, what do we do now? Chen Daoru was despondent, having been abruptly informed that a royal-level figure was after him just as he was about to return home. He wanted to summon his protector. But to his surprise, there was no response. It was up to him now. Chen Xingyuan took a deep breath and accelerated once more. Their willingness to act indicated that their protectors were at least fully occupied. Think carefully about what to do. I don't have the strength left. It's a miracle that we've made it this far. Senior Chen, head to Qingxi River. Qin Mai suggested a plan. After the arrival of the alien race, Qingxi River was discovered to have the ability to conceal one's aura. Running blindly wouldn't be fruitful. It was time to take a risk. All right. Chen Xingyuan expanded his senses, detected the direction of Qingxi River, and then veered off, continuing his frantic sprint. Eye in the sky. Lu Jin forced one person back with a sword, then turned to counter an ambush from a Dao Saint behind him, using the momentum to dart into the distance. Are you all insane? Pursuing a divine being of Huaxia without any restraint? Do you wish to incite a world war? Everything we are doing is of our own volition, and has nothing to do with our country. It has nothing to do with your mother. Lu Jin cursed vehemently, having seen shamelessness, but never such extreme shamelessness. You'd better pray that the young master is unharmed. Otherwise, Elder Lin and the others won't care whether or not it's related to your country. Damn it! Chapter 32. The Art of Language in the United Nations Assembly Hall. Slap. Representative Xia Fong slammed his palm onto the conference table, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. He pointed accusingly at the representatives from the U.S. and Paogua, berating them. What does this mean? Are you conspiring to murder our 4 divine beings? Do you want to fight? The representative from Paogua dared not speak, lowering his head and occasionally glancing at the U.S. representative. The U.S. representative chuckled nervously. Representative Xia, please don't be agitated. Following this incident, we promptly conducted an investigation and found that it was a conspiracy by a few individuals, unrelated to our entire nation. We have essentially controlled these individuals, and only the remnants in Paogua remain. You know very well whether it's related or not. Representative Xia gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at the unconcerned U.S. representative, overturning the documents before him. We have already dispatched troops to Paogua to support our geniuses. We hope the Paogua side will not obstruct us at the border. That may be against regulations, said the UN Secretary General, setting the documents down and removing his reading glasses. This violates Article 7 of the Convention, which prohibits any country from sending troops to another country under any pretext, unless there are substantial casualties. Representative Xia let out a cold laugh. So, you're saying we can only send troops if 1 or 2 of our divine beings dies? I never said that. Get the hell out of here. In Paogua, Seoul, in an unfamiliar alley, boom. The ground caved in, and 2 figures with white hair appeared, supporting each other in the dim alley. I'm somewhat relieved that I haven't eaten all day, Yushi said, feeling dizzy and leaning against the wall to steady herself, suppressing the urge to vomit. Lin LV also looked dazed, breathing heavily to regain her composure. If we succeed, you should pray. This is my first time doing something like this. Normally, only high-level Dao Dan can achieve success. This time, we were simply lucky. How to describe the sensation of this spatial transfer? It felt like free-falling in a vacuum for 30 minutes, both suffocating and disorienting. What do we do now? Yushi touched her white hair, unsure of the situation outside. Given their obvious features, it would be risky to walk out boldly. Lin LV stroked her chin. Don't worry. I have a plan. As long as we move fast enough for them to not see us clearly, we'll be fine. What do you mean? Hold on to me tightly. This time, Hold on for dear life. Bayushi gripped Lin LV's clothing firmly, and in the next moment, Lin LV shared her limitless technique with Bayushi. Instantly, a gust of wind swept through the alley. In Myeongdong New World, on the second floor. Is this zero-cost shopping really okay? Bayushi had already discarded her long black dress in favor of a black top paired with a white skirt, her white ponytail concealed by a black wig. We are currently in a state of being pursued. What is so wrong with making Palgua pay a little for it? Moreover, we might not even be able to sell them. Lin LV donned a pair of small, round sunglasses to hide her blue eyes. Wearing a white top with black casual pants, a beige baseball cap covering her distinctive white hair. That makes sense. Lin LV gazed out the window toward the horizon, where the sun was setting, its light about to fade, as suffocating darkness prepared to engulf the sky. Let us go. We need to leave here first. All right, boom. A tremendous shockwave shattered all the glass, and 3 disheveled figures tumbled into the mall amidst the shards. Behind them, 2 Dao Emperors and 3 Dao Kings observed the scene with disdain. The sudden turn of events startled the ordinary people in the mall, who screamed and fled in all directions. In just a minute, the area around Lin LV and Bayushi had been cleared. Peter caught sight of the sneaky man and woman and smiled. What luck! Chasing 3 fish, and I unexpectedly find 2 more. Lin LV gritted her teeth at Chen Xingyuan. Why did you bring these bastards here? Chen Xingyuan, startled, pointed at himself, nearly short-circuiting his brain after running for an hour. No, buddy. How was I supposed to know you 2 were here? A family should die together, shouldn't they? Connor revealed a cruel smile. If only I hadn't listened to Chinmai. Chinmai, you asked me for advice, you living father. Speaking of which, the 3 of them were indeed unlucky. Chen Xingyuan, following Chinmai's suggestion, had sprinted with Chun Daoru and Chinmai to Qingxi River, only to find 5 Dao Kings lying in wait there. After getting beaten up, Chen Shifu, bruised and battered, sought counsel from Qin Junshi again, who advised, go where there are more people. Thus, Chen Shifu followed the instructions, leading 2 Dao Emperors and 5 Dao Kings to Myeongdong New World, only to find that he hadn't shaken off the enemy but had instead gathered his own people. Are you afraid your nephew will die too slowly? I'm really done. Chun Xingyuan was also exasperated. I did it on purpose. So what? Come on, hit me, kill me, let us go. Arguing was futile. It was better to die united. Connor suggested. Can you shut your mouth? Chun Xingyuan turned to Connor. We're all going to die anyway. Why not indulge in a bit of banter? You've been the most talkative one on this journey. Would it kill you to say a little less? Where were your words at your mother's funeral? Connor was bewildered, still trying to process when Lin LV's attack assaulted his ears. Why do you talk so much, buddy? You've only been here for a minute, and you've blurted out 2 sentences, neither of which was pleasant. Did you have lunch in a dung pit? If you can speak, say more. If you can't, shut that foul mouth of yours. You're so impressive. Why don't you go become the president of the US with that? Lin LV raised her middle fingers in an international gesture of friendship toward Connor. How can you be so rude? Rude. I can be even ruder. Chun Daoru couldn't hold back any longer. Fuck you, mother on the tree, every morning, every day. You. Connor wanted to say something but felt his throat constricted, his ears ringing, trembling all over without being able to utter a word. What are you going to do? Chinmai joined the verbal battle. You Dao Emperor? Let us be straightforward here, buddy at your age. Reaching Dao Emperor, why don't you just die? A Dao Emperor acting all high and mighty here. I could just take chopsticks and, Bayushi silently raised her middle finger. Connor felt as if he was about to shatter. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the ordeal. Chapter 32. When the Ferris wheel reaches its peak. My name is Connor Dofrisis, 47 years old, a top assassin in the U.S. I initially thought that this assassination of the divine being of Huaxia would be quite effortless. If it weren't for the 5 of them fortifying my ears, I might have almost believed it. Connor's complexion shifted from pallor to crimson. In all his years, no one had dared to insult him so brazenly. He trembled with rage, extending a finger towards the group of uncouth Huaxia individuals before him. My mother has never spoken to me in such a manner. Your mother is already in her grave. Where do you think she could say anything to you? Chen Daoru, unperturbed, retorted. A dead pig fears not the boiling water. My mother is not deceased. Soon enough, soon enough. Once you pass, your mother will accompany you. My mother will undoubtedly enjoy a long and healthy life. Connor was on the verge of losing his sanity. Ah, yes, 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 everything you say is correct. Peter intervened, grasping the distraught Connor, his gaze menacing. Why waste words with a group of mortals already facing death? The sooner we act, the sooner this will be resolved. Chundaru raised an eyebrow. Has your mother also departed? Peter Garcia exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense is this? With such eloquence, I shall ensure that you watch as your own mouth is torn apart before I end you. Peter lunged at Chundaru. Bang! Purple stars descended from the heavens, steadfastly shielding Chundaru. Chen Xingyuan's garments fluttered without wind as he stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming might of the Tao King. Run. Uncle, run like the wind. Chen Xingyuan kicked Chundaru, sending him flying, then turned to Lin Lu and the others. Did I not warn you? Uncle, you must be mindful of the timing of your bravado, Lin Lu replied, gesturing to the direction where Chundaru had been sent flying. Shortly thereafter, a tall, blond man returned, lifting Chundaru as if he were a mere chick, completely surrounded by Tao Kings. Where to now? Chen Xingyuan's flames of wrath were doused by 3 Tao Kings who had come to reinforce. To die here is your fate. The blond man raised his chin, tossing Chundaru to the ground, looking down upon them with arrogance. As expected, Chen Xingyuan ran his fingers through his hair. In the end, it all comes back to me. An ultimate purple aura erupted from Chen Xingyuan's being. He raised a hand, and the blond giant felt an invisible grip around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, and the giant fell lifelessly to the earth. Chen Xingyuan, expressionless, wiped his hands on his clothes. Next. What? Lin Lu gazed at Chen Xingyuan in astonishment. Why didn't you tell us you were this formidable? Chen Xingyuan, at that moment, had no inclination for jest. He tore open a rift in space. Run, I shall handle this. Creating a spatial rift, Dao Jun. Lin Lu stared in disbelief, but without hesitation, he kicked the prostrate Chundaru into the rift and then pulled the nearest Bai Yushi along, with Qin Mai following closely behind. Zzz, the rift closed. Chen Xingyuan calmly clapped his hands, his gaze lingering on an inconspicuous shadow. Are you still watching? A dignified Dao Jun only knows how to lurk in the shadows? Not necessarily. A grotesque old man emerged from the shadows, his hunched form adorned with an infuriating smile. After all, he was once a star lord, and neglecting him would be unwise. Park In-chong, I never expected you to conspire with these American scoundrels. Are you not afraid that Huaxia will obliterate your pickled vegetable nation? What can I do? The rewards are simply too generous. In Seoul's amusement park, a profound rift in space tore open, and a figure tumbled out, followed closely by 3 others. Where is this? Chundaru rubbed his backside as he rose from the ground. Seoul Amusement Park. Lin Lu pointed to a nearby map, the largest theme park in the pickled vegetable nation. It seems Uncle has a bit of sense, transporting us to a populous area. But wait, how much time has passed? Why hasn't Huaxia sent reinforcements? They cannot. It would be against the rules. Bai Yushi's delicate face was as cold as ice. Before any substantive casualties occur, Huaxia lacks the qualification to bypass the United Nations and deploy troops to assist. Even Dao Saint-level experts cannot appear in the pickled vegetable nation. On what grounds? The United Nations Protocol Number 7. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Lin Lu surveyed the surroundings. Since those individuals are pursuing us with intent to kill, we should head into the crowd. If the pickled vegetable nation-esque government wishes to avoid significant civilian casualties, they must find a way to stop the Americans. Dio, they have the capability? Lin Lu shot a glance at Chundaru. It's better than waiting idly for death. The 4 of them sprinted towards the brightly lit area. By the Ferris wheel, Bai Yushi involuntarily halted. She gazed up at the towering structure, her mouth slightly agape. Bai Yushi, what are you doing? Come on. Chundaru waved his hand. You all go ahead. Bai Yushi shook her head, removing her black wig. Don't worry about me. You? Lin Lu turned to look at her just as she met his gaze. Thank you, the girl softly whispered. You all go ahead. Remember to head towards the crowd. Lin Lu approached Bai Yushi. Hey, where are you going? Don't mind me. Big brother. Lin Lu paused and turned back to Chundaru and Qin Mai. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I have my trump card. 1 for 1 with that. Lin Lu moved beside Bai Yushi, removing his round sunglasses and baseball cap. Dio, you want to ride this? You don't have to. You still owe me spirit stones. I want to make a losing deal. Lin Lu shrugged and stepped forward, keeping pace. The two entered the cabin of the Ferris wheel, and Lin Lu plopped down in his seat. Pulling out a snack from his ring to enjoy it as the staff locked the door from outside, the cabin slowly ascended, allowing Bayushi to finally exhale in relief. She looked at Lin Lu, who wore an impassive expression. You really don't have to. I want to ride too. Lin Lu shifted into a comfortable position, reclining slightly. I've never experienced this in 2 lifetimes. Perhaps I'll die today, so I might as well enjoy it. 2 lifetimes? Yes, I'm a reincarnator. Lin Lu blinked. Bayushi couldn't help but chuckle softly. You don't believe me? I believe. Lin Lu shot her a glance. But honestly, you look quite lovely when you smile. Why keep that icy demeanor? I only smile at those I trust. Dio, you trust me? I do. That I see. The cabin continued to rise. The sun long vanished, leaving only the serene moonlight and street lamps to illuminate the amusement park. Lin Lu glanced down, noticing that the 2 fools had not left it off. Bayushi followed Lin Lu's gaze, observing Qindaoru and Qinmai idly tossing stones. Look, they haven't given up on you. Why should you give up on yourself? Lin Lu's gaze drifted to the distant Chongai Mountain. Although darkness had fallen, the beautiful scenery was still vaguely visible. I understand what you're thinking. You've never experienced parental love, and you might feel like a mere commodity in this life, with little hope for successful rebellion. Hence, you contemplate exposing yourself after we part ways. Once you're gone, Huaxia would have ample reason to send troops to rescue us. Right? Bayushi was at a loss for words. I can see through the thoughts of a young girl like you at 18. Lin Lu pointed to his temple. Am I impressive? Bayushi released her high ponytail, allowing her silky white hair to cascade down her back. Impressive. The metallic cabin neared its peak, where the entire amusement park's panorama unfolded, capturing every detail. Do not abandon yourself. After all, as long as you do not give up, this world will not forsake you. Bayushi looked down, tears shimmering in her eyes. It was the first time she felt steadfastly saved by someone. Aren't you curious why I wanted to ride the Ferris wheel? Bayushi wiped her eyes, tilting her head to gaze at Lin Lu. Because you've never ridden one? Not entirely. I've heard that if one makes a wish at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, that wish will surely come true. Creak. The cabin reached its zenith, towering over the entire amusement park. Hurry, make a wish. Bayushi clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and gazed at the moon, bathed in moonlight. Her flowing white hair radiated a soft glow, and her exquisite visage was illuminated, resembling a stunning oil painting. Lin Lu watched her face, smiling contentedly. Once again, I've saved her. I'm truly remarkable. After a long while, Bayushi opened her eyes, just in time to lock gazes with Lin Lu, who had been observing her. What did you wish for? I hope I can be forever happy. Saying it out loud diminishes its power. I don't care. Lin Lu chuckled, closing his eyes to relish the final tranquility as the Ferris wheel descended. Bayushi quietly leaned in, closely examining the boy's eyelashes. Thank you, she whispered softly, audible only to herself. Chapter 34. The Torturous Kill. The door of the metallic cabin swung open, and Lin Lu and Bayushi stepped out, one after the other, making their way towards Qindaoru and Qinmai. You two really know how to enjoy yourselves, Qindaoru remarked upon seeing the 2 white-haired figures leisurely approaching from the Ferris wheel area, throwing the stone in his hand forcefully at Lin Lu. Lin Lu extended his hand and caught it with a resounding clap, tossing it aside into a nearby bush without even glancing. Playing around is no longer an option. One might perish at any moment. You seem rather optimistic, and what about you two? Why do you not leave? Qindaoru shivered, saying, I twisted my ankle and I'm taking this opportunity to let Qinmai realign it for me. Qinmai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Indeed, that is correct, I see. Then let us depart. The great battle royale has officially commenced. Lin LV stretched lazily and gazed at the sky. Do you not find the stars tonight particularly abundant? They have been a rare sight since 400 years ago. Bayushi looked skyward. How delightful it would be to leisurely admire the stars. Lin LV scanned the crowd, thinking, since we've come this far, why hide? How did they discover me? A man with dark hair surged against the tide of the crowd, his classic Western features revealing his identity. In truth, I did not discover you. I merely suspected that after such a long time, someone would inevitably catch up with us, so I decided to tease you a little, with a sharp tongue. The man exuded an aura of Tao Sovereign, causing those around him to scatter in panic. And how do you intend to escape? Is it really necessary? We are but a group of Dao Dan. And you send a Dao sovereign to pursue us. Oh, not the people of Huaxia often say caution makes for a long voyage. You are all exceptional geniuses. Do not underestimate yourselves in the slightest. The five engaged in light-hearted banter, and had it not been for the palpable murderous intent radiating from the man, an outsider might have mistaken them for long-time friends. Could you perhaps let us go? Lin LV shrugged. Then there is nothing to discuss. As the words fell, a massive frost dragon roared forth from the blade's light, charging at the man. Simultaneously, Lin LV and the others scattered in all directions. The man crushed the ice dragon, capable of obliterating any low-level Dao Dan, with a single palm, his gaze fixating on Bayushi as he abruptly appeared behind her. Let us start with you. Bayushi gritted her teeth and summoned the legendary defenses of Huaxia behind her, but in the next moment, a colossal palm print struck her back. Bang! Bayushi was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The man shadowing her every move, teleporting to her landing point and grasping her neck. Die. The man's fingers gradually tightened. What wish did you make? I hope to be eternally happy if you speak it out loud. It will lose its power. I do not care. It turned out that voicing it truly rendered it ineffective. The technique spiraled into action. Songed, a cerulean energy sphere, borne aloft by fierce winds, hurtled towards the man, who, without even glancing, raised his hand to crush it within his grasp. I did not seek you out. You came to me, no choice. I must see this through to the end. After all, I am a passionate young man of society. Lin LV stood resolutely, unflinching against the man. You must know that my father, mother, and grandfather are all Dao emperors, correct? Indeed, as a descendant of Dao emperors, do you truly think I lack a trump card specifically designed to counter you? Let us see it then, the man scoffed, sizing up Lin LV. 5 seconds. If you cannot produce it, I will strangle her. Oh, not be hasty. Let us converse. 4. You are quite dull. 3. Look, you are making me. 2. Swish. A clean incision appeared on the man's arm that held Bayushi. As Lin LV stood in place, cradling her, Ghana, song, activated, and Lin LV and Bayushi vanished from sight. The man stared at the spot where Lin LV had disappeared, disregarding his bleeding right arm. How intriguing! A pocket watch materialized before the man, emanating a hazy white light. Heavenly level divine intervention, reverse time. The watch's cover popped open, and the man's fingertips shimmered over the hands, rewinding 3 seconds. Look, you are making me. Lin LV? Not you, buddy. Daughter cheating. Time manipulation, you say? I possess such ability as well. The man's right hand tightened around Bayushi's throat, his gaze teasing as he observed Lin LV's bewildered expression. Using the time manipulation effect twice in a day is quite taxing. Even for me, as the 6 eyes have no means to mitigate its effects. You, buddy? Lin LV pondered for a long while before finally seething. You are truly despicable. Is this girl very important to you? The man tilted his head, mockery gleaming in his eyes, his fingers pressing harder, eliciting pained groans from Bayushi. You would forsake your own life to save her, but alas, you shall all perish. Lin LV was drenched in sweat. The aftereffects of the ability weighing heavily upon him, he resigned himself to sitting on the ground, thinking, let it be. Kill me if you will. Such is the dominion of the Dao Sovereign. What does it matter if one possesses divine-level abilities when faced with absolute strength? Miss, a streak of meteor fell from the sky, transforming into a one-armed man clad in black. He wielded a blade, fiercely striking at the man. Annoying. The man merely flicked his finger, sending the middle-aged man flying. Xiang, uncle, Bayushi, her throat constricted, could do nothing but emit a feeble cry. A glow erupted from Uncle Xiang, charging at the man, only to be struck down once more by his palm. Both are Dao sovereigns. This illustrates the chasm between 1st and 9th ranks. Do you understand? The man laughed with amusement. Lin LV glanced at the watch suspended in the air, a glimmer of determination igniting in his azure eyes. If I can shatter his divine intervention, perhaps there is still hope. But how to achieve that? Uncle Xiang rose once more, his right leg contorted in an unnatural manner, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Gazing kindly at Bayushi, it does not hurt, miss. Do not worry. Bang! Uncle Xiang was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. Does it not hurt? Then let me make you feel it again. Uncle Xiang struggled to rise. Coughing up blood, do not worry, Yushi. I will rescue you. Soon. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed heartily, his white garments billowing in the wind. As if in disdain, in that moment, the black angel wept, while the white devil reveled in laughter. Is this all you are capable of? This guardian truly is underwhelming. Perhaps if you rise again, I might show mercy and release her. The man approached and crushed Uncle Xiang's left knee beneath his foot. You cannot rise again. Ha 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 ha. Hate. A cold voice resonated behind the man, as Lin LV stood once more. The man turned back, stomping down on Uncle Xiang's left arm, shattering the bones beneath his foot. Is the passionate youth here to display his prowess and defeat me? Not quite. I merely wish to ask you a question. Ask away. Considering you are also on the verge of death, I shall answer you with leniency. Lin LV broke into a smile, forming a single-handed seal of Emperor Chakra. Domain Expansion, Infinite Void, Chapter 35. The Delayed Awakening in the United Nations Assembly Hall. At the solemn conference table, the representative from the United States leisurely reclined in his chair, trimming his nails and humming a cheerful tune from his homeland. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again, are you quite pleased? The representative from Xia remarked coldly, Oh, my friend, I do not share your sentiment. I am deeply sorry for the plight of the Huaxia's divine-level newcomers. You wretched scoundrel. How uncouth, my friend. Ding-dong, a notification tone interrupted the quarrel between the representatives from Xia and me. The UN Secretary General opened a virtual screen, and after glancing at the information, his expression transformed dramatically. What do you intend to do, Huaxia? What is it? The Mi representative curiously opened his virtual screen. Could it be that Xia is preparing to forcibly land in Kimchi country despite the 7th treaty? This is unacceptable. In the next moment, his lazy smile froze in place. What do you mean? The Xia representative's face was filled with confusion as he opened the virtual screen, gasping in shock. Transition of offense and defense. The Emperor of Words is majestic. Do you intend to tear up the 3rd treaty, Zhongfang? The Mi representative's leisurely demeanor vanished, replaced by a grimace as he glared at the Xia representative, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. The military strength of the Abyss no longer falls under domestic jurisdiction. You cannot question USIS this the reason Lin Xiang and Chen Yao disregarded the frontline warfare in the Abyss, leading 70% of the Dao Emperor and Dao Monarch back to Earth. Do you comprehend the implications for the Abyss conflict? Feel free to question them. Why direct your inquiries at me? The child is being hunted. Must not the parents take action? Here's a piece of advice. Whether it is Lin Xian or Chen Yao, both are lunatics. It would be wiser to fortify your borders in America and be wary of a Dao Emperor potentially bringing ruin upon your country. Ha ha ha! The land of pickled cabbage, Seoul Amusement Park. A silver-haired youth formed a hand seal with one hand, his azure eyes radiating a brilliant light. As his voice fell, a tempest surged instantaneously. The man, sensing an imminent threat, involuntarily took a step back. In the next moment, Lin Lu appeared behind him, his hand cloaked in song. Did not grasp the man's back, but instead reached for the pocket watch suspended at his side. Utilizing Song's teleportation to arrive behind the man, he aimed to exploit the instinctive thought of an ambush from behind, seizing the opportunity to strike while the man was preoccupied with guarding his back. This was Lin Lu's plan. Yet he miscalculated one crucial detail. He was far too weak, and the overwhelming disparity in strength was sufficient to shatter any strategy. Boom! Lin Lu's figure was once again sent flying, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Though you think you are clever? Mediocre. Really? Lin Lu groggily rose from the ground, revealing a smile with 8 bloodied teeth. Shaking the prop in his hand, what do you see in your father's grasp? A gleaming pocket watch was clutched tightly in Lin Lu's palm. He grinned foolishly, then suddenly, with fierce determination, unleashed Tonga's maximum output. Shattering the pocket watch into dust. In that final moment, Lin Lu relinquished the limitless technique's defense and activated his time manipulation ability once more. Though it lasted but a brief half-second, it was sufficient for him to seize that pocket watch. You! The man felt a crushing blow, spitting out blood as he staggered backward, his grip on by Yushi involuntarily loosening. Lin Lu turned his gaze towards Uncle Xiang. The fallen Uncle Xiang radiated a luminous glow. rising from the ground and embracing the man with a fervent shout. Yushi, you will succeed. There will surely be someone in this world who truly loves you, bringing you the happiness you desire. Lin, I beg of you, take care of this young girl for me. I implore you. Boom. A golden shockwave radiated outward, and Lin Lu lunged forward to shield Bayushi. Whoosh, the sounds around them grew increasingly muted, and Lin Lu felt a tremendous force collide with his back. Yet he held on tightly to Bayushi, enduring the pain as his back was torn and bloodied, propelling them away on the wave of Uncle Xiang's self-detonation. A crystalline tear fell upon Lin Lu's neck, followed by a second, a third. Bayushi gazed toward the direction of the explosion, her throat tight with sobs, unable to utter a single word. Time passed. Though how long was uncertain, as Lin Lu's steps faltered and came to a halt. With a grunt, he found a tree root to gently place Bayushi upon and collapsed weakly to the ground. It is all up to you now. I have no spiritual energy left, not a trace. Lin Lu could no longer suppress his injuries, having invoked Zong at maximum power twice in one day. Along with the effects of the sixth eye, strictly speaking, he was no different from being incapacitated. Had he not held on with sheer will, the child would have likely perished before achieving invincibility. Bayushi said nothing, merely leaning expressionlessly against the tree root, staring blankly at the sky. Bayushi? Lin Lu called. Am I particularly useless? Bayushi's pallid face bore no hint of color. She managed a smile that was both desolate and resigned. If I had chosen to die from the very beginning, Uncle Xiang would not have perished, and you wouldn't be in this situation. Lin Lu lay on the ground, glancing sideways at Bayushi, remaining silent. Since I was born, because I am a girl, there are few who care for me at home. To them, a girl is merely a commodity to be married off, not family. Only Uncle Xiang and my brother treated me well. I wanted to prove myself, to break free from the prejudices of my family, so I worked tirelessly to be first in everything, and even fortuitously awakened a divine-level ability. But what use is it? In the end, I am still utterly worthless, even causing Uncle Xiang's death. If I were to die, Huaxia could send troops to rescue you. That would be the best outcome. The world would merely be rid of someone it does not favor. And then, Lin Lu replied calmly, for he could not afford to be otherwise. Any surge of emotion could lead to his demise. Who are you? Bayushi. And who is Bayushi? It is me. Lin Lu maintained his tilted posture, quietly observing Bayushi. So, you are Bayushi. Does your life or death truly matter to this wretched world? Would your death bring about an everlasting resolution? Please, Bayushi, you are not a child anymore. Open your eyes to this world. Even without you, we would still be hunted. The fault lies within humanity, not the individuals. Instead of wallowing in despair here, seek a glimmer of hope for yourself. Return to Huaxia. Train diligently and avenge Uncle Xiang, rather than weeping and lamenting your worthlessness. Do you understand? Lin Lu inhaled deeply, causing his wounds to throb. If you were Qian Daoru, you would have already been beaten. Unfortunately, I do not strike women, but do not force me to treat you like one. Do you know why I initially chose to help you? Because I saw in you a reflection of my former self, a scrappy little dog striving to prove its worth. Helping you is akin to helping myself. It is not out of pity or sympathy, so, can that scrappy little dog rise and clean itself up to see this world? You believe the world does not welcome you. But that is merely your perception. Everyone is deserving of love, everyone is entitled to happiness. Remaining stagnant will only prevent you from realizing your true self. If you despise the dazzling neon lights, then shatter them instead. Lin Lu ceased speaking, focusing on absorbing the world's spiritual energy to nourish himself, even knowing that he could not possibly return to his peak by the next crisis. So what? Self-destruction is never a correct choice. A spirit stone rolled to Lin Lu's side, and Bayushi remained silent, pulling out a candy stick to suck on. It's a bit sweet. Chapter 36. Wishing upon a sky full of stars. Chen Xingyuan was sent flying backward, coughing up blood before steadying himself. How shameless, preying on the weak. Park Zicheng shook his head. To the victor goes the spoils. There is no morality in war. Chen Xingyuan gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Even if he used secret methods to restore himself to peak condition, it would not matter much. This old fellow was a 7th tier Dao Lord, while he was merely at the 4th tier. Surrounded by countless Dao Kings eyeing him hungrily, should he show any signs of weakness, they would surely pounce to devour him whole. Star-Lord, I have a question for you, Park Zaichang said, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, yet unable to suppress the greed in his gaze. You are merely a heavenly-level deity, and at only 25, even the current head of the Chun family is just at the Tao King realm. How did you manage to become a Tao Lord? Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I will tell you. A hand seal descended from the heavens, striking Chen Xingyuan and sending him crashing from the sky to the ground. I hope Mr. Chun can answer truthfully. Should that be the case, I will grant you a way out. Grant me a way out? Ha ha ha. Chen Xingyuan laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Once he had laughed enough, he staggered to his feet, glaring coldly at Park Zaichang. You think you are in charge? Park Zaichang, don't be ridiculous. You are nothing but a dog, a lapdog of America, and an old one at that. What good does it do to bark loudly? Will you reward your dog for barking a few extra times today? Park Zaichang's wrinkled face trembled uncontrollably, and he shakily pointed at Chen Xingyuan. His once dull eyes now ignited with fury. Chen Xingyuan, Huaxia is a land of etiquette. Has no one taught you to respect your elders? They did. I know that the elderly deserve respect, but no one told me that old dogs should be respected too. Ha 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 ha. Another palm strike descended, but this time Chen Xingyuan dodged effortlessly, his gaze occasionally drifting skyward, where the starlight twinkled above Park Zaichang. Look, you're getting anxious, Eugene. There's no use in holding on any longer. Then why not kill me? If you can't, then stop boasting. Eugene dodged a vibrant martial technique, wielding his shadow blade to unleash a sword energy towards the two Tao saints. Huaxia is constrained by United Nations treaties and will not send anyone to rescue you. Why exert so much effort? One of the Tao saints unleashed his divine presence, enveloping Lu Jin in a steel cage of white light, slowly constricting around him. Moreover, you have no opportunity left. Eugene looked up at the sky, where faint starlight flickered against the dark canvas. It's coming. Lin Lu, Lin Lu, Lin Lu. The urgent calls received no response from the youth. Bayushi knelt on the ground, propping Lin Lu's heavy body with her arm. Wake up, wake up. You can't sleep. Wake up. After Lin Lu had admonished Bayushi, neither spoke again. One relying on the spirit stone to recover spiritual energy, the other calming her spirit with a candy stick. 3 minutes prior, Bayushi suddenly noticed Lin Lu had gone still. She hurriedly rushed to embrace the youth, feeling his breath grow weaker, so hot. Bayushi could distinctly feel Lin Lu's temperature through the 2 thin layers of fabric that separated them. His heavy body growing increasingly feverish in her embrace. His injuries were far too severe. Bayushi furrowed her brow, aware that she could not abandon Lin LV. Otherwise, it would not be long before this fellow would surely meet his demise. After a long contemplation, Bayushi clenched her fists, lifting Lin LV onto her back and striding purposefully toward the hospital. Haven't slept. Very alert. Perhaps due to the jostling during the journey, Lin LV, whose consciousness was fading, murmured as he opened his mouth, "It's getting hotter." "Where are you taking me?" "To the hospital." "No." Lin LV's eyes flew open in a moment of clarity. There must be someone. Cough. A spurt of blood splattered onto Bayushi's slender neck, staining her white hair crimson. "You only need to maintain your consciousness. I won't let you die, nor will I sacrifice myself." Sensing Lin LV's condition deteriorating once more, Bayushi quickened her pace, almost pushing herself to the limits as she sprinted towards Seoul's Central Hospital, her speed seemingly rivaling that of the ocean. "Lin LV, you were right. We do share some similarities." Bayushi spoke softly, attempting to engage Lin LV's attention through conversation, striving to keep him from slipping into unconsciousness. "Did you know? The current head of the Bai family is not with his original wife. My mother, the mother of my brother and me, passed away a long time ago due to illness. Before my mother died, she cared for me deeply. Despite the strict expectations from the head of the family, I was still quite happy because of her, until that fateful year when her illness became insurmountable and she left me when I was 7. I envy you a bit, living in the illusion of not having parents for 18 years. But lies are ultimately lies. You have parents who love you, while I do not. Every time I was bullied, it was Uncle Xiang and my brother who helped me retaliate, and then I would curl up in my mother's embrace, crying. During those moments, she would sing to me, 'Don't sleep. I'll sing for you.'" The girl maintained her pace, beads of sweat streaming down, mingling with the blood that clung to her alabaster neck as she gently shook Lin LV on her back and cleared her throat. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars accompany. Insects fly, who are you longing for? The stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither. Insects fly, as long as you are with me. Her clear, cold voice paired with the innocent melody was akin to a pair of hands in the darkness, gripping Lin LV's collar tightly, preventing him from descending any further into despair. The girl's figure halted at the entrance of Seoul Central Hospital, the melodious singing abruptly ceasing as she shook Lin LV once more. Lin LV, wake up, we've arrived. The dark night sky was suddenly illuminated by an unmatched brilliance, golden waves of energy converging from the heavens, descending like sacred light upon Bayushi and Lin LV. The surrounding glass shattered inch by inch, and cars emitted feeble alarms amidst the thickening white smoke. Flames erupted, lighting up the sky. I still gambled incorrectly. In the end. Bayushi did not feel disheartened. She turned to embrace Lin LV, protecting him just as Lin LV had shielded her during Uncle Xiang's explosion. The imagined agony she anticipated did not arrive. Only the searing warmth of the boy's body in her arms remained. Bayushi opened her tightly closed eyes. It turned out that death was not painful at all. I'm sorry, Lin LV, for causing you harm. Little girl, death can indeed be very painful. Who is speaking? Bayushi turned abruptly, spotting a striking white-haired woman smiling at them. The terrifying energy capable of evaporating an entire street was held tightly in the sky by a colossal hand, as if a serpent had been grasped by its throat. Countless stars twinkled in the sky. The white-haired woman took a step toward Bayushi, who instinctively tightened her hold on Lin LV. The woman chuckled softly. All right, I'm not a bad person. I am Lin LV's mother. Mother? Bayushi momentarily failed to comprehend. Good girl. Chunyao gently ruffled Bayushi's hair, then placed a finger upon Lin LV's forehead. In the next instant, Lin LV, who had been languid, visibly began to recover. The myriad wounds on his body healing rapidly. The boy slowly opened his eyes and, in a daze, saw Chunyao. Mother? Here. Chunyao embraced Lin LV, pressing his head into her bosom. Do not be afraid. Mother is here, and all of them will pay the price. Lin LV looked up, the night sky no longer suffocatingly dark, but illuminated by shimmering neon lights against a backdrop of stars. We have seen the young master. It was unclear which Tao Emperor spoke first, but soon after, the other Tao Emperors and saints in the sky echoed. We have seen the young master. On September 27,452 of the new calendar. At 20:47, in that moment, the stars shone brightly, solely for Lin LV. Chapter 37. Reasoning in the land of Kimchi, Seoul. Beneath the night sky, intense beams of light dazzled upon the pale steel forest. Was it starlight? Moonlight? No, it was firelight. The previously impenetrable square of the central hospital was now empty, save for the frenzied alarms of cars. Flames erupted across the ground, the scorching tongues of fire licking at the shattered glass like droplets of water. Swallowing the reflected gold, a ribbon of golden energy hung in the sky, its destructive aura firmly suppressed by a colossal hand, illuminating the world against the backdrop of firelight. The white-haired woman cradled her child. Tears of longing that transcended years fell onto Lin LV's face, saturating the yellowed paper with memories. Mother. Sigh. Chunyao stroked Lin LV's white hair, lifting his face to examine his eyes. What beautiful eyes. Just like your mother-est mother. Sigh. Lin LV leaped into the woman's embrace, the grievances accumulated over 18 years bursting forth as tears streamed down, staining Chunyao's clothes. Mom, they all said I had no parents. That I was an unwanted child. That I read your letter, and I don't blame you. The boy choked on his words, unable to continue. Chunyao held Lin LV tightly, gently patting his back. It's all right? It's all right. Mother is here, and father is here as well. This time, no one in this world will be able to bully you again. Not anyone then. She turned her gaze toward Bayushi, beckoning the girl over. Come here, child. Bayushi stood momentarily stunned, taking a step forward only to realize that she was utterly exhausted, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Chunyao caught her, ruffling her hair. The pure divine energy washed away the blood from the girl's white hair and neck. A drop of water from the woman's fingertip pierced into the girl's forehead. What is this? Bayushi felt a refreshing sensation envelop her entire body, the fatigue and pain dissipating in an instant. She raised her arms, astonished to find that all her injuries had mysteriously vanished. This is water from the abyssal pool. Just a single drop can revive anyone beneath the Tao Saint level. As long as there is still a breath left, this is too precious. Precious? Qinyao smiled lightly. I use this as if it were tap water for washing up. Qinyao glanced at Lin LV. Her eyes filled with satisfaction. Not only does he look handsome, but he is also divine. Good choice indeed. He knows how to find a girlfriend. A streak of light descended from the heavens, and Lu Jin, whose clothes were tattered, knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Your Majesty Yao, my subordinate failed in protecting the path. Please punish me. You have done well, Qin Yao said, placing a drop of abyssal pool water on Lu Jin's forehead. Go and rest. Yes, sister. A heart-wrenching wail echoed, as the bruised Qin Xingyuan rushed from afar, collapsing to the ground and clinging desperately to Chen Yao's pant leg. That old man bullied me. Chen Yao chuckled helplessly. Xiao Yuanzi, it's been half a year, and you still haven't moved on. Point me in a direction. Qian Xingyuan pointed southward. A torrent of sword energy erupted from within Chen Yao, 3,000 strands of white silk soaring into the air like a drawn sword. Following Chen Xingyuan's direction, a star fell from the heavens. In the next instant, Park Saichang appeared out of thin air, a gaping sword wound grotesquely marring his abdomen. Take him away. All right. Chen Xingyuan kicked Park Saichang in the face. See, old dog, still so arrogant. Mom, Lin LV gazed at Chen Yao's visage, as if wanting to imprint it deeply in his memory. Where's my dad? Him? Chen Yao looked toward the direction of the United States. Her black eyes seemingly piercing through space. He has gone to reason with them. In the United States, Washington, as night deepened, the streetlights replaced the blazing sun, casting a gentle glow over the bustling city. Cars filled the streets and buildings were aglow with lights. Above the White House, a massive rift in space tore open, and a refined man clad in black stepped through, adjusting the square glasses perched on his nose. So, you enjoy causing trouble for children, do you? Then allow me to find some trouble for you. The aura of the Tao Emperor exploded across the skies of Washington, enveloping this city of heroes in a suffocating pressure. Lin Zian. Almost simultaneously, several Tao Emperors and saints rose to confront him, beams of light shooting forth from the White House to join Lin Zian in the air. Are you trying to incite a war between China and the United States? What do you think? Lin Zian wasted no time. Profound seals quietly emerging in the sky. Lin Zian, I am not deaf. Lin Zian gazed coldly at the White House, a symbol of tyranny and ambition. An overwhelming aura of destruction descended from the heavens. The heavenly stage martial art, the dance of world annihilation. How dare you? The elderly man with white hair was the first to react, rushing towards the ever-expanding mark, exerting all his strength to halt its descent. The other Tao emperors and saints followed closely behind. You should be grateful that my son is still alive, if anything were to happen to him. Or if he were to sustain any irreversible injuries, it would not merely be a matter of a slap. Lin Zian's glasses glinted with a strange cold light, and his face was filled with murderous intent. This matter has nothing to do with us. I don't care about you. Lin Zian turned and stepped into the spatial rift, vanishing from sight. We are not finished with you, Lin Zian. The old man exhaled a breath of foul air and once again strained against the dance of world annihilation. Mr. President, can we not cast it into the spatial rift and exile it into the void of the cosmos? This dance of world annihilation was crafted by you. A slight misstep could cause it to explode, rendering it exceedingly unstable. I believe it is you who should be exiled. The elderly president glared at the man furiously, casting a resentful look in the direction Lin Zian had disappeared, yet felt utterly helpless. A treacherous plot. If we ignore it, Washington will be reduced to ruins. If we intervene, it will be the Tao emperors and saints who suffer. Kimchi Nation, Seoul. Speaking reasonably, Lin LV was momentarily stunned. Indeed, there should not be such bloodshed. At our level, a single strike could potentially obliterate a city or even a small nation. We are all human. We cannot act in such a manner. Then what did Father say about reasoning? Well, he is rather brutal. He probably unleashed a range-based heavenly stage martial art upon Washington. Lin LV's mouth formed an A shape. A heavenly stage martial art combined with a Tao Emperor. Can this truly be achieved by a mere mortal? A spatial rift tore open beside Lin LV, and Lin Zian strode out, then turned to observe Lin LV with a raised brow. Lin LV. Dad? Ah. Upon hearing Lin LV call him Dad, Lin Zian felt his heart melt. He lifted Lin LV, inspecting him from left to right. It seems your mother has healed you. He inadvertently cast a glance at Bayushi. Oh, Miss Bai? Bayushi awkwardly bowed. Uncle. Hello. Lin Zian's eyes instantly brightened. He looked towards Chen Yao, who nodded at him. The elderly couple simultaneously turned to gaze at Lin LV, both pointing at Bayushi. Daughter-in-law? Chapter 38. Leaving you with a trifling matter. What? Daughter-in-law? This must be in the Huaxia language. I can understand each character, yet when they are combined, I cannot comprehend it all. Lin LV shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 we are merely ordinary classmates. Classmates? Oh, Chen Yao and Lin Zian chuckled silently, while Bayushi's face turned crimson, radiating heat. By the way, Mom and Dad, are Chen Daoru and Qin Mai all right? You mean those two divine beings? They are fine. Chen Yao shrugged, stating that she had rescued them on the way here. And they are now calming down in the rear. That is good, that is good. Son, time is of the essence. This time, your father and I have returned to Earth not merely to rescue you but to handle a few matters for you. Ensuring a lasting resolution, Lin Zian adopted a serious demeanor for once. Handle a few matters? Do you know when you will be qualified to enter the abyss? A Tao Emperor, perhaps? Exactly, that is a strict requirement. Chen Yao pulled the timid Bayushi closer, resting one hand on her chin. The reason is simple. The quality of spiritual energy in the abyss is exceedingly high, below the Tao Emperor level. Merely inhaling a breath could lead to one being overwhelmed by this terrifying energy. Correspondingly, once you enter the abyss, your cultivation will progress rapidly. Lin LV nodded, indicating his understanding. You wish for me to reach Tao Emperor status before venturing into the abyss? It is one possibility, but not the primary objective. Lin Zian adjusted his glasses. The date of June 10th in the new calendar of Earth is the Global Awakening Day. Is that correct? Yes, on that day. The concentration of spiritual energy in the abyss will have progressed yet another tier, and those below the 5th tier Tao Emperor will face the risk of exploding at any moment, especially in the territories of the alien races. Akin to, Lin Zian narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to see through his son. A certain balance had been disrupted. The last time this balance was broken was 400 years ago, and the cost of that disruption was that humanity gained the ability to awaken divine beings and cultivate. This time, however, it seems to favor the alien races. Lin LV smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Dad, you don't mean to say that my awakening caused the balance to break, do you? Lin Zian. Chen Yao. Bayushi. What are you thinking? Lin Zian laughed and scolded lightly. If that were truly the case, it would be wonderful. We contemplated this issue and reached a preliminary conclusion. It is somewhat far-fetched to say that someone's awakening could disrupt the balance. The conclusion we reached is that on that day, some treasure fortuitously came into existence. Treasure? Lin LV tilted his head, and Bayushi mimicked him. Unclear, merely a guess. If our speculation is correct, we must obtain that treasure at all costs. Do you understand? I understand. Very well, on to the next matter. Lin Zian placed a hand atop Lin LV's head, and in the next moment, a torrent of information, sufficient to overwhelm an ordinary person's brain, surged into Lin LV's mind. Your grandfather informed me of your divine manifestation effects. All these martial arts are grounded in Earth-tier skills, meticulously selected by your mother and me, complete with our annotations, ensuring that you can master them in the shortest time possible. This is something your parents can provide that others cannot. Lin Zian removed his hand, patting Lin LV's hard head, nodding in satisfaction. Good head. Lin LV did not respond, despite the assistance of the sick-side. The sheer volume of information Lin Zian transmitted was too great, leaving him in a state of shock, processing the information. Wait a moment, immense information. Shock. Lin LV had a flash of inspiration. Domain? Oh dear, I didn't expect that this time. Little LV would prepare a surprise for both me and his father. Chen Yao curiously assessed Bayushi, her gaze lingering on the matching white hair for 2 seconds. Truly, he is his father's son, possessing the same taste. Although Auntie did not prepare anything for you in advance, I can still offer you something now. A glimmer of light flashed across the ring on Chen Yao's finger. and 3 chillingly cold stones appeared in her hand. You are likely of the ice attribute, right? What a coincidence. I just found this yesterday in the abyss, Frost Star Jade. Bayushi gazed at the 3 small stones in Chanyao's hand, her breath unconsciously becoming heavy. She instinctively raised her hand but then snapped back to reality and lowered it. Thank you, Auntie. This item is too precious. I cannot accept it. Frost Star Jade. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ice attribute Tao Emperor would be rendered speechless upon encountering it, as it refines spiritual and divine power, elevating one's divine manifestation, and is even speculated to be crucial for an ice attribute Tao Emperor striving for Tao Extreme. Take it. After all, there are no ice attribute Tao Emperors in Huaxia. One day, we will have to share this with those abroad. Seeing Bayushi still hesitating, Chunyao feigned anger. If you don't take it, I will spank you. Bayushi accepted the Frost Star Jade, repeatedly bowing in thanks. Oh, this is nothing. It's just a little something. Auntie is not on Earth, so please take care of little LV for me, Chunyao looked at Bayushi with increasing satisfaction, observing the girl's face grow increasingly flushed, her neck shrinking as she became flustered. Yushi, Auntie. Chunyao grasped one of Bayushi's hands, drawing a pattern in her palm. You and I are both from prestigious families. Understanding the archaic systems of these families, so you see things more clearly than the average person in certain aspects. At the same time, in other areas, you may be more vulnerable than others. Relying solely on yourself to resist them is futile. Do you believe that such families will provide you with sufficient resources to grow strong enough to contend with them? Chunyao blinked. And Bayushi nodded, seemingly understanding. Bayushi. All right, that's all I have to say. Chunyao ruffled the heads of Bayushi and Lin LV, and at that moment, Lin LV also awakened from the overwhelming influx of information. It is time to leave, old Lin. Mom and Dad, are you leaving? Lin LV looked at Chunyao and Lin Zian with a hint of regret. Our visit this time was against the rules. Some regulations can be bent, but others cannot. Lin Zian gazed kindly at Lin LV, stating that they had also accomplished their final objective, which was to inform the world that Lin LV is not someone any random person can provoke. Work hard on your cultivation, do you understand? All right. Strive to reach the abyss early and inherit the family business. Chunyao pinched Lin LV's face. Let us go, old Lin. Lin Zian looked towards the sky. As the Tao Emperors and Saints arranged formations in the air before soaring away from the earth, if you encounter any issues, seek out Lu Jin and Chan Xingyuan. If they cannot resolve it, do not hesitate to find old Zhou. His connections with old Zhou are far stronger than you realize. Chunyao's gaze never left Lin LV, and she smiled gently, waving goodbye that I understand. After fulfilling the final request, Lin Zian and Chen Yao reluctantly gazed at Lin Lu, until a chime echoed through the sky, as if urging them onward. Take care of yourself, Alu. The stars above ceased to twinkle, and darkness enveloped everything. The figures of Chen Yao and Lin Zian vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Chapter 39. He calls me sister in Huaxia, at Yinjing University, within the esteemed dormitory district. Yesterday, Xiafeng addressed the United Nations, condemning the recent assassination of 4 newly ascended geniuses by the American and Allied forces in the nation of pickled vegetables, while simultaneously apologizing for the military's unauthorized return to Earth from the Upper Yuan Divine Palace. Lin Lu stood before the mirror in the bathroom, brushing his teeth, his lifeless eyes resembling those of a dead fish, lacking vitality. Listening to the news broadcast on his phone, he curled his lip in disdain and let out a languid yawn. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Ugh. The boy hunched over the sink, retching violently, as Lu Jin manifested from the void, gently patting him on the back. Brushing your teeth and yawning? Couldn't help it. Are you all right? It's nothing. Thanks. Lu Jin patted him a few more times before disappearing. Lin Lu rinsed his mouth, turned on the faucet, and splashed water on his face. The Allied forces expressed their apologies regarding the incident and proposed compensations. Ding dong. A notification tone interrupted the news report. Lin Lu dried his face with a towel, picked up his phone resting on the edge of the basin, and opened the message. Bayushi, the proud little brat if you don't hurry. You'll be late. Strongest one. Lin Lu. Bayushi, the proud little brat. Bayushi, the proud little brat, you didn't forget we have an 8 a.m. class today, did you? Bayushi, the proud little brat, this class is taught by the infamous master of extinction. Even if a genius is late, they must submit. Chundaru is already here. Why aren't you, Master of Extinction? Oh no. The dullness in his eyes vanished in an instant as he glanced at the time. 7:54. I'm done for. I'm late. Lin Lu hurriedly dressed, rushed to the courtyard, bit his finger, and began to draw symbols on the ground, forming a circle. All right, all right, all right. Standing in the center of the circle, he clasped his hands together and pressed down forcefully. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, and as the dust settled, the silver-haired youth had vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep pitl. Eugene appeared in the small courtyard, surveying the area before helplessly closing the book in his hand. The entire courtyard was filled with deep pits. In classroom 207 of Building 5, Gong Lanyu stood at the lectern, gazing down at the sea of students. The classroom was eerily quiet, though many were present. They all stared down at their textbooks. Gong Lanyu glanced at the empty seat beside Bayushi. 3, 2, 1, boom. A loud noise echoed from the void as the silver-haired youth made his grand entrance. If you come late again, you need not return. Understood. Gong Lanyu, renowned as the Master of Extinction at Yin University, is known for her strictness and fairness. In her eyes, there is no difference between her students. Whether they are geniuses or novices, one receives preferential treatment, regardless of their status. A certain Chin, a genius, once dared to question. Teacher, may I stand and listen this class? Chundaru felt blood rush to his head. His face turning crimson. I've been listening upside down for 3 days. Listening upside down and still zoning out. You think being comfortable will make it better? Try standing. Chundaru. TT. All right, let us begin class. Today, we will delineate the forbidden areas of the abyss. Good. Let us first examine this planar coordinate system. Given that. Perfect. Time to get drowsy. Lin Lu sat at his desk, a snack in his mouth. His eyelids beginning to wage war against each other. No, I can't sleep. If I do, I'll end up like Chundaru. Lin Lu discreetly glanced around, noticing his classmates were in a similar state, all appearing half dead. Strict professor, early class, tedious literature. This is my life. Lin Lu swayed left and right, his head bobbing like a rattle drum, and finally, his gaze landed on Bayushi beside him. The girl sat by the window, the morning sun streaming through the glass, illuminating her fluffy white hair. Some light filtered through her hair, casting a glow on her slender neck and brightening half of her face. On this sweltering summer day, the girl wore only a light-colored short-sleeve shirt, her delicate arms resting on her chin, as she occasionally looked up to listen to the lecture and jotted down notes. Unlike her peers, Bayushi propped her chin with one hand while the other gripped her pen, diligently following along with Gong Lanyu, creating meticulous notes filled with tiny characters. With 2 slender, graceful fingers, she pushed a note towards Lin Lu. Curious, he leaned in closer. Pay attention in class. The strokes were bold and confident, emanating an air of aloofness that was palpable even through the paper. Lin Lu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He shifted his gaze back to the eloquent Master of Extinction at the lectern. But his eyelids continued to wage their silent battle. Wait, something is off. Lin Lu suddenly felt a prickle of awareness. Someone was watching him. He turned his head left and right, only to find that most of his classmates were either asleep or on the verge of slumber. Except for Bayushi, who sat there, her demeanor cool and attentive. Did I sense wrongly? At Yinjing University, there exists a rule to prevent students from disrupting the classroom. During lectures, a binding spell is activated to suppress students' divine manifestations, ensuring no one engages in any improper activities. Thus, Lin Lu, deprived of his 6 eyes and sluggish in reaction, felt no different from being blind. Why does it feel so chilly? This isn't right. Lin Lu refrained from moving his head, but his eyes shifted to Bayushi. At that moment, she was not listening to the lecture. Instead, she tilted her head, gazing at him with unabashed curiosity. Bayushi's face was turned towards Lin Lu's profile, the sunlight from the window illuminating her hair, framing her exquisite features, her captivating eyes fixed intently on him. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Even without direct sunlight, she radiated an allure that was simply breathtaking. Lin Lu's gaze dropped, noticing that Bayushi was simultaneously watching him while taking notes, her handwriting elegant and lively, perfectly aligned with what Master of Extinction was teaching. Wait, did my 6 eyes transfer to you? No, that doesn't make sense. Lin Lu abruptly turned to Bayushi, but she swiftly turned her back, returning to her composed, aloof demeanor. The moment he averted his gaze, he felt her eyes sneakily return to him. Turn again. Yet, he was met with the same sight. The silver-haired girl sat upright, appearing focused on the lecture, without a single flaw. This cycle continued. A familiar white note was pushed towards him again, and the back of the note bore a single line. Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Lu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He picked up his pen and swiftly wrote a reply on the note, pushing it back to Bayushi. Sister, what exactly do you want? Bayushi glanced at the note, her expression remaining cool and indifferent as she accepted it. Returning it moments later, Lin Lu leaned forward to read the note closely, squinting to decipher the small characters, though not pass notes during class. Lin Lu. That I'm defeated, impressive. Bayushi observed the entire exchange with a playful smile, tugging at her lips. Humph, I'll let you off this time. After all, you called me sister. Chapter 40. A failed transaction. A resolute Bayushi. The warm sun bathed the sky at 10 in the morning, casting its radiant glow upon Lin Lu's weary face, which looked as though it had succumbed to slumber. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Please do not be late next time, nor arrive just in time. Gong Lanua's icy gaze lingered on the dazed silver-haired youth. Did you hear me? Her words rang like thunder in his ears, and Lin Lu scrambled to sit up straight. I heard. Gong Lanua's gaze finally fell on the young master in the corner who had been upside down for the last 2 hours. Gathering her lesson plans, she exited the classroom. The moment she stepped out, the tense atmosphere shattered, replaced by a chorus of yawns. Lin Lu could no longer endure it. He collapsed into his arms, his gaze hazy, as if he could fall asleep the moment he closed his eyes. Bayushi glanced at Lin Lu, packed her books into her backpack, and rose to leave. Just as Lin Lu was about to doze off, he suddenly opened his wide eyes. He stood up with a swish, facing Bayushi. Can you explain? Explain what? Bayushi replied innocently. Why were you looking at me during class? Lin Lu asked, his expression flat. Oh, you were blocking my view of the blackboard. The blackboard is directly in front of you. I'm on your right. How could I block your view? Lin Lu slammed his hand on the desk. I'll give you one more chance. Woman, if you don't apologize, I'll send you my completed homework. Next time, I'll just sit further back. The girl simply said oh, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. She walked past Lin Lu into the corridor, suddenly turning back to face him. Her long ponytail brushed against his face, the fresh scent of her hair wafting into Lin Lu's nostrils. If you arrive late again, you'll have to sit next to me. With the lingering fragrance still in his nostrils, the silver-haired youth stood frozen, staring dazedly at Bayushi's retreating figure. Mom, there's a fox. No, big brother. I'm seriously considering transferring schools. This master of extinction is utterly merciless. Who can endure attending class upside down? At that moment, a certain Chen approached. Big brother, what are you looking at? Xiaolu. Do you think Bayushi is unwell? Chindaru, big brother, why are you randomly insulting her? It was not I who chastised her. Lin LV covered her head with her hand. I have been seated next to her in every class, and this woman has been staring at me incessantly. Is it not the case that one would feel flattered by such an exquisite beauteous gaze? Lin LV cast a fleeting glance at Chen Daoru. He quickly amended his statement. It must be her who has an issue. He leaned closer to Lin LV and continued. Could it be that you dazzled her in the land of pickled vegetables? Honestly, if I were a woman, I would be tempted to marry you just based on your pretentious displays. Be more normal, she replied. All right then. Lin LV turned and walked to the window, looking down just in time to see Bayushi exiting the teaching building. There was nothing particularly striking about it, but it was the look in her eyes that sent shivers down Lin LV's spine, the kind that seemed to promise complete consumption. In truth, Bayushi was not without her merits. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, an academic prodigy with an ethereal presence, a melodious voice, and a height that was just right. Yet, she possessed an icy demeanor, and she was the most cherished gem of the Bai family. A prize that would undoubtedly yield great rewards if one apprised. The figure of the girl gradually receded, and Lin LV was haunted by the memory of her small, despairing form from that day. No one in this world should be reduced to a mere commodity. While this may be true, she hails from a prestigious family. And what of that? If they were all eradicated, wouldn't he that silenced the matter? Chindaru was taken aback, waving his fingers in front of Lin LV. Have you lost your mind? I was merely jesting. However, I truly believe there is no possibility between you and Bayushi. Oh? Lin LV became intrigued. What makes you say that? Let us set aside how you both perceive each other. Just the obstacle of the Bai family is insurmountable. Qindaoru began counting off on his fingers for Lin LV. Consider who your parents are, Yindi and Yaodi. Both are on the blacklist of the aristocracy, and 20 years ago, Yindi delivered a resounding slap to the Qin family. The Bai family has ties with the Qin family, so they would never ally with the enemies of their friends. Furthermore, fate in matters of marriage is predetermined. Once the Bai family arranges a match for Bai Yushi, you won't just be contending with the Bai family, but with the opposing family as well. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible. How did my father manage to take my mother away back in the day? You're asking me. I wasn't even born then. Qindaoru spread his palms, but one thing is certain. Yindi abducted her. That's obvious. How could I exist without my parents' marriage? Qindaoru was left speechless, evidently pondering the implications of his words. His insinuation was that Yindi had snatched Yaodi away in front of the entire world, breaking through all obstacles. A foreign male voice interrupted their conversation. Lin LV turned to see a man who bore a resemblance to Bai Yushi standing at the classroom door, bathed in sunlight. You are the man smiled slightly. I believe, with your discerning eye, that you can tell who I am just by my appearance, can't you? With a sun-kissed exterior, dark hair, and a subtle smile. He exuded a cool demeanor reminiscent of Bai Yushi. Are you Bai Yushi's father? Bai Yushing? I am her brother. Do I look that old? The dapper gentleman instantly lost his composure. Just kidding. Just kidding. Bai Yushing adjusted his collar, his gaze towards Lin LV tinged with indignation. I'm here to propose a deal. The deal? Lin LV perked up with interest. It's a guaranteed win, Bai Yushing said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Help my sister escape the Bai family, and I'll betroth her to you. Lin LV, wait a moment, he grabbed Bai Yushing. Let us discuss this. All right, I'll help your sister break free from the family's control. Yes, then, you will betroth her to me, precisely. Why would you repay kindness with malice? Lin LV and Bai Yushing engaged in a silent standoff. What do you mean? Bai Yushing immediately grew reluctant. How could the sister he had cherished for 18 years suddenly be scorned by another? You can call me old, but you cannot say my sister is lacking. You are old, Bai Yushing? Are you mentally unwell? To speak plainly, I trust none of you aristocrats, except for Chen Xingyuan and Bai Yushi. Lin LV fixed his unwavering gaze on Bai Yushing, his eyes sharp. What about me, brother? Have you forgotten me? Get lost, don't harbor such malice. Bai Yushing waved his hand dismissively. I know what you're wary of. You can trust me. If you trust Yushi, you can trust me. Bai Yushi saved my life. Have you? Bai Yushing fell silent. He had approached Lin LV with confidence, but had not anticipated such profound distrust from him towards the aristocracy. Then let us return to the point. This is a transaction. What do you desire? What can you offer for your sister? Bai Yushing lifted his head. The playful expression on his handsome face vanished, replaced by a chill that enveloped him. Everything I have, he paused, his gaze resolute, even my dignity. Chapter 41. A standoff between siblings. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Yushi wiped her head and opened the door, only to find Bai Yushing grinning at her. Bang! The door shut. Bai Yushing's smile froze on his face. Knock, knock, knock. What are you doing? Bai Yushi, exasperated, opened the door again, tilting her head to glance at Bai Yushing. It's been days. Don't you miss me? Not at all. As Bai Yushi attempted to close the door again, Bai Yushing quickly stopped her, pressing his hand against the door frame. I have something serious to discuss with you today. Upon hearing serious, Bai Yushi reluctantly allowed him inside. Good gracious, this dormitory is surprisingly on par with what the family has prepared for me. Yen University is truly generous. That what's serious? Certainly not. Bai Yushing plopped down on the sofa, casually taking a sip of yogurt from the coffee table. Let us not waste time. I have an opportunity for you. Are you interested? What kind of opportunity? Bai Yushi, clad in a simple white long dress, stood with her long, snowy legs exposed to the air, crossing them in front of the TV cabinet. Her cool demeanor paired with her expressionless beauty radiated an air of aloofness. Bai Yushing glanced at Bai Yushi, internally questioning what was lacking in his sister that Lin LV would overlook her. What are your plans after graduation? I have plans, but what's the use? Bai Yushi raised an eyebrow. That's precisely what we're discussing today. What if I could offer you a chance to leave Huaxia after graduation and, once you reach the Tao Emperor level, proceed to the abyss? Would you take it? What is the price? No price required. Bayushi regarded Bayushin coldly, her eyes devoid of emotion. Bayushin sipped his yogurt, inadvertently meeting Bayushi's gaze, and sighed. There's no cost for you. What I need to sacrifice is simple, just the opportunity to compete for the next family head. Bayushi was taken aback. Becoming the next head of the Bai family, reforming these outdated customs. Wasn't that your dream? If it means sacrificing my sister to these outdated customs, what significance would my becoming head of the family hold? Bayushi fell silent, staring at her toes for a long while before lifting her head. I refuse. Huh? I will strive for such opportunities on my own. I don't need anyone to pay the price for me. Bayushin laughed in frustration, crushing the yogurt container in his hand. Don't you understand? It's impossible for you to resist the aristocracy with your abilities, and no matter how hard you try or how exceptional you are. It's futile, do you grasp that? I have my own principles. I don't need others to sacrifice for me. Bayushin stood up, his handsome face contorted with anger. I'm not negotiating with you. Neither am I negotiating with you, Bayushi shot back defiantly. Must you wait until you marry someone you don't love and bear his children to regret it? That's none of your concern. Bayushi met Bayushin's eyes. You're being incredibly naive. Bayushin brushed past Bayushi and slammed the door behind him. As he stepped out of the villa's courtyard, he forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath before donning that professional facade once more. Young master, your behavior is against the rules. What I do is hardly your concern, Bayushin shot back. Glancing over his shoulder, a man in black stood silently behind him, the successor to the guardian appointed by the Bai family after Xiang Shu's sacrifice. I may not have jurisdiction, but I can report what I see. If you wish to live, keep today's revelations to yourself. Slap. A resounding slap struck Bayushin's face, sending him reeling. What do you think you're doing, young master? The man in black replied coldly. The head's orders are to monitor the young lady, as well as to keep an eye on you. Should you harbor any thoughts that could jeopardize the family, they must be nipped in the bud. Outdated. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing Bayushi standing at the entrance, her cold gaze sweeping over Bayushin and the man in black. You may return, but I shall not acquiesce to your demands. I have my own methods, and your interference is unwarranted. Even though Bayushi understands that she is protecting him, Bayushin grits his teeth, unwilling to yield. Brother, I implore you. The pitiful plea penetrates Bayushin's ears, and he gazes incredulously at his sister, who now exudes nothing but vulnerability, devoid of her previous aloofness. Bayushin casts a cold glance at the cloaked figure before turning to leave. Bayushi closes the door, leans against the wall, and gazes up at the sky. Her silken white hair cascades down her back, with a few rebellious strands brushing against her face, obscuring her vision. The sky is truly beautiful. Indeed, it is exquisite, yet Bayushi finds herself unable to behold its splendor. All she perceives is a prison. Soon, she brushes aside the obstructing strands, retrieving a hair tie from her wrist to bite down on. Her smooth white locks are gathered into a high ponytail by her delicate hands. Time to do my homework. Knock, knock, knock. Lin LV wipes his head as he opens the door, only to find Bayushin looking gravely at him. You experienced a heartbreak, Bayushin? He chuckles softly, shaking his head and forcing a gentle smile. Won't you invite me in for a moment? If you intend to play matchmaker for me and Bayushi, I shall close the door to all visitors. That's not the case. I have a few questions to ask you. Lin LV turns and walks into the room, with Bayushin following closely behind. He pours a glass of water and sets it on the coffee table, gesturing for Bayushin to take a seat. Bayushin makes himself comfortable, plopping down on the sofa and downing the glass of water in one go. What questions do you have? Speak your mind. Lin LV heads to the bathroom, hanging up a damp towel. Is it possible to isolate this place from the outside world? Lu Ji. An invisible wave sweeps across the villa, and Lu Jin's voice resonates in their ears. There are no observers. I have set up barriers. Speak freely. Lin LV exits the bathroom, shrugging to indicate Bayushin should begin. What do you think of my sister? I believe I need to ask you to leave. Not in that sense. I am asking seriously. Lin LV reclines on the sofa, his azure eyes fixed on the ceiling. How should I put it? In some aspects, she is excessively strong, while in others, she is overly fragile, and the combination results in a facade of strength. This character has been cultivated in the Bai family environment. Bayushin clutches the glass. His gaze somewhat distant. I want to save her, and the best way I can think of is for the two of you to unite. In doing so, she would have the support of the Xinyuan Palace, and the Bai family would naturally hesitate to act against her. Lin LV tears open a snack stick and places it in his mouth, tilting his head to look at Bayushin. Do you truly understand what your sister wishes to resist? Chapter 42. Your feelings, what do you mean? Lin LV slowly retracts his gaze, continuing to observe the ceiling. The control exerted by aristocratic families is merely a manipulation of fate. Is it not? Indeed, then, forcing your sister into a relationship with me is no different from the machinations of an aristocratic family. Bayushin is momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lin LV, who merely yawns while gazing at the ceiling. What she desires is the freedom to dictate her own life, the happiness derived from the mundane, rather than being shackled by the whims of others. Perhaps, to her, success and failure are inconsequential, as long as she has made an effort. Bayushin grips the glass tightly, staring through its transparency at his own fingers. He remains silent for a long time, and Lin LV does not interrupt, leisurely savoring his snack. Thank you. Additionally, allow me to remind you. Lin LV sits up, stretching languidly. While in the pickled vegetable kingdom, Bayushi confided in me that you and Uncle Xiang were the only people she truly trusted. Now that Uncle Xiang is no longer here, you are her sole remaining family. Bayushin comprehends the implication and rises to bow respectfully to Lin LV. Thank you. What would you like to express your gratitude? Huh? Lin LV opens his palms. I am quite busy, you know. Spending time educating a child is quite a loss for me. What do you desire? How about you agree to one condition? What condition? The living room door opens automatically, allowing the bright sunlight from the courtyard to flood in, illuminating Lin LV and Bayushin. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I think it through. All right. Bayushin places the glass back on the coffee table and walks towards the exit. The outside world is obscured from view, with nothing but radiance before her. As Bayushin steps over the threshold, the door slams shut behind her. Dio, you have high hopes for him? Lu Jin lounges in the seat Bayushin previously occupied, a comic lying across his crossed knees. At the very least, he surpasses anyone from the aristocratic families I've encountered. Lin LV magically produces a bottle of soda, reclining on the sofa to take a swig. What are your thoughts on Bayushi? Someone chokes on the soda, sputtering as they cough on the ground. No, Lu Gu. We were merely joking, and no need to take it so far. I think you two are quite well matched. Matched? Nonsense. Lin LV wipes his mouth and heads to the bathroom for a mop. I have no intention of babysitting a little brat. You two are equally matched. Are you aware of an urban legend? Lu Jin closes his comic. The slit-mouthed woman or something? The Ferris wheel. Lin LV's hand trembles slightly as he mops the floor. It is said that couples who ride a Ferris wheel together will end up together. Ha ha ha. Lin LV chuckles awkwardly. Legends are just that, legends, because they are unrealistic. Besides, there are countless couples who have ridden a Ferris wheel together. Lu Jin shrugs. If you insist on being stubborn, so be it. What do you mean by stubborn? Lin LV drops the mop and lunges at Lu Jin, who anticipates the move and vanishes into thin air. The white-haired youth helplessly buries his face into the sofa cushions. After a considerable time, he slowly lifts his head, resting his chin on his hands. Bayushi. Memories of their shared experiences in the pickled vegetable kingdom flicker through his mind, culminating in a scene within the confines of the Ferris wheel's cabin. A dirty little dog with white fur. Bored, Lin LV buries his head back into the soft cushions of the sofa. Lu Jin appears silently behind Lin LV, picking up the discarded mop to continue cleaning. Ding dong. Lu Gu. Phone. Swat. The phone smacks Lin LV on the forehead. Ah. Lin LV rubs his head and opens the chat window. Bayushi. The proud little brat image. Bayushi. The proud little brat image. Bayushi. The proud little brat image. Bayushi. The proud little brat homework and textbook knowledge points. Lin LV tilts his head slightly, noticing Lu Jin grinning like an ant, focused intently on his phone screen. Upon realizing Lin LV is observing him, Lu Jin maintains his mischievous smile and turns to meet Lin LV's azure gaze. Oh, a proud little brat. Lin LV, flustered and indignant, lunges at Lu Jin, and they engage in a playful scuffle. After enough frolicking, Lin LV and Lu Jin collapse onto the wooden floor, staring up at the ceiling. LV, tell me honestly, what do you really think of Bayushi? Why does everyone want to matchmake us ever since we returned from the pickled vegetable kingdom? I believe you two are quite well suited, Lu Jin says, pulling Lin LV's arm to rest beneath his head, scratching his chin while meeting Lin LV's twitching gaze. Moreover, this is also the order of the Yao Emperor. My mother? The Yao Emperor thinks Bai Yushi would make a fine daughter-in-law. Then you two should hold off on that thought. Don't you think she has a bit of interest in you as well? Lu Jin reclines on Lin LV's arm, studying him. Does she? Lu Jin. Despite having lived for 36 years, he remains a bona fide bachelor in 2 lifetimes. This life has been somewhat better, but the previous one. Never mind. So, unless a woman kisses him on the cheek, he would never suspect that someone might harbor feelings for him. Lin LV contemplates, I've saved her multiple times in the pickled vegetable kingdom. It is only natural for her to wish to repay my kindness. Then why can't it be that she wishes to offer herself in devotion? Please no, I am eager to cultivate to the Tao sovereign level and venture into the abyss. I wouldn't want to leave a burden on earth. I wouldn't find peace in the abyss. Just keep being stubborn. Eugene pats his rear and sits up from the floor, vanishing into thin air. Lin LV lies on the cold floor, still gazing up at the ceiling, lost in his thoughts. In the study. Lu Jin appears before Lin LV's desk, pulling open the inner drawer. Inside, a thick stack of yellowed envelopes lies at the bottom, and Lu Jin's fingers deftly extract a sheet of paper from the bottom. The pristine page is filled with a multitude of words, all consisting of the same 3 characters repeated endlessly. Bai Yushi, Bai Yushi, Bai Yushi, Bai Yushi. Similar experiences evoke resonance, and mutual empathy draws them closer. In truth, you have already developed feelings for her upon discovering her inner world, haven't you? Lu Jin returns the paper to its original place. Gently closing the drawer, murmuring to himself, he gazes at Lin LV, still sprawled on the floor, stroking his chin. This little brat, merely stubborn. Lin LV sneezes, tilting his head in a certain direction, at that very moment. Bai Yushi set down her pen and unconsciously gazed in a certain direction. 2 pairs of eyes transcended time and space, converging upon one another. On the sofa of the Linolv dormitory, a phone lay securely on the soft cushion. Its screen illuminating the last photograph, an image of Bai Yushi's assignment, the paper missing a small corner that had not been captured in the shot in Bai Yushi's study. That very paper rested steadily on the desk, hidden from Linolv's view, where, in that absent corner, 2 delicate characters quietly lay inscribed. There, it read, Linolv. Chapter 43. Linolv's diary. Enticed by Bai Yushi in a tranquil classroom, Gong Lanyue leisurely sat at the lectern. Trimming her nails, her eyes occasionally darting toward the students within, she nodded in satisfaction before continuing her grooming. A small note slid across the desk, directed toward the silver-haired girl. Copy it. Bai Yushi glanced at the note, a subtle smile curving her lips as she swiftly scribbled 3 words behind the 2 characters and pushed it back. Linolv shot a glance at Gong Lanyue, noting that the teacher's attention was not directed their way. With a swift motion, she pressed down on the note, pulling it toward herself. Call me sister. The silver-haired boy glared fiercely at the silver-haired girl, who, after verifying her safety by looking at Gong Lanyue, turned toward him, her cheeks forming 2 adorable dimples as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Change it, and I'll wash your socks for a week. The note was pushed forward. Why do you get all the good stuff? The note returned, Linolv. Another small note was slid over. Time is running out. With gritted teeth, Linolv shot Bai Yushi a glare, writing sister beneath the previous words and pushing it back. Moments later, the note returned. Linolv, puzzled, pulled the note closer. Though they were multiple choice questions, was it truly possible to be so swift? Voice version. Concise and to the point. Linolv bared her teeth at Bai Yushi, who, with one hand propping up her face and the other scribbling on the exam paper, noticed Linolv's gaze and elegantly shielded the paper with her arm. Not so, I concede. In a way, a man's knees are worth gold, forget it, material goods for the talented. After observing for a while and confirming her safety, Linolv shifted her body closer to Bai Yushi, lowering her voice. Sister, I can't hear you. Bai Yushi maintained a stoic expression, continuing to write on her paper. Sister, unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Yushi burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her arm while pushing a note toward Linolv. Linolv snatched the note, and upon confirming it contained the answers, clutched it tightly in her hand. After a brief pause, Bayushi brushed aside her bangs and approached Gong Lanyue with her exam paper. Finished so quickly? Gong Lanyue glanced at Bayushi. Yes. Bayushi nodded expressionlessly. Just leave it here. The sound of papers being submitted drew the attention of other students in the classroom, who, upon seeing the silver-haired figure at the lectern, exchanged glances filled with intrigue. She is truly remarkable, goddess-like, beautiful, from a prestigious background, and academically gifted. How wonderful it would be if I could date her for a week. Dream on, kid. She is great, but too cold. Since the start of school, I haven't seen her smile. Bayushi placed her exam on the lectern and turned back to glance at Linolf, her frosty demeanor softening as a radiant smile broke through. The classroom collectively gasped in surprise. I'm in love. I'm Bayushi's dog. With a resounding slap, Gong Lanyue smacked the lectern. What is all this noise? Are you all finished? If you're done, I'll collect the papers now. The classroom fell silent instantly. Gong Lanyue scrutinized the papers, nodding with satisfaction after a cursory glance before directing an appreciative yet slightly regretful gaze toward Bayushi. You may leave. Thank you, teacher. Bayushi slightly bowed, shouldering her backpack as she turned to exit the classroom. Linolf glanced at the clock above Gong Lanyue's head, realizing there was still half an hour left until the submission deadline, and hurriedly began to copy. It was still early in the semester, but Gong Lanyue had accelerated the teaching pace, completing an entire semester's worth of material in just 2/3 of the term, prompting her to decide on an early examination. This posed little challenge for academically inclined students like Bayushi, but for slacker types like Linolf, it was a disaster. Just 3 days prior, Linolf had finalized a study plan for the upcoming finals week, only to have it dashed by Gong Lanyue's decision. Thankfully, he had Bayushi know that's not quite right. It should be said that Bayushi sat beside him. Rationally speaking, Linolf scribbled furiously, filling in 5 options for 5 questions. His wrist ached as he noted that only 15 questions remained. Finish these 15 before taking a break. ABCC.him ABCC.him DACBA CCBBC.him CCBBC. Perfect, done. Wait, how is there another line of small text below? Linolf leaned closer to the note, reading the final line aloud. The answers are reversed. Oh. Linolf emitted a sharp exclamation. Linolf. Gong Lanyue slammed her palm on the desk, glaring menacingly at the flustered boy. Teacher, my wrist is caught. Gong Lanyue eyed Linolf skeptically, slowly approaching him. Really? Linolf feigned agony. Indeed. It hurts terribly. Seeing that Linolf seemed genuine, Gong Lanyue cast him another glance before returning to the lectern. The words were false, but the pain was real. After 10 minutes of diligent copying, he finally completed his task, only to discover that all the answers were indeed reversed. Cursed woman, I wish for you to wed a fool in this lifetime. Fortunately, Linolf had used a pencil, and after a vigorous erasure, he resumed his frantic writing. Collecting papers 10 minutes early, Gong Lanyue checked the time. In a way, 1 minute left, and Linolf has 20 questions remaining. Copy. At last, in the final second, Linolf completed this daunting endeavor. Gong Lanyue approached him to collect his exam paper. Instantly, Linolf, who had been slumped over his desk, straightened up, his hopeful gaze fixed on her as she flipped through his paper. Indeed, that's right. Use that look of admiration and shock to thoroughly humiliate me. Gong Lanyue placed his paper among the stack she had collected, adjusting her glasses. This human handwriting? Linolf. Ignoring the shattered Linolf, Gong Lanyue continued to collect papers. Students who have submitted their exams may leave. Dejected, Linolf shouldered his bag and exited the classroom. Hey, want to grab a bite? Chindaru clapped Linolf on the shoulder from behind. Linolf turned to him, recalling that this class ended at 12, but Gong Lanyue had dismissed them 10 minutes early. Sure, where to? The cafeteria or somewhere else? Let us head to the cafeteria. I haven't been there since arriving at Yin University. All right. The two walked side by side out of the classroom when a bag of candy obstructed Linolf's path. Huh. Bayushi stood at the classroom door, offering Linolf a bag of ZZ sticks. I played a small trick on you. You aren't mad, are you? Linolf accepted the large bag of ZZ sticks, turning his head away in a haughty manner. Don't think this will earn my forgiveness. How about I treat you to lunch? Ahem. A certain young master named Chun interjected. Sorry, Miss Bai, but my brother and I have plans. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chan Daoru felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, involuntarily shivering as he glanced at Bayushi, whose cold expression bore no trace of emotion, her gaze fixed on him like a frigid blade. Is that so? Perhaps you've mistaken something? Ha! How could I? Bayushi rarely displayed a smile, and this rare grin sent chills down Chen Daoru's spine, his pupils constricting as he sensed the palpable malice in her eyes. Don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. How could I possibly be mistaken? It's tomorrow, my brother. I shall treat you to lunch tomorrow. Chen Daoru patted Linolf's shoulder hard, his eyes filled with shock and pity, before fleeing as if his life depended on it. Oh my, what if Bayushi truly falls for Linolf? I better make my escape. Linolf, puzzled, scratched his head. This guy, didn't he make a mistake? He definitely did. Now hurry up and let us go. Watching Chen Daoru flee, Bayushi revealed a triumphant smile. Linolf turned around just in time to witness the victorious expression on her face, leaving him momentarily dazed. This girl has quite the charm. What is wrong with you? Bayushi waved her hand in front of Linolf. Let us go to my house for dinner. I'll cook for you. Before Linolf could react, Bayushi grasped his sleeve and pulled him toward the elite dormitory area. This scene, serendipitously witnessed by many, left the boys infatuated with Bayushi's heart shattered into pieces. Put Linolf on the Yin University assassination list. As the figures of the boy and girl faded from view, Lu Jin slowly appeared at the classroom door, holding a notebook with still-drying ink on its pages. In the year 452 of the new calendar. On October 22 ND, Linolf and Bayushi shared a room. Lu Jin closed the notebook, its cover uniquely designed. Diary of Linolf, enticed by Bayushi. Chapter 44, Linolf's dismal defeat. The door to the small courtyard swung open as Bayushi stepped over the threshold. Gesturing for Linolf to enter, Lin LV stepped forward and entered the small courtyard, scrutinizing it with a discerning eye, smacking his lips. It was all rather similar. Given that even the divine dormitories were like this, there was no need to personalize the style further. Indeed, this was the case. Bayushi pushed the door open and entered the living room, pouring a glass of water for Lin LV and placing it on the coffee table. You can sit here for a while. Feel free to look around. I'll go prepare dinner. All right. Lin LV settled onto the sofa, lifted the glass of water, and after confirming it contained no aphrodisiacs, took a sip. Bayushi emerged from her room, now donning a pink pajama set adorned with embroidered little pigs at the collar. A new look indeed, though it was merely unfamiliar to him. The kitchen sliding door was shut, and with a soft pop, the stove ignited, its bright flames casting warmth upon Lin LV. He casually turned to glance. The kitchen's glass door was frosted, obscuring a clear view of the scene within. At that moment, the girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pair of snow-white arms reminiscent of lotus roots, busily attending to her culinary tasks. Lin LV wandered around the villa and noted that the furnishings bore a striking resemblance to those in his own place, albeit with a distinctly feminine touch. Lin LV, could you bring that bag of vegetables from the entrance? I forgot to grab it. Lin LV tilted his head to glance at Bayushi, then picked up the bag of vegetables and walked into the kitchen. It is quite warm in here. Isn't it? Just wait a moment outside, and it'll be fine. How much are you planning to make? Lin LV observed the mountain of ingredients piled in the kitchen. What do you wish to eat? Bayushi rested the spatula against her lips, covering half her face. Lin LV shrugged and smiled. As long as it's not millet porridge, he stepped out of the kitchen, then suddenly turned back. Do you need any help? Huh? Bayushi tilted her head, the spatula in her hand swaying. No need. No need. You should go rest. Nonsense. How can I let just the girl do all the work? Lin LV grabbed a spare apron hanging on the wall and tied it around his waist. Let us have a little competition to see who cooks better. You'll find yourself outmatched. She replied, turning to pick a tomato from the bag. I've been rigorously trained since childhood. A competition? Lin LV likewise seized a tomato, tossing it up and catching it repeatedly. Initially a jest, but seeing Bayushi's earnest demeanor ignited his competitive spirit. Moreover, recalling the recent tribulations he faced at her hands, his gaze sharpened. Bayushi turned to meet Lin LV's provocative look, her inherent determination fueling her desire to win. She raised her chin defiantly. How shall we compete? Let us do this. We'll each use a stove to prepare the same dish. When we're done, we'll taste and critique each other's cooking. And let us add a twist, Bayushi said, mimicking Lin LV by tossing the tomato up and down. The loser must agree to 3 conditions set by the winner, but they cannot be unreasonable. What do you say, deal? The two quickly reached an agreement and settled on 3 dishes: tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and cola chicken wings. The kitchen door was gently pulled shut, the frosted glass reflecting the blurred glow of flames, as the two donned their aprons and stood side by side. One tall and one short, exchanging glances that revealed the passion hidden within each other's eyes. Let the cooking commence. The sound of flipping pages filled the living room as Lu Jin lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in a comic book, with a notebook lying beside him. On October 22,452 of the new calendar, the target individuals are idly competing in culinary skills. The crisp sounds of stir-frying wafted through the glass into the living room, prompting Lu Jin to glance towards the kitchen. Didn't they say they were invited? Why are they cooking themselves? Moreover, neither of them had turned on the exhaust fan in the kitchen. Lin LV heated oil in a pan, and once it reached the right temperature, he added the sliced meat from the cutting board. The sizzling sound filled the air as the spatula danced amidst the oil and meat, perfectly frying the thin strips. With a deft flick of his wrist, Lin LV retrieved the meat from the pan and added the pre-cut green peppers, stirring them evenly before reintroducing the meat along with soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings. Grasping the handle of the spatula, he tossed the ingredients in the pan repeatedly. Only when Chef Lin was ready to transfer the stir-fried green peppers with meat onto a plate did he realize the kitchen resembled a fantastical realm. At that moment, Bayushi also completed her first dish, and upon noticing the peculiar ambience in the kitchen, she looked towards Lin LV, who was already observing her. You didn't turn on the exhaust fan? You didn't turn on the exhaust fan? The two locked eyes, a pair of dark and blue irises meeting amidst the milky haze. They both burst into laughter at their own folly. Lin LV rolled up his sleeves and switched on the exhaust fan, the sound of the fan whirring to life as the smoky haze began to dissipate. What a vegetable aroma! Lin LV ruffled his white hair. Bayushi also fiddled with her ponytail, nodding in agreement. It's all your fault. All right, it's my fault. Good, it's my fault. The two exchanged incredulous glances once more, as they busied themselves with cooking. Lin LV approached the cutting board and picked up the tomato he had previously favored. Bayushi cracked eggs into a bowl. Amidst the flurry of activity, they finally managed to prepare the remaining 2 dishes. At the dining table, Lu Jin propped his chin on his hand, observing the 6 dishes laid out before him, and under the expectant gazes of the 2 white-haired chefs, he offered his first critique. They look quite appealing. Let us see how they taste. Lin LV raised an eyebrow. Lu Jin picked up his chopsticks and sampled a chicken wing, savoring its flavor. After tasting the chicken wings, he moved on to the tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried green peppers with meat. So, what do you think? Lin LV leaned closer to Lu Jin, eager for his honest appraisal. Lu Jin wiped his mouth. You've lost. Lin LV, how do you know which dish I made? When I tasted your dish, you practically had "this is my dish" written all over your face. Lu Jin stood up and patted Lin LV on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Kid, you can't deny it. How amusing. The order from the Yao Emperor was to help Bayushi win you over. How could I favor you? In truth, Lu Jin had no idea which dish belonged to whom. As long as he offered a critique, Lin LV was destined to lose. You two enjoy your meal. I'll step out for a bit. Shouldn't take long. With that, Lu Jin used his spiritual power to block Lin LV's 6 eyes from prying, giving Bayushi a thumbs up. Bayushi understood and winked. I refuse to accept this. Lin LV leaned over the table, sampling all 6 dishes, only to find little difference in flavor, glaring indignantly at Bayushi. You two are in cahoots. That's your protector. Why are you colluding with me? Bayushi blinked innocently. Lin LV was momentarily at a loss, scratching his head, realizing there was indeed no need for such hostility. 3 conditions, remember? Bayushi held up 3 fingers, waving them playfully in front of Lin LV. The fragrant aroma of the dishes, mingled with her unique scent, wafted into Lin LV's nostrils, causing him to shudder. Enchantress. Chapter 45. October encounter. After Lu Jin departed, the two took turns preparing the last 2 dishes, setting them on the dining table to eat while watching. Is there enough for us to eat all this? Lin LV posed a profound question. Bayushi gazed at the bountiful spread, equally lost in thought. We got so caught up in cooking that we didn't realize we made so much. Shall we move everything to the coffee table and eat while playing? Bayushi suggested. What do you mean by playing while eating? Singing, Bayushi replied, a victorious smile gracing her lips, revealing that the television could be transformed into a KTV-like screen. Lin LV paused, captivated by the girl's triumphant expression, and found himself agreeing. Let us go. They made several trips back and forth before finally transporting all the dishes to the coffee table. Lin LV placed the last 2 plates of cola chicken wings onto the table as Bayushi stood by to turn on the television. After a flurry of activity from the girl, a screen resembling a KTV setup materialized. Who goes first? Lin LV picked up a piece of stir-fried green peppers with meat and popped it into his mouth. I'll go first, Bayushi declared, tapping her phone to bring up an MV on the screen. As Lin LV recognized the familiar song title, he became momentarily transfixed. With the prelude commencing and the familiar MV unfolding, he realized it was the very song from his previous life. This was a hit song 400 years ago. Bayushi held the microphone to her lips. The first time I met you, I was so flustered, unable to find the right words to say. You approached me, extending your palm, firmly grasping my hand without letting go. I've grown accustomed to having you by my side daily, caring for my delicate demeanor. This film has a romantic opening, and I long to accompany you until dawn. Lin LV watched the silver-haired girl, momentarily lost in thought. This song had been his favorite in his previous life, and to hear it once more in this life was unexpected. The girl's melodious voice and cool tone added an unexpected depth to the song, articulating its emotions perfectly, and his thoughts drifted back to his past life. Unbeknownst to Bayushi, Lin LV was enraptured, and she continued to sing. On a splendid evening, I wish to compose this song to serenade you, longing to express how every facet of your affection for me melts into the sweetest of confections. Bayushi gently tucks a few strands of hair behind her ear, having yet to sing the latter half of the song. She turns to Lin LV, ready to bask in her moment of glory. She is met with the sight of the young man appearing lost in thought. What's the matter? She inquires. Lin LV, snapping back to reality, offers a faint smile that it's nothing, just reminiscing about certain matters. Bayushi blinks, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Could it be that Xiao Linzi has endured a painful romantic experience? As this notion crosses her mind, her eyes narrow, an aura of threat enveloping her. No wonder he sometimes acts so mature. He must have been hurt before. Heaven forbid I catch you, you little fox spirit. Lin LV, sensing a chill in the air, sneezes involuntarily. Why has the temperature suddenly dropped? Aren't you going to sing? He asks. Glancing at Bayushi, she shakes her head. I usually listen to most songs only halfway through. Then allow me to sing one as well. Lin LV takes Bayushi's phone and taps on the search bar. Selecting Rain Loved, the melodious accompaniment begins. Lin LV gently brings the microphone to his lips on the screen. Yang Chenglin opens her arms wide, and Lin LV's lips part to sing. The weather outside resembles your ever-changing expressions. As the rain falls, it accompanies my tears. I cannot see, nor do I wish to see. Leaving you, I quietly withdraw, the unspoken plot. My tears flow within, learning to let go. Bayushi gazes at Lin LV's profile. Entranced by his rendition, he sings so beautifully. Could it be because of that fox spirit? She muses, narrowing her eyes once more. Meanwhile, the white-haired Lin LV feels an icy shiver run down his spine, turning to find Bayushi's eyes filled with menace. Are you all right? He asks tentatively. I'm fine, just recalling some matters. That sounds familiar, she replies, waving her hand to shift the topic. I'm not singing anymore. It's boring. Would you like something to drink? Just bring me a bottle of soda, he responds. All right. Bayushi lazily strolls to the refrigerator, pulling open the door. After waiting 5 minutes without her return, Lin LV swallows the remnants of his cola chicken wings and ambles to the kitchen, discovering the girl lost in thought beside the fridge. What's wrong? He asks, stepping closer and peering inside. To his surprise, the shelves are filled with liquor. You're quite the drinker, aren't you? Well, I enjoy a little now and then when I have nothing to do. So, no beverages? It seems so. The two share a moment of silent exchange. What about having a little? Lin LV suggests, grabbing a bottle of raw liquor. You can't compete with me, Bayushi retorts, picking up a six-pack. Oh my, you've become quite the addict. Oh, be honest. Even though I rarely drink in this life, I was quite the drinker in my past life as a Shandong man. My talent speaks for itself. You won't outlast me. Come. Thus begins a new round of competition. The television plays music while the two white-haired youths take turns drinking and eating, their contrasting eye colors meeting in a challenge, neither willing to yield. As the background music swells, their enthusiasm grows, the golden liquid splattering onto the coffee table, and they abandon their food in favor of pure drinking. With each sip, Bayushi's cheeks flush a delicate pink, while Lin LV remains unfazed, looking at her with a teasing challenge. Can't handle it. No using spiritual power to force me to drink. Bayushi pouts. I wouldn't stoop to such lowly tactics against you. Lin LV scoffs, raising his glass. If you can't handle it, just call me big brother, I'll let you off. I won't stop until you call me big sister. Lin LV's words ignite Bayushi's competitive spirit, and she fills her cup to the brim, raising it to Lin LV before downing it in one go, then flipping it upside down to show it empty. Lin LV chuckles, mirroring her actions with his own cup, ensuring not a drop remains. As they continue, the pace quickens, the television switches to attention, and with the upbeat tempo guiding them, more bottles are emptied, rolling across the floor and under the sofa. Bayushi shakes her head, exhaling dramatically as she looks at Lin LV, her eyes brimming with challenge. Lin LV sets down his glass, letting out a long belch. Bayushi, accustomed to drinking, remains composed, while Lin LV, having indulged more than usual, is clearly feeling the effects. Are you conceding? She taunts, tilting her chin, exposing her delicate neck. You still want to practice? Lin LV boasts, drinking without a game is dull. Let us play something. What do you want to play? Cards or something? Just a moment, I in no time. A deck of cards and several dice are slapped down before Lin LV. Bayushi, with slightly hazy eyes, boldly leans in and pinches Lin LV's cheek. Just as you wished. Chapter 46. A Kiss of Destiny. Romantic and grand, the two six-sided dice tumble in the shaker, coming to rest on 6 and 5. Drink. Bayushi commands, pointing at Lin LV. You're thinking too much, little one, he replies drowsily, covering the shaker and shaking it again. Seemingly at his wit's end, yet a glimmer of hope remains. Bayushi kicks off her slippers, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her pajama pants slightly rising to reveal her smooth, slender ankles. She regards Lin LV with a disdainful look as he rolls the dice, her eyes filled with mockery. Like to act tough? Tough it out and drink. With a resounding clap, Lin LV slams the shaker onto the coffee table and removes the lid. The two show a 6. Ha ha ha. Bayushi bursts into laughter, losing her balance and collapsing against the sofa cushion. Drink? If we're drinking, I'm just parched. I let you win on purpose, Lin LV retorts defiantly, taking a large gulp from his glass. You've got a little left. Are you keeping fish? Bayushi raises an eyebrow, pointing at the bottom of Lin LV's glass. I can't drink it in 2 sips. Humph. You're just not capable. Nonsense. Let us go again. This time, I won. Let you off. Another round of dice rolling begins, and Bayushi shakes the cup, revealing a total of 10, while Lin LV's luck finally turns, rolling 2 6s. Drink? Lin LV smirks. Bayushi shoots him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed from the alcohol, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. She raises her glass, downing the beer in one swift motion, then flips the cup to taunt him. See? You can't handle it either. I only needed 1 sip. Drink as many as you like. Lin LV pours her another full glass. Let us change the game. The dice are boring. Bayushi watches him pour with a playful smile, unable to resist ruffling his tousled hair. What are you doing? Just checking to see if you've ripened like a watermelon. Boring. Bayushi pulls out several decks of cards, her lips curling up as she gazes at Lin LV. You can't even beat me at dice. How do you expect to win at cards? Lin LV, equally fired up, vows to reclaim his lost pride from the dice game. How about this? I 1T bully you. We LL count from this round of cards. Whoever loses not only drinks but also has to stick notes on their face. The one with the most notes at the end loses. What do you think? So you're leaving yourself no retreat? Lin LV retorts, brimming with confidence. Bayushi produces a stack of sticky notes with a flourish, slapping them onto the table. Don't come crying when you lose. At this moment, in Lin LV's consciousness, a miniature figure expresses disdain. Bow before the strongest woman. In Bayushi's mind, her miniature figure narrows its eyes. The loser shall be the servant beneath the skirt. Man, let the battle commence. The game they engage in tests not only luck but also intellect. Using a deck of cards, typically consisting of 9 QS, KS, And as, along with 3 jokers, totaling 30 cards, they begin by dealing 5 cards to each player, designating one card as the trump card, for instance, a joker for a wild card. Players can choose to lie when playing a card, while others can challenge and expose the liar if confirmed. The liar must partake in a drinking game. If not, the challenger must drink. If no challenge is made, the first player to run out of cards wins. Drunken Tavern. Lin LV scoffs, having played this game in his past life, considering himself a seasoned veteran. How do you think you can compete with me, little girl? Bayushi picks a card, her lips curling into a sly smile. Oh, please, look at you drunk. How can you outsmart me? The first round's trump card is a king. Lin LV plays his cards, glancing at his hand. QQAK. He lays down 2 queens on the sofa cushion. Point 2. Bayushi glances at her hand. QKKK joker. Lazily, she lays down a queen. 1. Lin LV places an ace down. Point 1. Bayushi, eyeing Lin LV's remaining cards, provocatively plays 2 kings. Point 2. Lin LV counters with a king. Challenge. Bayushi shakes her head. Young man, I have 3 kings in hand. I don't believe yours is a king. Lin LV flips over the card. It's a king. Drink. Bayushi slapped her forehead in frustration, realizing her folly. If I'm going to drink, then I shall drink. She lifted her glass and downed its contents in one go. Just as she set the glass down, she noticed Lin LV leaning in closer. A white sticky note suddenly affixed to her face. Is that all you've got? Lin LV raised an eyebrow. Oh dear. You've gotten a bit too carried away. Not letting up, in the realm of her consciousness, a miniature armored figure resembling Lin LV stood gallantly, holding a spear pointed forward. Onward. Time trickled by as the hour hand moved from 2 to 5. The floor was strewn with various bottles, both bottled and canned, leaving no space to set foot near the coffee table. On the sofa, Lin LV, adorned with a few green sticky notes, wore a victorious expression, while Bayushi, covered in white notes, leaned back against the cushion, her gaze distant. Woman, now you know my terror. No more card games. Bayushi shook off her stupor and waved her hand, suggesting they play dice instead. I'll let you have your way. Humph. Bayushi suddenly sprang up, swaying slightly under the influence of alcohol, and approached Lin LV with the dice cup in hand, exclaiming loudly, "Let us play a round." Lin LV, equally dazed, asked, "Play what? High or low? Come on. If I lose, you can make any request." As Lin LV pondered, she instinctively asked, "What if I lose?" Bayushi shook her head to suppress the dizziness and fixed her gaze on Lin LV's eyes. "You must kiss me." Under normal circumstances, Lin LV would have bolted at such a statement, but she was intoxicated. With a slap of her thigh, Lin LV met Bayushi's gaze. "I'm in." The dice cup rattled as Lin LV made her move, lifting the lid to reveal a die showing 5. Then it was Bayushi's turn. The silver-haired girl, in a daze, picked up the cup, shook it vigorously, but inadvertently dropped the die, which rolled away onto the floor. "I'll go find it." Lin LV leapt up, wobbling towards the direction where the die had fallen, and crouched in front of the coffee table, squinting to look for it, only to let out a sudden gasp. Bayushi immediately turned her attention to her. "What happened?" Lin LV waved her hand urgently. "You should see for yourself." Bayushi stumbled through the scattered bottles and peered down, her eyes widening in surprise. The die belonging to her was wedged upright against the leg of the coffee table. Bayushi, still a bit tipsy, approached and mimicked Lin LV's earlier expression of astonishment. This point one side shows 6. The other shows 4. How does that work? Lin LV looked at Bayushi. "If you were to make a request, what would you ask for? How could the outcome lead to complications?" On the television, the familiar tune of April Encounter played softly in the background. "I had many fantasies about those moments with you, waiting for the day the fireworks would bloom, with you by my side. I wanted to write this song for you on a beautiful night, to tell you every way you love me, melting into the sweetest sugar. You are the sweetest sugar." Suddenly, the silver-haired girl reached out, her slender fingers decisively nudging the die, which settled firmly on a face. "I win." Bayushi seemed to regain her composure, expressionless as she grasped Lin LV's collar. In their shared consciousness, the miniature version of Lin LV stared in awe at the armored Q version. Bayushi.an unwavering declaration resonated in Lin LV's ears. The next moment, in reality, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped them. The strikingly beautiful face, radiant and ethereal, drew drew closer. Lin LV lost her balance as Bayushi tugged her forward. And in a moment of instinct, she pressed her lips against Bayushi's with fervor. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The incessant barrage of trivial thoughts ceased, leaving Lin LV's mind utterly clear. Inside the room, their dark and azure eyes met. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow. What wish did you make? I hope to be happy forever. Speaking it aloud will negate it. I don't care. That wish made on the soul Ferris wheel transcended time and space, erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks in silent splendor, romantic and grand. Chapter 47. The important scene forgotten in the morning. Lin LV lay on the soft bed, groggily opening her eyes. Ugh. Headache, thirst, stomach pain. The discomfort was so intense that even her morning irritability faded. You go. A croaky voice emerged from Lin LV's lips as Lu Jin appeared by her bedside with a glass of water. Here? Lin LV's eyes lit up as she received the glass and gulped it down. After quenching her thirst, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and comfortably sank back into the bed, bliss. While her thirst was satiated, the headache and stomach ache remained. Gu, could you bring me another glass? And a capsule of ibuprofen, please. Sure. Lu Jin took the glass and exited the room. Lin LV pressed her palm against her throbbing forehead. What had happened yesterday afternoon? Oh right, they had been drinking, and then they played games, and after that. What happened after the games? Did she black out? No, surely she hadn't done anything inappropriate while drunk? Surely not. Gu, coming? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Lu Jin approached, one hand holding a capsule and the other a glass of water, which he gently placed on Lin LV's bedside table. What is the matter? Lin LV popped the capsule into her mouth and took a large gulp of water. What did I do yesterday afternoon? I went out, so I'm not sure what you two did. I brought you back, of course. What happened when you got here? Lin LV set down the glass. Lu Jin's eyelids twitched. You both were quite drunk. The floor was littered with beer bottles. One of you was sprawled on the sofa while the other lay on the floor. After I put Bayushi on the bed, I brought you back. As long as nothing happened, that's fine. Lin LV sighed in relief, patting her chest. Just take your time recovering. You don't have class today. Thanks. Lu Jin turned to leave, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The scene from last night lingered in his mind, and he dared not dwell on it. Initially, he had thought it would just be a simple dinner. So he found an excuse to leave the villa and hid outside, reading a novel. It wasn't until 7 that the house finally quieted down. When he opened the door, he was met with a sight that shattered his worldview. The floor was strewn with bottles. Lin LV sprawled on the sofa, while Bayushi cuddled close to her, nuzzling like a kitten. But that wasn't the most shocking part. It was the sight of Lin LV burying her entire face into Bayushi's softness. No more, he couldn't think about it. He'd be in trouble if he did. Lu Jin had been dumbfounded for 5 minutes before he slapped himself back to reality. The young lady from the Bai family and the heir of the Shanyuan Divine Palace. While most people welcomed this development, it felt like things were moving a bit too fast. After much effort, Lu Jin finally managed to separate the two clingy individuals, placing Bayushi in bed, and then diligently tidied up the living room before taking Lin LV away. He had planned to praise this little ancestor today, but it turned out she had blacked out after taking her medication. Lin LV lay comfortably in bed, carefully recalling the events of the previous day. Her intuition warned her that something significant had occurred, but the details eluded her. Should she ask Bayushi? Yes. Lin LV instinctively reached for the bedside, her fingers brushing against a cold object that sent a jolt to her brain. She turned to see a phone resting on the nightstand. As expected, Lu Gu knows me well. Lin LV picked up the phone and opened a messaging app, discovering a flurry of unread messages. The forefront was one from Bayushi. Bayushi, the proud little brat, you're not still asleep, are you? Your drinking skills are truly pathetic. Disdain, JPG. Lin LV, did I give you the wrong impression? Lin LV's fingers danced rapidly across the screen. Lin LV, didn't I manage to get you drunk yesterday? You liked it. Bayushi's dormitory. Bayushi reclined on her bed, a cup of ginger water on the nightstand, her long, elegant legs propped up to support her tablet. A new message popped up. Son, didn't I manage to get you drunk yesterday? You liked it. A smile tugged at the corners of Bayushi's lips, warming her previously cold expression. She took a sip of ginger water and opened the chat. Bayushi, Oh, but I woke up early today. Lin LV glanced at the time. Noon? Wait. What time is it? Noon. The sky was falling. She hastily typed out a response in the chat. Son. I've been awake for ages. I just didn't want to reply. Bayushi chuckled softly, intending to tease further, but Lin LV's second message arrived. Son. What did we do yesterday afternoon? I only remember playing games. And then what? Bayushi paused. The ginger tea halted at her lips. What did we do yesterday afternoon? An unsettling premonition crept over her, as if something significant had happened, but she couldn't recall. Bayushi quickly typed out a message. Bayushi, the proud little brat you forgot? Lin LV read the message and immediately replied, Son, do you remember? Bayushi conceded, realizing she couldn't fabricate an answer. Bayushi, the proud little brat forgotten. Lin LV examined the message from Bayushi. Deliberating, it seemed like it wasn't anything too serious. Hello? It's unlikely that we would end up drunkenly embracing and kissing each other. Bayushi, the proud little brat by the way. Did you see the principal's message? Lin LV was momentarily taken aback, exited the chat window, and located a certain message from the principal. Principal, come to my office at 3:30 this afternoon. There's a task to assign to you. Lin LV returned to Bayushi's chat window. Another task? I'm exasperated. We haven't even had a proper rest. Bayushi, the proud little brat, this is the treatment of the divine. We grow amidst busyness. All right, I won't chat anymore. See you in the afternoon. Bayushi set down her tablet, rubbed her aching forehead, and took a sip of ginger-watered ding-dong son. See you in the afternoon. Yinjing, by family.patriarch's office. Bai Zhengfeng sat at his desk, pen in hand, reviewing documents. The guardian of Bayushi appeared silently before Bai Zhengfeng's desk, slightly bowing. Miss has been getting quite close to Lin LV lately. What do you think? Bai Zhengfeng did not lift his head, marking the document with a stroke. No need to worry. A mere Lin LV cannot stir up any waves. However, Lin LV is backed by the Shangyuan Divine Palace. If they intervene, the alliance with the Mingri family could become problematic. Bai Zhengfeng paused his writing. The Shangyuan Divine Palace? Huh? But the Shangyuan Palace does not belong solely to the Lin family. No matter how capable Lin LV is, he cannot command the entire palace. There is no need to pay heed. Yes, the guardian bowed again. There is also another matter. The eldest son has noted several of Mrs. Little actions. Rest assured, Yushi cannot escape the arrangements of the Bai family. She believes she can resist, but it is merely what the family wants her to see. I understand. The subordinate took their leave. The guardian transformed into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. Bai Zhengfeng set down his pen, rubbing his temples. Lin LV, Lin Zian's son, interesting. For the first 18 years, he was inconspicuous, but this year he suddenly emerged. If he wishes to assist Yushi, let us see how far he can go. Chapter 48. The Scorching Weather. Yinjing University, Principal's Office. The principal looked at the two white-haired individuals in the office, helplessly massaging his forehead. Perhaps it's better to just let this task go. Assigning it to you two alone seems rather perilous. Lin LV shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'm fine with it. In contrast to Lin LV's indifference, Bayushi was more resolute. No, we must try. After all, Chindaru at the first level of Daodin won't be much help. Yinjing, Chen Family Ancestral Hall. Chindaru sneezed. Who's thinking of me? It must be my elder brother. Alas, I won't be able to fight alongside you. Be why the time you see me next, I will have surpassed you. Ha 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 ha. With that, Chindaru turned to the spatial door before him and stepped in with confidence. Yinjing University, Principal's Office. The principal pondered and felt Bayushi's reasoning was sound, nodding in agreement. Do you remember your last mission to the Kimchi country? It was ostensibly to investigate the photo incident, but in reality, it was to unveil the potential connections between the Kimchi country and the United States, facilitating the entry of the Huaxia military there. Lin LV leaned against the wall, yawning. Indeed, the photo matter has always been under investigation. The principal pushed a file bag on the desk. It is a task jointly executed by the senior students from Yinjing University and Fudan University, led by Bayushi. Bayushi took the file bag and was momentarily stunned upon hearing her elder brother's name. Though Bayushi is a celestial-level deity, his talent is comparable to that of Qin Xingyuan from 8 years ago, and his practical application of divine powers even surpasses that of most celestial-level deities, so do not underestimate him. Bayushi opened the file bag and began reading the documents inside, while Lin LV curiously leaned in closer. their breaths inadvertently mingling in that instant. It was as if their meridians had been unblocked, and the memories of the previous afternoon surged into their minds like a kaleidoscope, becoming increasingly vivid, the scene freezing on that kiss. No! Lin LV quickly recoiled, slapping his head to dispel the unwanted thoughts. Bayushi blushed deeply, losing grip on the documents, which scattered across the floor. What's wrong with you two? The principal looked at the two white-haired individuals in confusion. Nothing at all. Lin LV cleared his throat. Bayushi nodded in tacit understanding. Then let me discuss this mission. The principal's fingers lightly tapped the desk, producing a rhythmic sound, related to what I just mentioned. A task force discovered a suspicious warehouse in Hainan province, suspected to be a stronghold of the mysterious organization, Tartarus, believed to be a transit point for a small amount of a metarubacteria, and you need to investigate it. Another document was pushed forward. The strongest individual at this warehouse has already been investigated, at Dao C level 5, and with your combat abilities, you should be able to manage. Do you wish to go? Of course, why not? Bayushi replied decisively. Lin LV, a bit hesitant to meet Bayushi's gaze, slinked over to the window. I have no objections. The principal regarded the two of them intently. Good. Set off immediately. Hainan, renowned for its sunny beaches and year-round warm and humid climate, once attracted countless tourists from home and abroad before the foreign invasion 400 years ago. The delectable tropical fruits are also among Hainan's finest offerings. After enduring the darkest times, the global economy has rebounded, and Hainan has regained its former glory from 400 years ago. Century-beached, a white-haired Lin LV donned baggy shorts and a yellow beach cover-up that half concealed his muscular physique. Bayushi maintained her poised high ponytail, wearing the same blue beach cover-up as Lin LV, paired with a light blue skirt, her cool demeanor quickly capturing the attention of many on the beach. Since the principal opened the spatial rift to send them over, the two had exchanged no more than 5 words, and every attempt to break the awkward silence brought to mind the events of the previous afternoon. It seemed that speaking would only amplify the awkwardness. But surely, they couldn't. Remain silent. Lin LV took the initiative to break the oppressive atmosphere. You've forgotten what happened yesterday afternoon. Haven't you? Bayushi's cheeks flushed slightly as she tilted her head to the side. I drank too much and lost my memory. So it turns out that Bayushi also has a strong tolerance for alcohol and can get blackout drunk. Unlike Lin LV's teasing was abruptly interrupted. Wait, what's with this skilled sarcasm that spills out without thought? Bayushi shot a cold glance at him. Oh, so you remember, I also blacked out? I don't recall anything either. The atmosphere grew tense again. Even the warm, humid air of Hainan seemed to cool. The two walked side by side along the beach, yet no words were exchanged. Mama. A cute little girl trotted over, tugging at her mother's sleeve, pointing at Lin LV and Bayushi. That big brother and big sister are so good-looking. Is that so? They might be boyfriend and girlfriend. Are boyfriend and girlfriend the same as husband and wife? Pretty much. The mother patted the little girl's head. Lin LV and Bayushi exchanged glances at the little girl, their faces both flushed. Just as the white-haired youth was about to clarify something, the little girl pointed at Lin LV with a face full of disdain. Daddy and Mommy are husband and wife, and so are big brother and big sister. Daddy always initiates conversations with Mommy, but big brother and big sister don't talk. Big brother is too timid. Lin LV's forehead was adorned with a giant question mark. What? Who taught you to speak like that? Bayushi, who had been maintaining a stern expression, burst into laughter, reaching out to ruffle the little girl's hair. This little one is quite sweet-tongued. Lin LV, feeling indignant, pulled out 5 candies from his spatial ring and offered them to the little girl. Here. Little girl, I'll bribe you. If you say big brother isn't timid but big sister is, all these candies are yours. The little girl scrutinized the candies in Lin LV's hand. Her disdain even more pronounced. Big brother is not only timid but also stingy. Lin LV? No. The little girl's mother chuckled awkwardly and explained to Lin LV. Children speak without a filter. Before leading her away, Lin LV stared at the candies in his hand, his face filled with indignation. What's wrong with the candies? What's wrong with them? I've loved these since I was a child. I see you're just asking for a beating. She doesn't want them. I'll eat them. Bayushi's cool voice reached his ears as her delicate, slender fingers grasped the 5 candies in Lin LV's hand, pocketing 4 and tearing open one to pop it into her mouth. Sweet. The atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably thanks to the little girl's playful banter. Lin LV watched Bayushi enjoying the candy, sighed, and shoved his hands into his pockets, continuing to walk forward. "Do you have any leads regarding this mission?" Bayushi caught up with Lin LV. "According to the information from the principal, the public overseer of that warehouse is a mayor from Hainan province. And we could leverage him. Then why are we at the beach now?" Bayushi assessed her and Lin LV's youthful attire. "Ahem," Lin LV, unflustered, replied. "To confuse the other party. If he has any issues, he will surely grasp our first-hand news, so we must keep him guessing about our intentions." "Really?" Bayushi leaned closer to Lin LV, her bright eyes inches from his. "Or perhaps, do you want to see?" Lin LV's face turned beet red as he waved his hands in denial. This weather is truly infuriating. Chapter 49. The Rebirth of Bayushi, the Strongest Destiny. Hainan, Fuji Grand Hotel. Top floor VIP suite. Lin Lu stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on the sensations reminiscent of his recent stay at the Tianyu Junue Pavilion in the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Enough with the sentimentality. How are we to part ways? Bayushi sat cross-legged on the sole king-size bed in the room. Lin Lu's lips twitched. Initially, they had intended to book 2 ordinary single rooms, but due to the peak tourist season, they had to scour several hotels before finally discovering availability at this 5-star establishment. Although they had both prepared their funds, the front desk informed them that only one top-floor VIP suite remained. Adhering to the philosophy of seize the opportunity while you can, Master Lin paid tenfold the usual price to secure the suite. However, as they ascended the stairs, the kind-hearted front desk attendant casually mentioned the location of the complimentary vibrating device. Was that really appropriate to say? Back in the VIP suite, Lin Lu, deflated like a punctured balloon, leaned against the window as he observed Bayushi swaying back and forth on the bed. "You've sullied the bed. I certainly cannot sleep here." "What do you mean I've sullied it?" Bayushi retorted. Springing up from the bed, hands on her hips, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Lu, he averted his gaze, facing the window, and "No matter. Just enjoy your legs." With a dismissive noise, Bayushi returned to the bed, crossing her arms as she playfully observed Lin Lu. "Should I keep you company for the night?" Although Lin Lu turned away, she knew he could see her. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Lin Lu turned to approach Bayushi. "Aren't you supposed to be the aloof goddess? Why have you changed since returning from the Pickled Vegetable Nation?" Bayushi wore a nonchalant expression. "So what? Is it wrong to like you?" Lin Lu pointed at himself. "What is there to like about me?" A bit childish, somewhat mature, handsome, talented, from a good family, and possesses a hint of Naliang charm. Bayushi enumerated, counting on her fingers. Lin Lu's eyelids twitched. "You can praise me. But what does the last point mean?" Bayushi tilted her head. "Isn't what I said accurate? To a century egg, perhaps, you're the one from Naliang. Your entire family is," Lin Lu retorted. "No, wait, there's also Bayushing." "Naliang. All right, enough jesting." Bayushi made a face. "Can you guess why I like you?" Watching her with a carefree demeanor, Lin Lu decided to ignore her. "You take the bed. I'll take the sofa." Thus, the matter of their sleeping arrangements was settled. "Are you hungry? I'll go grab some food." Lin Lu slipped on his shoes. "Get whatever. I'll eat what you eat." Lin Lu opened the door and stepped out, slamming it shut behind him, casting shifting shadows across Bayushi's face. The young woman stared at the door for a long while before sighing. "Is this your rare moment of joy? It must be exhausting." Bayushi gazed towards the vast floor-to-ceiling window, her focus sharpening as the glass reflected her image. In the reflection, Bayushi appeared much more mature, clad in a black trench coat, standing on an ethereal balcony, her high ponytail cascading down her shoulders. The hem of her coat and her white hair fluttered in the breeze as she stood, observing the Bayushi seated on the bed. After a long moment, a disdainful smile graced her lips. Lin Lu closed the door with a lingering sense of unease, patting his chest. Why was she suddenly so interested in him? That gaze, one that seemed intent on devouring him whole, sent chills down his spine. Food, food. After a while, no, after quite some time, Mr. Lin, who preferred the stairs over the elevator, finally returned to the top-floor VIP suite, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted. Next time, one tea stay this high up." He placed the fried chicken burger on the table and collapsed onto the sofa. As Lin Lu displayed his raised backside, Bayushi had a bold idea and sat down directly on him, applying pressure downwards. 3 minutes later, Bayushi chuckled, munching on the fried chicken while watching Lin Lu clutching his backside in agony. You viperous woman! Upon hearing this title, Bayushi paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Indeed. You? Lin Lu limped into the bathroom, still grasping his backside. Bayushi watched him leave, setting down the fries she had just picked up. Regarding their current mission, she had formed a general understanding, though one detail warranted caution. A formidable foe from the abyssal ethereal race, Li Changyin, a superpower from the abyssal soul spirit clan, he had lowered his cultivation to peak Tao Lord to evade detection by Earth's Tao Emperor level powers. If all went smoothly, she would inevitably encounter him. The soul spirit clan lacked a fixed form, primarily relying on seizing the bodies of other races or humans, and Li Changyin was one such vessel. Inheriting both his own divine presence and the cultivation of the entity he had possessed. Contemplating this, Bayushi furrowed her brow, recalling the peculiarities of Li Changyin's divine presence. An extraordinary ability, the devouring vortex. Its sole effect allowed for the consumption of lingering souls from deceased beings, preserving their prior cultivation and abilities, with no limit to the number absorbed in her previous life. Neither Lu Jin nor Li Changyin had been able to capture him. Even as they battled from Earth to the Moon, strictly speaking, Bayushi had also been reborn, albeit in a manner distinct from Lin Lu's. Her experience was akin to a rollback. According to the third effect of the legendary Huaxia myth, the bearer possesses 3 chances for resurrection, with the third offering a certain probability of allowing the soul to return to a specific point in the past. Bayushi picked up an uneaten fry, once more gazing towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky outside had darkened, and lights had begun to illuminate various areas, including their own room, where the reflections danced across Bayushi's figure, her disheveled hair becoming increasingly distinct in her previous life. She had not escaped the fate of being a family commodity. Interestingly, the Bai family's marriage alliance was with the Shangyuan Divine Palace. This meant that in her past life, she had wed Lin Lu. However, they had scarcely crossed paths, merely executing a few missions together as contemporaneous divine beings. Later, due to his rapid cultivation, Lin Lu ascended to Tao Emperor 5th stage within 4 years, qualifying him to enter the Abyss. The marriage alliance had occurred post his entry into the Abyss, and after their nominal wedding, they had scarcely seen each other, let alone shared it was only after Lin Lu achieved Tao Emperor status 3 years later. Amidst the full-scale war between the races, that Bayushi gained the opportunity to fight alongside him. It was during that time that Lin Linyu broke through to the Metal Path Extreme. In retrospect, she could not forget that earth-shattering battle, a Tao Emperor, he fought against the Tao Extreme. The chasm of disparity rendered laughable in the depths of his blue eyes. The murderous force of the alien Tao Extreme could not breach his defenses. In that battle, Bayushi was merely a Tao Lord, lacking the qualification to participate in the frontline clashes between Tao Emperors. However, she could attend in the capacity of a wife, witnessing a scene that would haunt her for eternity. On the vast, desolate land, the uneven ground was stained a dark purple with blood, and the waning sun hung weakly at the horizon, casting an eerie light. A mound formed from the corpses of aliens rose before her. And a blue-eyed man stood atop the mountain of corpses, his white hair and black trench coat billowing in the wind. Before him loomed an army of tens of thousands of alien soldiers. He turned his head slightly, his dazzling blue eyes radiating a chilling brilliance. In her previous life, the final battle she participated in was the most brutal, aptly described as a meat grinder. Regardless of whether they were aliens or humans, those below the Tao Lord level perished almost instantaneously upon engaging in battle. The brightest star among them met his end in that confrontation, solely to save her. When the spatial strike capable of shattering the void descended, Lin Lu could have evaded it with his speed, but upon realizing Bayushi was right behind him, he chose to stay. Thus, that proud infinity was thoroughly pierced, and the rising star of humanity fell in the arms of his nominal wife. Ironically, Bayushi was subsequently killed by the arriving Tao Extremes. Reality returned as Bayushi snapped back to her senses, her expression complex as she glanced towards the bathroom. One could have anticipated that the man crowned as the strongest would meet such an end. The bathroom doors swung open, and Lin Lu emerged, still clutching his backside and staggering. Upon noticing Bayushi's gaze, he exclaimed, "Sister, what do you intend to do?" "Thank you." "Huh?" Lin Lu initially failed to grasp her meaning, then suddenly realized this was a new play set by Bayushi. Bang. He slammed the bathroom door shut and fled in panic. Bayushi concealed the teasing glimmer in her eyes as she regarded her palm. In her previous life, far too many had perished. Chen Daoru, Bayushing, Lu Jin, even old Zhou Dai in this life. Could she reverse their fates? Perhaps she lacked such power, but she had to try. Moreover, if it were him, surely he could achieve it. With this thought, Bayushi's mind flashed with images of Bayushing and Lin Lu. This time, I will not allow you to act recklessly. If possible, let me protect you. If such an opportunity arose, Bayushi wished to ask the strongest, why, despite our near stranger's encounter, did you choose to save me? Chapter 50. The Cheating Bayushi Hainan Province, Yasi City. Mayor's Office. Bayushi and Lin Lu sat on the sofa. The former produced a lengthy list detailing the mayor's transgressions, while the latter kept a vigilant watch on the mayor, prepared to prevent any rash actions. Article 7. During your tenure, you illicitly appropriated over 37 million public funds to satisfy your own desires. The recent collapse of the Hongguang bathhouse, which buried more than 100 people in the underground pool, was also a consequence of your financial misappropriation that led to shoddy construction. Bayushi crossed her legs, gently placing the paper in her hand on the table. Is there anything else you wish to add? The mayor chuckled. Miss Bai, it is rather unbecoming to slander others. One must always present evidence. Your unfounded accusations will only dishearten a loyal official such as myself, who is devoted to the nation. Though you think I would malign you without evidence? Bayushi regarded the mayor with a look of incredulity. Shall we take a glance at what lies within the safe in your office's concealed compartment? A thin sheen of cold sweat trickled down the mayor's forehead as he awkwardly wiped it away. Miss Bai, even if you possess extraordinary privileges, it is inappropriate to slander an upright and incorruptible Lin Lu. Bayushi interjected impatiently, gesturing towards the wall. Smash it. Lin Lu shot her a glance. I've been accommodating enough. Yet you presume to command me? Today, I shall. Bayushi met Lin Lu's gaze, narrowing her eyes. Today, I shall grant you a bit more leeway. Lin Lu rose from the sofa, sauntering over to the wall Bayushi indicated. Activating his six eyes. Oh! He crouched down before a stone tile, tapping it. Hollow. The mayor watched Lin Lu's actions, a chill running down his spine, and unleashed his Dao high cultivation against Lin Lu. What does it matter if you are divine? In less than half a year, you shall die. An ice dragon roared forth from Lin Lu's palm, sinking its jaws into half of the mayor's shoulder, the tremendous inertia slamming him against the opposite wall. Dao Den's seventh heaven? The mayor could hardly believe his eyes. Correct, but there will be no reward. Be honest. Lin Lu breached the concealed compartment, locating the safe, and was about to force it open when Bayushi interrupted. It's best to use the password. Lin Lu eyed her skeptically, but for safety's sake, he inquired about the password from the mayor. What is the password? I want to tell you. The mayor replied coldly. If you want to provide the password, then you should divulge it. The mayor. Bayushi approached, crouching to observe the small box of black gold in Lin Lu's hand, tapping it. This black gold is quite special. Originating from the abyss, it must not come into contact with a significant amount of spiritual energy, lest it explode and destroy its contents. Lin Lu knocked on the safe. How do you know so much? Is it surprising? In my past life, you were blown away by this very thing. The password. Bayushi turned to the mayor. Not telling. Cooperation can lead to a lighter sentence. 53760. Lin Lu. You truly respond better to gentle persuasion. As the correct password was entered, the safe swung open, revealing an array of bank cards neatly arranged on the top layer, with various document bags beneath. Lin Lu casually selected two, opening them to find irrefutable evidence of the mayor's embezzlement over the years. Initially intended as leverage against others, now turned against him. Confiscated. Lin Lu waved the two bank cards. Bayushi returned to the sofa, deep in thought. After a playful scuffle at the hotel yesterday, they began contemplating how to tackle this mission. As someone with prior experience, Bayushi was acutely aware of the situation's full scope, pulling out a sheet of paper and listing the mayor's crimes based on her memories from her past life. In her previous existence, merely investigating these matters had taken over a month. However, this time, there was an advantage at play. Initially, Lin Lu had scoffed, believing Bayushi's efforts would not intimidate the mayor, and they had wagered a condition between them. Lin Lu owed Bayushi 4 conditions. Bayushi regarded the visibly disheartened mayor. He had been just as obstinate in her past life. While events were generally unfolding as they once had, Some discrepancies emerged, such as their previous collaboration with Qindaoru, whereas this time it was just the two of them. Had their reincarnation altered the world? This mission was undoubtedly complex, perhaps even perilous. Had it not been for Lu Jin's intervention in the warehouse, they would have surely perished at the hands of Li Changyan. Nevertheless, Bayushi resolutely insisted on executing this task. There was but one reason. In her previous life, Lin Lu had obtained a valuable item from Li Changyan, one that could preserve his life. With this thought, Bayushi exhaled. Hopefully, the forthcoming circumstances would not be excessively dangerous. Yet, it was not a significant concern. With Lu Jin present, under normal conditions, it wouldn't be long before he attained sainthood. Answer honestly when I ask you a question. Lin Lu glared intensely into the mayor's eyes, retrieving a small note Bayushi had prepared in advance. Do you know Huayao? The mayor's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, he is the primary person in charge of the Yasi branch of the Jiuxing Group. 3 years ago. He secretly constructed a warehouse in Yasi. Do you recall? The mayor pondered. I am aware. Do you know the purpose of this warehouse's construction? The mayor shook his head. I truly do not know. He merely donated a substantial sum to the government, and I did not pursue further inquiries. Lin Lu sat in the mayor's office chair, the leather swivel chair turning slowly before coming to a halt. The silver-haired youth resting his chin on his hand, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Was it a donation to the government or to you? The mayor smiled awkwardly, offering no response. The silver-haired youth turned to the silver-haired girl seated on the sofa, who nodded slightly, and he grasped her meaning. We have already notified the authorities. The rest is up to you. The office doors swung open, and the young man and woman exited in tandem, leaving the middle-aged man on the floor gasping for breath. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man with a small braid entered the mayor's office, unhurried despite the footsteps outside. Don't blame me for not rescuing you. You've had quite the run of bad luck this time. The mayor gritted his teeth. There was no choice. I never expected they could uncover so much. Uncover so much? Heh. The man paced back and forth in the office. He had sensed the commotion since the two arrived in Hainan. And due to Lu Jin's presence, he had refrained from probing too deeply. Yet, it was evident that the two had not left the hotel since yesterday, leaving them no time to investigate the mayor. The answer was becoming clear. Surely, the higher-ups in Huaxia had conducted prior investigations. Were the higher-ups so concerned about this matter? The man halted, glancing at the mayor leaning against the wall, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. His identity was not yet to be revealed. Since such importance was placed on this matter, this individual before him likely had little to hide, and he had lost his value as a pawn. Perhaps it would be better. Bang. The door to the mayor's office burst open, fully armed enforcers storming in, all at the Dao high level, with a Dao Wang leading the charge. Captain, Gong Changqing, an enforcer pointed to the lifeless body in the corner. The enforcer captain's expression darkened as he approached the corpse. How could he be dead? Chapter 51. Gong Changqing is dead. Dao Saintly Changyan, how do you know of Gong Changqing's crimes? On the bustling streets, Lin Lu, clad in casual attire, walked alongside Bayushi, who was similarly dressed. The former had a candy stick in his mouth, hands clasped behind his head. After all, my brother is investigating this matter. Having a bit of information is quite normal. Right? Lin Lu raised the candy stick slightly. Normal. How did you quietly break through to Daodan 7th Heaven? Bayushi retorted. When we were in Kimchi country, I was already at Daodan 4th Heaven. Lin Lu replied nonchalantly. Besides, is such advancement truly difficult? Bayushi felt an urge to punch Lin Lu's fellow divine beings. Why did this guy find advancement as easy as drinking water, while she toiled day and night for a month to progress a mere 2 levels? By the way, I need your help with something. What assistance do you require? Back in Kimchi country, my aunt gave me 3 pieces of Hanqing jade essence. I hope you can help me absorb them. Bayushi observed Lin Lu, eager to see his reaction. Hanqing jade essence? What is that? Lin Lu questioned. You don't know. Where would I find out? Bayushi slapped her forehead, forgetting that this fellow had been raised in isolation for the first 18 years of his life. Lacking any extraordinary knowledge, it is a treasure that exists solely in the abyss, coveted by every ice element extraordinary. Legend has it that it is essential for ice element Dao emperors to advance to Dao extremity. As she spoke, Bayushi remained oblivious to the fact that someone had become petrified in place. If I were to absorb it, not only would it consume a significant amount of time, But I would also draw the attention of the Bai family that I in that case. I wouldn't be able to obtain even a single piece of Hanqing jade essence, so I want to ask Senior Lu to help conceal my aura. Are you listening? The silver-haired girl snapped back to reality, realizing her companion was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, she found Lin Lu standing rigidly in the same spot. Hey! Lin Lu returned to his senses, greed gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Bai Yushi. What kind of gaze is that? Why did my mother give you such a precious item, and three at once? Bai Yushi's lips curled into a faint smile, her cool demeanor melting like snow under the warm embrace of the sun on a winter's day. Perhaps my aunt is quite pleased with me as her daughter-in-law. Enough, Bai Yushi stifled a laugh. Her gaze settling on Lin Lu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and nodded in satisfaction. The teasing was complete. If you desire, I could spare you 2 pieces. After all, one is enough to benefit me for a lifetime. However, it would be of little use to you, as you lack the ice attribute. With differing attributes, the Frost Star Jade and ordinary Spirit Stones are scarcely distinguishable. Lin Lu rubbed his eyes, suppressing the pang in his heart, and waved his hand dismissively that it's yours. I don't covet it. First, I gifted you a high-level Earth-tier martial art, then saved your life on multiple occasions, and now my mother has bestowed upon you the Frost Star Jade. Speak, how shall you repay me? Bai Yushi paused, momentarily taken aback by her recollection. During her previous life's journey in the land of pickled vegetables, Lin Lu had never saved her, nor had she been protective of him. Thus their paths diverged from Chen Yao. Yet, this life was strikingly different. Intriguingly, the beginning of her rebirth coincided with Chen Yao rescuing both of them. This implies that the shift in events bore little connection to Bai Yushi's reincarnation. Huh? How will you compensate me? Lin Lu, suspecting Bai Yushi might be shirking responsibility, placed her hands on her hips in displeasure. Bai Yushi snapped back to reality, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I will take you as my spouse. Is that not sufficient? Lin Lu, how can you both take and eat? Bai Yushi's expression darkened in an instant as she stepped closer to Lin Lu, rising on her toes. What exactly is my shortcoming? Lin Lu met Bai Yushi's eyes, her face nearly reaching a boiling point, a faint haze of white steam emerging from her head. Ahem. Lin Lu turned away, reiterating, I'm not particularly that type, so why do you insist on clinging to me? Bai Yushi's expression dimmed slightly as she cast a glance at Lin Lu, remaining silent. Because we were spouses in our last life. Because I have so many questions for you. Because I like you. With the enhancement of the 6 eyes, even with her back turned to Bai Yushi, Lin Lu could discern the subtle shifts in the girl's demeanor. Forget it. Let us return to the hotel. It seems your phone is ringing. Lin Lu patted his pocket. Confirming the vibrations, he retrieved his phone to find an official number calling. Hello? Am I speaking to Lin Lu from Yin University? A muffled voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask what the matter is? You and Bai Yushi informed the authorities that Mayor Gong Changqing of Yasi was involved in embezzlement and bribery, correct? Lin Lu, puzzled, moved the phone away from his ear, placing it between himself and Bai Yushi, and switched to speaker mode. Yes, just now, Gong Changqing has passed away. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. Are you joking? Lin Lu could hardly believe his ears. They had only left the city government 5 minutes prior, and the official enforcers had entered the building merely 2 minutes after their departure. How could this be, Lin Lu? We have no reason to jest with you. The voice on the other end replied with a hint of exasperation. Lin Lu exchanged a glance with Bai Yushi. All right, we're on our way. After hanging up, Lin Lu turned to Bai Yushi. How could this happen? Bai Yushi did not respond, her brow furrowed. If the events indeed mirrored those of her previous life, then the only individual capable of silently eliminating Gong Changqing would be Li Changyan. The mere 2-minute difference indicated that Li Changyan had been monitoring the mayor's office, or worse, had been watching them all along. A chill ran down Bai Yushi's spine, cool beads of sweat forming on her back. What's wrong? Lin Lu reached out, waving his hand before Bai Yushi's face. Lin Lu, what is the maximum perception range of Senior Lu, Lu Gu? Seeing Bai Yushi's pallor, Lin Lu refrained from teasing her. Lu Jin, clad in black, appeared beside them. If I don't actively sense, the entirety of Yasi remains within my range. Then, Senior Lu, if someone at the Dao Lord level has been watching us, would you be able to perceive that? That's impossible. Lu Jin shook his head. I am at the pinnacle of the Dao Lord level. Lu Jin's words bore no hint of arrogance, during their first encounter with Li Changyin in their previous life. Although Lu Jin hadn't apprehended him, he had emerged unscathed, only because the opponent's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. Lin Lu seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze at the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, his azure eyes radiating brilliance. Almost simultaneously, Lu Jin's figure materialized atop that very building, a surge of spiritual energy scanning the surrounding area within a 1,000-meter radius, yet yielding no results. Liu Gu. Did you discover anything? Lin Lu inquired. Did you notice something earlier? Lu Jin countered. Lin Lu nodded. I'm sure of it. Although that feeling of being watched was fleeting, it was still captured by the six eyes. Lu Jin remained silent, merely gazing skyward. Listening to their exchange, Bayushi felt her heart plummet. Though Lin Lu's cultivation was still low, the six eyes had undeniable capabilities. Being able to evade detection by someone at the peak of the Dao Lord level indicated that the answer was all too clear. Dao Saint, Lu Jin stated. Chapter 52. Unraveling the case, Lin Lu's choice. The two returned to the city government building 10 minutes later, entering the familiar mayor's office. Gong Changqing's body had yet to be cleared. Slumped against the wall, his purple attire stained crimson, his head tilted awkwardly, a gaping wound marring one side of his neck. Are you kidding me? As Lin Lu stepped into the room, the six eyes had already gathered all surface information, and he crouched beside Gong Changqing's corpse. Do you have any theories? The captain of the enforcement team stood behind Lin Lu. Just call me Lao Gao. Lin Lu reached out to touch Gong Changqing but was halted by Lao Gao. You cannot touch the deceased. Otherwise, it will be deemed as tampering with a crime scene. Why apologies? Lin Lu retracted his hovering hand. Such a wound seems unlikely to have been inflicted by a cutting weapon. Bayushi approached to examine the gash on Gong Changqing's neck. Indeed, this type of injury appears more akin to. Lao Gao hesitated, continuing uncertainly, a bite. Lin Lu glanced at Bayushi, their eyes exchanging silent communication. Is it that Dao Saint? Bayushi scanned Lin Lu's eyes. If it were a Dao Saint, they could easily kill this fellow countless times within 2 minutes. Lin Lu understood, observing the lifeless body. He discerned a clue. Bayushi, the positioning is off. Isn't it? Lin Lu pointed to the cracks sprawling across the wall. These were caused by him, and the wounds on the shoulder, but the positioning. When we left, he should have been over here. He indicated a spot approximately half a meter from the corpse. Lin Lu nodded. Lao Gao scratched his head. Bite wounds, but the positioning has changed. This complicates matters. Lin Lu frowned. If he struggled before his death, such severe injuries would surely leave bloodstains on the wall, not to mention the noise it would have made. Although Lin Lu suspected that the Dao Saint was likely responsible, his instincts urged him to deny this, seeking to deduce the true culprit through reasoning. Bayushi stared blankly at the corpse, devoid of any leads. In a moment of clarity, she placed herself in the shoes of that Dao Saint. Contemplating their intentions, after she and Lin Lu departed, the Dao Saint appeared in the room to eliminate Gong Changqing, a definitive act of silencing. Did Gong Changqing possess information that posed a threat to him? Why would he not only kill but also reposition the corpse? With his abilities, he could have easily dispatched Gong Changqing before he even realized what was happening. Suddenly, Bayushi had a flash of insight. And almost simultaneously, she and Lin Lu leaned towards the spot where Gong Changqing had lain before their departure. Did you notice? Lin Lu focused on a spot of crimson amidst the fine cracks. While it's of the ice attribute, it is still somewhat connected to the water attribute, allowing for a faint perception. I'm done for. Can't we get a few of the same level? It's exhausting to play mind games and get beaten up. Lin Lu stood, pouting. What have you two students deduced? Lao Gao inquired, stepping closer. Bayushi glanced at him. Lao Gao, for the time being, just treat this as a regular homicide case when you collect the body. What do you mean? Literally, Lin Lu patted Lao Gao's shoulder, speaking earnestly, for your sake, it's best not to inquire further. Lao Gao pointed at himself, opening his mouth as if to protest but ultimately fell silent. A kid who hasn't even fully matured dares to lecture me? Forget it. You're a god level. Bayushi and Lin Lu exited the city government building once more. The repositioning of the corpse served no purpose other than to confuse them. Lin Lu's lips twitched as he pulled out his phone, preparing to contact the principal. What a joke. A Dao Saint has intervened, and they expect those two Dao Dan to handle it. He wants to keep our thoughts trapped in that moment, but cleverness often backfires. Has the principal replied? Lin Lu stowed his phone away. No need to contact him. Bayushi? Are you joking? That S.A. Dao saint. Do you truly believe your parents can come back for another visit? Bayushi regarded Lin Lu as utterly foolish. She had previously understood that Li Changyin was present and still insisted on proceeding because, in the original timeline, he was a Dao Lord while they had Lu Jin, who was at the peak of the Dao Lord level. But now, the situation was fundamentally different. Li Changyin was a Dao saint. Saint and monarch, though merely a letter apart, embody realms as disparate as heaven and earth. The monarch represents the zenith of spiritual power, while the saint transmutes one's own spiritual energy into divine might. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the most formidable monarch would stand no chance against the weakest saint. Last time, Lu Jin survived the onslaught of two saints not due to his strength, but rather because he had no intention of engaging them in a protracted battle, opting instead to flee while countering. However, this time is different. When both were monarchs, Li Changyin managed to escape from Lu Jin's grasp due to his peculiar abilities, and now, Li Changyin has ascended to the rank of saint. Calm down. Bayushi, Lin LV remarked, casting a knowing glance in a certain direction. What is his purpose in confounding us? To keep his existence hidden from us. Bayushi navigated around the bend. He is certainly still fixated on us. If we act recklessly, we will undoubtedly expose ourselves. Why not bring along two divine beings? Lin LV squinted, pondering. Feigning ignorance is our only option, even if he realizes that we are aware of his presence. As long as we do not report it, he will not act out of desperation. Do you believe that if I were to make a phone call, we would see the dawn of tomorrow? I have been remiss in my considerations, Bayushi sighed, tapping her forehead. Shall we continue our investigation of the warehouse? Of course, Lin LV replied as he flagged down a taxi and opened the door to sit inside. Aren't you supposed to let the lady enter first? You. Lin LV shot a sidelong glance at Bayushi, his gaze lingering on her long, fair legs for a brief moment before he fell silent. Shifting slightly to make room. You are at best a succubus, Bayushi teased, leaning closer to Lin LV. If you wish to see, just ask me. I am not denying you. Lin LV. The taxi driver couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Are today's youth really this extravagant? He glanced at the rearview mirror and spotted the two unmistakably distinctive white-haired figures. Are you? Lin LV quickly placed a finger to his lips. Shoo. This is a clandestine operation. Understood, the driver said, somewhat excited. Not only was he privy to the secrets between divine beings, but he was also fortunate enough to serve as their chauffeur. What a life-changing experience. Where to? Lin LV looked at Bayushi, deliberately raising his gaze. Back to the hotel? Bayushi nodded. The Fuji Grand Hotel. Just take us there. Lin LV closed his eyes, handing the driver a large bill, avoiding the gaze below, and no need for change. Understood. Chapter 53. Dancing beneath the starry sky, come chase me. Don't run, behold my invincible water gun. How delightful it is to spend a night here. And diving aloud. You might slip and fall. Night fell, and the stars adorned the sky. Lin LV sat cross-legged on the hotel rooftop, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, allowing the cacophony of voices to disrupt his thoughts. The rooftop of the Fuji Grand Hotel features a uniquely designed open-air swimming pool, leaving only a fraction of the space for standing. Each evening, guests flock here to unwind, and though summer has waned, the remnants of heat still invite revelry. It's a bit noisy. Lin LV rubbed his aching temples. His formidable six-eyed information processing ability allowed him to perceive the surroundings instantly, yet it inevitably bombarded him with a plethora of irrelevant data. The distinction between the divine presence of the body and that of the ordinary lies here. The latter can be retracted at will, while the former becomes an integral part of one's being. Soon, his thoughts turned to a more distressing matter. Bayushi. The mere thought of her sent chills down his spine. It is often said that men become most charming in middle age, and considering that a certain white-haired individual has a psychological age of 36, he is at the peak of attraction for women. Yet, it seems that other women show him little interest, while Bayushi, upon returning from the land of pickled vegetables, clings to him like a vixen, refusing to let go. If one were to inquire about Lin LV's feelings towards Bayushi, he would admit to a certain fondness. After all, who could resist a beauty? In his previous life, Lin LV had dreamt of being pampered by a fair-skinned, beautiful heiress. In this life, Half of that dream has been realized. Yet he dares not hope for the other half. What brings you here? A cool voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Lin LV to freeze momentarily before awkwardly turning to face Bayushi. Hello? What are you doing here? She inquired, taking a seat beside him. Just trying to unwind, Lin LV said, donning a pair of round sunglasses. Why wear sunglasses at night? I wish I didn't have to. The processing capacity of my 6 eyes is overwhelming, filling my mind with so much noise that these glasses help dull the excess. You seem to have a fondness for rooftops. Indeed, Lin LV replied. Reclining with his hands behind his head, I grew accustomed to it. My family's small building has a rooftop, and whenever I feel troubled, I enjoy going up there to feel the breeze. Later, when I worked night shifts, I would always find solace on the rooftop after work. Do you not have any friends to hang out with? Not at all, I am quite busy, Lin LV shrugged. I have to study, and after that, I need to contribute to the household. During my primary school years, I relied on my grandfather's meager martyr's pension to survive. BY middle school. I took on odd jobs at convenience stores and small shops. In high school, I spent 3 years at the cinema ticket booth. Merely surviving drained all my energy, leaving no room for friendships. Bayushi listened quietly, offering no reply. Although in their past lives they had been married, they had met fewer than 10 times after their wedding. Most of those encounters occurring on the battlefield, resulting in Bayushi's near total ignorance of Lin LV. Lin LV yawned and waved his hands to continue. Moreover, others are unwilling to befriend me. They tease me for having no parents. Whenever they complained to the teachers would ask, why do they only bully you and not others? You should reflect on your own issues. It wasn't until I could no longer tolerate it and gave them a good thrashing that those little brats finally behaved. Consequently, they were even less inclined to associate with me, which suited me just fine. I have no friends either, Bayushi replied, choosing not to lie down like Lin LV, instead gazing up at the stars. After my mother passed away, my family grew stricter with me. I had to score first in every exam, or I wouldn't be fed. Whenever I went hungry, it was my brother who secretly brought me his portion. Bayushi treats you very well. He is a competent brother, but I am not a good sister. Ever since our mother left, he has become very independent and strong, treating me with increasing kindness, perhaps to compensate for the maternal and paternal love I lost too early. But that foolish boy, while he provides for me, who will care for him? Oh, there are stars tonight, Bayushi, who had been chattering away, suddenly realized. Lin LV felt somewhat speechless. You've been staring for so long, and only now do you notice. I wasn't paying attention, Bayushi replied, resting her hands on the ground as she looked up at the sky. Today is starry day, starry day. Lin LV murmured, gazing at the multitude of stars. For 400 years, the advancement of human technology has led to significant light pollution, drowning out the once pure light of the stars with the noisy glow of neon lights. Perhaps in some remote places, one might still catch a glimpse of starlight, but in cities rife with class disparity, such occurrences are nigh impossible. The stars, akin to the bottom-tier individuals striving against overwhelming odds, find it nearly impossible to transcend the mountains of neon. Since the emergence of spiritual energy on Earth and the advent of the extraordinary system, for reasons beyond explanation, there are 2 nights each year when the stars break through the neon's barrier, revealing their radiant brilliance from tens of thousands of light years away. My mother once told me that if one day she were no longer present, I should count the stars on starry day. Amidst the vast sea of stars, one would surely reflect her essence. Bayushi stood, extending a finger to point at the sky, but I have never had such an opportunity. Under the family's control, even observing the stars on starry day feels like a luxury. Lin LV sat up, tilting his head to follow Bayushi's gaze. Every starry day, I go to the rooftop to count stars. For me, simply enjoying the evening breeze and daydreaming on the rooftop is a source of happiness. If I can count the stars, that would be the pinnacle of joy. Bayushi looked down at Lin LV, a pang of sympathy stirring within her. This fool has endured such hardships. Lin LV turned to meet Bayushi's eyes, a fleeting connection before separation, despite feeling like a pitiful little dog drenched in rain. Unwanted by anyone, he found empathy in her gaze. Fool. Lin LV, which star do you think is most likely to be my mother? Lin LV paused for a moment, shaking his head. None of these stars are your mother. Huh? As a mother, she would never manifest as an ethereal star. She has deceived you, in truth. She is always transformed into the sun, accompanying you. Even on cold nights, she casts her loving light upon you through the moon. Lin LV stood shoulder to shoulder with Bayushi. Is that not so? Bayushi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You're right. Have you heard the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Lin LV asked, looking at Bayushi. She gathered her flowing hair behind her head and shook her head. Twinkle, twinkle, shining brightly. The sky is adorned with countless little stars, suspended in the night sky, radiating light, resembling many tiny eyes. Twinkle, twinkle, shining brightly. Lin L gazes upward and sings, while Bayushi listens attentively. A cheerful male voice resonates in the latter's ears, instilling an inexplicable sense of peace within her. As the melody concludes, she chuckles softly. Isn't it unpleasant? Lin L shot a provocative glance at Bayushi. Understanding Lin L's intent, Bayushi returned the gaze with equal fervor. Are you entertaining a child? Such a tsundere brat? Seeking a fight? After some playful banter, Lin L gently massaged her temples. I'll head down first. The information here is rather cluttered. Wait a moment. What is it? Do you remember the 4 conditions you owe me? The girl took a half step toward Lin L. Yes, I would like to invoke the first one now. Let me embrace you. The boy and girl, merely half a step apart, seemed to be separated by an endless sea of stars. The boy momentarily lost in thought, while the girl boldly stepped forward and enveloped him in her arms. It was abrupt. A fragrant breeze brushed against him. Without warning, the silver-haired girl advanced, her arms passing through under his armpits, then tightened around him. It was morally unassailable. He could not refuse it. That moment, the distant stars, millions of light-years away, showered their luminous essence, breaking through the celestial barriers to illuminate this pair of youngsters. They seemed to be cloaked in a gentle, sacred glow, quiet yet grand, romantic yet magnificent. Just as Lin L intended to speak, he found the world's sounds gradually diminishing until they faded into silence. There were no all-encompassing sights, no cacophony that induced headaches, only the silver-haired girl holding him close, with her faint fragrance lingering in the air. The 6 eyes that had troubled Lin L quietly shut at this moment. Beneath his aloof blue irises lay a pair of confused yet resolute black pupils. Even years later, after weathering countless storms, one would not forget such moments, nor the embrace beneath the starry sky. At this instant, the world fell silent. Chapter 54. The foolish Lin L, have you had enough of hugging? A hint of blush graced Bayushi's cool visage. She had initially thought the embrace would be brief, yet unexpectedly, this fellow held her tightly. While it was a pleasant surprise, it was their first time in such a situation, and a degree of shyness was inevitable. Lin L offered no reply, merely leaning quietly against Bayushi, serenely inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her. Hey! Bayushi sensed something amiss and leaned closer to Lin L's ear, whispering softly. No response. Only the steady rhythm of his breathing. No way. Is he asleep? Bayushi propped herself against Lin L and turned to examine his face. A small round pair of sunglasses perched on his nose. The boy's eyes were shut, mouth slightly agape, breathing in a steady cadence. Bayushi turned and hoisted Lin L onto her back. The path behind them seemed to vanish, one hand supporting him. I'll manage. No need, senior, Bayushi insisted, shifting to let Lin L rest atop her. Bayushi, Lu Jin waved his hand, using spiritual power to isolate the surrounding space, preventing any eavesdropping. Why go to such lengths to approach him? The figure clad in black stood resolutely in the night, his attire rustling in the wind. Though his gaze appeared languid, he believed if Bayushi could not provide a reasonable explanation, she would meet a dire fate. I like him, Bayushi confessed earnestly. I also have something very important to ask him, but not in the manner of ordinary friends. Eugene released his grip on Lin L and fixed his gaze on Bayushi's face. Not specific enough. Anticipating this, Bayushi smiled. I say I have been reborn, that in my past life we were husband and wife, and he perished saving me. Senior Lu, do you believe it? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you writing a novel? Don't get yourself killed with such a tale. Though Bayushi's rationale lacked coherence, Lu Jin chose to believe her. The words may have been false, but her sincerity could not be feigned. Go ahead, Donamim. The girl carried the boy toward the stairway, leaving the figure in black alone beneath the starry sky. He extended a hand. A deep scar etched across his palm, wild and fierce. Let us hope fortune does not turn against us. Upon returning to their cozy VIP suite, Bayushi tossed Lin El onto the bed, shaking her shoulders. He looks slim, yet is surprisingly heavy. Gazing at Lin El's peaceful countenance, a mischievous impulse surged within her. She extended a finger, playfully removing Lin El's glasses and donning them herself, tilting her head to admire the grand chandelier above. Quite dark. Removing the glasses, Bayushi rummaged through the desk until she found a black marker. He. The girl leaned closer to Lin El, observing his tranquil features, uncapped the pen, and began doodling on his face. A pig's head here. A little mouse there. And what should I draw next? A puppy. All done. Bayushi surveyed her handiwork, a face adorned with a myriad of zodiac signs, nodding with pride. As expected of me. She yawned, glancing at the time. 10:45 today, the bed is yours. She tucked Lin El in and settled cross-legged on the sofa to prepare for her cultivation. Not quite right. The scheming girl stealthily crept to the edge of the bed, plopping down. Lin El needs a good rest. I shall protect him closely and no doubt about it. I'm quite clever. Bayushi retrieved a spirit stone from her ring. Ready to cultivate, when a hand wrapped tightly around her waist, holding her firmly, Bayushi. The girl whirled around, her previously serene face now etched with fear. Before her lay the silver-haired boy, his face marred by her artistic endeavors. His arms clinging tightly to her slender waist, his head occasionally nuzzling against her thigh, muttering, Mama, Bayushi. That it seems cultivating will not be possible tonight. You little pervert. Outside, Lu Jin hovered in midair, expressionless as he observed the pair within. After a long contemplation, he fervently scribbled in his notebook. New Year 452, October 24th. Lin El seeks maternal comfort. Mother has responded. The following day, awakening from slumber, Lin El twisted in the dimness of the bed, attempting to stretch his body, producing groans akin to a warning of impending mutation. What a splendid sleep. I don't even feel grumpy. Embracing the blanket, Lin El rubbed his face against it in bliss. Wait, why is some of this blanket soft and some hard? And it smells delightful. Lin El opened his eyes to find a soft waist encircled by his arm, his face nestled against the supple flesh of its onerous abdomen, the texture smooth and delicate. Lu Go, aren't you supposed to have abs? Lin El poked the ticklish flesh to the side. Bayushi smiled down, leaning over to pinch Lin El's ear and giving it a sharp twist. Have you had enough of that? Whoa! 5 minutes later, Bayushi sat cross-legged on the plush bed, her clear, radiant face flushed with indignation, while Lin El crouched at the wall's base, resembling a novice caught mid-performance. Bayushi had never anticipated he could hold her so tightly, and for an entire night at that. Though he claimed not to like her, his body seemed quite honest. I never said I disliked you. No, what I meant was... What? Bayushi squinted suspiciously. Lin El, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, Wait, I remember. Didn't we embrace on the rooftop last night? And then what happened? Oh, you remember that, do you? You slept in my arms. Bayushi's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, the words she had nearly spoken caught in her throat. What did I do? Lin El scratched the back of his head. You forgot. Bayushi conjured a brilliant plan for revenge. A smirk forming on her lips. Lin El, the young master, seems to have an awful lot of forgetfulness, hasn't he? Wait, what did I do? Bayushi pressed on. After our embrace last night, we returned to the suite. And then in the middle of the night, someone snuck into my bed, right? Lin El, wait a moment. Swiftly, Lin El uncovered the flaw in her narrative. But you let me onto your bed and held me, right? My disagreement means nothing. Bayushi remained unfazed, her composure intact. Lin El felt his brain teetering on the brink of collapse. Lu Gu, Lin El called out loudly, and Lu Jin appeared in the room at the sound of his voice. Lu Gu, you must help me. What happened last night? My most trusted aide must possess discerning eyes. Lu Jin cast a sidelong glance at Bayushi. If this girl has no ulterior motives, she might very well become the future mistress of the Yuanshan Palace. This would elevate the Lin family's status, with Lin Linyu leading, followed by Chun Yao, Bayushi, Lin Zian, and Lin El in succession. And it appeared Bayushi was indeed sincere. Senior Lu, you must help me. Bayushi pleaded innocently. Lu Jin's mind erupted in chaos. Do not answer. Do not answer. Do not answer. He shot Lin El a furious glance before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 55. Am I that terrifying? Is this the place? Lin L opened the taxi door, gesturing for Bayushi to enter. Bayushi gracefully stepped out of the car, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Lu, unable to suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? He inquired. I am not laughing, she retorted, restoring her icy demeanor and shooting him another glance. I saw you smile. Bayushi raised an elegant brow. You are quite right, Lin Xiao. I didn't laugh. I didn't. Lin Lu turned away, exhaling a resigned sigh. How could he be so foolish, failing to maintain his composure in front of this vixen? Was he truly destined to remain single in this lifetime? As he watched Lin Lu turn away, Bayushi closed the car door, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Silly boy, the way, master. How much do I owe you? Lin Lu circled back to the driver's window. Young man, are you and that young lady a couple? The driver, his face solemn, regarded Lin Lu. No. Sigh, this is no place for you children. Take my advice and head back. I'll take you to your hotel for just this fare. How does that sound? This is the most chaotic part of the city, filled with all sorts of scum and bullies. The driver glanced at Bayushi waiting nearby. Especially with such a beautiful girl. Many have suffered at the hands of people here. Even officials are of little use. Just leave. Lin Lu looked up towards the direction indicated by the car, where a massive black iron gate loomed ominously. If one were to approach, the acrid scent of rust would become apparent, alongside the sight of crows devouring remnants of flesh. Rest assured, uncle, with our background, these people will not dare to act against us. Sigh, the driver sighed again, realizing he could not dissuade them and decided to relent. Just give me 40. Lin Lu handed him a $50 bill. No need for change, uncle. Thank you. Sigh. The driver sighed once more, accepting the extra 10 and reversing the vehicle. The driver is quite decent, Bayushi remarked, watching the long trail of exhaust. Indeed, Lin Lu shrugged, striding towards the iron gate. Halt! A burly man blocked Lin Lu's path, sizing him up before sneering, new face, huh? You should leave. This is no place for a kid like you. I understand the rules, Lin Lu replied with a faint smile. Another newcomer? A gaunt man nearby peered over, taking notice of Bayushi behind Lin Lu. Whoa, a real gem. His eyes sparkled as he approached Bayushi, eyeing her stunningly beautiful face, saliva nearly dribbling from his mouth. Spend a night with me, and I'll enlighten you on the rules here. What do you say? A flicker of disdain passed through Bayushi's eyes, which appeared as a different scenery to the emaciated man. A gem. An absolute gem. I must have her. Hey! A hand landed on his shoulder. The man impatiently shrugged it off. Don't bother me. I'll talk later. The hand persisted, patting repeatedly. I said, do you have? The last word was cut off as the man felt as though a massive truck had collided with his face, sending him sprawling backwards, teeth mingled with saliva and blood soaring through the air. Are you seeking death? Lin Lu retracted his fist, his piercing blue eyes gazing down at the fallen man. You fool. Do you wish to die? The man summoned his divine manifestation, wielding two scythes that emanated a formidable aura of the second level of Dao Dan. Lin Lu stood his ground, unyielding against the man's charge. Apologized. To hell with you. The scythes transformed into silver threads slicing through the air, reappearing mere centimeters from Lin Lu's neck. Yet, in that moment, the icy chill could advance no further. A glint of cold light flickered across the man's throat as Bayushi, wielding a tang knife, emerged from behind the towering iron gate, her frigid gaze laced with murderous intent, tormenting the man's fading will. You. The emaciated man clasped his throat, blood gushing between his fingers, his eyes widening in disbelief as he succumbed to death. The burly man gaped at his companion's agonizing demise, paralyzed into silence. The second level of Dao Dan, and he just died. I understand the rules. Lin Lu smiled faintly. Either have power or create it. Is this sufficient? Yes, it is enough. The man nodded like a chick pecking at rice. No joke, he was only at that level. With a mere blink, the other could kill him. What could he possibly say? After casting a pitying glance at his fallen companion, the man shifted his focus entirely onto Lin Lu. You can only blame your bad luck for crossing paths with such a talented young man. An oversight on my part, he added with a smile, lowering himself to appear less imposing before Lin Lu. Best not to ask what you shouldn't do. Bayushi coldly interjected. Of course. Lin Lu produced a pair of small round sunglasses, placing them on his nose. My surname is Lin. from the Shangyuan Divine Palace. The burly man's mind exploded with shock. White-haired, surname Lin. Shangyuan Divine Palace. Wasn't he this the Lin family's young master who had just awakened? Causing a stir in the pickled vegetable kingdom? Lin Xiao, I didn't recognize your esteemed presence. Please do not hold it against me, and also, Miss Bai. White-haired girl, alongside Lin Lu. Even the dimmest of minds could deduce that this frosty beauty was Bai Yushi. The Bai family's young lady and an equally extraordinary talent. Bai Yushi cast him a cold glance but said nothing. Lin Lu patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. Come on, don't be so stiff. I want tea bite. Smile a little. The man forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Of course, you wouldn't tea bite me. You would kill me. Lin Lu turned to Bai Yushi. Am I really that terrifying? Bai Yushi lifted her gaze, her complex expression lingering on Lin Lu for but a moment. Fool. Lin Lu. Rebounding from Bai Yushi's cold demeanor, he turned back to the burly man. Am I really that frightening? The man again forced out that grim smile. Not frightening. Not frightening at all. Do you even have the face to ask? You've awakened for less than 6 months. Do you even know how many lives you've taken? I knew it. How could such an amiable person frighten others? Indeed, you cannot scare them, but you can certainly frighten them to death. May I inquire about something? Please, go ahead. Do you know someone by the name of Zhu Tuo in this area? The burly man pondered for a moment. Yes, he is one of the shareholders of our Fengyue Tavern. Bring him to me. Forget it, my dear father, the man lamented. At my level, not only is it impossible to summon him, even meeting him is as difficult as ascending to heaven. If I offend him, it could cost me my life. Oh, Lin Lu smiled broadly. So if you offend me, it's a matter of life and death. Right? The burly man. Observing the man's dazed expression, Lin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite amusing to tease a simpleton. Just kidding, we're leaving now. Chapter 56. Heretical beings. The burly man pointed in a direction, and Lin Lu and Bai Yushi followed his indication towards Fengyue Tavern. Fengyue Tavern, TSK. It couldn't possibly be an improper establishment, could it? The white-haired youth stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Are you excited? Bai Yushi cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Lu. The young man, having sensed the chilling aura of danger from her side, hastily altered his tone. I came today to eradicate such sordid enterprises. Restoring a clear sky for everyone. Bai Yushi remained skeptical of Lin Lu's words. Not a single one of you boys is trustworthy. Have we arrived already? They soon came upon a traditional-style plaque along their path. Reflecting the sunlight as a towering modern building beautifully melded the ancient with the contemporary. You must be young Master Lin and Miss Bai. Yes. A woman dressed in elegant traditional garb emerged, gracefully bowing with a palace fan in hand. Please follow me. My master has been waiting for some time. Lin Lu and Bai Yushi exchanged glances, then followed the woman's lead. Young Master Lin? How do you find our tavern? I'm quite impoverished, even the sign is old and worn. If it's not up to par, I could arrange for funds from Shangyuan Divine Palace. You jest, young master, the woman giggled, leading the two white-haired individuals to an elevator, pausing to say, please hold for a moment. Wait a moment, Lin Lu urgently interrupted. What is it, young master? Who am I? The young master of Shangyuan Divine Palace. Lin Lu, does riding this contraption suit my status? The traditional woman was left speechless. Lin Lu waved his hand dismissively, pointing towards a distant safety exit. Use that. Only the safety exit is sufficiently secure. Which floor shall we ascend to? Bai Yushi held Lin Lu back, preventing him from causing further trouble. Miss, it's the top floor. Taking the elevator. Unsafe. Lin Lu firmly refused. If you want to climb the stairs, you can go by yourself. Bai Yushi looked at him with a smile. Her cold aura combined with her frosty visage sent chills down Lin Lu's spine. He smirked disdainfully. Do you know what is most important for a man? Its integrity, its principles, it's saying no to the wrong things. The handsome young man held his head high. No one can defeat me in my domain. Ding dong. The elevator arrived at the 27th floor, and Bai Yushi stepped out expressionlessly, followed closely by a woman in ancient attire. Miss Bai, young Master Lin. The woman's face displayed a look of consternation. Pay him no mind, Bai Yushi replied, taking a deep breath, perplexed as to why she had become so infatuated with such a fool. I am sufficient on my own. Very well. Meanwhile, Lin LV, who was ascending the stairs, did not reach the 27th floor in one go. He paused on each floor for a while. The first floor was a standard reception hall, while the second to fifth floors resembled a restaurant. The sixth and seventh floors housed a tea house. And above the eighth floor were various office spaces. As for the eighth floor, the emergency exit door would not budge. What a charming brothel, Lin LV mused, standing at the eighth floor, his blue eyes keenly observing the electronic lock that restrained him. His slender fingers gently tapped on the iron door, and Lin LV's figure became ethereal. Technique. Reversal of the azure, a figure with white hair appeared behind the door, shrouded in darkness, as he merely lifted a finger, igniting a flame at its tip, dispelling the surrounding gloom. Let me uncover your secrets. Lin LV flicked his finger, and the flame gradually enlarged, floating before him to provide a warm light. As this, a cold storage? The luminous sphere hovered before him as Lin LV, hands in his pockets, traversed the vast emptiness of the eighth floor, halting before a sheet of glass. One-sided? Lin LV raised an eyebrow and tapped on the glass. Bang! The fragile glass began to tremble violently, and Lin LV glimpsed the entirety of what lay beyond, a creature resembling an alien pressed against the spot he had struck, its massive head crashing against it repeatedly, emitting deep, guttural growls. Quite unsightly. Among the knowledge transmitted to him by Lin Ziyuan were not only the foundational martial arts of the Earth level, but also insights into the cultivation system and the abyssal environment, including information about alien species, low-tier abyssal races, shapeshifters, talent cap locked, Dao King. The existence of such aliens on Earth, particularly a race on the brink of extinction, could this brothel be referring to them? Lin LV continued to wander aimlessly forward, the glass walls becoming increasingly intricate on either side of his path, and the cultivation level of the imprisoned aliens rising as he delved deeper. Dao Life, Dao Pill, Dao Sea, Dao King. Lin LV halted at the end of the eighth floor. And behind the one-sided glass before him was not a grotesque alien but a naked woman, curled up and quietly suspended in a high-concentration nutrient solution, her long lashes swaying with the bubbles. A human? Lin LV approached, using his 6 eyes to gather information from the surroundings. Soon, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous corner stacked with numerous empty bottles, each prominently labeled Amtrobacteria. Just then, the woman in the nutrient solution slowly opened her eyes. Locking gazes with the dazed Lin LV, the blue-eyed Lin LV noticed her movement, their eyes meeting. The woman glided to the glass edge, gently tapping on it. What the hell? Lin LV felt an intrusive thought invade his mind and hurriedly shut his eyes. What good will that do? You have 6 eyes, kid. Do not gaze, do not gaze, do not gaze. Despite the one-way glass, the woman seemed to sense Lin LV's presence, staring intently at him. After a long while, she opened her mouth, allowing the nutrient solution to flow into her. Alien. Aberration. Streams of eerie green light illuminated the glass behind her, countless shapeshifters awakening to reveal their glowing eyes, directing the green light toward the sole illumination in the dark. Aberration. On the 27th floor, a man clad in a suit sat on a sofa, discussing matters regarding a mysterious warehouse with Yoshitsu. You are completely unaware of that warehouse. By heaven's conscience, Zhu Tuo raised a finger to the ceiling. That warehouse you mentioned has nothing to do with me, Miss Bai. Yushi furrowed her brow, contemplating the veracity of Zhu Tuo's words. In her previous life, to unearthly Changyin, she inadvertently exposed Zhu Tuo. A wealthy individual, but this time, things appeared different. What are your thoughts on the Amtrobacteria? Amtrobacteria? Zhu Tuo chuckled wryly, lifting a cup from the table with a ringed hand. I wouldn't dare to have any opinions on such a thing. Yushi noticed the ring on Zhu Tuo's middle finger, momentarily taken aback. Your ring? Oh? This? Zhu Tuo's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he caressed the ring on his finger. It was given to me by someone I cherish. Yushi smiled slightly. Worn on the middle finger, I take it you are in the throes of romance. Indeed, who would have thought a nearly 40-year-old man could still be in love? As she gazed at the ring on Zhu Tuo's finger, a shadow flickered in Yushi's eyes. If things remained unchanged, Zhu Tuo's beloved should be the true master of this brothel, a formidable individual of the Dao Emperor level. Zhang Xinghuang. Moreover, Zhang Xinghuang was also the principal orchestrator of the brothel's collusion with Li Changyin's plan. The plan was a nefarious scheme that transcended ethical boundaries, aimed at merging humans with alien races, akin to a skin swap. Human bodies, alien essence. If all remained as before, then the 8th floor of this brothel would be a stage for the initial experiments of the union between shapeshifters and humans. Overseen by a mature amalgam of Tao King caliber, it seemed this time Zhu Tuo was indeed an adversary. Has Lin LV not arrived yet? With the physique of a transcendent being, he shouldn't take this long to ascend the stairs. Bai Yushi paused for a moment. He hasn't he come up for so long. That fool wouldn't he have gone to the 8th floor, would he? A sudden violent tremor caused Bai Yushi to lose her balance momentarily, and she was steadied by Zhu Tuo's outstretched hand. Are you all right, Miss Bai? I'm fine, thank you. What is happening? A growing sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Bai Yushi's heart. Such an explosion. Surely not? Zhu Tuo narrowed his eyes. It appears a little mouse has infiltrated our impregnable brothel. Chapter 57. Human-Alien Union, King of Shape-Shifters, in the dimly lit space. A suffocating darkness enveloped, with flickering green lights illuminating the depths. Surrounding the soul-warm glow in the shadows. Crack, 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 crack. The 6 eyes, undeterred by the night, keenly observed the shattering of the one-sided glass nearby. Nutrient solution gushed through the cracks of the culture dish. The crisp sound of shattering growing louder, accompanied by the roars concealed in the darkness that pierced Lin LV's ears. Bang! The first culture dish's one-sided glass shattered completely. Black lightning surged toward the soul-pale spot in the darkness. And without looking back, Lin LV unleashed the flame hovering before him. The once small spark erupted into a raging inferno, burying the Tao Pill-level shapeshifter beneath its waves. Earth-level advanced martial art, starfire conflagration. The shapeshifter of Tao Pill level was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames. However, Lin LV was taken aback as the moment the flames made contact with the nutrient solution, it ignited instantaneously, intensifying the blaze and causing a shockwave to erupt in a way whose nutrient solution is made from such flammable and explosive substances. Lin LV promptly activated his limitless technique, wrapping himself in an invisible barrier to shield against the explosion's impact. The explosion of the nutrient solution seemed to serve as a signal for attack, the clear sound of shattering echoing through the fiery curtain, followed by the excited roars of the aliens. The cacophony of roars reverberated around Lin LV, more and more nutrient solutions igniting in contact with the flames, many low-level shapeshifters being obliterated before they could experience the thrill of liberation. A powerful gust swept past Lin LV's head, and he ducked down to evade, as a black claw emerged from the shadows, aiming directly at the back of his head. Bang! Lin LV kicked the attacking shapeshifter away and sprinted in the opposite direction, with countless Dao C-level shapeshifters trailing behind him. Although the low-tier Dao C could no longer pose a threat to Lin LV, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, Lin LV had observed that the defenses of the higher-tier Dao C and that peculiar Tao King were quite formidable, making escape impossible for the time being. MIA fool to not seize this chance to flee. Azure, multiple activations allowed Lin LV to flash between flames and shadows, constantly teleporting to new positions. Finally, Lin LV reached the side of the safety door, just as he was about to cast Azure to teleport to the other side when a familiar woman's face suddenly appeared before him. Lin LV's pupils constricted. Is this woman supposed to be in the culture dish? The woman reached out a hand, and a violent surge of spiritual energy stripped away the infinite barrier surrounding Lin LV, leaving him completely exposed to the air. Tao Emperor. There can be no mistake. This pressure can only belong to a Tao Emperor. How can it be a Tao Emperor? Lu Gu. The figure of Lu Jin in black emerged from the darkness, seizing Lin LV by the collar and vanishing from sight. The woman stood still, slowly retracting her hand. So this is the capital you possess, little one. One by one, shapeshifters roared and approached the woman, only to be suppressed in place by the barely perceptible pressure of the emperor. The woman let out a soft huff, and the apocalyptic sea of flames engulfing the entire floor suddenly extinguished. What in the world? How can a mere child awaken these shapeshifters entirely? She walked gracefully to the deepest culture dish, where a woman with the same visage as hers floated naked in the nutrient solution, gazing at the approaching woman with a contemplative expression. The woman outside the glass extended a finger to tap on the surface, her lips curling into an elusive smile on that very hand. There was a ring that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Zhang Xinghuang. Oh Zhang Xinghuang, tell me, If your beloved Zhu Tue were to discover that this hideous has taken possession of your vessel, would he not go mad? Ha ha ha. The woman within the glass, perplexed by the actions of her counterpart outside, tilted her head with an expression devoid of emotion. No, no, she retracted her finger. I am Zhang Xinghuang. The Zhang Xinghuang within the glass spoke slowly. What? The Zhang Xinghuang inside gazed in the direction where Lin LV had fled, her mouth moving silently, has not escaped. Lord Daoji, forgive me. The Zhang Xinghuang outside stepped forward, pressing against the glass. What did you say? That person is an... The Zhang Xinghuang within fell silent, seemingly drained of all energy, her eyes closing heavily. The Zhang Xinghuang outside chuckled softly and clapped her hands. Bring forth the others. 3 figures resembling eunuchs materialized from the void, each possessing the terrifying strength of a low-tier Dao Emperor. Go and intercept the Sword Lord. Merely obstruct him, for even if the 3 of you joined forces, you would not be his match. Understood. The 3 figures vanished into the void. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xinghuang bit her finger, drawing blood to inscribe a complex array upon the ground. As the array formed, the blood emitted an eerie red glow, and the phantom of a man hovered above it. What is it, master? Zhang Xinghuang knelt on one knee, her head bowed, unwilling to meet the man's gaze. The secret of the Fengyue Tavern has been uncovered by Lin LV. Then you shall bear all the blame. The man's icy voice held no trace of emotion. Understood, but there is a discovery that requires reporting to the master. Speak. The king has discovered the At this moment. Zhang Xinghuang lifted her head, her eyes alight with fervor. The man was taken aback. What did you say? Zhang Xinghuang could no longer contain her excitement. It is Lin LV, the son of Lin Zian and Chen Yao. He is the foretold by Lord Daoji. The man took a step forward, disregarding the illusion of his form beyond the array. Where is he? He was just taken away by the Sword Lord. His whereabouts are unknown. I shall pursue. The must be eradicated. With a resounding crack, the array reached its limit, disintegrating into ashes. Zhang Xinghuang rose from the ground and dialed a number on her phone. There is no need to intercept. My master has already departed. Return to the tavern. I sense a girl accompanying Lin LV. Control her. Yes, that is not permissible. Suddenly, a hand snatched the phone away. A white-haired youth smiled, holding Zhang Xinghuang's device. How could you tell you goo? Lu Jin swiftly struck, a thunderous palm descending upon Zhang Xinghuang. Damn it! A mist of blood surged as Zhang Xinghuang vanished from the spot just before the strike could land. Lin LV toyed with the phone in his hand, a spark igniting as he crushed it. No need to keep it. It might be useful later. Eugene glanced at him. Keeping it might have its merits. But in doing so, we would reveal our location to the enemy, a trade-off not worth making. Lin LV casually discarded the remnants of the phone, his azure eyes riveted upon the colossal cultivation vessel. How audacious, to study the amalgamation of Inhumans. TSK, should they succeed, it would be a cataclysmic blow to humanity. The antral bacteria is lethal to humans precisely because it alters cellular activity, transforming human cells into a more active state, one capable of absorbing cells from other races. In this state, humans cannot survive, Lu Jin elucidated. Lin LV's gaze shifted to the small vial beside the cultivation vessel. Deep in thought. Is it truly safe? Lu Jin inquired. I will annihilate the Dao Emperors here before the Dao Saint arrives, while you and Bayushi gather intelligence amidst the chaos. Rest assured, Lu Gu. Lin LV smiled slightly. I know my limits, and my parents have provided me with plenty of life-preserving treasures. Then I shall depart. If you encounter insurmountable danger, call my name, and I will be before you in half a second. Understood. Eugene waved his hand, obliterating the minions subdued by Zhang Xinghuang, then transformed into an illusion and vanished, leaving only a pair of azure eyes in the enveloping darkness. Lin LV turned his gaze once more to the woman behind the glass. Zhang Xinghuang. Zhu Tuo, king of the... Quite intriguing. Chapter 58. Only high-stakes games? I possess that capability. On the 27th floor. Miss Bai, please wait here for a moment while I investigate the situation. Zhu Tuo rose to leave. But Bayushi hesitated, recalling that with Lu Jin accompanying Lin LV, there should be little cause for concern. Very well. As Zhu Tuo opened the office door, a blood-soaked figure stumbled into his arms. Xinghuang, what has happened to you? Zhang Xinghuang lifted her gaze, her eyes drifting past Zhu Tuo to the sofa where Bayushi Saturday. Zhu Tuo, quickly restrained Bayushi. Lord Lujin and Lin LV have disrupted our tavern. Zhu Tuo was taken aback. How could that be possible? They have no reason. Zhang Xinghuang's mouth parted slightly as she uttered a name, leaving Zhu Tuo frozen in place. Zhang Xinghuang, you dare to touch the red line? The fury in Zhu Tuo's eyes threatened to explode, yet he still held Zhang Xinghuang gently, refusing to release her. I apologize. Without crossing the red line, how could the tavern survive this maelstrom? And there is also the intention of that individual. Zhu Tuo lowered his gaze, seemingly in contemplation, struggling for a long while before his expression solidified as he patted Zhang Xinghuang's back. Go rest. I will handle this. Very well. Zhu Tuo released Zhang Xinghuang. Turning to face Bayushi, the warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Miss Bai, I graciously welcomed you, yet your companion has vandalized our territory. Will you not offer an explanation? Bayushi sighed inwardly. As expected, Zhu Tuo chose to side with Zhang Xinghuang. A fierce cold wind swept through the office, and Bayushi remained seated, her aura emanating from her noble lineage, her expression devoid of emotion. While beside her, a black-clad old woman stood silently, her wrinkled face betraying no joy or sorrow, merely observing the man and woman at the door. Do I not have a protector? Bayushi lifted a teacup from the table. Sipping delicately, her gaze drifting toward the corridor behind Zhang Xinghuang, plotting an escape route in her mind, as she did not believe her protector could shield her. That is uncertain. Zhu Tuo revealed his aura. The pinnacle of Dao Kings laid bare. The old woman chuckled. The pinnacle of Dao Kings, and yet you presume to seize someone under my command? With that, the formidable power of a first-tier Dao Emperor manifested. Zhu Tuo merely shook his head. Cultivation is not everything, and our objective is not you. Black smoke erupted as Zhu Tuo appeared beside the old woman, eluding the Dao Emperor's spiritual energy and seizing her. Crashing through the window and plummeting downward. Youngster, you shall pay the price. The old woman was both shocked and enraged. Say what you will, I in the office. The howling wind carried the moist air through the shattered window as Zhang Xinghuang, heedless of the blood staining her, stepped confidently into the room. Little girl, it appears we are now alone. Indeed. Bayushi's teacup shattered in her grip as two ice dragons roared forth toward Zhang Xinghuang, who nonchalantly waved her hand, shattering the massive dragon forms as if swatting flies. Rest assured, we merely intend to utilize you. Perhaps this beautiful vessel of yours might contribute to a grand evolution. Bayushi's face contorted in disdain, her lovely features betraying her contempt for Zhang Xinghuang. Is this so-called grand evolution merely a union with those repulsive? You are aware of this. Zhang Xinghuang expressed surprise. Then you are all the more unworthy of being spared. Bayushi summoned her divine manifestation, preparing for battle, her gaze flickering toward the doorframe. Having achieved the third layer of Dao Dan within just 4 months of awakening. Even among the divine class, you are a remarkable talent. However, in my eyes, it is still insufficient. Zhang Xinghuang extended a hand toward Bayushi, who swiftly hurled her tang knife. But Zhang Xinghuang merely tilted her head, evading the assault with ease. You are growing anxious. With a surge of strength, Bayushi found herself grasped by the throat from across the void, lifted high. Farewell. The tang knife continued its trajectory, embedding itself in the wall at the end of the long corridor. Bayushi's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing alongside the tang knife. Spatial abilities? Zhang Xinghuang was slightly taken aback but quickly deduced it was the effect of your divine manifestation. Bayushi wasted no breath on Zhang Xinghuang, her feet propelling her toward the safe staircase, yet Zhang Xinghuang would not allow her to escape so easily. Purple energy surged through the white porcelain corridor, shattering the surrounding glass into crystalline snowflakes that cascaded to the ground in the sunlight. Bayushi unleashed her Hua Xia legend to block the strike, but the vast disparity in strength rendered her defense futile as it was obliterated upon contact with the energy, struck by the dual blows of divine backlash and energetic shockwaves. Bayushi was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as blood spewed from her mouth. This is not mere spiritual power. Truly, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she possesses remarkable insight. Zhang Xinghuang sauntered over with a languid grace, bending down with a smile that gleamed with mischief as she regarded the girl sprawled on the ground. Her interest piqued, though not be in haste. Although I could dispatch you with a single strike, I have refrained from doing so, for transforming the lofty eldest daughter of the Bai family into an abominable state would surely be quite entertaining. A cerulean energy sphere whistled as it drew in surrounding materials, hurtling toward Zhang Xinghuang with a velocity surpassing even that of the Dao pill. Yet Zhang Xinghuang merely extended a finger to intercept Tung. I did not seek you out. You have come knocking on my door. You possess more wit than I anticipated, choosing not to flee to another location, but rather to confront Bai Yushi in an attempt to counter me, truly worthy of a certain influential figure's lapdog. Zhang Xinghuang was not angered. The sword monarch should not be present, as he likely went to intercept my 3 subordinates. What gives you the audacity to stand against me? Lin El glancing at Bai Yushi. The meaning was palpable, such loyalty and sentiment, yet ultimately futile. This is not a narrative. It is a realm where youthful fervor holds no sway. Then let us see how it unfolds. Lin El gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, tracing intricate runes in the void. Are you familiar with this? The world destruction dance. Zhang Xinghuang gasped, exclaiming that it was the renowned technique of the word emperor, declaring that with your cultivation, you could never sustain the immense consumption of spiritual energy. Soon, however, Zhang Xinghuang regained her composure. Nevertheless, it matters not. Even the might of the Dao Pill's world destruction dance cannot pose a threat to a Dao sovereign. Should you unleash this strike, not only will your spiritual energy be entirely expended, but it is she who will surely perish. Zhang Xinghuang cast a glance at Bai Yushi. Lin El's expression darkened. Dear sister, you are the antagonist, so there is no need for such cleverness. Initially contemplating employing the world destruction dance multiple times to intimidate Zhang Xinghuang, Lin El found that merely attempting to execute one had already pushed his mind to its limits. Any further attempts would yield dire consequences. See for yourself, the guardian is absent, the sword monarch is absent. And you divine beings are nothing at all. Zhang Xinghuang sneered. Talent can only be potential until it transforms into true power. Every strong individual is a genius, yet not every genius can become strong. At that moment, Lin El was drenched in sweat. Are you a leaky vessel? A frigid, hollow voice echoed in his ears. Lin El snapped back to reality, everything around him frozen in time. Before him stood a specter with white hair and blue eyes, its expression utterly devoid of emotion. Instead of engaging in trivial skirmishes, do you truly possess the strength to contend in high-stakes battles? I doubt this indeed is a world that demands intellect, the specter continued. Yet all schemes and machinations shall be shattered by overwhelming power. Refrain from overthinking. Relinquish control of your body to me, and I shall demonstrate. The specter stepped forward, merging with Lin El. Lin El, you are excessively arrogant. Zhang Xinghuang's laughter echoed, oblivious to the fact that the man before her had already swept aside the backlash. The transformation of Lin El's aura captured Bai Yushi's attention. The girl's pupils constricted as she gazed in disbelief at the boy standing his ground. How is this possible? How could he bear such a shadow? You are quite noisy. Lin El impatiently tilted his head, an aura of disdain radiating forth, effortlessly suppressing the oppressive force of the Dao sovereign. Zhang Xinghuang finally sensed something amiss. The youth before her seemed a different person entirely. His naivety vanished in that instant. She felt as though an imperial figure sat upon his throne, surveying her with a nonchalant gaze. In heaven and earth, I alone hold supremacy. Lin El raised a finger, and with an unfathomable dispersal, a red, ominous sphere coalesced at his fingertip, casting a crimson hue upon his pale visage. Technique reversal. Chapter 59. Virtual Technique. Zeta flash of red light darted forth, a sphere the size of a fingernail hurtling toward Zhang Xinghuang. Though she initially dismissed it, she was shocked to realize she sensed a lethal threat emanating from it. Without hesitation, purple energy rapidly coalesced, forming a colossal shield before her in the blink of an eye. He was nearly upon her. Bang! The corridor's glass had long shattered during Zhang Xinghuang's pursuit of Bai Yushi. And narrowly escaping disaster, the immense repulsive force bore down upon the shield, compressing, then exploding. The entire corridor erupted in choking dust, the white tiles reduced to rubble under the tremendous force, the concrete stripped away to reveal the rebar hidden within. The second wave of impact followed closely, crushing the thick steel bars in an instant. What was once a fortress-like Fengyue restaurant transformed into a dilapidated building on the brink of demolition. Cough, as the dust settled. Zhang Xinghuang emerged, disheveled and wounded. Her condition had taken a dire turn. Initially, her internal injuries had left her drenched in blood, but now one of her arms was missing, her left leg twisted at an unnatural angle, half an ear gone, and her abdomen opened. Damn it, if not for that roadblock injuring me, how could this brat have made things so easy? Cough. She turned her head, peering through the corridor's breach toward the outside of the building. Only Lin El, at the 7th level of the Dao Pill, floated in midair, cradling Bayushi in his arms. His expression was cold, devoid of any detectable fluctuations, yet he exuded an indescribable aura of pressure. Lin El. Bayushi struggled to lift her gaze to the boy holding her, his presence both unfamiliar and familiar. Recuperate. Lin El uttered 2 words, initiating the reversal technique, enveloping Bayushi in white energy that swiftly healed her horrendous injuries. So this is your trump card, Lin El. Yet it appears you cannot sustain it for long. Zhang Xinghuang glared venomously at Lin El, formulating a plan in her mind. If Lin El intended to kill her, she would flee, biding her time until he was incapacitated, for then it would be her moment for revenge. The white-haired youth stepped forward in the air, prompting Zhang Xinghuang to flee like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Her speed belied her grave injuries. Ha! The foreign race truly possesses a soft underbelly. Foreign race. As Bayushi's condition improved significantly, she looked at Lin El in confusion. She is not the true Zhang Xinghuang. The genuine Zhang Xinghuang has been transformed, merging with the king of the alien race. This Zhang Xinghuang must be a lapdog of Li Changyin. How intriguing. You know Li Changyin, Bayushi exclaimed in surprise. The icy-faced youth glanced at her. When you were reborn, a fragment of my lingering soul attached itself to you. Bayushi's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with thoughts of her previous flirtations with Lin El. Realizing that this Lin El was the future version of him, this fragment of soul cannot sustain itself for long. At most, it will allow me to act 4 times. After 4 uses, I will completely merge with this version of myself. Do not overthink it. Continue to pursue him. Bayushi's face reddened even further. Seeking to escape, are we? Then let us be a bit more forceful. Lin El released Bayushi, yet she did not plummet to the ground. Instead, she hovered eerily in midair. One hand formed the initiation gesture for Tsang, while the other conjured the initiation for He. Virtual technique. Zi.at. The moment Z took shape, the entire world within Bayushi's view seemed to elongate, all sound losing meaning, as though light was being drawn into a black hole, stretching, compressing, stretching, compressing. In an endless cycle, purple energy poured forth in an infinite cascade. The collision of gravitational and repulsive forces unleashed a torrent of imagined mass. And under the flicker of blue eyes, the nuclear explosion-like, virtual technique. Z obliterated Fengyue restaurant, sparing the demolition crew their labor. Lin El turned to glance at Bayushi, his cold gaze softened by a hint of tenderness. Bayushi. Under the manipulation of Tsang, the girl landed gracefully amidst the ruins. The white-haired youth in the sky bore a pensive expression as he glanced in a certain direction. Time is running short. Intricate runes were meticulously traced by his fair, slender fingers, the colorless spiritual energy talismans transforming into a blood-red hue as they formed. The world destruction dance. The overwhelming might surged toward the direction Lin El was gazing. A technique capable of annihilating all of Washington with a mere flick of his hand, unleashed effortlessly by Lin El. Having completed this, Lin El's body seemed to lose all support, his form sagging as he fell toward the ground. Ah! Bayushi extended her arms, yearning to catch Lin El. Bang. Just a fingertip away from grasping him, alas, she failed to secure him. The boy's body crashed onto the debris-strewn ground, losing consciousness. Fortunately, the limitless technique had yet to shut down, surrounding him with an infinite barrier that repelled the debris capable of inflicting harm. Bayushi exhaled in relief, rushing forward to embrace Lin El. Lin El, wake up! Bayushi patted Lin El's cheek, receiving no response. Understandably so. To have such a being seize control of one's body comes at a cost. The girl turned her gaze to the ruins of Fengyue restaurant, her pupils narrowing as she beheld a naked woman standing upon the steps formed by rubble. Her eyes vacant, she looked toward Bayushi, her gaze lingering upon the Lin L in the girl's arms. Alien extermination? In the distance, Li Changyin, clad in black, felt his nose twist in fury as he raced towards the Fengyue Tavern at a speed that threatened to breach the sound barrier. How could a dignified Dao saint be deceived by a mere Dao Dan and Dao Jun? This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Just wait until I catch you. I shall? Huh? Li Changyin's expression turned to one of confusion as he beheld the crimson runes hurtling towards him. So familiar. What is this? Let me take a closer look, Dado. The destruction dance. The destruction dance? What the heck? Li Changyin abruptly halted, pivoted, and with legs spinning like wheels of fire, he flailed in place for several seconds before fleeing in the direction from which it came. Glancing back at the destruction dance, which was flying faster than he, Li Changyin swallowed hard. You must not come closer. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, garbed in black, danced wildly in the autumn wind, one hand wielding a sword while the other clutched a severed head. Droplets of blood streaming down the invisible blade and dribbling off its sharp edge. Is this all? Of the original 3 eunuchs, only one remained, and he was without both arms. Eugene casually tossed the still bleeding head, which was swept away by the gale, and under the care of the sword's aura, it was torn to shreds along with its body. Sunlight filtered through the 3-foot sword edge, and amidst the overwhelming killing intent, tendrils of spiritual energy entwined around the hilt and blade, resembling a roaring dragon, mingling with the wind to showcase its might. Sword Master, your indiscriminate slaughter of your own people will not go unpunished. The remaining eunuch could only appeal to reason and sentiment. Regarding that, Lu Jin picked at his earwax and flicked it away dismissively. The young master has already revoked your status as a citizen of Huaxia. Strictly speaking, you are now a dangerous stowaway who has reached the Dao Emperor level. Armless eunuch. Are you joking? Surprised, are we? This is the privilege of the divine level. With evidence, the entire nation will yield to us. And as for your laughable rhetoric, I'll bluntly say it's futile. The armless eunuch could no longer endure. Rather than being tortured to death, he preferred to bite off a piece of flesh from Lu Jin. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, and before the eunuch could unleash his fury, he released an unmatched sword aura, obliterating the eunuch's body. Task accomplished, boom. An invisible shockwave erupted from the direction of Fengyue Tavern, forcing Lu Jin back a step. What is this, the young master's aura? How can it be so potent? Lu Jin's expression shifted as he sensed that the overwhelming aura vanished after just a second of eruption. While pondering this, another shockwave surged forth, this time merely stirring Lu Jin's garments. The aura of an alien Dao King. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. It belonged to the alien king. He tore open a rift in space and stepped inside. Hold on, young master, I'm coming. Chapter 60. Dark domain boundary of unfettered existence. A rift in space tore open amidst a desolate ruin, and Lu Jin's figure in black emerged, the oppressive presence from the Dao Jun descending upon the battlefield. A cleared area emerged in the center of the ruins, where a naked woman stood sideways, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Lu Jin, who had intruded upon the battlefield. As the pressure from the Dao Jun drew near, a look of anxiety appeared on her face. This person is formidable. I cannot contend with him. Her gaze shifted to the center of the battlefield, whereby Yushi was fiercely protecting Lin LV, and through the gaps, she caught sight of the unconscious Lin LV. However, her conviction to eradicate the heretic was unwavering. With that thought, she hesitated no longer and clasped her hands together to unleash her innate skill. In an instant, the entire world began to tremble, and the surrounding space started to distort. Eugene sensed something amiss and extended his hand to observe his palm. Why cultivation has been suppressed. A black robe was draped over Zhang Xinghuang, adding an air of mystery to her already alluring figure. Dark domain boundary of unfettered existence. Assessing his power, which was now confined to the peak of the Dao King level, Lu Jin began to comprehend the effects of this domain. It meant to suppress the enemy's strength to match my own level. Lu Jin shook his head, remaining calm as he summoned Qingying. Let us put this to the test. Show me your true measure. The ever-present cloak was lifted by a pair of large hands and swept towards by Yushi within the domain. Eugene seemed to transform into a drawn sword. Countless sword auras slicing through the void and cleaving the distorted space, reducing the twitching world to shambles. Qingying's second effect. Dustless sword domain. The two domains overlapped in this fragile space, causing the entire area to creak under the strain. Zhang Xinghuang was the first to strike, her expression growing grave. A purple energy orb spiraled towards Lu Jin. He deftly blocked it with his sword, shattering the energy sphere. However, it was not over. The orb, upon explosion, split into countless smaller spheres, all hurtling towards Lu Jin. Yet he remained unfazed, continuously swinging his sword, the blade's shadows cascading like moonlight onto the vast earth, neutralizing the onslaught entirely. Zhang Xinghuang followed closely, her palm curving into a fist aimed at Lu Jin. Unperturbed, Lu Jin horizontally positioned his sword to block, then twisted the blade, cutting through Zhang Xinghuang's hand. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and struck her abdomen with the sword. Clang! The anticipated disembowelment did not occur. A crisp metallic sound echoed throughout the domain. Oh! Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, observing the black robe adorning Zhang Xinghuang with newfound contemplation. It can withstand attacks? No wonder. Boom! Zhang Xinghuang seized the moment to retaliate, unleashing a violent force that sent Lu Jin flying. Upon landing, he half knelt on the ground. Instinctively raising his sword to shield himself, a fist crashed against Qingying's blade, revealing Zhang Xinghuang's face, adorned with an irked expression. The divine intervention of humanity is so bothersome. Let it vanish. As her words fell, Lu Jin felt a sudden emptiness in his grasp as that fist continued its relentless assault against his chest. The dustless sword domain abruptly dissipated. She can even disable divine intervention? Lu Jin was taken aback. Before he could counterattack, Zhang Xinghuang surged forward, delivering a sword aura that struck Lu Jin's sword. Lu Jin was sent flying backward, raising his left arm to block Zhang Xinghuang's next assault while delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. It still felt like striking metal, but this punch was far more potent than the previous experimental strike. Earth-grade advanced martial technique, cracking earth. Humans are truly vexing. Zhang Xinghuang threw a punch at Lu Jin from a distance. Cracking earth, Lu Jin was propelled backward, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a halt. How to contend with this? Regardless of what he executed, the opponent could effortlessly replicate it, and he could not breach her defenses. This is troublesome, Lu Jin sighed. It was time to get serious, or he would be dragged to his demise. Zhang Xinghuang appeared beside Lu Jin like a specter, launching another cracking earth punch. However, this time, the powerful strike failed to inflict any damage, as Lu Jin's form became ethereal, allowing the punch to pass through him. What? Zhang Xinghuang was perplexed, and before she could grasp the situation, a fine line of blood appeared at her throat. Zhang Xinghuang clutched her neck, blood seeping through her fingers, flowing freely despite her efforts to stem it. Lu Jin brushed off the dust from his clothing, delivering a kick that toppled Zhang Xinghuang. The surrounding space began to revert to normal, gradually stabilizing. Are you all right? Lu Jin approached Bayushi, donning the cloak that had been draped over her. I am fine, thank you, Senior Lu. I was merely fulfilling my duty. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield was encircled by numerous police and military personnel, who became tense upon witnessing the dissipating domain. This is Mr. Lu. Someone recognized Lu Jin. Officer hurried forward and saluted, addressing Lu Jin with respect. Mr. Lu. Lu Jin returned the salute. May I inquire what transpired here? Rubbing his neck, Lu Jin recounted the transgressions of the Fengyue Tavern in detail. That's about it. Additionally, there may be an alien Dao Saint hiding in Yushu. The officer grew anxious. What should we do about this? Do not fret. I trust that higher-ups will dispatch individuals of Dao Saint caliber to continue the investigation. Understood. Wait a moment, Lu Jin called out to the officer, pointing at Bayushi and Lin LV. Please escort them back. I have matters to attend to. Certainly, Mr. Lu. Aren't you coming with us, Senior Lu? Bayushi looked at Lu Jin in confusion. Lu Jin shook his head. With official protection, those at the Dao King level will pose no threat to you. The only one in Yushu capable of handling that Dao Saint is me. If we do not ascertain his location, issues will inevitably arise. Take care, Senior Lu Dongmem. Lu Jin nodded indifferently, his figure fading into a wisp. An elderly woman in black descended from the sky, dragging a half-dead man. She merely glanced at Bayushi before discarding the man and vanishing. Miss Bai, please take young Master Lin with you. Of course, thank you. Let us head to the Fuji Grand Hotel. All right. Bayushi hoisted Lin LV onto her back, casting a glance at the young man's long eyelashes. Fool, it's me carrying you again. Amidst the rubble, no one noticed a broken hand emerging from the earth. Meanwhile, a handsome lad chased by the destruction dance for half an hour halted. Panting heavily, glaring fiercely at the blood-red talisman, I am a saint, a being wielding divine power. I am among the apex of the food chain. I fear not your talisman. Let us do this. Li Changyin spread his arms wide. Countless souls being ripped from his body, their milky white essences coalescing into a rapidly spinning vortex. I'll be damned. Come at me. The whirlpool collided with the dance of annihilation, erupting in a dazzling blaze of light. In the astonished gaze of Li Changyin, his own whirlpool effortlessly obliterated the dance of annihilation. Is it really this weak? Then I fear the marketplace. Should I flee the marketplace? Should I still venture into the marketplace? Born anew, in the next moment, a shadow cast over Li Changyin, blocking the sunlight above his head. Founded, an endless torrent of sword shadows poured forth, raining down upon the bewildered Li Changyin. Who are you to suddenly appear? As he was engulfed by the sword energy, Lu Jin tilted his head in confusion. How can this Tao saint be so weak? Li Changyin, who could initially withstand Lu Jin's formidable strike, felt as though he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this statement. In a daze, he failed to block the first ray of sword light, followed by the second, and the third. Striking him, Lu Jin furrowed his brow once more. Is the Tao saint this week on earth? Li Changyin spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn. Chapter 61. Embarrassment at the top-floor VIP suite of the Fortune Hotel. An officer placed Lin Lu on the bed and unconsciously surveyed the room's surroundings. Miss Bai, do you all reside here? Ah, yes, Bai Yushi nodded. The officer gazed at Lin Lu with a newfound respect. Tio, effortlessly subdue the Bai family's young lady. A truly formidable individual, much like your father. Is there a need to change your room? No, that's unnecessary. Bai Yushi regretted her response immediately. One room with a single large bed, a solitary man and woman, yet refusing to separate. Sensing the officer's playful gaze, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Bai Yushi's cool and elegant face. I can take care of him for a while. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Then no arrangements will be made. The officer remarked perceptively, I just received orders from above. Your mission with young Master Lin concludes here. The remaining matters will be handled by the military, and any accolades or rewards for uncovering the establishment will be distributed upon your return to Yanda. Thank you. Bai Yushi slightly inclined her head, her expression returning to normal. Let us linger here a few more days. Very well. The officer exited the room, leaving behind only Bai Yushi standing beside the bed and Lin Lu, who lay soundly asleep as the door closed. Bai Yushi turned to Lin Lu, resting her chin on her hand atop his shoulder, and squatted down to poke at the face of the silver-haired youth. Oh dear, you've left me no choice but to continue, she chuckled, growing more spirited with each poke. Finding his face delightfully soft, it seemed he was also quite stubborn. However, I surprisingly forgot to ask you. As she spoke, Bai Yushi's fingers began to apply pressure, her face adorned with a look of grievance from guarding her empty boudoir. If you truly liked me, why haven't you sought me out all these years? Saying this, she pinched Lin Lu's face and twisted it gently. Never mind. I forgive you. Bai Yushi stood from the ground and sat on the edge of the bed, beginning a moment of self-reflection. Since her rebirth, it seemed she had acted rather impulsively. Despite knowing that subsequent events would deviate from her memories, and understanding that everything would not unfold as she had recalled, she stubbornly led Lin Lu into danger at the brothel, ultimately placing both of them in perilous circumstances. Had it not been for her husband's timely intervention in her previous life, matters might not have been resolved so easily. Sighed out husband. Bai Yushi glanced back at Lin Lu. This foolish one, the future cool 1.1 husband, two faces. Happy X2. No, self-reflection now. No wandering thoughts. Reflect. However, he is quite handsome, she mused, a smile creeping onto her lips as her mind filled with the image of Lin Lu unleashing the void technique. This was her first close observation of such a powerful technique. In her past life, they had met only a few times, and the opportunity to witness void technique had been lost on her. The few occasions she had seen it were through recordings, and she hadn't felt much at the time. Today, experiencing it up close made her realize just how formidable the martial art, acclaimed as the highest output technique in her previous life, truly was. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Bai Yushi's waist, and a head leaned in closer. Bayushi? She turned to see Lin Lu, who was blissfully asleep, clutching her slender waist tightly, his face buried in her soft flesh, mumbling indistinctly as the vibrations traveled to her ears. Mama, Bayushi. Here we go again. Infuriated, she considered twisting Lin Lu's ear. But ultimately, her hand only gently pinched his cheek. The next day, Lin Lu awoke with a yawn. That was a refreshing sleep. It felt like even my morning grumpiness had vanished, with his eyes still closed. Lin Lu rubbed against something soft, his legs entwined with the covers, wishing to continue sleeping. The quilt smells so good. Why does this feel so familiar? The silver-haired youth abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing a scene that felt like the sky had fallen upon him. A girl with cascading white hair curled up beside him, the steady rhythm of her breathing accompanied by soft snores. The legs he had wrapped around were not the quilt, but rather a pair of long, graceful white legs. The girl's delicate face scrunched up slightly, and her petite nose sniffed the air before shifting closer to Lin Lu, burying his head into her embrace. Lin Lu. Is this content even permissible? Despite the enticing aroma, at that moment, Lin Lu had no luck to savor it. Activating song. He instantaneously transported himself to the sofa. Phew. Lin Lu began to breathe heavily, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Hadn't I been possessed by someone who looked exactly like me? Why am I waking up to this situation? Surely, this birth didn't mean Lin Yushi had been taken down. Oh no. Lin Lu's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he recalled the sensations from just moments ago, only to discover a warm liquid trickling into his mouth. Nosebleed. At that precise moment, Bayushi also awoke, sitting up groggily as if she needed a moment to gather herself. Spotting Lin Lu, who was lost in thought on the sofa, she waved her hand. Good morning. Good morning, Lin Lu responded instinctively. Wait, should I ask her what happened last night? Bayushi tossed aside the covers, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her gaze somewhat dazed. She then stepped off the bed, her bare feet touching the floor, and walked to the coffee table, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and downing it in one go. Phew, alive again. Having finished the water, Bayushi appeared much more energized. She moved her long legs to sit beside Lin Lu, leaning back against the couch and closing her eyes. Lin Lu, determined to clarify things, turned his head only to be greeted by her alluring long white legs. Due to the sweltering weather in Asia City, Bayushi wore a short-sleeved t-shirt on her upper body, while her lower half displayed her long legs in a form-fitting ultra-short skirt. Once again, his nose bled uncontrollably. Bayushi noticed the unusual behavior of the person beside her and looked quizzically at Lin Lu, who was stuffing tissue into his nose. What's wrong? Adhering to the principle of a man taking responsibility, Lin Lu mustered his courage. I didn't do anything to you yesterday, did I? Bayushi tilted her head, her cool and composed face momentarily displaying a dazed expression, suddenly becoming quite adorable. No, you fainted after the fight. What could have happened on that bed? You mean that? Bayushi waved her hand dismissively. The military has taken over the events from yesterday. Our mission is complete. Our rewards will be distributed once we return to school. Then I just tossed you onto the bed. Then why are you on the bed? Bayushi regarded Lin Lu as if he were a fool. The bed is so large, 2 people sleeping is more than ample. Not that. Lin Lu left his sentence hanging. Then how come we were so intimate this morning? Bayushi suddenly leaned closer to Lin Lu, a mischievous smile adorning her face. You don't think you actually slept with me, do you? Lin Lu. The tissue soaked through with blood, his face flushed red, and his temperature skyrocketed, a faint heat rising from his head like a kettle boiling. Bayushi licked her lips. All right. Don't overthink it, I was just too tired. I sat on the bed for a while and then fell asleep. Did you touch me? No. Lin Lu shook his head vigorously like a rattling drum. Unable to count how many times he denied it, by the time he regained his composure, Bayushi had already left the sofa and was washing up in the bathroom. Lin Lu scratched his head, taking a deep breath, which, in the bathroom, Bayushi brushed her teeth while stifling laughter, recalling Lin Lu's embarrassed expression, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. You told me to keep flirting with you, don't blame me. Chapter 62. The ceaseless cicadas of autumn in the autumn of Asia City, warmth mingled with a hint of coolness, the gentle air blending harmoniously with the otherwise bleak autumn breeze, bringing a mildness that transcended both summer and autumn. The humid sea breeze rustled through the coconut trees, swaying the wind chimes hanging from their branches. Lin Lu and Bayushi walked side by side along the beach, a slight distance between them, each enjoying a candy stick, the sweet taste mingling with the warm AI art. "So why aren't we heading back now?" Lin Lu asked, glancing at Bayushi. Bayushi licked her candy, the plastic stick moving up and down. "It's a subsidized trip. We might as well take advantage of it. Don't forget, there's a Dao Saint lurking around." "You're such a coward," Bayushi pouted, scoffing lightly. "With Senior Lu around? What's there to fear? Besides, the official Dao Saint might have already arrived in Asia City. Aren't you afraid he might suddenly appear and abduct you?" Lin Lv's smile was laced with mischief. "I still have you." Lin Lv was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. "What am I even worth?" Bayushi stifled a laugh. "Oh, look, even on such a hot day in Asia City, there are candied hawthorns." Bayushi suddenly spotted a vendor on the beach and hurried over. "Auntie, how is it that your candied hawthorns haven't melted in this sweltering heat? That's impressive." The elderly woman looked kindly at the silver-haired girl in front of her, gently fanning herself. "Ah, my dear, I am a deity of food, and all these delights are my divine creations." Just then, Lin Lv approached and caught the tail end of this statement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The thought of nurturing a divine being, such as a remarkable Zai Zai Bang, was simply tantalizing. She turned to Bayushi. "How splendid it would be if your divine being were a Zai Zai Bang." Bayushi responded with a puzzled expression. "Do you want me to support you?" She tugged at Lin Lv's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Would you like a skewer of candied hawthorn, little girl?" The old woman chuckled as she watched the playful banter between Bayushi and Lin Lv. "Let's have 2 skewers, all right." The old woman wrapped up 2 generously sized candied hawthorns and handed them over, prompting Bayushi to release Lin Lv's ear and accept the treats. "How much do I owe you?" "Grandma?" "No charge, no charge," the elderly woman replied, retracting her wrinkled hands. "There's really not much cost involved. I find you 2 children quite endearing, so consider it a gift." Lin Lv accepted the candied hawthorns from Bayushi, casting a meaningful glance at the old woman. "How do you manage to get by, Grandma?" "Ah, I have a wonderful grandson. Although I used to live apart from him, he has always been very filial. Despite our family's financial struggles, he insists on visiting me a few times each year. Truth be told, I wish to visit him as well, but life is hard for the kids, so I keep my distance to make it easier for them to not have to come looking for me." As Lin Lv savored the candied hawthorn, she reflected on its sweetness, which was distinct from that of Zai Zai Bang. "Has your grandson awakened yet?" Upon hearing this, the old woman's posture straightened with pride. "Of course, he just awakened this year, and is 1 in a million at that." Lin Lv and Bayushi exchanged shocked glances, both momentarily pausing in their enjoyment of the candied hawthorn. "Is your grandson named Chinmai?" The old woman smiled and nodded. "Indeed. It seems you have heard of him." Lin Lv contemplated for a moment, recalling that Chinmai's family circumstances had indeed been quite dire before his awakening. He had been deceived by Lin Linyu, while Chinmai had genuinely faced hardship. With this thought, Song silently activated, pressing a few bills beneath the plate holding the candied hawthorns, though it was a modest sum. It represented his heartfelt intentions. Bayushi noticed Lin Lv's subtle gesture and shot him a glance. "You little fool, you're rather kind-hearted. Well then, we shall take our leave, Grandma. Go on. If you ever crave candied hawthorn again, do come find me." As the vendor's calls echoed, the 2 silver-haired figures gradually receded into the afternoon sun, casting long shadows. "Where are we now?" Lin Lv gazed at the lush palm fronds, continuing to munch on the candied hawthorn while savoring Zai Zai Bang. "A newly established park. So many children come here to play." Bayushi trotted over to a giraffe model and struck a pose. "Let's take a picture." "What's so special about it?" "You've seen it before." "I've never seen it. My free time is always confined to the Bai household." Lin Lv slapped himself in the face. "Why am I such a fool?" The silver-haired youth scratched his head and pulled out his phone, aiming it at the silver-haired girl. The afternoon sun poured down like honey, casting a warm glow on the verdant path. Leaves intertwined chaotically, casting dappled shadows upon the heated ground. A gentle breeze fluttered, making the shadows dance like playful spirits, leaping upon the candied hawthorn. With the girl and the giraffe perfectly framed in the viewfinder, Lin Lv pressed the shutter. Click. Lin Lv glanced at the album, His mouth twitching. It seemed that he was destined to be at odds with photography. Bayushi leaned in to examine the photo, her expression shifting from sunny to stormy. You must be kidding. Did you really wait until that shadow fell right on my face before pressing the shutter? Bayushi glared at Lin LV, her teeth clenched. Lin LV cast another glance at the photo. The silver-haired beauty beside the giraffe had inexplicably transformed into a Japanese-style girl. I didn't do it on purpose. Forget it. All you boys are the same. Lin LV feigned a look of grievance, putting away his phone and trailing behind Bayushi. Why do you look so aggrieved? Bayushi found his demeanor baffling. I haven't even scolded you. I don't know. All right, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Bayushi said, reaching out to tousle Lin LV's messy hair and lightly patting his head. There's a photo spot over there. Let's hurry. With that, Bayushi took Lin LV's hand and, amidst his astonished gaze, led him to a sign that read, I miss you so much in Asia City. Shall we take a picture together? Bayushi looked at Lin LV. His gaze lingered on the clasped hands of Bayushi and himself. Sure. Just then, a tourist with a professional camera passed by, and Bayushi cheerfully approached them. Hello, could you please take a picture for us? Of course, no problem. The person adjusted their glasses perched on their nose and nodded with a smile. As a photography enthusiast, they always harbored a desire to capture beautiful moments. A good photograph not only relies on technique, but also on the quality of its subjects. They were more than willing to let their camera immortalize this stunning pair. Lin LV stood foolishly beside the sign, holding a candied hawthorn, looking completely at a loss, while Bayushi exuded vivacity, standing with her back straight, hands clasped behind her, her legs crossed elegantly. Click, the shutter snapped. Under the interplay of sunlight and shadows, a verdant leaf was frozen in time, immortalizing the duo's first formal photograph. I in the picture. The young man had a face like jade, his white hair tousled by the wind, his blue eyes sparkling with charm and a hint of nervousness, reminiscent of a youthful wanderer. The girl stood gracefully, her long white hair tied back in a high ponytail, her hands resting behind her. Her cool expression illuminated by an uncontainable smile. A single leaf hovered above the sign reading I miss you so much in Asia City, intertwining Lin LV and Bayushi's youth in a moment of stillness. The gentle breeze swayed, shadows danced. This inconspicuous little spot recorded one of the rare moments of tranquility in their youth. There was tension, there was affection, there was restlessness, there was joy in the golden autumn of October. A photo titled Midsummer quietly came into being. If the air was thick with restlessness and romance, what difference was there between the desolate autumn and the vibrant summer? Though autumn leaves fell, the vibrancy of youth continued to resonate. Why does this chapter feel so sweet and sour? If the esteemed readers find this book enjoyable, could you kindly leave a review and give Jitsung a 5-star rating? Chapter 63. Absorbing the Frost Star Jade Essence. So, young lady, have you had enough fun? Lin LV sprawled on the sofa, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. In the days following the completion of their mission, Yin University had not set a time for their return, and Bayushi had taken the opportunity to drag Lin LV around for amusement. They had explored various parks, beaches, amusement parks, and beach resorts. Bayushi stood nonchalantly by the floor-to-ceiling window, a black hair tie clenched between her teeth, gathering her long hair back. Just one more day of fun, then we'll head back tomorrow at Yin University. In the principal's office, the principal gazed at the rapidly depreciating funding card, his heart bleeding with each passing moment. He took a deep breath and requested access to the transaction records. Beach resorts. Amusement parks. Zoos. Live action CS. Lin LV. You've led Bayushi astray. Asia City. Achoo. Lin LV sneezed, rubbing his nose. Who's thinking of me? At that moment, Bayushi had finished organizing herself and walked in front of Lin LV. Twirling around, do I look good? Ugly. Beautiful. Given the sharp blade hovering before him, Lin LV, under duress, spoke the truth. The girl huffed, twirling the hilt of her sword. By the way, I've given some thought to what you mentioned earlier. Lin LV straightened up. What matter? About dating my sister? Bayushi leaned in excitedly, her big eyes sparkling as she blinked, looking adorably silly. Lin LV's mouth twitched. No, it's about the Frost Star Jade Essence. Oh, Bayushi's expression shifted from excitement to cool detachment. But there are enemies of the Dao Sane around here. If you absorb it here, Senior Liu may not be able to conceal your aura. The official Dao Saint had arrived a couple of days ago to replace Senior Lu in tracking the whereabouts of another Dao Saint, leaving Senior Lu with free time to assist you. Bayushi pondered for a moment. It was indeed a good opportunity. Even though the guardians assigned by the Bai family were keeping a watchful eye on her, they would surely think twice about making a confrontational move in the face of Lu Jin's formidable power. If they dared, the previous guardian was a prime example. Such matters should be addressed sooner rather than later. So, do you want to absorb it now? Lin LV broke a zai bang and popped it into his mouth. All right, Bayushi nodded, then leaned closer to Lin LV. Dio, you want me to share one with you? Lin LV felt a twinge of temptation. With his attribute less spiritual energy, any martial arts technique he employed would be slightly weakened due to the mismatch in attributes. If he could absorb a piece of Frost Star Jade essence, his attribute, less spiritual energy, might very well transform into ice attribute energy, which would be quite remarkable. Never mind, I don't need such things. Lin LV shook his head. For him, the six eyes and the unlimited technique are the very foundation of his existence. To be overly greedy is to risk being unable to digest properly. Should his attribute shift to ice, it might yield contrary effects. Truly unnecessary? Indeed, quite unnecessary. Bayushi's lips curled into a smile. Once I absorb it and become immensely powerful, don't you dare weep when I give you a good thrashing. Lin Lu raised an eyebrow. It seems that a certain young master from the Chen family uttered similar words before engaging with me in the ancestral secret realm of the Chen family. A certain dashing young man undergoing training sneezed, his Qinglong Yinyuan knife being sent flying from his grasp. I truly wish to return to Yasi. All right, let us proceed with the absorption. Lin Lu lifted his head, summoning Lu Jin. The figure of Lu Jin appeared silently in the room, closing the notebook and novel he held. I can conceal a portion of my aura, but I cannot guarantee that the Dao Saint will not detect it. That is sufficient. I appreciate your assistance. Senior Lu. No trouble at all. Lu Jin's silhouette vanished, and an invisible wave enveloped the entire room. Brother Lu has made his move. Let us begin. Understood. Bayushi ceased her teasing of Lin Lu and retrieved 3 ice blue crystals, each the size of a fingernail, from her spatial ring in an instant. The temperature within the room plummeted, and icy crystals began to form in the cup on the table. Such a formidable treasure. Lin Lu adjusted his small round sunglasses, observing Bayushi seated cross-legged on the bed, cradling the 3 crystals as she began her absorption. As she absorbed the cold star jade, high-quality spiritual energy would emanate, which you could attempt to absorb as it would benefit your cultivation. Lu Jin's voice echoed in Lin Lu's mind, to which Lin Lu nodded in agreement. All right. The gaze of the white-haired youth shifted back to the girl. Astonished to see her enter a deep state of cultivation, her slender strands of hair cascading down her back, with tips and brows touched by a delicate frost, enhancing her ethereal aura. Since that day of unconsciousness, I seem to have gained some insight into the reversal technique. Lin Lu, confirming that the girl's cultivation status was stable, did not heed Lu Jin's call to begin his own training. Instead, he fell into contemplation, as if the reversal technique were a wall he could not breach. However, after that moment, a small hole appeared in the wall, and through that aperture, he could penetrate and fully master the reversal technique. Though it sounds simple, its execution remains fraught with difficulty. Alas, I shall not dwell on this. I must cultivate first, for cultivation is the true capital. Lin Lu sat cross-legged on the sofa, closing his eyes to draw in the high-intensity spiritual energy diffused in the air to strengthen his body. What sort of spiritual energy is this? Lin Lu was taken aback. A single portion equaled nearly 100 portions of ordinary spiritual stones found on Earth. This is a gentle type of spiritual energy. Lu Jin's voice resonated in his mind just in time, explaining that the quality of spiritual energy in the abyss is half as weak as this, yet it can cause those below the Dao Emperor to explode. The spiritual energy within the cold star jade is remarkably mild. Even Dao Ming can absorb it. Its primary function is to alter talent and refine the body, while enhancing cultivation is secondary. Lin Lu understood well. Indeed, it is a splendid item, but why can I only draw it into my body and not absorb it? After expressing his confusion to Lu Jin, too, was perplexed but assured him it would not harm his body, advising him to draw it in without worry. With Lu Jin's assurance, Lin Lu proceeded boldly to continue his drawing. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his radiant six eyes fixated on the floor-to-ceiling window. "Brother Lu?" No response. Bang! The massive window shattered into shards, glass fragments exploding inward. Lin Lu activated Tong to shield Bayushi, as every lethal shard of glass was effortlessly blocked before her. He removed his sunglasses, revealing his six eyes. "Who?" The response was swift. A familiar man hovered outside, his expression cold, yet ultimately futile. His gaze passed over Lin Lu to rest on Bayushi behind him, excitement flickering across his icy visage. "It truly is the cold star jade, apparently the three pieces seized from Lin Zian and Chen Yao." Lin Lu maintained a calm faade, shielding Bayushi. "The treasure has an owner. I kindly ask you to leave, sir." His expression was devoid of emotion, yet turmoil brewed within. He frantically called for Lu Jin, but all his messages vanished without a trace. "Oh, are you calling for your Dao Lord Protector?" The man flashed a playful smile. "He has been detained by your people. Now you are truly isolated." I in the distant sky. Lu Jin's face was a storm cloud, staring in disbelief at the old man before him. "Lord Rongsheng, why? Just a transaction, inconsequential. You sold Huaxia for an insignificant transaction." Lu Jin grasped the hilt of the Qingying sword, unable to contain his outrage. "My lifespan is drawing to a close. Even without this, I would not survive 2 more years. I might as well take a gamble. The other side possesses items that can extend my life." "Beast!" Lu Jin gritted his teeth. Rongsheng's aged face bore no trace of emotion. "Worry about yourself. Those 2 children are not your concern. You are already in dire straits." Inside the VIP suite, the man elegantly stepped into the warm room, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction, marveling at the power of the cold star jade. "Allow me to introduce myself. Upon our first encounter," he smiled faintly at Lin Lu. Yet that smile sent chills down Lin Lu's spine. "I am Li Changyin, a third-tier Dao Saint, and I am your enemy." Chapter 64. Lin Lu vs. Li Changyin. Lin Lu, no matter how meticulously he planned, never anticipated that the Dao Saint dispatched to pursue Li Changyin would instead be conscripted by him, turning into a sharp blade against them. "Although you are on my kill list, I shall grant you a reprieve today," Li Changyin said lightly, and Lin Lu felt as if struck by a speeding truck, his body flying and crashing against the wall. "After all, he could take your life whenever he wished, but the cold star jade is different. Miss this chance, and there will be no second opportunity." Li Changyin stepped beside Bayushi, greedily eyeing the 3 crystals in her palm. The pressure of the Dao Saint surged forth, forcibly pulling Bayushi from her deep state of cultivation. The girl was evidently still processing what had transpired when a large hand seized her, sealing her spiritual energy. Before panic could set in, a circle of light bound her, casting her into the rift that had just torn open. A wave of temporal distortion enveloped the entire room, and Lin Lu appeared before the rift, grasping Bayushi's hand. Crack, crack, the rift shattered like glass, continuously expanding until a large, calloused hand landed on Lin Lu's arm. "Time-based abilities, how intriguing. You haven't logged into the Divine Temple." A surge of information exploded in Lin Lu's mind, and before he could fully comprehend it, Li Changyin's hand suddenly exerted force, severing one of Lin Lu's arms. "Ah, I won't kill you today, but don't tempt fate." The severed arm, streaming blood, soared through the shattered glass, plummeting to the floor below, ensuring there would be no possibility of retrieval. Li Changyin nodded with satisfaction, pressing Lin Lu's chest and sending him flying. Lin Lu's body crashed through the highest security door of the VIP suite, shattering the tiles of the corridor embedded in the wall. "It seems you care for this girl quite a bit. If you truly wish to save her, then catch up to me first." Lin Lu's consciousness began to fade, the bitterness and pain reverberating within his blood-soaked chest, watching helplessly as the girl was thrust into the rift. A sense of powerlessness washing over him. What does it matter to possess formidable divine abilities and martial arts? In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, everything becomes null. Suddenly, Lin Lu felt a tremendous force at his shoulder. A pair of furious blue eyes pierced through his being, drawing him into darkness. In the final moment before his consciousness sank, the owner of those azure eyes glanced back at him. "Rest now. I shall take over." Amidst the rubble, the youth opened his previously closed eyes, a brilliant blue light erupting from within. The high-quality spiritual energy that had been diffused throughout the room was absorbed into Lin Lu's body at a terrifying speed. forming a vortex of spiritual energy that intertwined with the energy he had drawn in earlier. Bang! Lin Lu's body burst forth from the debris, propelled by a gust of wind, hovering in the air outside the building. The blue six eyes scanned the surroundings, finally locking onto a target. Song activated abruptly, causing the space of Yasi to boil. The limitless technique, refined to an atomic level, transformed into an invisible domain that seized control of the entire space of Yasi. In that moment, regardless of whether it was Rongshang and Lu Jin engaged in combat, or Li Changyin forcibly expelled through the spatial rift, all bore expressions of shock. While they could also achieve such feats, the ability to directly manipulate the entirety of Yasi's space, surpassing them, indicated that the opponent's strength was likely far beyond their comprehension. It seems the authorities have dispatched someone more reliable than you. Lu Jin swung his sword, slicing through half of Rongshang's white hair. Feudal, Rongshang dismissed. Li Changyin's abilities are stronger than you imagined, and no need for concern. Lin Lu. Despite losing control of the space, Li Changyin remained unperturbed, understanding that the other party merely sought to obstruct his long-distance movement. Yet unaware of his precise location, he felt relatively secure. Enough of this. Unless the Tao Emperor personally arrives, no one can find me. Li Changyin cast a casual glance at Bayushi, who at that moment was completely restrained, unable even to twitch a finger, having lost the right to take her own life. Li Changyin, accompanied by Bayushi, swept towards the horizon. In the next moment, a figure with white hair abruptly materialized before her, and the overwhelming force of Wuxian prevented Li Changyin from halting in time. Leaving her suspended in mid-air, Li Changyin's heart sank in shock as she activated her powers to distance herself from Lin LV, her gaze fixed warily upon him. What is the meaning of this? Lin LV's right arm remained unhealed, dripping with viscous blood, causing Bayushi to feel a pang of sympathy. That fool must be in excruciating pain. Without waiting for Lin LV to respond, Li Changyin transformed her violet energy into a colossal energy sphere and hurled it at him. The youth, unperturbed, raised his right hand. Oh, I forgot. The right hand is gone. Let me fix that. Flesh and blood writhed at the severed end, and his entire right arm regenerated at an astonishing speed, forcefully shattering the energy sphere that would have made any Tao Lord tremble. The resulting shockwave merely ruffled Lin LV's hair and clothing. If you wish to live, hand over the person. Lin LV's icy gaze bore into Li Changyin. She relaxed her grip, causing Bayushi to hover in the air. Revealing a peculiar smile. Come on. The two faced each other, and then simultaneously struck, their bodies colliding. No, it wasn't a collision. Lin LV could touch Li Changyin, but she could not touch him. After exchanging dozens of blows, Li Changyin was astonished to find that, aside from the boundless limits, she was not a match for him in martial arts. How is this possible? Before she could voice her astonishment, Lin LV seized her collar, pulling her closer, and unleashed a punch that howled through the air. The moment their fists connected, a force infused with the essence of Zong erupted, and Li Changyin felt herself launched like a missile. Had her physical prowess and cultivation not been formidable, she would have likely been sent flying. Although she could not comprehend why Lin LV had become so powerful, she knew that facing him alone would yield no advantage. However, it just so happened that Li Changyin never fought 1v1. A formidable spirit beast was summoned, roaring in the heavens with the aura of a peak Tao Lord, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin LV's position as it opened its gaping maw. Don't interfere! Lin LV did not even glance at the intimidating spirit beast, casually extending his palm, where a small red orb glimmering with an eerie crimson light coalesced. Bang! The orb smashed into the beast's massive form, the tremendous repulsion obliterating its ethereal body, sending a tempest of wind that reduced the spirit beast's remains to mere fragments. Gulp. Li Changyin swallowed hard. Had they both been Tao Lords, she would have undoubtedly found it challenging to defeat that spirit beast. Yet Lin LV had annihilated it with such a trivial ball. Would it hurt if that thing struck her? She would never know the answer. For soon, Li Changyin would confront the boundless, void technique. Technique reversal. Song. Technique inversion. Void technique. A violet energy orb, exuding a brutal and destructive aura, erupted amidst the clash of gravitational and repulsive forces, the deluge of imagined mass bearing down on Li Changyin with overwhelming pressure. Amidst the earth-shattering chaos, her body emerged, enveloped in black smoke at the center of the explosion. Spitting out blood, she stared in horror at Lin LV. She had not anticipated that this boy possessed such capabilities. Yet Li Changyin was no pushover. A vortex appeared before her, countless spirits surging forth from within. Lin LV frowned. While such a multitude of spirits could indeed fight, he knew that vanquishing them would leave him utterly drained. And Li Changyin was lurking nearby, likely intent on sacrificing these spirits to escape with Bai Yushi. Amidst Li Changyin's maniacal laughter, she seized Bai Yushi's body and flew in the opposite direction. In the midst of a desolate autumn breeze, the youth formed the Emperor's Shirtian hand seal, exuding an aura that made the void tremble. Domain unfolded. Boundless void. Chapter 65. Supreme Jade. Beneath the azure sky. An inky blackness consumed the entirety of the view, and within merely a thousandth of a second, the black-shelled entity of the boundless void enveloped the sky, appearing as radiant as the sun when gazed upon from the ground. Crack! In just 0.2 seconds, the entire domain shattered, the obsidian exterior cascading like a venomous black rose, disintegrating into fine powder in mid-air to in an instant. Everything within the domain, save for Lin LV, was frozen in time. The clawing spirits suspended in the sky, the dazed Li Changyin plummeting downwards, and the equally immobilized Bai Yushi formed a still tableau, set against a backdrop of cerulean blue. Lin LV's body slackened, relinquishing power as he fell. Even as a remnant soul of a Tao Emperor, he could not defy absolute rules. The domain had entered a brief technique severance. He did not panic. Threads of blood trickled from his eyes as he halted his descent in midair. Although he wielded the power of a Tao Emperor's remnant soul, the Tao Pill's strength was inherently limited. However, Lin LV could, through the experience of his past life, utilize the boundless technique to command a vast quantity of the infinite, achieving an explosive force at the level of a Tao Saint. In other words, all of Lin LV's current strength stemmed from the boundless technique. Once he entered technique severance, he would be akin to an ordinary Tao Pill. Prior to unfolding the domain, Lin LV had hypothesized that the 0.2 seconds of the boundless void would not destroy Bai Yushi's brain, allowing him to perform healing through technique inversion. Similarly, after entering technique severance, he could obliterate the brain's imprint of the boundless technique with spiritual force and then heal it using technique inversion. Though both were Tao Pills, mastering technique inversion significantly enhanced his operational capacity. Within a mere 2 seconds, Lin LV accomplished what Gojo Satoru had executed in Shibuya and Shinjuku. After restoring the boundless technique, Lin LV activated Zong to grasp Bai Yushi and teleported away from the battlefield. In truth, he had the opportunity to eliminate Li Changyin during this time, but out of caution, he refrained. Lin LV understood that his appearance was purely due to the high-quality spiritual energy emanating from Bai Yushi within the room. Now, that energy was nearly depleted. Not to mention, if he failed to kill Li Changyin and instead succumbed first, it would be a grave mistake. Troublesome. I'll let you off this time. Yet Lin LV did not remain idle. After reaching a safe distance, he left that obliterated Li Changyin's right arm. A milky white energy enveloped Bai Yushi's entire body, healing her while simultaneously nullifying all of Li Changyin's means. The girl emerged from her dazed state. Lin LV? Here. Lin LV continuously activated Zong to teleport, carrying Bai Yushi beyond the confines of the city and into the desolate expanse above the ocean. Conjuring an island through the boundless technique. This island, reinforced by my power, poses no risk. Li Changyin won't find you. Rest easy and cultivate here. Lin LV. Bai Yushi regarded the cold-faced youth. What is it, do you like me? The question nearly left the strongest of the age speechless. What are you saying? Bai Yushi leaned closer, hands on her hips. Is it true? Yes. Lin LV nodded, openly admitting it. Then why haven't you come to find me since we got married? And why are you so afraid of me now? Lin LV scratched his head. How should I put it? Back then, every clan in the abyss wanted me dead, so I distanced myself to protect you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushi's eyes narrowed with delight. And the second question? Well, your approach is too aggressive. It feels unreal. Why do you say he? Aren't you the same person? Lin LV pondered for a moment. There's still a slight difference. After all, our dispositions have changed. Seemingly eager to conclude the topic, Lin LV pressed down on Bai Yushi's hands on her hips. All right, cultivate quickly. I'll take this time to give Li Changyin some trouble. Is your stored spiritual energy sufficient? Bayushi, being at her peak as a Tao Lord, cut straight to the point that I forgot about the effects of the 6 eyes. Lin LV belatedly realized that the spiritual energy could be influenced by the 6 eyes. Bayushi, by the way, don't forget about that thing. If you can obtain it, don't let it slip away. Lin LV shook his head at it's unlikely. This time Li Changyin is not a Tao Lord but a Tao Saint, and it likely relates to that thing. I'll do my best. All right, cultivate. Lin LV raised an eyebrow, feigning ferocity. Got it, Bayushi said, reaching out to pinch Lin LV's face, tugging it left and right. Is it fun? How on? There will be plenty of opportunities for you to play later. Lin LV patted Bayushi's head like soothing a child. If you don't behave, I'll break your little short legs. Bayushi looked down at her long, slender, fair legs. Clearly, they are long legs. When she looked up again, Lin LV had vanished without a trace. She smirked. What? You're afraid of me too, strongest adult? Meanwhile, on the other side, having shaken off the influence of the boundless void, Li Changyin regained her senses, only to find herself crashed to the ground, having created a massive pit, and she had lost an arm. What kind of ability is this? How could it forcibly control me? Li Changyin rubbed her head and released her perception to search for Lin LV and Bayushi's auras, but found nothing. Forget it. I'll deal with that old man first. This guy poses a threat not inferior to Lin Zian. It's best to eliminate him in the cradle, but you won't have that opportunity. Li Changyin turned around and discovered Lin LV leaning against a massive boulder, yawning in boredom. What on earth is wrong with you? For the first time since arriving on Earth, he felt a sense of fear. Where is the extreme Tao Jade? Lin LV did not respond to Li Changyin but instead posed a counter-question. Li Changyin was taken aback. How do you know about the extreme Tao Jade? He quickly regained his composure. It doesn't matter how you know. I have already absorbed it. Is that so? A hint of regret flickered across Lin LV's handsome face, quickly vanishing. However, it's of no consequence. I'll see for myself whether you have truly absorbed it. You no longer have that opportunity. Li Changyin retorted with the same words he had received from Lin LV, waving his remaining left hand to shroud the surrounding space in darkness. Oh? Lin LV's interest was piqued. I knew you wouldn't be able to absorb it all. The ability to alter reality exists solely with the extreme Tao Jade. Knowing that is of no use to you, for you will perish in this space. Here, all cultivation is rendered meaningless. The only thing that exists is the content of a special effects drama titled Kamen Rider from 400 years ago. Li Changyin produced a memory device and inserted it into a port on the back of his hand. It is time to end this. Indeed, it is time to conclude. Lin LV never anticipated that Li Changyin would choose to confront him in the area where he excelled, thus rewarding Li Changyin with the unmanifested arc driver. Lin LV laughed raucously, sending chills down the spine of Li Changyin, who had become a hybrid. This is not right. Arc 1. Singularize. Conclusion 1. Lin LV, clad in a black and white suit, flexed his neck, and even through the mask, he could distinctly sense the uncontainable mirth emanating from his opponent. I harbor a great deal of malice towards you. Chapter 66. The Extreme Tao Jade in Hand. Bayushi's tenderness, a gaping hole suddenly tore through the black sky, and the long-lost sunlight poured over the despairing Li Changyin. Within a mere half-hour, he had been obliterated 3 times. The child struggled to reach for the light streaming through the hole, while behind the despairing figure, the black and white suited Lin LV approached slowly, exuding a torrent of malevolence, each step leaving behind distorted traces of text. Don't come any closer, hand over the extreme Tao Jade, and I shall spare your life. Lin LV chose not to kill Li Changyin but instead demanded the extreme Tao Jade from him. In his view, it was only a matter of time before Li Changyin would be killed. It was merely a question of how much longer he could linger. The extreme Tao Jade was a rare treasure, one that could be encountered but not sought, as it was a product of the death of an alien Tao. Life or wealth, Ayak crouched beside Li Changyin, his single eye gleaming with a chilling red light. You must choose one. A jade stone was tossed by Li Changyin, and Lin LV caught it in his hand. Without the augmentation of the extreme Tao Jade, the reality modified by Li Changyin instantly collapsed, and both of them returned to their original forms in the deep pit. Leave, before I change my mind. Li Changyin gritted his teeth in frustration, covering his severed arm as he awkwardly tore open a rift in space to escape. Slap! The rift suddenly closed. You didn't keep your word. Li Changyin glared furiously at Lin LV. No, what I said was, leave. Lin LV toyed with the translucent jade in his hand, speaking without turning back. You re-dreaming, then perish. Just before he could form, Li Changyin tore open the rift and rolled inside. Once the rift closed, Lin LV's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Due to the extreme Dao Jade's alteration of reality, the six eyes no longer existed within that reality. Relying on that minuscule bit of spiritual energy to dominate Li Changyin for half an hour was not only due to Ayak's prowess, but also his absolute resentment towards this oppressive force. Whether in the original timeline or the current one, Li Changyin, a mid-level boss, had caused him considerable distress, and since the other party was offering the chance to torment him, he could hardly refuse. No, lying unconscious here is akin to seeking death. If Li Changyin grows suspicious and returns, it could spell disaster. Using the last of his strength, Lin LV employed his boundless ability to tear open a space rift and transport himself beside Bayushi. Gazing at the girl who had once again entered deep meditation, the boy sinking into a profound slumber, at some point during her cultivation, Bayushi opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin LV collapsed on the ground. A tender expression crossed her face. Silly boy, you've exhausted yourself and come to find your sister. Understanding Lin LV's concerns, Bayushi opened her palm to reveal a slightly transparent white crystal resting within. Silly, how could I not leave something for you? Initially worried that the ice attribute's spiritual energy would taint his own, Lin LV need not have feared, for Bayushi understood him well. The previous absorption had not been for cultivation. Instead, she had purified the attributes of the spiritual energy stored within the cold star jade, leaving the ice attribute within herself while preserving pure spiritual energy in the cold star jade. She gently pried open Lin LV's mouth and placed the crystal inside. Consider it a gift. I haven tea altered the spiritual energy within it all. She patted Lin LV's face, and the girl settled down to commence her genuine cultivation. Above the city of Ya, Rong Shang's aged body shot forth, stabilizing himself as his chest heaved. A ghastly gash extending from his left shoulder to his right. In contrast, Lu Jin appeared considerably more relaxed. Blood dripping from the shadow of the sword in his hand. How can you possess such combat power? Lu Jin casually dug at his ear. It seems you are mistaken. I am a person who has held a title since reaching the Dao monarch realm. While you are an old dog who has lived for over 200 years and remains stuck at the low-tier Dao Saint level, though you truly believe your combat power surpasses mine by much? However, it matters not. Rong Shang coughed up blood with a smile. I am merely here to hold you back, while Li Changyin will handle everything on his end. A grave expression crossed Lu Jin's face, but he quickly relaxed. Are you not concerned? Rong Shang looked at Lu Jin in confusion. I am somewhat worried. Yet I trust the young master to a Dao Dan and a Dao Saint. You choose to trust a Dao Dan? Rong Shang could scarcely believe his ears. Do I have any other choice? Lu Jin shrugged, casually glancing in a certain direction. Since the wave that governs the void has appeared, the mark I left on Li Changyin has vanished, indicating that it has been erased by a formidable external force which could not possibly be discovered by Li Changyin himself. Most likely, the authorities noticed the anomaly in Yi City and dispatched other Dao Saints to investigate. Now, you ought to consider where you plan to flee, as the shadow of the sword in Lu Jin's hand vanished from sight, yet its sharp aura surged forth relentlessly. Though even the weakest Dao Saint would not suffer losses against the strongest Dao monarch. There are always exceptions. Otherwise, how could I have earned my title? Rong Shang took a deep breath and ignited his divine power, fleeing in a certain direction. Lu Jin feigned pursuit, unleashing a full-powered sword chi that cleaved the void. The seven-colored sword chi tearing through space to catch up with Rong Shang's figure, nearly bisecting him. A bang! Rong Shang gritted his teeth, an unimaginable surge of energy erupting from his aged body, his speed suddenly accelerating. At last, I've escaped. Lu Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his complexion shifting from ruddy to pale, a sweetness filling his throat as he fought back the urge to spit blood. Thankfully, I was foolish enough. Had I been any more cautious, I would have been unable to maintain my facade. Lu Jin closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to envelop the entirety of Yi City. The entire city became increasingly vivid in his mind, each strand of spiritual energy tirelessly searching for the auras of Lin LV and Bayushi, yet yielding no results. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. They are not in Yi City. The residual aura of Li Changyin is faint. It should not have been his doing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jin refrained from acting hastily, opting to observe the situation. If it is that kid, it should be over there. Lu Jin directed his gaze towards the ocean, choosing not to head that way immediately but instead proceeding to the Fortune Hotel. Mr. Lu. The military personnel stationed at the ruins of the suite rushed over to salute upon seeing Lu Jin. Where is he? The military personnel displayed an embarrassed expression. We do not know. As expected. He is not here. Lu Jin scratched his chin. How could you not detect the commotion caused by a Dao saint? Furthermore, someone from the authorities has betrayed us. The military personnel were alarmed. Are you saying that old Mr. Rong has betrayed us? To clarify, it's old dog Rong, Lu Jin sighed. Never mind. There's no point in staying here. It's useless. Go do something meaningful and tidy up this place afterward. Yes. After dispatching the military personnel, Lu Jin tore open a rift in space and stepped out into the distant ocean. Let me take a look. Ah, found them. About 10 kilometers away, a dormitory-sized island floated on the surface of the sea. A white-haired girl quietly sitting cross-legged, deeply immersed in her cultivation, while the white-haired boy lay unconscious on the ground. Oh, he has fainted again. Confirming that the two were safe, Lu Jin returned to the VIP suite of the Fortune Hotel, plopping down onto the overturned sofa. I am utterly exhausted. Chapter 67. Zhu Tuo's Escapia City. Extraordinary Prison. Cell number 091. Zhu Tuo sat on the bed in a blue and white striped prison uniform, staring blankly at the ceiling above. He had maintained this position for an entire day. Just yesterday, the authorities had revealed the truth to him. The woman he deeply loved, Zhang Xinghuang, had long been replaced by an alien mimic, while the real Zhang Xinghuang had been captured for human experimentation, bound to the alien king. All of this had transpired on the 8th floor beneath his feet. Yet he remained completely unaware. Inmate 091, it's time for your meal. A prison guard placed the meals prepared for the inmates on the window, only to discover that last night's prison meal still remained in its original position. Shaking his head, he set the new meal on the window and removed the stale one. Inmate 091 still refusing to eat. Another guard observed as his companion brought in a spoiled meal. Casually inquiring, indeed. Such a person deserves to starve. As a human, he conspires with the alien race and should be executed on the spot. Zhuotu maintained his posture, his eyes devoid of focus. Tuesday. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, the familiar and warm tone causing him to momentarily lose his composure before his pupils constricted. Zhuotu turned to gaze in the direction of the voice, where Zhang Xinghuang stood casually attired. Should I call you Zhang Xinghuang, or an alien? Zhuotu, please do not harbor such malice towards me. Zhang Xinghuang approached him with a feline grace, playfully tugging at his prison uniform. I am Zhang Xinghuang. Get lost? Zhuotu bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he shoved the woman away. Zhuotu, surely you do not desire merely a vessel, do you? Zhang Xinghuang remained unperturbed by Zhuotu's actions. Instead, finding a comfortable position to embrace him, I hail from the abyssal shapeshifters. Our clan possesses the opportunity to mimic other races only once in a lifetime. This transformation can be fatal for us, as it renders us entirely another person. Not merely a change in appearance, but even the soul aligns with that individual. Once the transformation is successful, all that remains ours are the memories prior to it. Zhuotu's divine presence and cultivation were sealed. Held in her embrace, he felt his lips twitch, his body devoid of strength, unable to even escape Zhang Xinghuang's hold. I know you are in pain. I understand you. But as I have stated, I am indeed Zhang Xinghuang, the only distinction being that I possess an additional memory, and she is no longer herself. She has fused with the alien king, becoming a creature that is neither human nor alien, or rather, the alien king cloaked in Zhang Xinghuang's guise. That is all thanks to you. Zhuotu struggled with all his might, yet how could he, devoid of all his cultivation, contend with Zhang Xinghuang, who stood at the Dao Emperor level? However, currently, I am her. Zhang Xinghuang gazed into Zhuotu's eyes, the tenderness hidden deep within causing his heart to flutter momentarily. If you cannot accept this, I implore you for one more favor. After the deed is done, I will excise all memories belonging to the alien race, leaving only those that are Zhang Xinghuang's. Thus, regardless of the perspective, I will be her. You see, Zhuotu, the former Zhang Xinghuang did not harbor feelings for you. To her, you were merely a subordinate. I am different. I am not only her, but I also love you wholeheartedly. Zhua Tuesday, can you accept this version of me? Zhua Tu ceased his resistance, merely staring blankly at Zhang Xinghuang, complex emotions pouring from his eyes. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhang Xinghuang straightened her posture and kissed Zhua Tu's lips. Outside the prison, 2 guards noticed the bizarre commotion within, glancing back. What is Zhua Tu doing in there? Who knows? His divine presence and cultivation are sealed. He can't stir up any trouble. I'll go take a look. You stay alert. One guard approached the exterior of cell 091, eyeing Zhua Tu sitting on the bed with confusion. He was pondering life just moments ago. Why is he now staring at himself? Never mind, he's just a lunatic. I won't bother with him. As the guard turned, he found a woman standing directly behind him. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, a surge of pain erupted from his throat. Ugh. He clutched his neck in agony, unable to halt the torrent of hot blood spilling forth, collapsing on the ground and struggling for a few moments before falling silent. Another guard, noticing his partner had not returned, turned back in confusion and reached for the walkie-talkie. Command Center, Unit 3857 has been absent for 10 minutes, requesting permission to investigate. A crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie. Go. Having received permission, the guard clutched the device and made his way towards cell 091. He stared vacantly at the lifeless body on the ground, eyes wide open in death, and the dark crimson blood pooling nearby. The cell 091 was now utterly vacant. Command Center, Inmate 091, Zhua Tu, has escaped. Unit 3857 has been killed. Repeat, Inmate 091, Zhua Tu, has escaped. Unit 3857 has been killed. Received. Reinforcements are on their way. At the ruins of the Fortune Hotel, Lu Jin sat atop an overturned sofa, puffing smoke towards the already shattered floor-to-ceiling window. He was deeply troubled. Lin LV seemed to possess some magical allure. Even without provoking high-level combatants, they would seek him out. Yet, disregarding the process, the outcome was that Lin LV faced no consequences, often benefiting from calamities, while he, Lu Jin, was invariably beaten by Dao Saints. Is this just? Can this be right? Why is it always him who gets hurt? Thankfully, this is reality, not a novel. If a novelist were to write this, they would surely be overwhelmed. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. When Lin Linyu initially persuaded him to become a guardian, this is what he said: "Little Jin, your talent is not inferior to Ziyan's. The reason you remain stuck at the peak of Dao Lord and cannot advance to Dao Saint is due to luck and timing. I am giving you an opportunity. Go to Earth and serve as a guardian for my grandson. Perhaps you will find what you seek there. What I want. Does getting beaten count?" Reflecting on the past 6 months, it was either he exploded fish or he was blown up himself, never once enjoying a satisfying battle, making Lu Jin long for life in the abyss. Never mind, I won't think too much. Lu Jin exhaled a puff of smoke, tossing the cigarette but to the ground and extinguishing it, hands in his pockets as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. A gust of wind rushed through the massive opening into the VIP suite. Billowing Lu Jin's trench coat and sweeping his bangs from his forehead at least, he felt somewhat relaxed. Being with this rascal was indeed quite enjoyable. Lu Jin retrieved a book titled Lin LV's Notes on Being Deceived by Yushi, a mischievous grin spreading across his handsome face. Once your reputation is established, I shall send this to the publisher. Cackling, on an island hundreds of miles away, a certain handsome lad curled up in the cold, turning in his sleep while scratching his rear. Chapter 68. Lin LV and Lin LV. The damp, briny sea breeze wafted across the solitary island, crashing against the cold air that enveloped it, while the bright sunlight bathed the isle in warmth akin to a winter's day to sneeze. The handsome lad, frozen and curled up, awoke with a start. He lazily opened his eyes. As he surveyed the desolate surroundings. His mind briefly stalled. Wasn't I just blasted away? The panoramic view granted by his 6 eyes allowed him to notice Yushi meditating nearby. I must still be dreaming. No, wait. Why is this so real? Lin LV scratched his face with his right hand. My right hand? Damn. I thought I lost my right hand. At that moment, the young Lin realized that the world had become chaotic. Surely, I must be dead? Yes, dead and transformed into a soul, the soul intact. Lin LV glanced at Yushi, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart. Alas, I never intended to bring her down with me. Yet, she is truly dedicated. Even in death, she continues to cultivate. Deep within his consciousness, the future Lin LV could no longer tolerate the past self's whimsical thoughts, waving his hand to pull Lin LV's awareness into a shared mental space. The young Lin stared blankly, gazing at the pair of blue eyes suspended in the consciousness space, instinctively scratching his face. What the hell is going on? Is this still the same world? Lin LV? Stop overthinking. You are not dead. A tall, icy figure emerged from the shadows before Lin LV, the signature azure and white hair unmistakably revealing the person's identity. I am you. The older and younger Lin LV engaged in a silent stare-off. And after a prolonged moment, the younger Lin finally reacted. So I look this handsome, older Lin. While you are not wrong, it feels a bit embarrassing to hear such praise. No, that is not the point. We VE straight off topic. Clearing his throat, the older Lin continued. To keep it brief, I am your future self. For certain reasons, a fragment of my soul has crossed time and attached itself to you. Sharing the same body, the two of them understood each other. The younger Lin tilted his head out. So, that means you were the one who dealt with the incidents at Fengyue Tavern and just now with Li Changyan's ambush. Precisely. I can take control of the body roughly 3 times, the older Lin nodded. You must have noticed certain changes within yourself, right? Your understanding of the reversal arts has deepened unconsciously. Not foolish, this place is created by me. Absolutely safe. You can absorb the spiritual energy emitted by Bayushi for cultivation. However, before that, you should first assess your physical condition. There may be a surprise. Additionally, after Bayushi finishes cultivating, you may summon Lu Gu. He should have guessed our location by now, but he refrains from coming to avoid attracting Li Changyan and that traitor. Furthermore, I have left you an extreme Dao Jade, an extraordinary product formed from the death of an alien Dao extremist. It is invaluable. Find an opportunity to absorb it, but do not do so immediately. It takes at least a month to digest. That's about it. I'm logging off now. With a swift and decisive manner, the older Lin conveyed all the pertinent information to the younger Lin before rapidly disconnecting, leaving the latter's consciousness to return to his body. Standing on the lonely island while the sea breeze tousled his hair, utterly bewildered, Dalin L chose not to inform Xiaolin L about Bayushi's rebirth, as he believed that certain matters were better conveyed by Bayushi herself. The weight of the information was somewhat overwhelming. After contemplating for a moment, Lin L let out a sigh. He had grasped the general idea and began to assess his own physical condition, to see what he could discover. Upon probing into his body, he was astonished to realize that every part of him had been enhanced, with his endurance now exceeding 3 times that of before, particularly his brain. This boost would significantly amplify the power of his limitless techniques. His meridians had expanded, and the heavenly treasures that Lin Lin had previously nourished within him through rice porridge had been further assimilated, allowing the high concentration of spiritual energy to elevate Lin L's cultivation to the Dao Si realm. His divine manifestation ability awakened once more. The 3 awakenings that were originally supposed to occur at the Dao Emperor level had been completed at the Dao Si realm. What the hell am I cheating? Lin L was left dumbfounded. No, from the very beginning, Bayushi had not been cultivating herself, but rather purifying a piece of cold star jade's spiritual energy for him, transforming it into formless spiritual energy, which had automatically assimilated during his period of unconsciousness. Dalin L's voice echoed in his mind, providing the final explanation before vanishing completely. Lin L gazed at Bayushi with a complex expression, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find the right words. Do I like it? Indeed, I do. Yet, he could not comprehend why Bayushi had suddenly taken a liking to him, as if there were some ulterior motive. Though she treated him well, never mind. At tea times, Lin L felt fortunate that he was not living in a novel. If such a narrative of a girl pursuing a boy were to be penned, the author would surely have a screw loose. Serves them right for failing. Thanks, you tsundra little brat. Lin L decided against further absorbing spiritual energy. Having been propelled into the Dao Si realm, he found himself lacking the motivation to continue advancing. Achieving 3 major realms in less than 6 months was a rapid progression. Yet such swift advancement often resulted in a fragile foundation. Nevertheless, the gentle high concentration of spiritual energy from the cold star jade had cleared away such obstacles. Even so, Lin L opted to be cautious. While it usually took ordinary geniuses half a year to cross the Dao Pill realm, he had managed to do so in just a month. thus lacking profound insights into this realm. Both his body and foundation required time to settle, as did his thoughts and realizations. Lin El observed Bai Yushi's delicate features and quietly leaned in. Gently scratching the tip of her nose with his fingers, he then proceeded to pinch her face and playfully tease her. For the girl deeply engrossed in her cultivation, such minor interruptions were negligible. As the surroundings grew increasingly cold, Lin El summoned his spiritual energy to warm himself, only to be astonished to discover a significant enhancement in his frost resistance. This thing is so effective? The crystal in the girl's palm gradually diminished, while the boy reveled in his playful antics, momentarily losing track of time. Originally, the two had spent 3 days and nights at sea, and now, Bai Yushi's cultivation was nearing its conclusion. The last fragment of crystal turned to shimmering powder and dissipated, and the silver-haired girl opened her eyes, sparkling with brilliance. Lin El, who had been pinching her face, was left wide-eyed. Oh, Bai Yushi lowered her gaze. Observing the 2 salty pig hands that were clutching her face, Duong, with a single punch, Lin El felt a jolt from head to toe, resembling a bristling hedgehog, bouncing left and right like a spring. What are you doing? The girl's cool countenance drew closer to Lin El, her beautiful eyes reflecting a seriousness that was unmistakable. There's a mosquito, I was swatting it. After receiving a forceful punch, even the reinforced Lin El felt a bit dazed, swaying left and right as he uttered something nonsensical. Liar, Duong. Another punch landed. Dazed and kicking his feet, Lin El spun around, landing on his backside. Bai Yushi chuckled softly. Squatting down to poke Lin El's face, is it acceptable to pinch a girl's face like this? Kacha. On the tumultuous sea, Lu Jin treaded upon the dancing waves, capturing this moment with the camera. Chapter 69. The Dao Sea at 18 years old. The sun never sets, London. Buckingham Palace. A resplendent woman donned in golden embroidery and a pristine yet luxurious gown accentuated her noble aura, her long hair elegantly pinned up and restrained by a golden crown. Your Majesty. The bespectacled butler bowed before the woman. Howard, you must have sensed it, right? The Queen uttered unexpectedly. Howard shook his head. I do not comprehend what your Majesty is referring to. The stirrings of the abyss. A glint of brilliance flickered in Howard's eyes. Perhaps an extraordinary artifact that disrupts the balance is about to emerge. Howard, there are only the 2 of us here. There's no need to indulge in the self-deceptive words of the Huaxia people. The Queen's tone was slightly displeased. Your Majesty, I believe someone's awakening has affected the balance. I think so as well. The Queen nodded slightly, as sunlight streamed through the medieval-style stained glass, outlining her perfect jawline. Among the divine beings awakened this year, who do you think it might be? Lin Xian's son, Lin Eld. Why do you think so? The Queen looked at the old butler with keen interest. Since the day of awakening, nearly half a year has passed, and this little fellow's divine manifestation effects have yet to be fully disclosed. Did not the Divine Manifestation Hall notify us? Your Majesty, do you believe it? Howard shook his head. Reflecting that in the few battles Lin El participated in within the Pickled Vegetable Nation, he had showcased remarkable performances that were not reported to the Divine Manifestation Hall, for instance, the power of time. How is Abdu doing? The Queen tilted her head. Your Majesty, are you implying? Abdu is the only genius to awaken divine powers in the past 3 years of the sun never sets era. There exists a gap even between geniuses. I wish to see how Abdu, who awakened 2 years earlier, compares to Lin El. They are not comparable, at least not at present. The old butler refuted the Queen's notion. After a 2-year hiatus, Abdu is now at the 9th stage of the Dao Sea, while Lin El was merely at the 4th stage of the Dao Pill during his time in the Pickled Vegetable Nation. I acknowledge his talent and rapid cultivation speed. But, did you not read today's morning paper? The Queen interrupted the old butler. This Lin El has already reached the 1st stage of the Dao Sea. What? The old butler, forgetting decorum, straightened up in shock. How is this possible? Even talents as outstanding as Lin Linyu and Zhou Ming were merely at the Dao Pill at his age. Thus, I am very much looking forward to it. What will the collision between geniuses be like? The Queen covered her mouth with a chuckle, thoroughly enjoying the old butler's expression. There is no particular reason. This morning, she had also been taken aback. Is it almost New Year for Huaxia? Let us schedule a time after the New Year for the 4 divine geniuses of Huaxia to come visit us. That may not be advisable. Your Majesty, the old butler hesitated. Having just experienced the events in the pickled vegetable nation, Huaxia is bound by treaties and cannot retaliate if their 4 treasures were to suffer any harm on our territory. It might resurrect the grievances from 200 years ago when Huaxia struck back against the sun never sets. Silence. Very well. Upon mentioning the retaliatory war from 200 years ago, the British Queen's expression darkened instantly. Zhoming dares? If he dares to come, I shall ensure his old bones are buried here. It is settled then. Abdu has been investigating that serial murder case recently. If it remains unresolved after the new year, we shall use that as an excuse to seek assistance from the 4 divine beings of Huaxia. Should I draft a recommendation letter? You may write it, the Queen nodded, but then shook her head. Never mind, I shall write it myself. Yinjing University. Principal's office. So, why has nearly 50,000 vanished from the card I provided you in less than half a month? The principal's veins bulged as he slammed the card onto the desk. Glaring at the 2 white-haired individuals with bulging eyes, Lin L glanced around casually, whistling nonchalantly. Bayushi remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion yet clearly conveying a message of "it's none of my business." "Don T, look at me." The principal shot a knowing glance at Bayushi, who he was certain was not involved, before grabbing the back of his chair and hurling it at Lin L's head. Lin L, you have led Bayushi astray." "No." The bewildered youth turned to Bayushi with a swift motion. "He is slandering me. You must tell him the truth. One person does a deed. One person bears the consequences." The girl tilted her head, casting a gaze at Lin L that was almost coquettish. The handsome lad's lips twitched. Fine. One person does a deed. One person bears the consequences. It was my doing." The principal looked at the 2 white-haired individuals with great disappointment. "Yes, Bayushi, you must stand firm against the forces of evil like this." "Lin L, do you have any more excuses to make?" "Lin L, how on earth did you become the principal of Yanda with such a low level of intelligence?" "Never mind. I shall not pursue the matter further. Just be more careful next time." "Should I thank you?" The principal resumed his demeanor as an elder, intending to assign tasks and rewards. "Initially, I simply wished to have you investigate the warehouse matter, but unexpectedly, it has led to the involvement of the Fengyue Tavern and Li Changyan, 2 major players. These matters far exceed your capacity to handle and have even placed you in dangerous situations. This is a failure on the school's part for not conducting thorough investigations beforehand. Thus, the school intends to provide you with additional compensation." "What kind of compensation is available?" Lin L rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Dio, you lack martial arts techniques?" The principal turned to Bayushi. "Not lacking at all." Bayushi shook her head, asserting that the martial arts she had learned in her previous life were sufficient, many of which were powerful techniques acquired as the daughter-in-law of the Lin family while studying at the Shangyuan Divine Palace. "Do you lack resources?" The 2 nodded in agreement. The principal scrutinized them with a discerning gaze, visibly moved. "It appears that your cohort possesses an astonishing level of divine luck and innate talent. Recently, a hidden realm was discovered in Demon City, where Chinmai ventured to explore, obtaining a high-level celestial martial art along with an infusion of spiritual energy, elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of Dao Dan. During your mission, the ancestral will of the Chen family awakened, and Chan Daoru, as the heir, entered the secret realm, emerging yesterday with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Dao Dan.as for the 2 of you." The principal's eyes narrowed slightly. "One has reached the 8th level of Dao Dan, with physical condition and spiritual power not weaker than an ordinary Dao Si, while the other is at the 1st level of Dao Si. Having undergone 3 awakenings, both are prodigies." The principal clicked his tongue, acknowledging that while the other 3 remained at Dao Dan, Lin Lu had astonishingly leaped to Dao Si at the tender age of 18. "Speak up, what resources do you require? The school will strive to accommodate you." Bayushi shook her head. "As you have said, I currently have no apparent shortcomings, so I will defer to the school's arrangements regarding resources." "Principal, are there any rare treasures that enhance brain capacity?" The principal pondered. "Such items are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than those that cleanse the soul." Lin Lu understood that such treasures were hard to come by and did not press further. "Very well. The core of my limitless technique lies in the brain. If its capacity is sufficiently robust, I can unleash greater power. The school will keep an eye out for you. Unless there is anything else, you may leave." "Yes." With a resounding thud, the office door was slammed shut, leaving the principal alone in the room, reclining in his chair, lost in thought. Achieving Dao Si at 18, Perhaps you truly are the one to disrupt the balance. Chapter 70. Physical Training, Tai Chi Hue. Lin Lu sat cross-legged on a cushion, exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing from their depths. Indeed, upon reaching Daoxi, his training speed had significantly diminished. The young man rose and walked to the living room, quenching his thirst with water from the coffee table before plopping down onto the sofa. A peculiar wind swept through, and Lu Jin appeared silently beside Lin Lu. Lu Gu, your strength has improved again? Lin Lu exclaimed, astonished. For even with his 6 eyes capable of detecting the presence of Dao Saints, he had failed to sense Lu Jin's aura just moments ago. I am merely a hair's breadth away from Dao Saint. If you were to attain Dao Saint, what would your chances against Li Changyin be? Eliminating him would be a trivial matter. The gap between Dao Jun and Dao Saint truly that vast? Lin Lu inquired, astonished. Lu Jin contemplated for a moment. Without experiencing that barrier firsthand, one cannot truly grasp it. Tio put it plainly, do you know of a shooting game called Valorant from 400 years ago? Lin Lu blinked in confusion. 400 years ago. Why is it always 400 years ago? Many familiar concepts in this world were referred to as products from that time. Yes, the gap between Dao Jun and Dao Saint is akin to the difference between myth and empowerment, merely a thin line. Yet a chasm that I understand. Lin Lu nodded. Having not played much in his previous life but having watched streams, he grasped the disparity. By the way, Lu Gu, why is it that I can't seem to train after ascending to Daoxi? Lu Jin scrutinized Lin Lu carefully. It's to be expected. It's normal. After reaching the Daoxi realm, the training speed will decrease. Have you forgotten how you ascended to Daoxi? Han Xin Yu Sui. Precisely. It's akin to a drug. A high concentration of spiritual energy is like excessive dopamine released by the brain. Your body fell in love with that sensation from the very first time, which is why humanity does not advocate relying on high quantities of resources for rapid advancement. In other words, resources act as a chronic poison. So, I am currently in a state of addiction. Needing time to settle, correct? Exactly, Lu Jin said, gazing at Lin Lu thoughtfully. So now you have the opportunity to explore other means of strengthening yourself. Sometimes, rank does not signify everything. Lin Lu realized that Lu Jin had a plan and eagerly approached like a puppy. I am all ears. I intend to refine your physical skills. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Lu's smile froze on his face as he recalled some unpleasant memories, those of being spun like a top. Lu Jin evidently recalled this as well, clearing his throat. The last time was an accident. It was my first time as a teacher, and I assure you it will not happen again. Then how do you plan to teach? Step by step, I will teach you Tai Chi. How does that sound? I already know Tai Chi, the 8 methods and 5 steps. Lin Lu instantly leapt from the sofa, demonstrating half a set of the 8 methods and 5 steps with flair. Lu Jin sighed. That is merely a simplified version. I will teach you the authentic Chun-style Tai Chi after spiritual awakening. The physical strength of extraordinary individuals surpasses that of ordinary people by countless times, and even without starting from a young age, a solid foundation can be established and integrated. It's safe? Lu Jin, are you going to learn or not? 3 weeks later, in the Divine Dormitory District, Bayushi, with her white hair cascading down, leaned against her window, gazing outside. Ding ding ding. Bayushi gracefully walked to the living room, turning off the alarm on the phone resting on the sofa. Time to deliver food to that foolish boy again. The young girl lifted 2 large bags from the table, yawning as she stepped out without changing her shoes. Yushi, are you bringing food to Lin Lu again? A slightly lively girl bounced over to Bayushi, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the 2 large bags. What delicious dishes did you prepare today? It smells divine. Sister Feng, please do not tease me, Bayushi said, lifting the bags with a hint of pride. I made some Sichuan cuisine. Oh, I see. Feng Jirun replied knowingly. You go ahead. I'm off to the cafeteria. By the way, sister, what has my brother been busy with lately? Who knows? I heard that the last mission you executed with Lin Lu put you in peril multiple times due to his insufficient investigation, which left him quite vexed. Bayushi froze for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, sister. Next time, please cook for me. I'm craving it. After bidding farewell to Feng Jirun, Bayushi's thoughts turned to Bayusheng. It's not your fault, big brother. Unconsciously, she arrived at Lin Lu's residence, and after channeling her spiritual energy into the door's identifier, it opened automatically. 1/2 of a watermelon for you, and 1/2 for me. What greeted her was Lin Lu. Dressed in loose training attire, leisurely practicing Tai Chi in his small yard, while Lu Jin lay bored on the roof, yawning. Noticing Bayushi's arrival, Lu Jin waved in greeting, and she returned a smile. "Dinner's ready, Lin puppy." Bayushi shuffled in her slippers, opening Lin Lu's room door with familiarity, and made her way to the dining table to unpack the plastic bags. Hugh Lin Lu concluded his stance, exhaling deeply before scampering into the room. "What delicacies have you brought today, Chef Bai?" "Spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, spicy hot pot, twice cooked pork, mapo tofu, and..." The young girl revealed the dishes one by one from the plastic bags, placing them on the dining table, before slightly raising her head and peering through a few strands of hair that had fallen over her face, looking at Lin Lu with keen interest. "Sliced beef and offal." Lin Lu pretended not to see, focusing entirely on the array of dishes before him. 3 weeks prior, Lu Jin's intense Tai Chi training had commenced. Initially, Lin Lu assumed that the leisurely pace of Tai Chi posed no significant challenge, and given his physical prowess, he would face no substantial issues. However, Lu Jin raised the intensity to a level that could exhaust him without being lethal. Consequently, this left Lin Lu too fatigued to cook. Thus, the responsibility of preparing meals fell upon Lu Jin. The instructor, brimming with enthusiasm, possessed no culinary skills aside from his knife skills, and with a grand flourish, he transformed sweet and sour lotus slices into coal briquettes. Eventually, unable to bear his conscience, he resorted to making his signature dish, millet porridged, millet congee. Sweet potato porridged. As everyone knows, these 3 dishes were no different from poison in Lin Lu's eyes. Thus, one day, when Bayushi dragged Lin Lu to the cafeteria for a meal, he could not help but lament, prompting Bayushi to decide that she would take charge of Lin Lu's lunch and dinner. As for breakfast, she could not rise early, so he could stick with millet porridge. Understanding Bayushi's ulterior motives, Lin Lu initially resisted, but after she prepared various dishes for him over 2 days, he found himself pleading with her to come and cook for him in the mornings as well. "Liu Qianbei, you should have some too. I've made too much." Liu Jin intended to decline, but could not resist swallowing at the sight of the enticing dishes. "Perhaps I'll just have a little." Half an hour later, Lu Jin patted his belly, using sword energy to pick his teeth. "Delicious, absolutely delectable. Not bad, right, Lu Gu? Just call me Lu Gu. Calling me Qianbei feels too distant." "Understood, Lu Gu." Bayushi realized she had successfully won Lu Jin over and playfully winked. Meanwhile, Lin Lu's inner Q-version character wept profusely. "The cursed enchantress has audaciously conscripted my most trusted aide. No, my beloved confidant. I shall remember this." Infuriated, a certain individual angrily picked up a piece of spicy lung slices with chopsticks and furiously mixed it with the last morsel of rice, shoving it into his mouth. "Another bowl, please." Chapter 71. Simply because of you, time flowed silently, akin to a fleeting shadow, and before one could realize, the resplendent golden autumn of October had been succeeded by the stark, wintry chill of December. The splendid year was drawing to a close. "How cold it is!" A certain white-haired individual exhaled in puffs, continuously rubbing his hands in an attempt to generate some warmth. Once today's training session was complete, he could finally rest. However, Lu Jin did not grant Lin Lv a reprieve. Thus, the individual clad in a thin training outfit could only sulkily lower his head and walk to the courtyard. Firmly establishing his stance to begin his exercises, Lu Jin gazed at the youthful figure, strikingly handsome and upright, and felt a tinge of sentimentality within. It had already been half a year since they began their acquaintance. After Lu Jin's 2 months of rigorous training, although Lin Lv's cultivation remained at the first level of Dao Si, his strength was no longer to be underestimated. The once overconfident young master of the Chen family, who had emerged from the secret realm, had intended to regain his confidence, only to learn of Lin Lv's progress in Dao Si, shattering his self-assurance into fragments. Hence, the young master of the Chen family resolved to spar with Lin Lv. Employing the physical techniques he had honed for an extended period in the secret realm, the outcome, his confidence was utterly obliterated. With 6 eyes, Lin Lv could effortlessly discern Chun Dao Ru's every move. To him, Chun Dao Ru was no different from being bare. The strongest of the younger generation, indeed well-deserved. Chun Dao Ru could only offer one assessment. 666, utterly lacking in substance. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Lv concluded a set of movements, standing still and closing his eyes. The technique was activated, song. The formless infinity enveloped Lin LV, elongating the concept of space, becoming indistinct in the desolate courtyard. A streak of azure quietly blossomed, and the pale figure slowly lifted from the ground, soaring skyward. Woo-hoo! After circling his little house 2.5 times, Lin LV descended, still yearning for more. Landing. Ha 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 ha. What can I say? I, the Tao Master, have succeeded. Isn't it merely the ability to fly? Look at your excitement. Eugene timely doused him with cold water. But I can fly now that I am in Tao Sea. Lin LV thought gleefully of wanting to soar for 2 more laps. After attaining Tao Sea, his mastery over spiritual energy had improved significantly, yet due to Lin LV's lack of understanding regarding advanced realms, he often struggled to control his own power. However, after 2 months of Tai Chi training with Lu Jin, Lin LV's comprehension of his own realm gradually deepened, and the slow, meditative movements of Tai Chi soothed his restless and impatient nature, further enhancing his grasp of reversal techniques. Where do you wish to go for New Year's Eve? Lu Jin unexpectedly asked. Lin LV was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that the new year was approaching. New Year's Eve.it seemed he had never truly experienced it in the past 18 years. As a child, he would collect bits of trash to sell for money to buy snacks during the year-end cleaning, as families always managed to gather some refuse. As he grew older, he worked part-time at the cinema, silently wiping the 3D lenses while listening to the cheerful countdown of Happy New Year echoing in the halls. Why work until midnight? Because the next day was a holiday, allowing him to earn a bit more by staying up late. He hadn't thought it through. Barring any surprises, he would likely spend the night sleeping in his dormitory. You have friends now. Perhaps you should try to spend more time with them. Celebrating New Year's together wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin LV shook his head. Let's forget about it. Everyone has their own busy lives. I am more accustomed to being alone. At the very least, I will keep you company, Eugene blurted out. Lin LV turned back, giving Lu Jin a peculiar look. Lu Gu, that's rather ambiguous, Eugene laughed while scolding. Get lost. Observing Lin LV's solitary figure, Lu Jin silently shook his head, knowing that this child was inherently quite reclusive. When outsiders were present, he always put on a facade of carefreeness, yet internally, he was perpetually alone. A personality shaped by his childhood, not easily altered. What do you wish to eat? I can prepare it for you. Lu Jin impulsively offered again. Spare me, creak. The courtyard's gate swung open, revealing a girl bundled up tightly who tumbled in with a plop. You finished training so early today? With New Year's approaching, I thought I'd give him a break. Eugene smiled slightly. How could I have forgotten? This little girl would certainly seek out Lin LV this year. No, Lin LV, with his dense head, might do something unexpected. He still needed some guidance. Did you not bring lunch today? Lin LV inquired, noticing Bayushi's empty hands. No, I came specifically to see you. Is that so? You, a girl, made a special trip to find me? And your first line is this? At that moment, Lu Jin felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness, wishing to shake Lin LV until he understood. No. I came to your house to cook. Do you need my assistance? Would that complicate matters? Bayushi blinked earnestly. What are you talking about? Lin LV immediately transformed into an irate little cat. My culinary skills surpass yours. All right, you're strong, you're capable. Bayushi coaxed Lin LV like a child. Dismissing him. No need to help. Lin shall go. I can manage on my own. She skillfully made her way to Lin LV's kitchen, opening the refrigerator to select ingredients. Lin LV scratched his head, silently retreating to his room to change clothes. What a perfect opportunity! Lu Jin's eyes lit up, instantly teleporting into Lin LV's room. That moment, Lin LV, clad only in a pair of boxers, was startled to the core. Gu, what are you doing? I have a perfectly normal orientation, just here to have a chat. Eugene ignored Lin LV's ramblings. Oh. Lin LV quickly pulled out a sweatshirt from the wardrobe to cover himself. All right then, let us chat. Do you have no feelings for that girl? Lu Jin asked directly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin LV, as if seeking to peer into his soul. Lin LV seemed to anticipate Lu Jin's inquiry. Brushing off the dust from his trousers, sitting on the bed to put them on. Gu, this is the 8th time you've asked this month. It is said that there is a thin veil between a man and a woman, but your veil seems rather thick. Sigh, Lu Gu. Lin LV scratched the back of his head. Surely to like someone there must be a reason. I really don't know what she sees in me. Didn't she mention it before? Lu Gu, do you believe that? Lu Jin fell silent. Indeed, Bayushi's previous explanation had been too frivolous, but he could not force anything. Lin Lv's thoughts were a product of his character, not something that could be swayed by mere words. Have you ever considered what her actions for you truly signify? Lu Jin sighed. You are too entangled in why Bayushi likes you, yet have never pondered just how deeply she cares for you. Lin Lv paused, memories of their time together in the city flooding his mind. Perhaps I should think it over some more. Lin Lv stood, bouncing a couple of times to ensure his clothes fit properly. Lin Xiaogo, come help. I can't handle this fish by myself. A gasp echoed from outside the door as Bayushi exclaimed. And Lin Lv sighed deeply, opening the door to step out. What the heck, Bayushi? Why did you release this fish right at my bedroom door? My new clothes in the bedroom. Lu Jin smiled faintly, watching the young boy and girl attempting to catch fish with their bare hands, a tender glint flickering in her eyes. As a transcendent being, how could she possibly struggle against a fish? It was merely because of you. Chapter 72. Domain expansion. I beg you. Bayushang, shamelessly, leaned against the door of a prestigious dormitory, pressing his face close to the camera. Bayushang. Enough! With a loud bang, the door swung open, and he was sent flying 2.5 meters away. A beautifully striking girl glared at him, retracting her leg, which had just kicked him out. Shinichi, just this once, help me out this time and I will find a way to repay you. Shinichi laughed in anger, gritting her teeth as she glared at Bayushang. Bayushang? Why couldn't you ask for anything else? You want me to pretend to like Lin Lv to compete with Bayushi on New Year's Eve? Such a foolish plot, and it's surprising you even thought of it. I am begging you, get lost, wait. Seeing Shinichi turn to reject him again, Bayushang hurriedly scrambled up from the ground. What do you want? Shinichi was left speechless by Bayushang's antics. Unable to comprehend how such a brother complex could exist in the world, Bayushang walked up to her earnestly, stepping closer with a grim expression. Shani-chan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from her. If Bayushang dared to make a move, she would. Mommy! Bayushang suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching Shani-chan's long leg and bursting into tears. Only Mommy is the best in the world. Shani-chan's brain lagged for half a second, then her eyes widened like a startled kitten, a flush creeping from her neck to her cheeks. Bayushang, you're courting death. Bang, whoosh, ah. Shani-chan, furious, retracted her right fist, casting a sidelong glance at Bayushang, whose head was now buried in the ground. Do you have any shame? Bayushang? Murmuring to himself that a line of mysterious characters emerged from the soil, leaving Shani-chan both furious and amused. I understand. I'll agree to help you. Shani-chan sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness. Just so happens, I'm also somewhat interested in that Lin Lv kid. Really? Bayushang pulled his head from the ground. Seeing Bayushang's shameless face made Shini-chan even angrier, and she reached out to push his head back into a new hole. I have conditions, though I have yet to finalize them. I shall speak of them once I have made up my mind. With that, she turned on her heel without a backward glance and departed. Lin Lu, quite intriguing indeed. I am eager to see what extraordinary qualities a young man must possess to captivate someone as exceptional as Bayushi. Meanwhile, at Yin University's martial arts arena, a white-haired youth stood facing a white-haired maiden. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Lin Lu pointed to himself, unable to fathom why Bayushi sought such torment. I wish to gauge the disparity between us. Suppress your cultivation to match mine. Very well, Lin Lu inhaled deeply, allowing his aura to descend until it stabilized at the 8th level of Dao Dan. Let us commence. The duel between these two prodigious youths naturally drew the attention of the majority of students. With the New Year's Day approaching, the burdensome coursework was nearing its conclusion. And correspondingly, the review week was imminent. For university students, this was the busiest time. And what better way to break the monotony of tedious study than to witness a confrontation between top-tier geniuses? At this moment, a certain young master named Chen fixed his keen gaze upon the pair on stage, a stalk of dogtail grass clutched in his mouth. Uncle Yuan, why do they seem increasingly well-matched? Chen Xingyuan leaned against the railing, propping his chin on his arm. This is the daughter-in-law my sister has chosen. Should the Bai family dare to interfere, they might find themselves facing a fate akin to that of the Chen family in years gone by. Uncle, you belong to the Chen family, Chen Daoru said, exasperated. Qian Xingyuan tilted his head defiantly. So what? Suddenly, a tang knife was unsheathed, its chilling blade slicing toward Lin Lu with unyielding force. Observing the imminent danger, Lin Lu calmly extended 2 fingers, bringing them together. Bang! An invisible shockwave surged forth, halting the razor-sharp blade mere inches from Lin Lu's position. Not particularly impressive. Bayushi had no expectation that such a level of attack would harm Lin Lu. The blade shattered into crystalline ice, the ensuing mist momentarily obscuring Lin Lu's vision. Oh! A tang knife halted just 5 centimeters from the back of Lin Lu's head as the youth lowered his round sunglasses and turned to face the knife-wielding maiden. Flashing a broad grin, a smile code. The maiden, her expression unchanged, sheathed her knife and retreated, increasing the distance between them. Lin Lu, why are you still attacking? Give it up. You can't even breach my defenses. Rendering you no match for me. A beautiful smile graced Bayushi's lips. That may not necessarily be the case. She pivoted the handle of her knife, and in the next instant, a red line materialized across Lin Lu's abdomen in the maiden's eyes. 6 frosty dragons roared, opening their massive jaws toward Lin Lu, their sharp fangs poised to bite down on the red line reflected in Bayushi's gaze. Futile, Lin Lu suddenly sensed something amiss. The power of the reverse dragon eye strike felt somewhat off, did it not? One of the legendary effects of Huaxia. It forcibly creates a weakness in the opponent, augmenting the potency of any attack targeting that flaw by 3-fold. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Lin Lu stood amidst the 6 ice dragons, resembling a pearl within their gaping maws. Quite interesting, yet it still lacks something essential. Song. Unleashed abruptly, the emerald green force tearing through the imposing 6 dragons. A tremendous gravitational pull causing the maiden's garments to flutter. Lin Lu waved his hand, dissipating the boundless energy he had conjured, tilting his head to regard Bayushi. If this is all you can do, do not entertain the notion of challenging the strongest. Bayushi's figure vanished from sight, swiftly circling behind Lin Lu, her tang knife striking down mercilessly. An invisible ripple radiated outward from the maiden, encompassing the vast martial arts platform, a low-tier heavenly martial technique, the Eternal Snow Domain, a domain-type martial art. Alas, that too cannot break through. Lin Lu remained unperturbed. Is that so? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bayushi's eyes as the Eternal Snow Domain was instantly dispelled, and the previously restrained Huaxia legend surged past Lin Lu's defenses, aimed at the back of his head. Lin Lu sensed something amiss and, reinforcing his hands with energy, spun around to seize the coldly glinting blade. Just moments ago, the boundless energy enveloping him had vanished. Bayushi relinquished her tang knife, bending to channel her energy into a punch that struck Lin Lu's abdomen, sending him flying. Lin Xiaogo, you surely did not anticipate this. This is a secret technique specially developed by a foreign race to counter your limitless techniques. Domain extension, ASA method specifically designed to counter limitless techniques. It was also imbued with characteristics targeting other humans at the time of its creation. Domain extension forcibly nullifies the target's martial arts at the expense of the user's own domain. The effect is impressive, yet it did not cause Lin Lu significant distress at that moment. What is this? Lin Lu clutched his abdomen, rising from the ground, disbelief evident in his gaze as he stared at Bayushi. Bayushi sheathed her tang knife, casting a graceful silhouette as she turned her back. I concede. I shall grant you this one, and the maiden glanced back, her smile radiant as she added. You ought to practice more. Chapter 73. Being my boyfriend for a day in the year 452 of the new calendar. December 31 St. New Year's Eve. Ha! In the biting winter wind, the white-haired youth shivered as he yawned, delivering his next punch with earnestness before receiving a sharp blow to his rear. Ouch! Lin Lu sprang up from the ground in pain. Lu Jian sat atop the roof, retracting his finger that had just released a surge of energy. Practice diligently, and once today's tasks are completed, you shall enjoy your holiday. Is it too much to ask for warmer clothing to train in this frigid weather? Lin Lu lamented, yet under Lu Jin's formidable presence, he chose to stand firm and begin anew. Clad in thin garments, the white-haired youth maintained an upright posture even in the depths of winter. His simple clawed hands, though lacking the vigor of military-style martial arts, exuded a distinct elegance with each movement. Finished. Lin Lu concluded his stance and, in the next instant, darted into the warmth of the living room. Buzzing. The phone lying on the sofa rang incessantly, and upon changing his clothes, Lin Lu flopped onto the couch, his eyes narrowing at the words "Tsundra little brat" on the screen. Hello? You call that a greeting? A cold and irate voice came from the other end. Just look at how late you are. Lin Lu disdainfully glanced at the status bar. It was only 7 o'clock. Wait, how is it 9 already? You were supposed to come to my dorm at 8. You stood me up for an hour, Linda Shao. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. Lin Lu's lips twitched as he pleaded with Bai Yushi in an almost obsequious tone. Sister, I was dead for an hour this morning. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? The surprise in Bai Yushi's voice was palpable. She was both exasperated and amused. 3 minutes, get over here. Roger that. Lin Lu hastily shoved his phone into his pocket and flung the door open. Dashing outside, whoosh, a gust of wind swept past the white-haired maiden as the white-haired lad came to a halt before her with a snap. Bai Yushi shot Lin Lu a reproachful glance, turning her head away. Lin Lu chuckled awkwardly, performing a sleight of hand to produce 2 candy sticks. Don't be angry, let me treat you to some sweets. That's more like it. Bai Yushi accepted the candy stick, tearing open the wrapper and popping it into her mouth. The two walked side by side along the broad avenue of the elite dormitory area, aimlessly surveying their surroundings. Aren't you cold? Lin Lu noticed Bai Yushi's bare thighs. Bai Yushi followed Lin Lu's gaze, tugging at her leg. It's silk, thickened, not cold. I see. Lin Lu, hey. You still owe me 4 conditions. You haven't forgotten, have you? No, not at all. I'm about to use my second condition now, the maiden stated solemnly as she locked her gaze onto Lin Lu's cerulean eyes. Be my boyfriend for a day. The youth's mind short-circuited for a second, and it took him a moment to stammer out a response. Huh? Bai Yushi placed her hands on her hips, leaning closer to Lin Lu. Is my meaning unclear? I said be my boyfriend for a day. This request is neither excessive nor immoral, is it? Lin Lu hesitated, his gaze inadvertently catching the pitiable expression the maiden was feigning, causing his mouth to twitch. Fine, then. The victorious smile graced Bai Yushi's delicate face as she extended her hand. Here, hold my hand. Lin Lu felt a twinge of nervousness as he extended his hand but hesitated to grasp hers. Coward! Bai Yushi seized Lin Lu's outstretched hand, pulling him forward with purposeful strides. Where are we going, my esteemed boyfriend? Bai Yushi blinked innocently. Lin Lu turned his head away, his face slightly flushed. Wherever, just anywhere. Accompany me to shop. I know of a splendid accessory store on Wangfu Street. With that, they were off, the maiden pulling the youth along as they ran, and for some inexplicable reason, the sluggish-witted youth found himself dragged 2 miles. Upon reaching the subway station at the school gate, they paid for their tickets and prepared to board the train. Lin Lu. What's wrong? The young couple stood in the crowded carriage, their hands tightly clasped. If one day the Bai family opposes our relationship, what will you do? Lin Lu almost replied. What do I care? But upon meeting Bai Yushi's earnest gaze, his hardened expression softened involuntarily. I will blow up the Bai family. Hee hee. The maiden chuckled lightly. The voice of a mechanical woman devoid of emotion announced. The next stop is Wangfu Street. As the doors slid open, the young couple stepped out, blending into the throng. Lin LV walked at the forefront, clearing the way for Bai Yushi, his sweaty hand tightly gripping the young girl's hand. Exuding the demeanor of a devoted protector of flowers. Fool, Bai Yushi murmured softly. As they jostled through the throngs on Wangfu Street, Lin LV stood beside Bai Yushi, gesturing with a polite invitation. Please, miss, do indicate a direction. Suddenly, Bai Yushi's expression brightened with a thought, and she squatted down. Considering her boyfriend's role, Lin LV obediently crouched as well. Bai Yushi leaped onto Lin LV's back, straddling his neck. Come on. How old are you to still play this? My father never took me to play when I was little. Isn't it only fair to make up for it with my boyfriend? Lin LV, unable to resist the inherited sharp tongue from the Chin family, blurted out without thinking, then call me father and let me hear it. You little rascal! Bai Yushi seized both of Lin LV's ears, pulling back slightly. Ouch, I was wrong, sister. I was wrong. That's what you get for speaking nonsense, the girl huffed, pointing to the fork on Lin LV's left. Go that way. Understood. On the bustling Wangfu Street, alive with the spirit of the New Year's Eve, a wild horse burst forth from the crowd. The girl, her white hair cascading down without a high ponytail, donned a lightweight white down jacket that radiated vitality. The boy wore small, round sunglasses reminiscent of a trickster, his tousled white hair resting atop his head, a brown trench coat draped over his shoulders, complemented by a beige sweater and loose white sports pants, exuding a youthful charm tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "I want to eat that grilled gluten." Bayushi waved her small hand. Pointing to a nearby stall, "Eat." The girl rode her metaphorical steed to the stall, purchasing a skewer of grilled gluten under the astonished gaze of the vendor. "Aren't you eating?" she mumbled. "Not hungry." "Here, eat this," she insisted, presenting half a skewer to Lin LV's mouth. "I'll feed you." Lin LV felt the spices of cumin and chili brush against his lips as he glanced at Bayushi. "Aren't you having any? Buy me something else besides," she argued with conviction. "Is it wrong for a couple to share a skewer?" After a moment of contemplation, the boy bit into the offered skewer. "Fine, fair enough." Chapter 74. Shopping as the new year approached. Everywhere was infused with a lively atmosphere. The already bustling Wangfu Street became even more crowded, with hopeful footsteps echoing the aspirations for a brighter future. "Lin LV, over here," Bayushi exclaimed, drooling as she pointed at a stall named Authentic Xinjiang Lamb Skewers. Lin LV turned his steps, carrying Bayushi to the stall. "Boss, how much for the lamb skewers?" The vendor, astonished by the sight of the boy and girl together, quickly announced the price, 15 yuan per skewer. "Our meat is authentic Xinjiang lamb, generously sized and flavorful. How about 2 skewers for the handsome young man and beautiful young lady?" Bayushi nodded eagerly, swaying her body along with Lin LV's. With a sigh amidst the jostling, Lin LV pulled out his phone to scan the code. "Delicious. Just don't let the oil drip on my head," Lin LV replied absently while munching on the skewer. "Why do you look so glum?" "Not glum, just lost in thought." He shook his head, feeling a sense of unease about the lack of news regarding Li Changyin after 2 months. "Never mind, let us just take care of ourselves. Worrying won't change anything." "Here, this one," Bayushi interrupted Lin LV's reverie, pointing to a jewelry store on their right. Shinran Jewelry Store, an unpretentious name. Bayushi dismounted from Lin LV's back, her heart a whirlwind of emotions as she gazed at the shop. This was a small store her mother had secretly run, a fact she had only discovered by chance while reading her mother's diary. "What's wrong?" Lin LV noticed her subtle sadness and glanced at her. "Nothing, let us go inside." The Shinran Jewelry Store, with a name as plain as Lin LV's, was surprisingly bustling. If one merely glanced at the storefront, Lin LV would never have guessed that such a small shop could thrive so vibrantly. "What do you want to buy?" Lin LV approached a counter, donning a black eye mask. The thick mask pushed his white hair upward. "Am I handsome?" Bayushi scrutinized him for a moment, offering her honest opinion. "A bit silly." Lin LV removed the mask, examining it in his hands. "I think it looks quite dashing. This is the style after the strongest of the 5 masters." "What's silly? Women should talk less." Bayushi turned to the counter filled with hats, selecting a pink baseball cap adorned with a large bee. She placed it on her head, glancing at Lin LV, who wore a black hat with a large stitched in white. "Am I stylish?" Bayushi asked. "Does it suit me?" Lin LV replied cheerfully. "I think it looks quite nice, as long as you like it," she said, pulling Lin LV to choose more items. Eventually, they found themselves at a counter filled with sunglasses. "Are you sure you don't want to swap those over the top glasses of yours?" Lin LV took off his sunglasses and examined them closely. "Over the top? This is what I call a man's romance. A man's romance is being a trickster. Right? How about this one?" Bayushi tiptoed to retrieve a pair of sunglasses identical to Lin LV's, the only difference being slightly larger lenses. "This one looks better than yours." Lin LV accepted the sunglasses from Bayushi, trying them on and checking his reflection in the glass. "This one seems to reflect my youthful self better. I'll take this, I knew it." After making the payment, Lin LV helped Bayushi put on her newly acquired accessories, a small hairpin, a bow, a hat, and a bracelet. "Aren't you wearing anything?" Bayushi inquired, looking at Lin LV. "Of course." Lin LV tucked away his flamboyant glasses and donned the high-fidelity sunglasses, placing the hat with the large atop his head. "1's and 1B, contrasting heights," blooped impassively at. Ans nodded in approval. "Not bad that I'm hungry. Let us eat," Lin LV remarked, confused. "Haven't you just eaten a lot?" "I'm still growing. My digestion is fast." Bayushi left Lin LV with her back turned, hastily entering a noodle shop beside the jewelry store. Ding, Lin LV's phone chimed, and he pulled it out to check. "Shunichin, Junior, Are you free tonight? I'm planning to gather some top-tier classmates to celebrate the new year. Lin LV scratched his head, fingers flying over the keyboard. Who are you? Meanwhile, Shuni-chin, lounging on her sofa, received the message, her eyes widening at Lin LV's reply. Who are you? She exclaimed, losing her grip on her phone, which thudded against her face. What an infuriating little brat! Shuni-chin sprang up from the sofa, rubbing her sore forehead in irritation. I am your senior by 2 years, the only top-tier student from Huaxia that year. As Lin LV stepped into the noodle shop, he received another message from Shuni-chin, typing back with a deadpan expression. How splendid! Shuni-chin, upon receiving Lin LV's message, felt herself nearly driven to madness. What kind of person is this? She suddenly understood why Bayushi supported this boy being with her sister, because only those of the same ilk would appreciate one another. Only a fool would admire another fool. Resisting the urge to curse, Shun-I-chin calmly typed, Would you like to join us, Junior? Everyone is eager to meet you. After all, achieving Dao C strength just 6 months after awakening is a rare talent. Who are you messaging? Bayushi asked, glancing at Lin LV as he typed "Oh, just a senior inviting me to celebrate the new year tonight, claiming all the top-tier students would be there." Lin LV replied casually. 1 bowl of braised beef noodles, no cilantro. Bayushi, puzzled, opened her phone to see Shun-I-chin's message. Shun-I-chin, a smile crept onto her lips. In her previous life, this senior had harbored feelings for Bayushi for quite some time. Though she never voiced it, she's a good person. It could be fun. After sending an okay reply, Bayushi looked at Lin LV. I agreed to go. Let us go enjoy a meal tonight. All right. Just as Lin LV was about to respond to Shun-I-chin, he noticed another message from her. How do I reply politely? Sister, you don't need to feel inferior. I know I'm strong, but you all are not lacking either. Don't underestimate yourselves. I'll be joining tonight. I want to kill this brat. Shun-I-chin fumed, jumping around in frustration, gripping her phone tightly, her face contorted as she read Lin LV's response. What do you mean by feeling inferior? What do you mean by underestimating ourselves? I compliment you a few times, and you start to puff up. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. Achoo! Lin LV sneezed as the bowl of beef noodles was placed in front of him. I have an ominous feeling. As if a pair of malicious eyes are watching me. He glanced up at Bayushi, who was about to sprinkle cilantro on his noodles, seizing her wicked hand to halt her. Bayushi sighed. The dark shark has failed. Lin LV nodded in satisfaction, the crisis averted. Chapter 75. As an elder brother, how could one neglect his younger sister? Beyond the starry sky, Li Changyin, what about your promise to me? In a dimly lit corner, an elderly man, bearing a gruesome sword wound on his back, staggered towards the silhouette of a one-armed figure. Li Changyin glanced back at Rongsheng. I recall you promised to assist me in dealing with Lu Jin. Yet here you are, a venerable Taoist saint nearly being slain by a mere junior Taoist lord. A faint blush appeared on Rongsheng's aged face, but it did not deter his sharp retort. And you? Who could not even deal with a Dao Dan, losing an arm in the process, Li Changyin fell silent. Indeed, when it came to battle records, his shame was more pronounced. This injury has effectively pronounced my death sentence. If I expend energy to heal this wound, I might not survive 2 years. If I neglect it, I will eventually be dragged to my demise, Li Changyin, should you fail to fulfill your promise. I shall take you down with me. With a resigned sigh, Li Changyin's eyes flickered with a shadow of despair. Why abilities can aid you. Come here. Rongsheng harbored no doubts, or perhaps he deemed them beneath his consideration. If Li Changyin had any ulterior motives, he would be the first to self-destruct and take him down with him. As Rongsheng approached, Li Changyin extended a hand to press against his chest. With the activation of his power, Rongsheng felt a formidable vitality surge into his body, as if he were being reborn. How does this sincerity strike you, Lord Rongsheng? Li Changyin withdrew his palm. Rongsheng, still yearning for more, responded. Not enough. My abilities are limited. In their usual state, this is all I can manage. Everything operates on the principle of equivalent exchange. Should you be willing to pay a price? Perhaps I can help you regain your former glory. Tasting the sweetness of hope, Rongsheng's eyes sparkled. Really? Hurry. What of the price? As long as I can return to my peak state, any cost is acceptable. Li Changyin smiled slightly, extending his hand once more to press against Rongsheng's emaciated form, once again infusing him with the familiar vitality. But then, Li Changyin suddenly exerted force, his hand piercing through Rongsheng's body to grasp his frail soul. You? Rongsheng realized the dire situation, attempting to perish alongside Li Changyin, only to find his divine power utterly unmanageable. Li Changyin chuckled, yanking the old man's soul from his body. He activated divine descent. A massive black vortex engulfing Rongsheng's dazed soul, transforming it into a translucent orb that rested in his palm. The shadow of the one-armed man was cast upon the rock wall. The inky silhouette opening its gaping maw to swallow the orb whole. Wisps of white smoke began to emanate from within, and Li Changyin's severed arm gradually reformed. After an indeterminate period, he opened his eyes, testing his newly formed arm, and summoned Rongsheng's soul. The old man's spirit stood faithfully by Li Changyin's side, his expression reverent, the overwhelming power of his soul marking his identity as a Taoist saint. An inexplicable pressure causing the void to tremble. Indeed, it is true, on earth, in Huaxia's Yanjing, winter days are always brief, with the newly risen sun stretching its limbs in the sky before hastily retreating for a nap. In the frigid air, a kaleidoscope of lights began to alternate in a dance, the yellow glow of street lamps illuminating the swirling dust. I'm exhausted from all this fun. I think I'll go scrounge a meal soon. Bayushi stood beneath a street lamp, stretching her body, massaging her waist before turning to Lin LV. Hurry up. Currently, Lin LV felt as though he might collapse into a puddle in his past life. He had always considered the notion that accompanying women on shopping trips was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that sentiment was somewhat restrained. Let me rest for a moment. My legs feel like they're about to explode. How pathetic. Nonsense. Lin LV stood tall and proud, resembling a warrior as he gazed at Bayushi, his resolute expression defending the dignity of manhood. If you're not pathetic, then keep up. Lin LV instantly deflated. Please? Spare me, young lady. Bayushi approached and took Lin LV's hand, and the two strolled leisurely side by side. From behind, they appeared to be a couple deeply in love. But from the front, a certain handsome lad's features twisted. Bayushi, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Bayushi treats you exceptionally well. Why do you refuse to give him a kind expression? Bayushi smiled. Because I don't want him to control me. And he cannot. Keeping his focus solely on me would cause him to lose many important things. He is my brother, and naturally, I am his sister. I wish to dissuade him in this manner. He should prioritize himself over me. Have you never had a proper conversation with him? Of course, I have. Bayushi released Lin LV's hand, taking a step forward, but he wouldn't listen. Stubborn as a mule. He insists that as an elder brother, he must witness his sister's happiness to feel at ease. Don't you think he is foolish? Lin LV remained silent, slipping one hand into his trench coat pocket, gazing up at the moon. After a while, he spoke slowly. He is a good brother. Indeed, he always attributes the lack of paternal and maternal love in my childhood to himself, yet it has nothing to do with him. Bayushi's voice carried a hint of melancholy as she kicked a stone by the roadside. I don't desire this situation either, but he is my only family. While he neglects himself, I cannot. Perhaps I'm simply not good at expressing my feelings. Lin LV offered no response. He was at a loss for words and had no desire to speak. Bayushi also fell silent. And beneath the tranquil moonlight, the two silver-haired youths leaned against each other, taking measured steps back to Yin University. Let us head to the banquet. Lin LV checked his watch. It was exactly 7 o'clock. Nearly time. Following the address left by Shinichien, the two navigated the labyrinthine paths of the elite dormitory area, finally arriving at their destination, just as delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. It's snowing. Yinjing hasn't seen snow in ages. Bayushi joyfully cupped a snowflake in her palm, and under the influence of her ice attribute's spiritual power, the fragile flake did not melt upon contact. Ah, snow. Lin LV extended a hand, and under the infinite influence, the snowflakes refrained from touching his palm, gradually accumulating to form a faint white veil. The first snow of the new year. Shall we make a wish? A subtle smile graced Lin LV's lips. Let us wait until the hour passes. Bayushi tossed the snowflakes upwards, and under the glow of the streetlights, the flakes danced around her figure, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. If only it were still snowing. Lin LV pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. After a brief moment, a slender girl dressed lightly opened the gate, momentarily stunned at the sight of the young man and woman at her doorstep. They make quite the pair. Happy New Year, Senior, Bayushi beamed sweetly. Shin-Ichin patted Bayushi's head. Happy New Year. Then, with a glint of malice, she turned her gaze towards Lin LV. Boom. Before he could even unleash his unlimited technique, he was sent flying, headfirst into a pit dug by Bayushi. Shun-Ichin wore a look of satisfaction, gleefully shaking her fist. Revenge achieved. Delightful. Chapter 76. The resounding drum and the golden hammer. Lin LV struggled mightily to lift his head from the ground. Lying there breathless. Senior, what did you do to provoke her? Bayushi leaned in with a smile beside Shun-Ichin. Shun-Ichin regarded Lin LV with a blank expression, pulling out her phone and switching to the chat interface before handing it to Bayushi. Bayushi curiously glanced at it, then nodded. You went easy on him. Lin LV, what did I do? Come on, everyone's waiting for you. Following Shun-Ichin through the familiar courtyard, the three arrived in the living room. Oh, you're here? Shindaru lounged on the sofa, lazily waving a hand as he noticed the movement at the door. All right, I'll go prepare dinner for everyone. How about we eat at the dining table in a bit? No problem. A bespectacled man shrugged, glancing up at Lin LV's sunglasses. Why wear sunglasses at night? Yushi, could you come help me out? Shun-Ichin blinked. Understanding Shun-Ichin's implication, Bayushi nodded. Sure. The two girls entered the kitchen together. Allow me to introduce myself. The bespectacled man approached Lin LV, extending a hand. I'm Chuyu. Pleased to meet you. Lin LV shook Chuyu's hand. Hello, Senior. Chuyu, step aside. A cute little girl trotted over. Tugging at Chuyu. I'm Lu Mengshi, a senior from your year. The little girl's gaze was intense. I heard you're quite strong. Let us have a spar, Lin LV. Is that how you introduce yourself? Who asks for a fight right after introductions? Chinmai. Yes, it's not the first time you've asked me to chop you after meeting. Lin LV scratched his head. Senior, you're surprisingly polite. The last person who challenged me didn't even bother with an introduction. Shindaru, sprawled on the sofa, spat out the chips in his mouth. You can chat all you want, but why bring me up? Lu Mengshi narrowed her eyes, her fighting spirit soaring. How about we step outside for some practice? That might not be appropriate, and no worries. Think of it as a friendly spar. Besides, dinner will take a while to prepare. Since the senior wishes to spar, I shall oblige. Lin LV agreed, and Shindaru leaped up with excitement. Wonderful. Finally, we get to see this freakishly strong person pummel a god-level opponent. Lu Mengshi cast a provocative glance at Chuyu and remarked. Look at them. How effortlessly they engage in combat, and then there's you. Having known you for a year, yet we've hardly clashed. Chuyu smiled gently, replying, I am not fond of direct confrontations. It simply does not suit my style. In an instant, Lin Lu and Lu Mengshi departed from the dormitory area, making their way to the expansive training grounds, with Shindaru and Chuyu following closely behind. Oh? Lu Mengshi has actually begun to spar with Lin Lu. Shun-Ichin, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, was somewhat taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. After all, with her passion for martial arts, encountering a formidable opponent would undoubtedly ignite her spirit. Lu Mengshi. Bayushi recalled the little girl she had seen upon entering, indeed, a martial arts enthusiast. Yushi, I called you over to share some news. What is it? Your brother instructed me to pursue Lin Lu tonight. And then you should show your worth, letting Lin Lu understand how significant he is to you. Bayushi paused, taken aback. Is Bayushi being ridiculous? You know your brother, Shun-Ichin replied with a resigned expression. Well, I'm not particularly concerned. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Don't actually consider me a rival. Senior, Bayushi declared as she sliced into a cucumber, the smooth edge glinting coldly. You needn't worry. I will handle Lin Lu myself. On the training grounds, delicate snowflakes descended, dampening the dust on the vast arena, leaving muddy footprints. Junior, my cultivation is also at the first tier of Daosi. Don't think I am using my size to intimidate you. It's merely a friendly spar. There's no harm in it. Lu Mengshi raised her hand, summoning her divine manifestation, a massive iron hammer, incongruous with her petite frame, plummeted from the sky, striking the ground with a resounding thud, while tendrils of lightning coiled around the colossal hammer, displacing the dust that had yet to be soaked by the falling snow. By the heavens! Lin Lu initially believed that such a cumbersome weapon would hinder its wielder's speed, but as Lu Mengshi made her move, he realized he had underestimated her. Her small yet exquisite form transformed into a streak of thunder. Appearing before Lin Lu in an instant, with a mighty swing, she sent dirt flying. Lin Lu staggered back, sliding several meters across the ground, shaking his sore and numbed arm, pondering what manner of creature this was. A heavy weapon, unparalleled speed, explosive-powered. As he contemplated, the next strike was already upon him. Lin Lu executed a cloud hand technique, using gentle force to deflect the blow. In that fleeting moment of catching the hammer, his keen senses detected something amiss. A terrifying voltage erupted from the hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning as thick as his forearm. Whoosh! Lin Lu found himself in a corner of the training ground, watching as his hair stood on end from the electrical discharge. This is excessive. Lu Mingxi seized the opportunity, flipping the hammer and striking downwards with the lightning-infused weapon, unleashing a tremendous force. The advanced Earth-tier martial technique, Crack the Ground, did not strike Lin Lu, but rather hovered menacingly in front of him. Observers, including Chuyu, adjusted their glasses, remarking, even Lu Mingxi's abilities cannot penetrate Lin Lu's defenses. Does she still hope to break through? Perhaps in her next life, Chun Daoru scoffed, dismissing the notion. I shall unleash my full strength now, Junior. Suddenly, the massive hammer in Lu Mingxi's grasp erupted with blinding electrical brilliance, showcasing the effects of her divine manifestation. Drum of 1,000 gold hammers, the unique effect. For a limited time, all attribute values are consolidated into 1. In that moment, both speed and the destructive power of lightning vanished, leaving only the hammer's explosive force. With the ability to reach the peak explosive power of Dao King in an instant, the protective barrier surrounding Lin Lu was halved. Azure activated instantly, causing Lin Lu to vanish from his position, reappearing behind Lu Mingxi, an ice dragon roaring as it lunged toward the little girl. Bam! Snowflakes swirled through the air, countless ice crystals cascading to the ground, the force of the hammer unyielding against Lin Lu. The technique revolution of Azure unleashed an endless pull, accompanied by a teal energy sphere positioned between the two, utilizing Lu Mingxi's momentum to draw her in, while Lin Lu was sent tumbling backward. Rolling twice on the ground before regaining his footing, bam! The entire training platform began to tremble as Lu Mingxi, propelled by her extraordinary force, escaped the gravitational pull of Azure, bringing the hammer crashing down on the white-haired youth below. Lin Lu gazed up at the shadow of the hammer obscuring the moonlight, a grin spreading across his face. She fell for it. The young man vanished from his spot, stepping into the void above Lu Mingxi. The technique revolution of Azure unleashed a charged shot, pulling at Lu Mingxi's petite form. If she had escaped the previous pull due to having leverage on the ground, what of this one? Lin Lu had been feigning weakness deliberately to exhaust Lu Mingxi's energy until she was compelled to unleash her hammer. The teal energy sphere erupted between them. The outcome was decided. Satisfied with the unfolding narrative, the authors requested a 5-star review for their story. Data had dropped significantly. Was it time to nurture the story? No, please. Grant a few 5 stars. Chapter 77. Gathering of the Six Gods. Bai Yuxing joins the table. Feigning weakness merely served to entice the opponent into recklessness. Lin Lu descended slowly, snapping his fingers to dispel. Azure. Senior, I yield to you. Lu Mingxi, fuming, rose from the ground. This is no fun. You and Chuyu are both too slippery. Neither of you will engage me directly. Lin Lu's lips twitched. Direct confrontation? Sister, with that massive hammer of yours, I nearly got torn apart even with my full capabilities. If we were to clash head-on, I'd be finished. Having discerned Lu Mingxi's abilities, Lin Lu had intended to lower the output of his limitless technique to create the illusion that she could breach his defenses. Encouraging her to unleash a powerful attack, however, once that hammer swung toward his face, he realized something was amiss. His infinite defenses felt as fragile as paper. Had he not escaped with Azure in time, he might have been left lying on the ground. All right, Lu Mingxi, it's merely a spar. It's not a real battle. You've concealed your strengths, and so have I. Chuyu interjected to diffuse the tension. TCH, let us head back for dinner. Lu Mingxi sheathed her divine manifestation, leaving behind her petite silhouette. Is this what they call an unbounded technique? Chuyu glanced at Lin Lu, smiling slightly. Indeed formidable. I hope I one day have to face someone as monstrous as you in the future. Qindaru nodded in approval. Now, it seems I'm not the only one getting beaten up by this divine-level being. Xiao Luzi, come over and give your big brother a shoulder rub. The once exuberant Qindaru instantly donned a mask of anguish. Upon returning to Shun Yichen's quaint villa, A table adorned with delectable dishes awaited, exuding tantalizing aromas. Lin Lu entered the kitchen just in time to receive a platter from Shan Yichen. How did you get in here? Displaying culinary skills to apologize to my senior. Humph, Shan Yichen retorted, stuffing a basket of vegetables into Lin Lu's arms. Wash them? Understood. Bayushi had just finished stir-frying a platter of green pepper and lamb blood when she inadvertently caught sight of Lin Lu in the kitchen. Did you win? Of course. Shan Yichen set down the platter of lamb blood on the dining table, swatting away Qindaoru's eager hands. Wait until it's done before you eat, Qindaoru exclaimed. TT, they're all picking on me. How can you be so certain Lin Lu would win? Shan Yichen returned to the kitchen, drying her hands, glancing at Bayushi, who awaited Lin Lu's vegetable washing. Because his abilities are too monstrous. He is invincible among his peers. Is that true? False, Lin Lu interjected. He is also invincible across tiers. Shan Yichen silently opened the kitchen window. As Lin Lu finished washing the vegetables and handed them to Bayushi. He was promptly launched out the window. Shan Yichen clapped her hands, closing the window. Have you ever seen a gang? Outside, drifting snowflakes thickened, reflecting the bright white scenery, an unusual white shape trembling at the peephole. I was wrong. Let me in. Qindaoru attempted to open the door but was halted by Shan Yichen's icy glare. It's not that I won't help you, but when that door opens, it may not be you who enters, but rather me who exits. Bayushi and Shan Yichen deliberately slowed their cooking pace for Lin Lu, listening to the pitiful wails of the freezing youth outside. Their spatulas sizzling with fervor. Finally, as the last exquisite dish was placed on the dining table, the future generation's strongest, now frozen, was allowed inside. This is the consequence of being too talkative. Shall we drink? Shan Yichen inquired as she removed her apron. Qindaoru raised his hand in agreement, Lu Mengshi signaled her approval, and Chuyu shrugged nonchalantly, while Bayushi naturally complied. As for Lin Lu, his protests were disregarded by Shan Yichen, who filled his glass with white liquor amidst a sea of beer. Drink up the first cup. Those who refuse are cowards. Lu Mengshi was the first to raise her glass, no using spiritual power to force drinks. Lin Lu gazed at the generous serving of wine in his glass, lost in thought. This could be fatal. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Bayushi said, switching Lin Lu's glass of liquor for a beer. Let us go. The 6 beer glasses clinked together, the amber liquid splashing slightly, and the remainder was consumed. As rounds of drinks were shared, the initially reserved group began to loosen up, engaging in conversations about cultivation and reminiscing about the past. The warm orange glow of the lights cast the shadows of the 6 talented youths upon the curtains, their laughter and chatter soaring into the night. Snowflakes gently cascade onto the inky black hair. As Bayushi stands outside the small courtyard, serenely observing the warm scene within it, seems you have made quite a few good friends after all. Are you not coming in to join the fun? Lu Jin appears beside Bayushi, casting a glance at the young master of the Bai family. No, let them enjoy themselves. I have matters to attend to. Bayushi shakes his head and turns to leave, his solitary figure leaving behind a trail of desolate footprints in the snow. Bayushi, since you're here, why not play with us? The voice of his younger sister calls from behind, and Bayushi pauses for a moment, turning to look at the entrance of the courtyard. The silver-haired girl is clad only in a sweater, her pale face flushed, perhaps from the effects of alcohol or the chill in the air. Her bright eyes fixed intently on the towering figure in the snow. Bayushi, what are you dawdling for? A somewhat brash figure appears at the courtyard's entrance, frowning disapprovingly at Bayushi. Come inside. Everyone is waiting for you. Bayushi chuckles. Ah, it seems I am indeed indispensable. Coming right in, Lu Senior. You should join us as well. Shan Yichen looks towards Lu Ji and Lu Jin waves his hand dismissively. I will pass, enjoy yourselves. I have my own tasks to handle. Come on, Lu Gu. No. I prefer solitude. You all have fun. After a soft refusal, Lu Jin vanishes from the spot, leaving the 3 under the snowy scenery. What are you still standing there for? Do you need me to invite you in? Shan Yichen raises an eyebrow. Bayushi rubs his hands together and skips into the small courtyard. As the door closes, Lu Jin reappears, holding a notebook titled Diary of Lin LV. Being lured by Bayushi, I am better suited to be a chronicler. He waves his hand, sending snowflakes swirling around him, decorating his black coat. It has been a long time since I last saw snow. Compared to the abyss, Earth is indeed superior. Inside the house, Lin LV lifts his wine glass and takes a sip while seated at the dining table. Exuding an air of strategic composure, the moment Bai Yuxing arrives, Lu Jin promptly informs Lin LV of the news. Considering this devoted brother to his sister, Lin LV decides to share the information with Bai Yuxi and advises Lu Jin to delay things as long as possible. The living room door swings open, and 3 figures burst in from the snow into the warm interior. Lin LV raises an eyebrow as he lifts his wine glass. I am truly formidable. Chapter 78. Embracing in Winter Snow. Happy New Year. Within the cozy little house, 7 wine glasses clink together, while the snow outside falls ever more heavily, cloaking the scenery in a silvery shroud. Inside, warmed by the heating, everything feels as inviting as spring. With the arrival of newcomers, the New Year's Eve feast gains an additional layer of festivity, prompting Bai Yuxing, who usually shuns excessive indulgence, to partake in a few more drinks. Bai Yuxing, do you think you're a fool? Shinny Chin, slightly tipsy, squints her beautiful eyes. What have I done? Bai Yuxing feels a bit hazy. You haven't completed your promise to me yet no need for me. Meanwhile, Bai Yuxi remains unfazed, deftly maneuvering her chopsticks between the dishes and Lin LV's plate. I can't eat anymore, young lady. Lin LV gazes at the mountainous array of delicacies, his hand trembling slightly around the chopsticks. Eat? Why not eat? Sigh. I'll just check on the chicken soup. Lin LV pushes his chair back and bolts away, casting a final glance at the exquisite dishes Bai Yuxi has served, feeling a rare sense of aversion to food. What's with this feeling of millet porridge? Chuyu, finish this drink and fight me. Lu Mingxi gazes intently at Chuyu, her eyes ablaze with the fiery spirit of competition fueled by alcohol. Chuyu chuckles wryly, adjusting his glasses. Spare me, I'm just a nerd. I know nothing of combat, no. You must fight, fight? After drinking, I'll battle with you. You promised? No using spiritual power to force drinks. Once a word is spoken, it's hard to retract. The refined gentleman and the petite, headstrong girl begin their drinking contest, downing glass after glass of beer, their gazes becoming increasingly misty. Huh? Didn't we agree not to use spiritual power to force drinks? Did I ever say that? No matter, you lost. Tomorrow you'll spar with me, you. Chuyu can only smile helplessly, mentally plotting his escape route. Here comes the chicken soup. After a long wait, Master Lin brings a pot of chicken soup to the dining table. Placing the steaming concoction on an empty spot, the intoxicated guests, seeing the warm chicken soup, can't resist wanting a bowl. As the only sober person in the room, Lin LV kindly serves each person a bowl of chicken soup. Chen Daoru, thoroughly under the influence, lifts his bowl and drinks deeply, oblivious to the scalding temperature. Wow, cough cough. The boiling soup rushes down his throat, twisting his youthful face into a mask of pain. The tipsy Lu Mengxi hurls a beer cap, striking Shinichen on the head, while Shinichen continues to drink with Bai Yuxing. The dazed Bai Yuxing feels something amiss. It should be you and my sister drinking because of Lin LV. Then pretending to be unable to hold your liquor and letting my sister win. Yet here I am drinking with you, Bai Yuxing. Is that not acceptable? Shin-Ichen's cheeks are flushed as she teases. Food? Nonsense, drink? Why aren't you drinking? Bai Yuxing completely abandons his reasoning, grabbing a bottle of open liquor and gesturing towards Shan-Ichin. Women drink from cups. Real men drink straight from the bottle. That's the way of romance. Bai Yuxing is not merely tipsy. He is soaring high. Exactly. The boy, who had just been scalded to near silence, slams the table and raises a beer bottle the size of a cow. Drinking straight from the bottle is the romance of men. I am downing it. Lin LV rushes over to snatch the bottle from Bai Yuxing. Big fool, what are you doing? Lin LV's 6 eyes inadvertently catch sight of the label on the bottle of liquor, which reads a staggering 53 alcohol content, causing his mouth to twitch to 53 degrees, hard liquor. If I don't stop you, downing this could very well be your undoing. What time is it? Someone asks, a clear voice chimes in. Chuyu sits calmly among the drunken revelers, using chopsticks to bring food to his mouth. It's 11:30. Lin LV instinctively glances at the clock, where the long and short hands point at 6 and 11. Respectively, Lin LV, come outside for a walk with me. Bai Yuxi, who had been leaning on the table, lifts her head and straightens up to look at Lin LV. Sure. Bai Yuxi stumbles as she pulls the chair back, losing her balance and falling into Lin LV's embrace. Lin LV catches the girl, her delicate white strands brushing against his nose, the mingling scent of alcohol and her unique fragrance filling his senses. Bayushi steadies herself and walks over to the sofa, finding her down jacket to wear, then picks up Lin LV's coat and hands it to him. "Aren't you cold in that?" "I have a high tolerance for cold." Lin LV takes the coat and puts it on, while Bayushi quietly smooths out the wrinkles behind him. "Let us go down, ma'am." As they leave, Lin LV glances back at Chuyu. Chuyu smiles and nods. "Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here." Opening the courtyard gate, the silver-haired boy and girl walk hand in hand along the snow-covered path, snowflakes landing in the girl's hair as she impatiently shakes her head, trying to dislodge them, but for every flake she shakes off, another settles. Bayushi pouts in frustration. Suddenly, the sensation of snow on her head disappears. Bayushi looks at the boy beside her, where Lin LV's striking blue eyes shimmer brightly against the snowy night. There's a taste of alcohol lingering in the air. Bayushi pouts. A candy stick is shoved into the girl's mouth, the taste of cheap candy swirling in her mouth. Now it's gone. The two wander aimlessly along the snowy path, eventually reaching a small hill at Yin University, where the entire campus can be surveyed. A street lamp casts a warm yellow glow, illuminating the boy and girl, as crystal snowflakes dance in the air around them. "Are you all right?" Lin LV nudges Bayushi. "Me?" Bayushi points to herself, her cheeks flushed. "What could possibly be wrong with me? You don't think I'm drunk? Do you? Don't worry, even if you're drunk, I won TB. You're not unaware of my drinking capacity." Hearing Bayushi's ramblings, Lin LV can only smile in resignation. "Don't believe me?" Bayushi pouts, poking Lin LV's nose with the candy stick. Lin LV shakes his head. "I believe you." "Nonsense, I can still dance." Bayushi releases Lin LV, limping her way to the highest point. Standing under the street lamp, watch closely. The silver-haired girl dances in the falling snow, the street lamp transforming into her personal spotlight, as the swirling snowflakes embellish her graceful movements. In that fleeting moment. To the boy, the world fades into obscurity, leaving only the girl's dancing figure amidst the gentle snowfall, a breathtaking sight. Is it beautiful? As her dance concludes, Bayushi proudly lifts her chin, gazing into Lin LV's eyes. "Beautiful." The boy stands amidst the wind and snow, his blue eyes radiant. "Oh no." Bayushi slips and tumbles downwards, but Lin LV instantly teleports beside her, catching her in his arms as she collapses against him, her body resting softly on his shoulder. Ding dong. The clock strikes the hour in Shun HN's courtyard. 5 figures stand together, Chandaru clutching an oversized firework. Fireworks are coming. The fuse ignited, and a kaleidoscope of colors merged with the fireworks emanating from within the city of Yinjing, illuminating the path to the new year and dispelling the fog of uncertainty. Amidst the confluence of hues, the young men and women embraced atop the highest point of Yanda, where a girl listened intently to the resounding explosions of the fireworks filling the sky, her beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad reflections of the colors above. Bayushi. Shall we make a wish?" The girl silently closed her eyes, planting the seeds of her desires deep within her heart beneath the dazzling display of fireworks. "What did you wish for?" Happy New Year. Chapter 79. The infuriating ginger water. The night was tranquil, the fireworks had dissipated, leaving only the winter snow to dance freely. Under the glow of the street lamp, the young couple embraced in silence, the warm light illuminating the flurry of snowflakes that adorned their figures, while the bright moon slumbered peacefully. "Hey!" Lin LV softly called out, but there was no response. Faintly, the sound of steady snores reached his ears. "Is she asleep?" Lin LV chuckled to himself, bemused by the fact that this person had fallen asleep while holding him. Ding dong. The phone rang, and Lin LV glanced at a message from Chandaru. "Boss. We heading back. Let us gather again next time." Lin LV contemplated texting Bayushi to have Bayushi picked up. He recalled his inebriated state and silently deleted the message he had just composed. "Never mind. I'll take you home then." Home. Lin LV suddenly remembered the small house in Lingyang City, that shabby yet protective abode that had sheltered him for 18 years, and he couldn't help but smile. "Lu Gu, are you there?" "Yes." "Walk with me." Sure. Eugene materialized from the void, and Lin LV hoisted the girl onto his back, her weight resting comfortably against him as she breathed steadily. "Lu Gu, where is your hometown?" The two prodigies, one large and one small, walked side by side along the snow-covered path, Lu Jin's hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. Its in Shanong province. I've heard that the high schools there are quite strict. Indeed, Lu Jin sighed deeply. They don't allow this, they don't allow that, and in the end, it all comes down to luck and awakening to showcase results. Lu Gu, have you gone home these past years? Lin LV casually inquired. Lu Jin paused for a moment before smiling. I have no home. If I had to say, the Shangwen Divine Palace is my home. Oh? I'm an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. The director's surname is Lu, and he named me Lu Jin, signifying that my suffering is nearing its end. Lu Jin paused again, then continued. Initially, I was not well received at school, as no one likes a solitary person like me. Until the day of awakening, under the gaze of the crowd, I awakened the divine-level ability of divine descent. The disdainful glances turned into awe. Many high-ranking families approached me to adopt me as a foster son. Promising warmth, I knew their intentions and rejected them all, until that person appeared by my side. That person? Yes, Lu Jin smiled faintly, looking at Lin LV beside him as if seeing his former self. That elder struck me hard upon our first meeting and asked if I wanted to follow him. He would be my grandfather, would it? It was indeed Lord Lin Di. He recommended me to Lord Ming Di. And the nation invested heavily in my training until I made remarkable achievements in the abyss. It seems I haven't erred in calling you brother. Lu Jin replied with a mischievous grin. Not necessarily. Perhaps in Lord Lin Di's eyes, I am of the same generation as Lord Yen Di, and you might have to address me as uncle. What? Lu Jin laughed heartily as his black trench coat billowed wildly in the swirling snow. In the midst of their banter, they reached a secluded path, beyond which lay Lin LV's quaint villa. Go rest now. Lu Jin vanished from sight. All right. Lin LV opened the gate and, with familiarity, walked to his small room. Gently placing the inebriated Bayushi on the bed, I am a gentleman. Though a gentleman, Lin LV still helped the girl out of her outer down jacket. The room was quite warm, and sleeping in it would be stifling. After tucking Bayushi in, Lin LV softly turned off the light and exited the room. With a sigh, the silver-haired youth quietly entered the kitchen, igniting the stove to boil water. The steam rose as the water bubbled in the pot. Lin LV retrieved a piece of ginger from the pantry and, after cleaning it, swiftly sliced it in half. The rhythmic chopping echoed through the serene night, evoking images reminiscent of eerie tales if this were an apartment building. Once the water boiled, the yellow ginger shavings slipped into the scalding water, and the transparent liquid began to take on a golden hue. At this moment, the youth reduced the heat, transitioning from high to a gentle simmer. Before long, a steaming bowl of ginger water was ready. The fragrant ginger water was placed on the bedside table of Bayushi, and with a dull thud, the door closed behind Lin LV as he departed into the darkness. The hour had passed, and the crescendo of fireworks had slowly waned, leaving only sporadic bursts in the night sky. Lin LV switched off the living room lights, settling alone on the sofa, leaning back in contemplation. Lu Jin's words echoed in his mind. Have you ever considered what she does for you truly signifies? You are too entangled in why Bayushi likes you, yet you have never pondered just how much she truly cares for you. In the oppressive darkness, a pale figure leaned expressionlessly against the sofa, blue eyes reflecting silent confusion. Am I truly overthinking this? As he reminisced about the moments spent with Bayushi today, he earnestly endeavored to play the role of a boyfriend, only to realize that there was no need for pretense. Everything was genuine emotion. Lost in thought, the image of the girl dancing gracefully in the falling snow once again filled his mind. Perhaps that was the true essence of her. Like an innocent child. What is that smell? Oh no. I left the stove on in the kitchen. The melancholic youth sprang from the sofa, hastily rushing to the kitchen to extinguish the flame, moving with urgency. Oh no, I turned the heat up too high and burned through the pot. What a calamity. It's all your fault, infernal ginger water. A scowl crossed his face as he stealthily opened the bedroom door. Glaring venomously at the steaming bowl of ginger water, raising his hand to execute a swift motion. With a sigh, Lin LV instinctively sat at the edge of his bed, propping his face on his hand. Lost in thought. Lin LV, what on earth are you thinking? Be resolute. Liking someone means you like them, and disliking someone means you don't. Be resolute. Just as Lin LV was about to rise, a pair of delicate arms encircled his waist. Lin LV. He turned sharply to find Bayushi, her entire face nestled against him, her arms clinging tightly to his waist. If it weren't for her steady breathing, Lin LV would have thought she was awake. This is absurd. How could this be? Lin LV contemplated using Tsung to teleport away, but the girl's grip tightened, as if sensing his intent to leave. Mama, don't go. Am I turning into a girl? Two female leads? Lin LV's whimsical thoughts came to an abrupt halt as he reached out and poked by Yushi's face, deciding not to leave. If she wants to hold on, so be it. I'll just stay here to keep the ginger water warm and prevent it from cooling down. Having convinced himself of this, Lin LV cast a cold glance at the ginger water on the bedside table. Lifting it with one hand. So, you're called ginger water, are you? Ginger water. Outside. The silvery moonlight bathed Lu Jin's dark attire, as he held a notebook, making bold strokes on the page. Leaving a vivid mark. In the year 453 of the new calendar, by Yushi and Lin LV. A complete reversal. Chapter 80. Chundaru versus Lin LV again half a month after New Year's Day. Though it was winter, the breeze remained gentle, devoid of the summer's scorching heat and the previous winter's biting chill, merely a soft whisper brushing against the barren branches, fluttering the hems of clothing. In the vast training arena, the fissures in the ground caused by the fierce battles had long since been restored to their original state. Are you ready? Lin LV raised an eyebrow. Come on. Let me show you my progress, Chen Daoru exclaimed, wielding the green dragon crescent blade with an imposing aura. In the next moment, the blade sliced through the air, the sharp edge cutting through the dried leaves that clung to its surface. A chilling glimmer flashing dangerously close. Lin LV employed the cloud hands technique, countering the strike with grace, seizing the hilt to propel himself toward Chen Daoru. Without hesitation, Chen Daoru released the green dragon crescent blade, unleashing a mighty palm strike, which Lin LV blocked with his elbow, countering with a forceful hand strike that sent Chen Daoru stumbling back. The green dragon crescent blade transformed into a flurry of lights, disappearing, only to reappear in Chen Daoru's grasp once more. Blade wind shadow. A close-range slash came down diagonally from above, the broad blade reflecting Lin LV's blue eyes, the wind from the blade tousling his hair as he merely stepped forward and crouched. Perfectly evading the attack, boom! The gravitational force of Tsong activated as Lin LV's fist made contact with Chen Daoru's abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain. Yet he did not retreat. Rather, he pressed on through the agony, swinging the tail end of the green dragon crescent blade toward Lin LV. Alas! Lin LV sighed, having no choice but to abandon his offensive and roll to the side to evade. In an instant, the wide blade cleaved through the air, emanating a cold light before Lin LV. The unlimited technique activated, freezing the blade in place, just as anticipated. Chen Daoru released the green dragon crescent blade, closing in for a punch, unleashing a tempest of force. Lin LV deactivated the unlimited technique, raising both arms to shield himself. Boom! The invisible shockwave radiated outward, and Lin LV's figure was sent flying. But after landing and stabilizing himself, he was astonished by the speed at which Chen Daoru launched a follow-up punch. This punch carried even greater force. This individual, within a mere 3 minutes of combat, has exhibited such remarkable enhancement. Truly, he is a deity among deities, devoid of any simplicity. Lin L activated the teleportation of Tsong, creating distance between himself and Chen Daoru. Quite the progress, indeed, and of course, after undergoing rigorous training for over half a month, any lack of improvement would be tantamount to a death wish. Although young Master Chen is notoriously arrogant and possesses a sharp tongue, his innate talent is undeniably commendable. Since witnessing the spar between Lin L and Lu Mengshi on New Year's Eve, his own pride has surged, tempered by the 6-month experience of being overshadowed by Lin L. Thus, upon returning to the Chen family, under the guidance of the family's formidable warriors, he underwent intensive training within a secret realm for a fortnight. Now, whether in reflexes, judgment, or the force and angle of his strikes, his capabilities are incomparable to before. As for why his progress is so substantial. In young Master Chen's own words, that fortnight of training was akin to purgatory, pushing him to the brink of death daily, only to have the energies of the secret realm reinvigorate him for the next day. Continuing, Chen Daoru leapt into the air, unleashing a colossal amount of spiritual energy with a single punch. This strike did not employ any martial techniques, Yet the mere enhancement of spiritual energy was sufficient to instill fear in those of the same realm. Could it be that Chundaru is not quite the fool he appears to be? Is he not concerned about exhausting his energy with such reckless expenditure? Lu Mengxi, bored, nibbled on chips from her seat in the audience, swinging her feet in midair. Chu Yu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of cold light. The significance of the Qinglong Yinyue Dao likely exceeds your imagination, as it also augments both the total amount and quality of spiritual energy. Are you suggesting that theoretically, if time permits, even if Qindaru is merely a Dao Ming, he could unleash a strike of Dao Emperor intensity? Lu Mengxi gasped, her eyes gleaming. Next time, I must spar with him. Chu Yu sighed. Alas! This punch did not land on Lin El as anticipated. Instead, he deftly deflected it with a gentle move, then pressed forward with an elbow strike. Chundaru seized Lin El's elbow with one hand while pressing down on his shoulder with the other, exerting force and driving his knee upward, successfully striking Lin El before delivering another punch to his chest. The force intensified, leaving no room for delay. The reason for refraining from employing limitless techniques was twofold. Firstly, to ascertain what he could achieve without limitless arts. Secondly, to engage in a genuine and exhilarating battle with other deities. It appears that combat among deities is merely a contest of parameters. Whoever possesses superior parameters emerges victorious. The wind of the punch swept through, the force howling, and the iron fist halted mere inches from Lin El. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to match Chundaru's level, the invincibility of the limitless technique was no trifling matter. Initially, Lu Mengxi had shattered the limitless defense by allocating all her attributes to strength. Now, the enhancements Chundaru had gained were far from sufficient. The void erupted, and Chundaru felt a chilling presence fixate upon him as he retreated. Lin El assumed the starting stance of Tong, a turquoise vortex expanding at his fingertips, growing larger with each gesture. A formidable pulling force erupted from it, symbolizing the infinite gathering of attraction. Do you wish to settle this in one decisive blow? Chundaru understood he could not evade this strike and tightened his grip on the hilt of the Qinglong Yinyue Dao, his eyes glinting with excitement. Come forth, let me see if, faced with this move once more, I will be utterly defenseless as I was before. The earth-shattering momentum of the blade surged skyward, a palpable battle intent filling the air. The ethereal image of Guan Yu, embodying the will of the martial sage, manifested behind Chundaru, adorned in armor and mounted on red hair. The technique, Song, extinguishing the sun. With a single slash, the martial sage's phantom glared fiercely, the warhorse neighed, and the battle blade roared, cleaving through the light with a force comparable to any Dao sea strike, eclipsing the heavens. In an instant, the sun above lost its hue, an endless darkness flooding the world, aptly named extinguishing the sun. The interplay of azure and black culminated in a tranquil gray, blossoming at the intersection, as if the world had momentarily lost its color. The space surrounding the martial stage began to warp and collapse under the infinite force. Yet the black blade's radiance severed the distortion and decay entirely. Finally, as the dust settled, Lin El stood unscathed, albeit with slightly soiled attire. In stark contrast, Chundaru's formerly fine garments lay in tatters. Clinging to him in rags, one hand propping up the Qinglong Yinyue Dao, the other bracing against the ground point, one appeared merely rumpled, while the other bore the marks of battle, reminiscent of a clash between the heavens and the earth. Quite commendable to withstand a full-strength song from me. Chundaru chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Not enough. My goal is to defeat you. Such an ambitious goal indeed. The white-haired youth's lips curled into a smile, his proud blue eyes brimming with confidence. After all, I am the strongest. Chapter 81. The rift between father and daughter keep boasting, my friend. Chundaru scoffed, a skeptical expression on his face. Have you forgotten how? Half a month ago, Shinichun tossed you out of the kitchen as if you were trash. Chundaru, come spar with me, Lu Mengxi exclaimed, leaping down from the audience after witnessing their bout. Chundaru glanced at his tattered garments, now marred by the black residue from Song, and a question mark slowly appeared above his head. If you wish to kill someone, just say so. Enough of this nonsense. Lu Mengxi, if you wish to spar, you must wait until Daoru has recovered. Chu Yu slowly descended from the audience, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, Lu Mengxi's gaze shifted to the somewhat soiled figure, her eyes sparkling with interest. This one seems fine. Lin El froze momentarily, then crouched down, clutching his abdomen in distress. Chen Daoru, you hit me so hard, my stomach aches. Chen Daoru surveyed his ragged appearance, reminiscent of a beggar, and a second question mark emerged above his head. Then you must be quite pleased. Following New Year's Day, the arrival of finals week ensued. After a week of relentless toil, the university students finally welcomed their long-awaited winter break, with most opting to return home, leaving only a scant few behind. Thus, the reason for the absence of spectators during the clashes among deities. Hasn't Yushi been with you these past few days? Lu Mengshi glanced at Lin El, suggesting, since Ichin is not returning home this year, why don't we gather once more? It seems she has returned to the Bai family with Bai Yuxing. The aristocracy is fraught with affairs. Speaking of which, why haven't you returned to the Qin family? Lin El directed his query at Qin Daoru, speaking without much thought. Qin Daoru, perplexed, raised a third question mark. Are you out of your mind? I just emerged from the Qin family to seek you out. You imbecile, considering the timing, it is almost time for the Bai family's ancestral rites. Qin Daoru retrieved 2 intact garments from his spatial ring and donned them, as direct descendants of the Bai family. It is only natural for the 2 of them to return and stay for a couple of days. Brother, you need not worry about Bai Yushi. With Bai Yuxing around, she'll only face minor difficulties. Who is worried about her? Though he spoke those words, Lin El could not help but recall Bai Yushi's parting words that day. Don't miss me, Lin Xiaogo. Who's missing you? In Yinjing, at the Bai family estate. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of knocking echoed, and Bai Zhengfeng waved his hand without looking up. Come in. The solid wood door, adorned with golden edges, swung open, admitting a man and a woman. Father. Bai Yuxing's demeanor was respectful. Family head. Bai Yushi's expression remained impassive. Yuxing, has the task assigned to you by the school, involving investigations with the geniuses from Magic University and other institutions, been completed? This task is part of our graduation project, and the timeline is rather lengthy. Not completed is not completed. There is no need for excessive justification. If you were truly exceptional, perhaps it wouldn't even take a year. Bai Zhengfeng set down the pen in his hand, intertwining his fingers as he gazed at Bai Yuxing. You are a strong contender for the future head of the Bai family, and I am quite disappointed that you cannot achieve even this minimal accomplishment. Bai Yuxing lowered his head. I apologize, father. Bai Zhengfeng turned his cold gaze towards Bai Yushi. His expression is frigid as if regarding a lifeless object rather than a living being. Yushi, I have heard that you have been spending quite a bit of time with Lin El lately. Bai Yushi subtly raised her head but offered no response. You should be aware of Lin El's parentage, correct? The Bai and Qin families have long-standing ties. Qin Yao and Lin Ziyan once slighted the Qin family. As allies, our Bai family should refrain from associating with the offspring of our enemies. Are you implying that the Shangyuan Divine Palace, which has achieved remarkable feats against the encroachment of foreign species, is an enemy of the Bai family? Certainly not, for the Shangyuan Divine Palace does not bear the surname Lin. Bai Zhengfeng adjusted his neck. You are still young and lack understanding. From this moment forth, cease your association with that Lin El, if necessary. A confrontation with him is not out of the question. Bai Zhengfeng's tone was casual, as if commanding a subordinate to attend to a trivial task. Impossible. Bai Yushi remained expressionless, lifting her gaze to meet Bai Zhengfeng's, her icy stare suggesting she viewed him not as her father but as a complete stranger. Yushi. Bai Yuxing gazed at Bai Yushi in shock. Typically, even if she was reluctant, Bai Yushi would acquiesce in front of Bai Zhengfeng, maintaining a facade of compliance. Yet this time, she appeared as if she had ingested gunpowder. Bai Zhengfeng, clearly taken aback by Bai Yushi's reaction, paused momentarily before slamming his hand down, an invisible wave of pressure radiating from him, the overwhelming aura of a Tao Emperor's peak bearing down solely upon Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi, has your upbringing instilled in you the notion that this is how one should converse with their father? Bai Yushi let out a soft hum, shouldering the oppressive aura with her own will. Father? Do you truly think you deserve the title? Throughout my life, you have never regarded me as a person. After mother departed, you didn't even honor her memory with a single tribute. Do you believe you are worthy, Bai Zhengfeng? The pressure intensified further, causing the young girl's knees to weaken, threatening to bring her to the ground. Yet she resolutely held herself upright, slowly straightening her back. Are you worthy? Bai Yushi, cease your words. Bai Yuxing attempted to support his sister, but was thwarted by Bai Zhengfeng's spiritual force. Dare you assist her? You will face the family's justice. Bai Zhongfeng's gaze remained coldly fixed on Bai Yushi, ignoring Bai Yuxing beside him. Bai Yushi continued to stand tall, defiantly meeting Bai Zhongfeng's eyes. In the past, even if she were reborn, she would never dare provoke Bai Zhongfeng. But now, circumstances were different. He was present, alongside that other person in 2 days, Shingo Fujiwara, the young master of the renowned Fujiwara family from Japan, would visit the Bai family to discuss a marriage alliance. Like you, he is a god-level deity, and uniting with him would not only enhance the Bai family's influence abroad, but also solidify friendships in the summer. You should prepare adequately, father. The respectful demeanor on Bai Yuxing's face vanished. He lifted his head defiantly, stating, I do not consent. You lack the standing to object. It is decided, Bai Yushi. Before Shingo Fujiwara arrives, remain at home quietly. Bai Yushi shot a cold glare at Bai Zhongfeng, a smirk gracing her lips as she was about to retort. Bai Yuxing tugged at her, shaking his head in warning. You both may leave. As the two exited Bai Zhongfeng's office, Bai Yuxing glowered at his sister. Bai Yushi, you have acted recklessly. You could have simply agreed and escaped discreetly. Why confront father so openly? Bai Yushi opened her mouth, offering her brother a reassuring smile. Fear not, dear brother, everything will be fine. Just calculate the time. My mother-in-law is almost here. Meanwhile, in the abyssal realm, a white radiance flickered as a comet streaked across the void. Heading towards Earth in the realm of consciousness, Lin LV slowly opened her azure eyes. Why now? Shingo Fujiwara must be nearing China. Are you ready to face my wrath? Should the Bai family fail to recognize their fortune? We shall deal with them collectively. Chapter 82. Past connections and present affections outside the martial arts arena at Yin University. Chun Daoru's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, his expression subtly shifting as he regarded the message. What kind of lecherous expression is that? Lu Mingxi remarked with disdain. Chen Daoru, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude, leaned closer to Lin LV. Brother, the Bai siblings have been imprisoned. Ah? What do you mean? The current head of the Bai family has confined the two siblings. As the young master of the Fujiwara family will arrive in 2 days to discuss a marriage with Bai Yushi the young master of the Fujiwara family, very powerful. Lin LV unconsciously furrowed her brow. A chilling aura emanating from her. He is a genius of our generation, a god-level deity, capable of harnessing the power of the sun and moon. Under sunlight, he can restore his spiritual energy infinitely, and in moonlight, he can completely conceal his form and presence. Lin LV raised an eyebrow. The first ability sounds like a lower-tier version of the 6 eyes, while the second is intriguing, complete concealment. I wonder if your stealth can evade the scrutiny of the 6 eyes. So, what now, boss? Observing Chen Daoru's earnest gaze, Lin LV calmed herself, suppressing the rising flames of anxiety within. Where is your uncle? Have him come here. Of course. What's wrong? You look unwell. Chuyu inquired, puzzled. Yushi has been imprisoned by the Bai family, purportedly to marry into the Fujiwara family in 2 days. What the Bai family? Fully aware of your ambiguous relationship with Bai Yushi, still insists on this. Are they courting death? Lu Mingxi exclaimed, munching on potato chips. Lin LV's eyes widened. Hold on, sister, let's not say things carelessly. What do you mean by ambiguous relationship? Apologies, Junior, there's nothing we can do to help in this matter. Chuyu smiled apologetically. No worries, I will handle it myself. Unbeknownst to him, his fists clenched tightly. Half an hour later, Chan Xingyuan rushed over, seizing Lin LV's arm and shaking him vigorously upon arrival. Nephew, the Bai family is clearly targeting you. You must find a way to respond. Dizzied by the shaking, Lin LV broke free from Chan Xingyuan's grasp, feeling as if stars were dancing before his eyes. No, I must prioritize learning the reversal technique. Automating it would spare me this torment. Will you, as my uncle, assist me? Chen Xingyuan sighed. Of course, I will help, though it may be troublesome. He glanced at Chen Daoru, who was whistling and leisurely moving away. As long as you are willing, I can unleash my Taoist power to help you reclaim Bai Yushi. That seems unnecessary, considering Lu Gu is involved. Chan Chun shook his head. Fool. If they truly considered you, would they not devise a plan to guard against Swordlord? In that case, my involvement would remain unpredictable, catching them off guard. But if that's the case, you won't be able to stay in the Chen family any longer. So what? I never belonged there in the first place. Chan Xingyuan shrugged nonchalantly, though a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes, well concealed. After devising a plan, the uncle and nephew decided to part ways. Is there no issue with Qindaru? If he wishes to avoid your wrath, there likely won't be a problem. Watching Chen Xingyuan's figure recede, Lin LV sighed deeply, standing alone on the vast martial arts platform, a solitary pale figure amidst the emptiness. Are you certain there's no issue? This matter may very well be a scheme by the Bai and Chen families to annoy the Yuanshan Palace. And you would lose your footing within the Qin family. Chen Xingyuan walked the streets of Yanjing, when Lu Jin appeared silently by his side. Ha, I've long since lost my standing in the Qin family. Chen Xingyuan looked up at the sky. After Su Xiaohan's death, I became disillusioned with the Qin family. Lu Jin remained silent, quietly accompanying Chen Xingyuan. Enough of this. Since I can no longer attain happiness myself, I shall assist my nephew. I have sought Lin LV for 18 years, but alas, he has been well protected by old Master Lin. I had no chance on my own. A good uncle must have some utility, right? Perhaps when you emerge, the Star Lord will reappear. Who knows? This world does not lack Star Lords, nor a person named Chen Xingyuan. I only need to do my utmost and remain guilt-free. Chen Xingyuan continued gazing at the sky, his posture amusing as he walked with his head held high. Yet Lu Jin could not muster a smile, his gaze fixed on the heavens, where endless raindrops flowed upwards against the current. Suddenly, the living room door slammed shut, and Lin LV, head drooping, approached the sofa, using all his strength to throw himself onto the soft cushions. Lin LV, what exactly is wrong with you? What happened to Bai Yushi? It has nothing to do with you. You are merely acquaintances. If there is to be a marriage, it is her choice. Why are you, an outsider, so anxious? The silver-haired youth stared blankly at the immaculate ceiling, slightly opening his mouth, a hint of confusion glimmering in his blue eyes. Ding-dong. The phone rang, and Lin LV instinctively picked it up, only to find an advertisement rather than a message from Bai Yushi. Ugh! Lin LV gripped his phone, refraining from throwing it in a fit of rage like those rich young masters in dramas. He stuffed 2 sticks of snack into his mouth, trying to calm down. But Chen Daoru's words echoed in his mind, slowly morphing into Bai Yushi's cool voice whispering in his ear. Don't think of me, oh Lin puppy. Lin LV jolted, his 6 eyes scanning the surroundings with an intensity that could pierce through closed eyelids, resembling a startled puppy. What is going through your head, Lin LV? He struck his head with determination, exhaling a breath of frustration as he noticed the content of the advertisement. Leave a word, and I shall lend you a hand. Lin LV, compelled by an inexplicable force, clicked on it, frowning. Assist me? In such a predicament, could you truly lend me a hand? He opened the advertisement and typed a single character into the chat box. The response was almost instantaneous. What does the fated one wish to see? Lin LV hesitated, then continued typing. Can you discern my inner turmoil? Could you share your birth details? New calendar year 433. December 7, 3 p.m. 10 minutes passed without a reply, and Lin LV chuckled bitterly, realizing how foolish he was to trust such mystical nonsense. Just as he was about to close his phone, a message popped up. Fated one, great karma. Just as he was about to exit, Lin LV's interest peaked. What does the great karma entail, Lin? The other party replied with a single character. Lin LV was taken aback. It seemed they possessed some genuine ability. Can you uncover my confusion? Or do you have a way to resolve it? What confusion is there to speak of? Fraud. Lin LV tossed his phone aside, dismissing the charlatan. Moments later, another message arrived, captured by the 6 eyes. Lin LV felt a flicker of intrigue. Emotions arise from the heart, yet the destined one has never been lost in confusion. It is simply a reluctance to believe. The destined one is overly fixated on reasons and fails to heed her true intentions. To think and act in accordance with one's heart is indeed the ultimate truth, all due to past connections in this life. Chapter 83. Around to make you weep 2 fleeting days passed. And on this day, the young master of the esteemed Fujiwara family from Japan came to negotiate a marriage alliance with the Bai family of Huaxia. Outside the reception hall of the Bai family, the guards whispered among themselves, Hey, do you think Lin Lu will show up today? I believe he will. After all, he has already trodden on their pride. Failing to appear would make him a coward. Moreover, given young Master Lin's disposition, he certainly won't miss this. I actually hope Lin Lu comes to stir things up, perhaps even slap the faces of the family heads. When did a group of Japanese dare to act so arrogantly on our turf? Inside the reception hall, Miss Bai was indeed a sight to behold today. The handsome youth, upon seeing Bayushi for the first time, could hardly avert his gaze, wishing he could fix his eyes solely upon her. Her aloof demeanor drove him to distraction. Bayushi merely cast a cold glance at Fujiwara Shingo and offered no response. After all, in her past life, she had been a mere fool, shattered by Lin Lu's actions. "Yushi, why do you not respond when young Master Fujiwara speaks to you?" Bai Zhengfeng inquired, furrowing his brow in displeasure. "Perhaps Yushi is feeling unwell today," Bai Yuxing interjected, attempting to ease the tension by gently tugging at Bai Yushi to encourage her compliance. Patriarch Bai, an elderly man with white hair, tapped his cane on the ground. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. We are all straightforward people. There are no objections from the Bai family regarding the marriage alliance." "Correct?" Bai Zhengfeng surveyed Fujiwara Shingo with satisfaction. "Fujiwara senpai, we have no objections. And what of Miss Bai?" Bayushi slightly lifted her gaze to glance at Fujiwara Shingo, yet remained silent. "Presumably, Yushi has no objections either." Bai Zhengfeng chuckled heartily. "I have objections." An incongruous voice rang out within the Bai family's reception hall. Bai Yuxing grasped Bayushi's hand, gazing haughtily at the Fujiwara entourage. "Why sister's happiness should be determined by herself, not coldly arranged by others." Bai Yuxing, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Zhengfeng's forehead pulsed with veins, and the faces of other senior members of the Bai family darkened with discontent. "I speak no nonsense. Is it wrong for me to say that if one's future can be predetermined, then what significance does life hold?" Bai Yuxing's words were poignant. "Yuxing, you are weary." Bai Zhengfeng sought to suppress his disobedient son. Brother-in-law, Fujiwara Shingo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Before coming to Huaxia, I inquired about Miss Bai. I understand she has a good relationship with a fellow named Lin Lu. I know of him. He is the son of the Yin Emperor and the Yao Emperor. But so what? They have yet to declare their feelings, and it seems Lin Lu harbors no affection for Miss Bai. It is merely her unrequited love. Is this what you call happiness?" He paused. "I am aware that Lin Lu possesses divine-level capabilities and has somehow reached the Dao Sea, but that is of little consequence. If he dares to come, I shall subdue him. Surely, the Shangyuan Divine Palace will not be unreasonable, right? Shall I explain this with a world-destroying melody?" Bayushi chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "Subdue him? Young Master Fujiwara? Forgive my candor, but you are inferior to Lin Lu. Die in a life-and-death duel. You would scarcely last 10 exchanges. Bayushi, be silent." A powerful Bai family member, unable to endure the youthful folly, glared furiously, rising abruptly. Fujiwara Shingo remained unperturbed, casually spreading his hands. "Then perhaps Miss Bai should summon him here. If he cannot defeat me within 10 exchanges, you shall marry me. But if I can subdue him within that time—" "What shall Miss Bai do then?" "Nothing, for you shall have no such opportunity." An even more audacious voice echoed from the entrance of the reception hall. The silver-haired youth leaned quietly against the wall, tossing a coin back and forth in his hand, a snack stick dangling from his mouth. When did this lad arrive? The elder from the Fujiwara family narrowed his pupils. Had Lin Lu not drawn attention to himself? As a peak Taoist, he would never have noticed his presence. The glimmering coin was caught in a hand under the sunlight, its owner turning to face the assembly of decayed individuals in the reception hall. His icy blue eyes sweeping across the crowd before lingering with tenderness on Bayushi. "What brings you here?" Bayushi feigned ignorance. Lin Lu smiled faintly, returning the coin to his pocket. "I missed you. I came to take you home. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and I have yet to taste the dumplings you made. You must be Lin Lu. Bayushi is the fiancée of our young master. I hope you can be less of a nuisance." Lin Lu's gaze shifted, his piercing blue pupils locking onto the youthful member of the Fujiwara family who had spoken, his chilling demeanor rendering the lad speechless. As if uttering another word would result in immediate demise, Lin Lu strolled confidently to Bayushi's side, still clad in the same overcoat and sweater from New Year's Eve, albeit without his glasses. With each step, an inexplicable pressure descended upon all present in the reception hall, save for Bayushi and Bai Yuxing, leaving the others breathless. Bayushi scrutinized Lin Lu earnestly, circling around him. "Is it pleasing to the eye? I prepared this especially for you. You look good in anything. Young Master Lin, this is rather against protocol." The elder rapped his cane. "Miss Bai is the fiancée of the Bai family and the Fujiwara family. Do you intend to jeopardize Sino-Japanese relations? Oh, I see. Lin Lu interlaced his fingers with Bayushi's, turning to the elder with a gentle smile. Is the Fujiwara family truly powerful? As one of the three major ruling families in Japan, how long would it take for the Shangyuan Divine Palace to obliterate such a glorious family? Lin Lu's eyes were filled with disdain. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jin stood behind him, sword in hand, the wind howling around it. Moreover, if there exists any friendship between China and Japan, it is merely that between the peoples, and the three families count for nothing. The elder was incensed, his anger bubbling over as he unleashed his peak Taoist pressure, causing his cane to tremble incessantly. Youth, speaking recklessly comes with consequences. Your power does not extend to this realm. Why do you presume you can utter such nonsense here? A more formidable force surged forth, akin to a colossal tsunami submerging land, the overwhelming might of the Taoist emperor utterly extinguishing the elder's pressure. The boy's azure pupils radiated a dazzling brilliance as he stood resolutely at the center of the storm, his beloved girl by his side. Why? That is indeed a challenging question to answer. Because my father, mother, grandfather, and godfather are all Tao emperors. Because my guardian is the most powerful genius before me. Because my family is the mightiest force in the abyss. Because I am the strongest, does that suffice? He then turned his gaze towards Fujiwara Shingo, the disdain in his eyes intensifying. Yushi claims that you can be subdued within 10 exchanges, but it is not as exaggerated as that. The youth raised his chin slightly, his blue eyes looking down upon Fujiwara Shingo, a reckless smile gracing his lips. One exchange, to make you weep. Chapter 84. Snatching a wife? Instantaneous, in the resplendent reception hall. The members of the Bai family and the Fujiwara family stood in stunned silence. Unbelievable. How utterly audacious, to make a stronger opponent weep in a single exchange. No one could believe the veracity of such a statement. Yet, witnessing the boy's unwavering momentum, they found themselves compelled to accept its possibility. Are you jesting? Fujiwara Shingo was momentarily taken aback, his expression contorting as he grappled with the humiliation of being looked down upon by someone younger than him. Shall we test this through combat? Lin Lu tightened his grip on Bayushi's hand, the contempt on his face deepening. If you seek a beating, then come forth. As Lin Lu's hand gripped Bayushi's, an unnameable fury surged within him. How dare anyone tarnish the fiancée destined for me, Fujiwara Shingo? Whether one likes it or not is irrelevant. Since it has been arranged, it shall be executed. Lin Lu, Bayushi tugged at his hand. Do you wish to see how he will be utterly crushed? Lin Lu tilted his head. Be a bit more dashing. Very well. As they spoke, a blade's gleam sliced through the air, aimed at Lin Lu, its tremendous spiritual energy resembling a blade of obliteration that obscured the light. The sound of the blade cutting through the air ceased abruptly. The sword of Mikazuki Munekika halted a mere half-inch from Lin Lu's side. With just a slight advance, the overwhelming light of the blade could sever Lin Lu in two. Is the young master of Fujiwara family only capable of such sneak attacks? Lin Lu turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Fujiwara Shingo, who wore an expression of disbelief at his own divine weapon's stasis, unable to comprehend why his strike had been halted. Do you know the Achilles paradox? Lin Lu remarked without preamble. Fujiwara Shingo attempted to retract his sword, only to find Mikazuki Munekika moving toward Lin Lu against his will, forcing him to relinquish his divine state and retreat. Achilles is a swift runner, his speed far surpassing that of the tortoise. One day, Achilles engaged in a race with a tortoise. Due to his remarkable speed, the tortoise requested a head start, meaning that Achilles would only commence his pursuit after the tortoise had covered a certain distance. By the time Achilles began his chase, the tortoise had already advanced a considerable way, which we shall refer to as the starting point. As Achilles reached this starting point, the tortoise had moved ahead once more, arriving at a second position. When Achilles reached this second position, the tortoise again advanced to a third position. Throughout this process, each time Achilles caught up to the tortoise's previous position, the tortoise was perpetually ahead, creating a paradox where, despite the diminishing distance between them, Achilles could never overtake the tortoise. Lin Lu, unfazed, elucidated his technique to all present, ultimately clearing his throat. I know that most of you cannot comprehend this. Nor do I expect you to, for understanding serves little purpose. You need only grasp one thing. I am the strongest. The youth beamed a healthy smile. Lin Levayu. The previously silent Bai Zhengfeng could no longer endure Lin Levayu's arrogance. This is the Bai family. It is not a place for your reckless behavior. I am Bai Yushi's father, and it is I who holds the authority to determine her fate. Ha 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 ha. Lin Levayu clutched his abdomen in laughter, wiping away tears of mirth after a prolonged spell. Now, the question arises, Bai Zhengfeng. Do you truly deserve to be her father? In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of Dao Jun bore down upon Bai Zhengfeng. While Lin Levayu made his move, under the influence of Zong, his speed reached the pinnacle of Dao Hai, and to the eyes of all present, he appeared as if he had teleported to stand before Bai Zhengfeng. Delivering a punch imbued with black lightning, black flash, logically, a Dao Hai should never be able to inflict harm upon a peak Dao Emperor. Yet Lin Levayu was different. He was the protagonist, akin to Wu Tiaowugo. Defying conventional calculations, the oppressive force of the road stripped Bai Zhengfeng of all defenses, and the enhancement from the black flash allowed Lin Levayu to unleash a formidable strength at a ratio of 2.5 times his usual power. In an instant, black sparks erupted under the golden light, sending the current head of the Bai family sprawling to the ground, shattering countless precious furnishings. Gulps echoed as a certain young master of the Fujiwara family swallowed hard. Even he, with his words, could not hope to inflict any effective damage upon Bai Zhengfeng in such a vulnerable state. Yet this audacious youth had accomplished it. From this day forth, Bai Yushi shall have no further ties to the Bai family. Lin Levayu declared, shaking off his hands and refusing to glance at the crumpled figure on the ground. If you have grievances, write them and submit them to the suggestion box at the Shangyan Divine Palace. Lu Jin's expression turned peculiar. Even members within the Shangyan Divine Palace would not dare submit letters to the suggestion box. The silver-haired youth pressed his right thumb against his index finger. Damn it. Where's the barrage dog? Come out and take a beating. Fujiwara Shingo swallowed again. Don't go too fard. As the scene shifted, the ultimate mastery of space by Tong manifested, rendering the surrounding space indistinct, elongating the concepts of distance and space until, amidst a dizzying whirl, the silver-haired youth and the black-haired youth stood face to face upon the martial arts stage of Yin University. Unbeknownst to them, the originally bright sky had grown overcast, and the fine, piercing rain began to sting their faces. This nearly impossible winter drizzle intensified, with large droplets replacing the previous mist, splattering on the ground and dampening the swirling dust, reminiscent of the life-and-death duel that had transpired in Lingyang 6 months prior. A rift in space tore open, and an aged hand reached through the fissure. Lin Levayu, what do you intend to do? Although this is Huaxia, the hand was forcibly pulled back, as Lu Jin poked his head out, pushing Bai Yushi to the best vantage point in the audience. Just fight. I'll cover for you. Familiarity enveloped the martial arts stage beneath Lin Levayu's feet. He stomped lightly, and Bai Yushi, with an expression mirroring his own, gazed at Fujiwara Shingo, the third god-level opponent he was about to confront upon this stage. Let me show you something impressive. Lin Levayu turned to face Bai Yushi, presenting his back. Don't look down on others. Fujiwara Shingo struck first, initiating an advanced blade technique. Under the influence of the sword's effect, the world seemed to lose its color to cloak up. The fourth effect of the six-eyed technique activated, rendering the concept of time increasingly tenuous. The raindrops around Lin Levayu gradually halted, followed by the entire spatial downpour, while the menacing blade light halted half an inch behind the youth, unable to advance. The only being unaffected was Bai Yushi. Lin Levayu spun midair, delivering a kick that unleashed brilliant black lightning, shattering the blade light amidst the muddled rain, and the activation of Zong magnified the kick, creating a blinding flash that obscured the sky. The next moment, the time stop was lifted. Fujiwara Shingo was propelled from the martial arts stage, his proud form crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. The intense pain compelled him to groan involuntarily as the rain splattered against the corners of his eyes, mixing with the tears drawn forth by agony. The silver-haired youth, wearing a victorious smile, strolled leisurely to Fujiwara Shingo's side. Hands in pockets, whistling cheerfully, he approached, treading upon the sound of rain without a single drop touching him. A small round pair of sunglasses appeared on his nose, and his victorious grin morphed into a cheeky smirk as he bent down. Are you crying? Chapter 85. Chun Yao makes a dazzling entrance. Yanjing. Qin family. Qin Xingyuan. Do you still consider yourself a member of the Qin family? An elder of the Qin family fumed. his beard bristling with indignation. The Chun and Bai families were longtime allies. And now that Lin Levayu had stirred up chaos within the Bai family, you dare to obstruct us from going to their aid? Lin Levayu isn't capable of causing much upheaval, Chen Xingyuan replied. Sitting with poise in the grand chair at the entrance of the Chen residence, deftly returning the family's dismissive remarks about Lin Levayu. Furthermore, what purpose would your visit serve? Do you intend to confront the Sword Lord or assist the Japanese in capturing Lin Levayu? Chen Xingyuan, step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, rude, is it? Chen Xingyuan squinted, a dangerous aura permeating the air. Then I shall refrain from idle chatter. If you wish to leave this place today, defeat me. Watching the scene unfold on the surveillance monitor, Chen Zhongtong, the current head of the Chen family, remained composed in his office chair. Dad. Chen Daoru, trembling, stood beside him. What are you shaking for? Is the future pillar of the Chen family such a coward? Chen Zhongtong shot a disapproving glance at his son, commanding, stand straight. Slap. Chen Daoru quickly straightened up, calming his quaking heart. Dad, I believe the Chen family should refrain from involving itself in this mess. Why? From a familial perspective. The Chen family cannot afford to provoke Lin Levayu. The Bai family, in their short-sightedness, believes that the Shangyuan Divine Palace lacks influence on Earth, emboldening them to act recklessly. However, that is not the case. From a personal standpoint, Chen Daoru hesitated, closing his mouth. Continue. From a personal standpoint, I hold Lin Levayu's potential in high regard. The Chen family has already suffered losses due to our feud with Lin Zian. If we can forge a good relationship with Lin Levayu, perhaps we could reconcile with the Lin family in the future. Chen Zhongtong sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Chen Daoru. I instructed you to speak from your own perspective. Not the Chen families. Do you understand? Chen Daoru hesitated before speaking bravely. I suppose I can consider Lin Levayu and Bai Yushi as friends. I would prefer them to be together. Chen Daoru, you ought to be aware that you are a member of the Chen family. Correct? Chen Zhongtong's gaze turned frigid. Summoning his courage, Chen Daoru met his father's eyes. Dad, it is precisely because I am a member of the Chen family that I express these thoughts. The decay of the aristocracy must change. Before meeting Lin Levayu, I, like the elders, believed that the interests of the aristocracy outweighed all else. However, after spending considerable time with them, I realized that decay and arrogance herald the decline of a power. If one cannot reflect and make the necessary changes in time, they will only descend into an abyss. Having spoken, Chen Daoru took a step back, preparing to flee should his father suddenly lash out. Chen Zhongtong's robust fingers rhythmically tapped upon the solid wood desk, lost in thought as he gazed at the surveillance footage. After a prolonged silence, he smiled with satisfaction and rose to embrace Chen Daoru. Chen Daoru momentarily froze, realizing that if his father intended to strike him, there would be no escape. Dad? You spoke quite well, Daoru, Chen Zhongtong said, beaming at his son, placing both hands on his shoulders. Keep it up. And regarding the Bai family, I shall not concern myself with that. If things escalate, my cousin will return from the abyss in a state of submission. Your cousin? Chen Daoru momentarily faltered, struggling to recall who his father's cousin was. Yao Di Chin Yao, on the martial arts stage of Yin University, Lin Levayu straightened, popping a snack into his mouth, no longer paying heed to Fujiwara Shingo. He slowly approached Bai Yushi. Am I handsome? Average. The girl extended her hand, signaling Lin Levayu to take it. Understanding her intent, Lin Levayu grasped her soft hand. Is it truly all right for you to openly oppose the Bai family like this? Lin Levayu had listened intently in the reception room, gently squeezing Bai Yushi's hand. Will this have significant repercussions? At most, it would merely involve withdrawing my protector. Yet Bai Yushi remains unfazed, declaring, with you by my side. I'm not afraid of me? What am I? A mere nothing. She quips. You are my husband, she adds playfully, sticking out her tongue. The handsome lad, who had just been showing off, felt a flush creeping onto his face as he awkwardly turned away. I never said I wanted to talk to you, he retorted. Oh? Then I shall marry Fujiwara Shingo. You dare? Lin Lu immediately erupted, casting an angry glance at the still-prone Fujiwara Shingo. If you dare to marry him, I will have him castrated. Fujiwara Shingo felt a sudden chill and instinctively tightened his legs. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Bai Yushi said, playfully pinching Lin Lu's cheek. Of course, I will marry you. Lin puppy. Lin Lu took a deep breath, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. What's wrong? Bai Yushi asked, puzzled by Lin Lu's sudden gravity. Are you uncomfortable? Be my girlfriend, Lin Lu declared, his face betraying no embarrassment despite his racing heart. Bayushi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson at Lin Lu's unexpected proposition. Despite having teased him countless times, this white-haired puppy's sudden confession left her a bit. All right, she replied, leaning in to plant a kiss on Lin Lu's cheek. This scene left Fujihara Shingo seething with jealousy, his fists clenched as he watched the love-struck couple from a distance, his mind twisted with envy. Lin Lu, you have crossed the line. A voice, tinged with unfamiliar Mandarin, resonated through the air, expelling Lu Jin and Fujihara Daiki from the rift. Unbeknownst to them, a dignified man had appeared beside Fujihara Shingo, his expression grim. Lu Jin recognized Fujihara Daiki, surprised that the current Earth Patriarch of the Fujihara clan had personally arrived, though it was merely a shadow of his true form. Fujihara Daiki cast a glance at Lu Jin, and suddenly, a powerful pressure bore down on him, sending him flying. Lin Lu, Bayushi is designated as the wife of the young clan leader of the Fujihara family. And I, Fujihara Daiki, recognize her as my daughter-in-law. I hope you. Lin Lu interrupted. You really have no shame, do you? Are you out of your mind, threatening a Chinese person on Chinese soil? Fujihara Daiki was taken aback by Lin Lu's brazen defiance, his expression darkening. You have acted unreasonably. Even if I were to harm you, the Chinese would not dare retaliate. I will discipline you on behalf of your parents. With that, Fujihara Daiki was sent hurtling away as if he were a kite with its string cut. Why is it Fujihara Daiki that's flying away? Lin Lu scoffed. Even your father wouldn't dare to discipline my son. So what are you? 3,000 strands of white silk cascaded over her shoulders as a white-haired woman stepped on Fujihara Daiki, her imperial aura erupting, almost obliterating the shadow of this patriarch before she even laid a finger on him. Do you truly think that the Chinese allowed you to come here to show off? We are here to demonstrate what it means to be a strong nation, to reveal what true strength is, and to showcase which youth is truly a genius, Chen Yao declared, delivering a swift kick to Fujihara Daiki's face. Ugh, Japanese people are such a nuisance, she sighed, brushing her hands off as she turned to Lin Lu and Bayushi. Mom's here. Did you miss me? Thanks to Donganan for the explosive update. The boss is magnificent. Another update will follow shortly. Chapter 86. The proposal from a foreign race. A vast conspiracy. A gentle drizzle fell as a richly dressed man lay silent on the ground, and the white-haired woman stood over him, arms outstretched towards Lin Lu. Come here. Let mommy give you a hug. A bewildered young man looked between his suddenly appearing mother and the Fujihara patriarch who was now lulled to sleep by her. Mom? Ah, Chen Yao beamed, gracefully walking over to Lin Lu and embracing both him and Bayushi. Mom. Bayushi nuzzled into Chen Yao's embrace. Chen Yao ruffled Bayushi's hair and playfully tugged at Lin Lu's messy locks, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction as she gazed upon the young couple. Mom, weren't you in the abyss? Why have you suddenly returned to Earth? Your grandfather has emerged from seclusion, and since the frontline battles can withstand the pressure, I was allowed to return for a few days. Having narrowly escaped the fate of being blasted away, Lu Jin stumbled back, casting a strange glance at the trio of white-haired individuals. 3 white-haired folks. They all share a resemblance. So, does this mean you'll be able to spend the new year with us? Lin Lu suddenly realized, noticing that today was the 29th of the new year, with tomorrow being New Year's Eve. I'm sorry, dear Lin, but that's not possible. I must return to the abyss tomorrow, Chen Yao said apologetically, her eyes filled with regret. This return to Earth was said to be a holiday, but in truth, I have a mission to fulfill. A mission? What kind of mission? Chen Yao stroked her son's head. I'll explain later. The State Affairs Bureau. Zhou Ming sat at his desk, frowning as he reviewed the documents before him once more. Old Zhou, this is rather unbelievable, isn't it? Zhuge Hongtu remarked, standing beside him, both elderly gentlemen furrowing their brows in unison. Seems the foreign races have recognized the problem at hand, Zhou Ming replied, rubbing his temples. To seek a ceasefire? They are overly optimistic. Recently, the quality of spiritual energy in the abyss has risen once more. At this rate, even those at the Tao Emperor level will soon be unable to remain in the abyss. The foreign races must have realized that the world's balance is once again at risk and are resorting to such underhanded tactics to identify the factors disrupting that balance. No. Zhou Ming leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Perhaps they already know what is influencing the world's balance. Their actions are a blatant scheme, proposing a solution that we cannot refuse. Zhuge Hongtu furiously stroked his beard. They claim that the protracted 400-year war has left both major races exhausted. And in the interest of their futures, they propose gathering the most talented youth from all races to engage in a decisive battle 2 years hence in a secret realm beyond the stars. If the foreign races win, humanity must cede the top 2 defensive lines of the abyss. If humanity prevails, the foreign races promise not to mobilize against humanity for 3 years. Indeed, 3 years of peace would afford humanity ample opportunity to achieve many things. And even in defeat, humanity's abyss has 10 defensive lines. Ceding 2 would eventually allow us to reclaim them, making this a proposal that humanity cannot easily refuse. Old Zhou, are you suggesting that the foreign races are already aware of Lin Lu's existence? Zhuge Hongtu pondered, a dawning realization hitting him. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. Zhou Ming wearily opened his eyes. Each nation is dispatching a powerful warrior from the abyss, and a meeting will be held at the United Nations tomorrow to discuss countermeasures. It seems this new year will be anything but peaceful. By the way, Zhou Ming recalled, retrieving a letter from the desk's compartment and handing it to Zhuge Hongtu. A few days ago, Elizabeth V wrote to me, inviting the 4 awakened God-level youngsters to help out in the land of the rising sun. You may wish to take a look. As he remembered the contents of the letter, Zhou Ming felt a headache coming on. Zhuge Hongtu skeptically opened the letter, inviting 4 youngsters to assist? What can 4 newly awakened kids possibly do? He paused, spotting the phrase Dear Zhou Ming followed by impeccable Mandarin writing on the fragrant paper. Zhuge Hongtu read through the not particularly lengthy letter in 5 minutes, confirming that it was indeed personally penned by Elizabeth V, filled with coarse language and interspersed with the purpose of the correspondence, a plea for help. Inviting 4 God-level youngsters to assist with the case. What do you think? Zhuge Hongtu neatly folded the letter and placed it back on Zhou Ming's desk. Why not? It would be a chance to earn some resources. Why not take advantage of it? Zhou Ming shrugged. Moreover, with the foreign races making this proposal, sending a few kids is inevitable. Familiarizing them with that child from the land of the rising sun wouldn't be a bad idea. It could foster mutual understanding. So, you mean to say, though Elizabeth isn't particularly fond of me, she is distinct from the old fogies in the US. She can still discern right from wrong. At Lin Lu's dormitory in Yin University. He mused. So it seems humanity has no real reason to refuse. Whether in victory or defeat, we stand to lose nothing. Exactly, Chun Yao replied, seated on the sofa, slowly sipping her drink. That's precisely the issue at hand. Oh, don't worry. We have 2 years, and with my talent, I might very well reach the Tao Emperor level by then. Taking down some young foreign races would be a piece of cake. Lin Lu casually waved his hand, nonchalantly propping up his legs. What's wrong with you, Yushi? He asked, noticing Bai Yushi sitting beside Qin Yao. Her expression clouded with concern upon hearing the foreign race's proposal. It's nothing. Bai Yushi shook her head. I'm just a bit worried. Don't fret. I'm the strongest. Bai Yushi ignored Lin Lu's flippant remarks. In her past life, this situation had never occurred, meaning that from this moment forth, the general trajectory of the world's development had irrevocably changed. Certain events and experiences from her previous life would likely no longer apply. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yushi was entirely convinced that this so-called duel of the younger generation was nothing short of a diabolical conspiracy, a scheme directed against Lin Lv. Lacking any concrete evidence, her certainty stemmed merely from instinct, and at that moment, a name surfaced in her mind. Li Changyin. Beyond the stars, Li Changyin respectfully gazed upon the monstrous figure before her. The creature was clad in resplendent golden armor, its visage grotesque, emanating a disquieting aura with each movement. The ostentatious armor gleamed brilliantly under the sun's rays. Lord Nilam, Li Changyin murmured, bowing her head in reverence. You have performed admirably, Li Changyin. The intelligence you have conveyed is of paramount importance. It is but my duty, she replied. I have come to assist you in enhancing your strength. Nilam regarded her with satisfaction. You must have sensed it by now. A multitude of human powerhouses have returned from the abyss to Earth. Indeed. Could this be related to the resolutions within our clan? Nilam nodded, revealing the details of the alien proposal to Li Changyin. Your task is unequivocal. For the time being, do not concern yourself with that heretic Lin Lv. In 2 years, others will deal with him. Your current objective is to hunt as many of humanity's divine geniuses as possible while they fervently prepare for the duel. Do you comprehend? Yes, my lord. Li Changyin inclined her body, bowing once more to Nilam. Take this. With a wave of his hand, Nilam summoned a crystal from the void and handed it to Li Changyin. Li Changyin gazed at the crystalline object, which shimmered with a radiant glow, momentarily entranced, her eyes igniting with fervor. Lord Nilam, could this be the Star Hunter crystal? This is one of the last two remaining within our clan. With your current cultivation at the third stage of the Dao Sage, absorbing this crystal will likely stabilize you at the pinnacle of the Dao Sage realm. And then Nilam's eyes narrowed as he gestured, tearing open a rift in space. Through the fissure, Li Changyin beheld a chilling sight. Thousands of terrifying souls, in her perception. None of these souls were beneath the seventh stage of the Dao Sage, and dozens were at the Dao Emperor level. Nilam's emotionless voice echoed in her ears. By absorbing them, you shall ascend directly to the Dao Emperor. Chapter 87. The Pluto Project in the year 454 of the New Era. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in China, the highest assembly hall of the United Nations convened. Surely, those gathered here understand the purpose of our assembly today, began Secretary-General Complus, seated at his position. He pressed a button, activating a panoramic projection that transformed the entire hall into an infinite expanse of stars. I shall dispense with superfluous words and get straight to the point. He pointed to a cerulean star in the projection. This is the Earth, the very cradle of humanity's existence for generations. 400 years ago, an unknown realm invaded our world. The intrusion of the abyss overlapped our dimensions, bringing forth a common adversary, the alien races. In the initial stages of the war, our technological weaponry proved effective against the lower-tier aliens. However, after nearly 3 decades of stalemate, the aliens dispatched their higher-tier combatants, and humanity found itself in retreat. Our once proud weaponry became a mere joke in the eyes of these formidable foes. At that time, our only recourse was nuclear weaponry. Yet, it is understood that nuclear arms are a taboo, not merely for their immense destructive power, but also due to the catastrophic radiation that follows an explosion. Scientists have long warned that should a third world war erupt involving nuclear weapons, it would herald the end of Earth itself. Indeed, even in the face of alien adversaries, nuclear weapons could not be wielded lightly, for we understood that a nuclear detonation would annihilate not only the invading aliens, but also the very humanity that suffers under their oppression. Along with our cherished homeland, as Complus grew increasingly impassioned, he struck the table with his fist. Thus, humanity faced near defeat, and the aliens were on the verge of victory in that era of despair. The first wielder of divine power awakened, shattering the balance of the world. Humanity gained a means to resist the alien threat, as countless ancestors sacrificed their potential and vitality, quickly ascending to the realms of Dao Lords and Dao Sages. Some even burned their very essence for a fleeting moment at the Dao Emperor level. Through immeasurable sacrifice, humanity triumphed, driving the abyss from Earth and intertwining with the cosmos. It is evident that humanity's victory hinged upon a singular factor. The balance of the world had been disrupted. 6 months ago, that balance was shattered once more, and regrettably, this time, the beneficiaries were the aliens. Yet, it must be noted that it was humanity that instigated this disruption. As Complus concluded. The assembly turned their gazes towards the Chinese delegation. Zhou Ming chuckled, arms crossed. It seems I have been discovered. The old man has found a second spring. Zhou Ming, the current president of the United States, Constantine, regarded him with penetrating eyes. At this juncture, do you still wish to conceal the truth? Senior Zhou, it is time to unveil the reality to the world, interjected President Elia from Australia. Thus, China found itself in the crosshairs of scrutiny. Zhou Ming's smile gradually faded. Oh, you think you're entitled to demand this? Zhou Ming, this is a global broadcast. Kindly maintain your decorum. Constantine slammed his palm on the table. Regarding the factors influencing the world's balance, I believe we are all aware. Zhou Ming straightened, an imperial demeanor emanating from him like a tidal wave that engulfed the assembly hall. The previous disruption was caused by the awakening of the alien Dao extremes. Their method was straightforward. To prevent the enhancement of humanity's power, they forced the Dao extremes into slumber once more. Does this imply that if humanity eliminates the individual responsible for this disruption, the aliens' augmentation will cease? President Constantine? I did not assert such a thing. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all, Constantine. We all recognize your true nature. With a cold huff, Constantine remained silent. The representatives from other nations wore equally grim expressions, having hoped to extract vital information from China. only to be met with Zhou Ming's forthright rebuttal. Secretary General Complus, I believe it is time to address the main topic, Zhou Ming remarked, casting a cold glance at Complus. Complus discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. Let us delve into the true subject at hand. Concerning the proposal for a duel among the younger generation of aliens, in this regard, representatives from various nations offered their opinions, leading to heated debates and raised voices. I have a proposal. May I voice it? Elizabeth V of the Sun Never Set's delegation raised her alabaster arm, the aura of a Tao emperor silencing the uproar. All eyes turned to her. Do we not feel that our younger generation of geniuses live too comfortably? Elizabeth V's expression remained impassive. Under the protection of the Guardians, they seldom encountered genuine crises. Barring certain exceptional circumstances, she cast a glance at the American delegation. This has resulted in their knowledge and combat skills against the aliens being woefully inadequate before they attain the Tao Emperor level. A stark contrast to our own experiences in our youth. Consequently, they suffer significant casualties shortly after entering the abyss due to their lack of experience. And so, what is the implication of Queen Elizabeth's words? Complus inquired, picking up where she left off. To create a secret realm, allowing the young generation of divine beings who have awakened in the past 4 years to engage in combat, thus honing their skills and teamwork. If it is a matter of honing through combat, casualties are inevitable, rendering it a fruitless endeavor, Elia countered, shaking her head. It matters not. I trust that the combined efforts of the Tao Emperors can certainly devise a means of safeguarding the young ones. After all, their ranks are not high, and maintaining control should be entirely feasible. What say you? For a moment, silence enveloped the assembly. Approximately 5 minutes later, Complus broke the stillness. Shall we proceed to a vote? Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, and both the Russian Federation and the United States signaled their acquiescence. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, yet no one panicked. All awaited in quiet anticipation until Complus's voice resonated in their ears. Before each representative lies 2 buttons, red for agreement and green for refusal. Please indicate your stance by pressing the corresponding button. Almost simultaneously, the lights returned, and the voting results were displayed on the holographic projection enveloping the assembly hall. The motion passed unanimously. The representatives of the 5 permanent members exchanged glances before turning their attention to Complus, their gazes interlocking. With a gesture, Complus summoned the message from Elizabeth V, which materialized before them. I hereby announce that this resolution shall be designated as the Pluto Project. Discussions regarding the Pluto Project will resume in 3 days. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for your hard work. Chapter 88. Are you hungry, sister? Please indulge yourself with some delicacies. Strings of firecrackers adorned the sides of the small courtyard gate as Bayushi, clad in a pristine white down jacket, twirled a set of storage rings in her hand. Are we all set? Lin LV naturally took the large collection of rings containing their belongings from Bayushi. There wasn't much, just some furniture and clothing. Clothing? What kind of clothing? Lin LV, curious, infused his spiritual energy to inspect, only to be met with a pile of ordinary garments, leaving him somewhat disappointed. What is that expression on your face? Bayushi squinted her eyes. Do you wish to see me in a little dress? Lin LV honestly nodded. Pervert. Bayushi replied expressionlessly. How's your mother? The meeting has concluded. They say humanity must unite to execute some Pluto plan. Pluto plan? Bayushi searched her mind, confirming that such a thing did not exist in her previous life. Indeed, the essence of it is to gather the awakened celestial and divine geniuses from this June onwards, pitting us against each other until a final leader emerges, all in preparation to confront the alien prodigies in the battle 2 years hence. It is true. Our combat awareness is rather lacking. Having not faced much life-and-death struggle done him, why brother and senior sister Shinichi have nearly lost their lives multiple times during missions. Only skills forged through blood and fire can determine the trajectory of future conflicts. Lin LV opened the courtyard door and followed Bayushi into their small abode. Yes, I am beginning to feel a bit excited. If I were to dominate in that Pluto plan, would it not deal a severe blow to the Bai family's pride? What are you thinking? Of course, my father was the one who suppressed the prodigies of his time, so they could not raise their heads. Bayushi regarded Lin LV earnestly, her gaze lingering on his striking blue eyes. You will too. Not only will you overshadow the prodigies of your era, but you shall also be a formidable force capable of directly confronting alien beings at the first stage of Tao Emperor. Hearing his girlfriend's praise, Lindsay couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness, puffing out his chest, his inner miniature self utterly elated. Certainly, you are the strongest woman. Then I am quite looking forward to it. The strongest person, Bayushi, having hung up the clothes, searched the shoe cabinet at the door for quite a while before looking up at Lin LV with an impassive expression. Aren't my slippers here? Lin LV paused for a moment. Don't you have some in your dormitory? That, I gave to the dog. Lin LV lamented. Why reward the dog? Bayushi patted Lin LV's head. It's fine. After all, we have underfloor heating, so it's not cold. She removed her shoes, her small feet clad only in white socks, delicately trotting on the wooden floor. The girl loosened her hair tie and placed it on her wrist as she made her way to the bedroom. As for Lin LV, his entire soul was captivated by her slender, unblemished calves, and as he gazed lower, exquisite feet. What are you looking at? Bayushi suddenly turned around to face Lin LV. Lin LV raised his head, whistling nonchalantly, pretending nothing happened. How amusing. I have 6 eyes. I can still see with my eyes closed. Lin LV, I feel like I need to change beds. Bayushi stood beside Lin LV's single bed, scrutinizing the small school-provided mattress seriously. Lin LV sluggishly walked in, standing next to Bayushi, equally serious in his examination of the small bed. Indeed, it seems a bit small for 2 people to sleep on. I never said we were going to sleep together. Bayushi's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, the girl declared with conviction. I want to sleep on the big bed alone. Is that not permissible? No. Why is it that when we are not dating, you run to my bed, but now that we are, you kick me away? All right, I was just teasing you. Bayushi covered her mouth with a light laugh, then pointed at the small bed. But honestly, 2 people cannot sleep here comfortably. I can squeeze. Lin LV adopted Bayushi's expressionless demeanor. Bayushi, who was half a head shorter than Lin LV, looked up at the serious-faced boy and exclaimed, "Oh, that I can too. How about we not change it and just squeeze from now on?" Sounds good. Lin LV nodded earnestly. Bayushi watched Lin LV's tense face with a smirk, reaching out to tug at his lips. Why so serious? Come on, smile. Pfft. Don't touch me. Lin LV instantly fell apart, bolting from the bedroom, feeling shy. Bayushi watched him flee in embarrassment, snorting softly. Competing with an elder sister, can you really win? After all, I was married in my past life, you know. The girl hummed a tune as she took the clothes out of the rings, filling Lin LV's wardrobe, surveying the limited space that belonged to him. Perfect. Yushi, come help me make dumplings. Lin LV's voice called from the kitchen. Bayushi sauntered into the kitchen, her eyes landing on the oddly shaped lump of dot flour. What is this? Dough. Lin LV answered truthfully. You don't know how to knead dough? Not at all, Lin LV candidly replied again. What can I say? Bayushi glanced at the half-dry, half-wet lump of dough, rubbing her forehead. How much dough did you intend to make? Furthermore, you added too little water. Step aside. I'll handle it. Bayushi focused her energy on the lump of dough, using her ice abilities to extract a large amount of moisture, leaving behind scattered flour. Lin LV promptly gathered all the flour. Once she deemed it sufficient, Bayushi released her energy. See? This is called applying what you learn. My wife is amazing. Bayushi's cheeks flushed. Who is your wife? Bayushi, who else could it be? Then can my dear husband go prepare the filling? No, I can't. What can you do? Eat dumplings. I'll let you eat. Bayushi leapt onto Lin LV, gently biting his ear. Don't. The moment her tongue brushed against his earlobe, Lin LV felt a surge of tingling electricity coursing through him, unable to resist softening his body, thankfully managing to steady himself against the stove. Aside from eating dumplings, what else can you do? Bayushi's voice, low and fierce, echoed in his ear. I can also boil dumplings. The tongue touched his earlobe again. I can also wrap dumplings. Roll the dough. Lin LV surrendered. Bayushi released his earlobe, leaning back to examine Lin LV. Then shifted her position slightly. Fearing she might fall, Lin LV reached out to steady the girl. Honestly, you only need to know how to eat. Bayushi smiled faintly. Through the sweet efforts of the young couple, they completed the dumplings they would eat that evening in just half an afternoon. Goor. Lin LV's stomach protested. Bayushi glanced at the clock. Just hold on a bit longer. It's almost mealtime. Lin LV sat on the sofa, clutching his stomach, sinking into the soft embrace of the cushions. Are there no snacks at home? The snacks are not filling. It seems we are out, but I can treat you to something else. Bayushi returned, sitting on Lin Lv's lap, her face close to his, the two of them able to feel each other's warm breaths. What shall we eat? How about a little kiss? In the next moment, warmth enveloped him as the girl leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 89. Preparing for the new year, Lin Lv's eyes widened in astonishment. He could never have anticipated that Bayushi would kiss him like that. After a long while, their lips parted. Are you full now? Bayushi tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Lin Lv's face flushed, as if he had lost all sense of self. Not quite enough. If you haven't had enough, then you shan't have any more, the silver-haired girl huffed, gracefully sliding off Lin Lv's lap. Are you sure you don't want to go get some New Year's goods? Today is New Year's Eve. If we don't go soon, it will be too late. Lin Lv snapped back to reality, surveying his dorm room. It looked bare, devoid of any festive atmosphere. Then, would Miss Bai accompany me? ILL reluctantly agreed to that. The newly minted couple donned their attire and sweetly set out together to procure New Year's goods. Firecrackers, spring couplets, sugar tangerines, candies. Lin Lv held Bayushi's hand, his other hand gesturing a few times. That seems to be about it. Bayushi fiddled with her small hands, counting. Seems like it. No need to worry about the spring couplets, if we can't buy them. I can write them if we get paper and a brush. I can write too. Lin Lv puffed out his chest, waiting for praise. You? Bayushi recalled Lin Lv's heart-wrenching handwriting and thought, with your writing on the spring couplets, the new year would hold no promise. The subway was still operational on New Year's Eve, but compared to usual, the flow of people could be described as sparse. Indeed, most people spent the day with their families, indulging in sweets and completing chores, leaving few to roam about. Lin Lv and Bayushi sat together, feeling the gentle jostle of the train. Let us first go buy some sugar tangerines and candies. Lin Lv, Bayushi suggested. Sure, I'm all ears. The next stop approached, Wangfu Street. The familiar electronic female voice echoed in the carriage, stirring Lin Lv's sentiments. Last time he was merely playing the role of a boyfriend, and this time he had truly become one. With this thought, he couldn't help but squeeze Bayushi's hand. Bayushi turned her head to glance at Lin Lu, understanding his thoughts, and a subtle smile graced her cool countenance. Are you reminiscing about New Year's Day? A little. Why do you miss it? Bayushi gently squeezed Lin Lu's hand, their palms pressed together. That was the past, but now things are different. We can enjoy such sweetness every day. Ding! The subway came to a halt, and the doors slid open. That makes sense. Let us go. This time, the young man still held the young girl's hand tightly. Despite the absence of a bustling crowd, he resolutely walked ahead of her. Silly boy, Bayushi murmured softly. Leaving the subway station, they arrived at Wangfu Street. Compared to the desolation of other streets, Wangfu Street, which combined a snack street with a boutique avenue, was relatively lively. Even on New Year's Eve, many shops remained open, their speakers blaring good luck comes. Do you know where the candy store is? Lin Lu poked Bayushi. I don't know. Let us just walk. Even if Bayushi knew, she wouldn't say it. Although they were already in a sweet relationship, how could she pass up the chance to stroll around with her young boyfriend? They wandered along, stopping frequently to admire intriguing little trinkets, with Bayushi rushing over to examine them, holding them up to her face and asking Lin Lu if they looked good. Each time, Lin Lu would wave his hand dismissively. Buy, spend. Whatever my wife wants, I will buy, earning money for her to spend. After a long while of browsing, Lin Lu glanced at the items in the ring and couldn't help but chuckle. We agreed to buy sugar tangerines and candy first, but now we have everything except those two. Bayushi puffed out her cheeks and tilted her chin, revealing her slender, snow-white neck. Oh what? Come on. Let us buy some candy. Bags of candy were packed into the ring, and Lin Lu turned to see Bayushi, who was quietly waiting for him, having already filled her bag with sugar tangerines. Buying so quickly? Lin Lu clicked his tongue. There are only 5 boxes left in total, so I might as well take them all. Things like this are better in abundance than in scarcity. As they walked back, just like last time, they chose not to take the subway. The streets were eerily quiet, most shops closed, and only a few cars passed along the asphalt road. Can you drive? Bayushi asked curiously, glancing at Lin Lu. Lin Lu paused, recalling that in his 36 years of life, he hadn't really touched a car much. I can handle go-karts and bumper cars quite well. And I know a bit about bicycles and electric scooters. Puffed. Bayushi covered her mouth and laughed, then playfully poked Lin Lu's head with a finger, implying that he simply couldn't drive. Lin Lu stretched his neck, declaring with righteous indignation, "How can I not? Isn't an electric scooter a vehicle?" Gurgle. A strange noise emanated from Lin Lu's stomach, and he awkwardly coughed a few times. "I did mention I wasn't full. Should I feed you a couple of bites right here? That's a bit stimulating. I've never experienced it before, so I could give it a try." Before Lin Lu could nod, Bayushi playfully slapped his forehead. "Look at that lewd expression of yours. I want to feed you. Don't." Amidst their banter, the distant journey was tread upon by their feet. "You go tidy up the New Year's goods, and I'll cook some dumplings for you." Bayushi handed her ring filled with New Year's goods to Lin Lu, who promptly blocked her path. "What are you doing?" Bayushi asked, her expression unreadable. Lin Lu chuckled. "I'm not in a hurry for dumplings. I want to snack a bit." "Move aside." "No," Bayushi sighed, placing her hands on her hips as she looked at Lin Lu. "Just look at you. Back when I was pursuing you, you were indifferent. But now that we're together, your true nature is revealed." Lin Lu pretended not to hear, leisurely whistling. Lowering his head, closing his eyes, he awaited the soft touch against his lips, observing Lin Lu's obedient demeanor. Bayushi simply walked away. "Did we kiss? Why doesn't it feel like anything?" Lin Lu thought about opening his eyes, but rationality held him back, fearing it might be Bayushi's test for him. He must resist temptation. Should he sneak a peek through his closed eyes? Never mind. He was aware of the mirror principle. If he saw someone in the mirror, they would see him too, so he refrained. Thus, he sat there with his eyes closed and lips puckered, sticking out his rear for quite a while, until the sound of the kitchen igniting the stove reached his ears. Lin Lu abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself alone, and yelled in embarrassment, "Bayushi!" "Ah ha ha ha!" In the kitchen, Bayushi couldn't contain her laughter. She had been in the kitchen the whole time, quietly enjoying the sight of Lin Lu's comical pose, until she could no longer hold back and turned on the stove to remind him. Outside the dormitory, the peaceful Road Jean sat on the rooftop, putting away his book titled Lin Lu's Diary of Being Seduced by Bayushi, before pulling out a new notebook titled The Sweet Diary of Lin Lu and Bayushi.in, the year 454 of the new calendar. On January 20th, Bayushi successfully teased Lin Lu once more. Lin Lu, The Good Dish, Chapter 90. Confession of Rebirth. Boiling water bubbled violently in the pot. Dumplings filled to the brim floated to the surface, releasing an enticing aroma that shimmered with a pearly sheen. So fragrant Lin Lu, in charge of cooking the dumplings, gazed with sparkling eyes, scooping up the dumplings filled with stuffing with a slotted spoon. "Are they ready?" Bayushi approached at the sound. "Try the filling I prepared." Lin Lu poured the dumplings from the slotted spoon onto a plate and picked one up with chopsticks, dipping it in vinegar. Bayushi bit into the plump dumpling, the juices bursting in her mouth. "Ouch, that is hot." Bayushi fanned her mouth, giving Lin Lu a thumbs up. "The taste is fantastic, of course." Lin Lu retrieved the remaining dumplings from the pot and placed them on the plate, while Bayushi took it out. "If only my mom didn't have to attend that meeting at the United Nations." Observing the table laden with dumplings, Lin Lu sighed softly. There's no way around it. The conditions proposed by the other race left the human side with no choice but to discuss together in a short time. As dusk fell, the sunlight's remnants spread across the western sky, painting it with a golden hue. "Yushi, who do you think will win in the confrontation proposed by the other race?" "The humans." "Why are you so certain?" Lin Lu was somewhat surprised. If the other race dared to propose such a method, it implied they were confident of victory, so what? Bayushi sat at the dining table, picked up a dumpling and mumbled, "The human side has you, Lin Lu. You seem very assured of me. It's not that I'm assured of you. It's that your abilities are enough to instill confidence." Bayushi shook her head. "Are you starting to doubt your own strength?" "A little. Think about the opponents you've faced recently. How many were of the same rank? Defeating the emperor of the pickled vegetable country, battling the holy path king in Asia, but in reality, consider how you dealt with Fujiwara Shingo, both of you being divine level and at the same stage. Yet you managed to dispatch him in an instant, and even inflicted damage on a peak emperor who had given up defense. Lin Lu, you are strong. So strong that when facing your peers, you don't need any schemes. Your personal strength alone can easily crush the opponent, so don't overthink it." "I understand what you're saying." Lin Lu scratched his head, picking up a dumpling and putting it in his mouth. Just as you said, my enemies are those who are many years older than me, so what is there to be afraid of? You are the strongest. You reached heights in half a year that most people can't even aspire to in their entire lives. That makes sense, Lin Lu nodded. Observing the young man before her, Bayushi realized he had fallen into the confusion that most have experienced, but she believed Lin Lu would soon break through the fog on his own. After all, he was the strongest. Are you going to buy us house for the new year tomorrow? Lin Lu grinned mischievously. Bayushi paused, then shoved a dumpling into Lin Lu's mouth. Put away those mischievous thoughts in your head. By the way, where will your brother be this year? He publicly supports you, so he should face consequences, right? Not at all. Although he is a competitor for the position of family head, as long as he doesn't make any major mistakes. He will be the next head of the family. Do you think anyone would dare to provoke the next family head? The Bai family. Bayushi lay bored on her bed, twisting a Rubik's cube with both hands. At this time, the couple should be quite sweet, right? Yin University. Bayushi rested her chin on one hand, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning as she looked at Lin Lu. What else with that look? A look that wants to devour you whole. Stop it, I have something to tell you. Bayushi suddenly became serious, a stark contrast to her earlier playful demeanor. Huh? Observing Bayushi's incredibly solemn expression, Lin Lu too turned serious, the sweet atmosphere of the young couple instantly transforming into the tense ambience of a family meeting. I have been reborn. Bayushi got straight to the point. Lin Lu immediately lost his composure. The New Year's joke was indeed a bit funny. I'm not lying to you. I truly have been reborn. Bayushi raised her hand, summoning Huaxia Legend. The cold aura of the Tang knife slammed onto the table, its blade reflecting a sharp cold gleam under the light. The third effect of Huaxia Legend grants the holder 3 chances of rebirth. The third chance allows one to revert to a certain node in life, and the node I reverted to is the moment you and I first met our mother in the pickled vegetable country. You wait a moment. Lin LV suddenly realizes that Bayushi indeed became exuberantly affectionate only after returning from the land of pickled vegetables to Huaxia. Though not speak yet. There is something of utmost importance I must convey to you. Bayushi interrupts Lin LV, asserting that the significance of this rebirth lies in her vision of the future. What does the future hold? That shall be discussed later. I can unequivocally inform you that neither the Pluto project nor the alien proposal for duels among the younger generation existed in the original timeline. This implies that the current future is a blank slate, and I have lost my only anchor. It seems your rebirth has not significantly impacted the main trajectory of the world thus far. Has it? No, Bayushi shakes her head, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. If I must say, I have spent the past 6 months flirting with you, Lin LV. How could you state such a thing so earnestly? Thus, I fail to comprehend where the timeline has diverged. I have altered nothing, yet many events have transformed on their own. Do you recall the Fengyue Tavern? Yes, in the original timeline, there was only one Zhang Xinghuang, who colluded with Li Changyin and fell in love with Zhu Tuo. All of this was usurped by a shape-shifting Zhang Xinghuang created by the Wanhua clan, while the real Zhang Xinghuang was transformed into a hybrid of alien and human through experimentation. Moreover, Li Changyin, in the original timeline, was merely a Taoist lord at this juncture, nearly killed by Lu Gu and Yasi. Allow me to pose a question to you, Lin LV's azure eyes fixated intently on Bayushi. How did you perish in your previous life? Your grandfather, Lin Linyu, achieved Tao Extreme, awakening the other 3 Tao Extremes of the alien race, thereby commencing a full-scale war. It was at that time that you attained Tao Emperor status, leading the Shangyuan Divine Palace in the slaughter of the alien race. With your first-tier Tao Emperor cultivation, you could even contend with the alien Emperor, renowned for their prowess in battle, until the very end. Bayushi paused. Until the end what? You died saving me, and I was also killed by the arriving alien Tao Extreme. The air suddenly fell silent. Neither Lin LV nor Bayushi spoke. The silver-haired youth pondered deeply while the silver-haired maiden remained silent. I in my past life. Who was I to you? Husband. That makes sense. Now is not the time for such discussions. I understand where the issue lies. Lin LV lifted his head, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. Huh. You mentioned that the third effect of Huaxia's legends is resurrection and reverting to a previous state. Correct? Yes. Then consider this. If someone possesses the same Huaxia legend, their every action post-rebirth could influence the global situation. Who might that person be? The United States, Manhattan, New York City. The silver-haired elder quietly reclines in his lounge chair, leisurely toying with a coin spinning between his fingers. After a while, Zhoming flicks the coin, and it flips through the air, landing on his wrinkled hand under the glow of the room's light. What can you achieve now, Lin LV? Chapter 91. Mutual Confession, the Third Condition. Actually, I have something to confess to you as well. Lin LV straightens his posture once more. Bayushi raises an eyebrow. If Lin LV does not confess about the lingering soul from his past life, she will unceremoniously slam the plate of dumplings on his head. In truth, I have also been reborn, Lin LV candidly reveals. This plot seems off. The youth gazes earnestly at the maiden. I am not from this world. I hail from another realm. Lin LV divulges the details of his previous demise. This is why you refuse to take the elevator. Ha 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 ha. Bayushi cannot contain her laughter, much to Lin LV's chagrin. However, with your current cultivation, you need not worry about such things, right? Certainly not, Lin LV replies earnestly. This is a matter of principle. I will never step into an elevator. Not in this lifetime. I would rather perish from climbing stairs or slipping down them than set foot in that elevator. What a bizarre flag to raise. Bayushi does not press the issue, content to scroll through social media as she pleases. Children simply enjoy climbing a few flights of stairs. Do you have anything else to disclose to me? Bayushi blinks her eyes playfully. Yes, it seems that my future self has also been reborn alongside you. It was he who took over my body during the earlier altercations in Yasi. I am aware of that. I was present throughout, all to save me. Bayushi withdraws her hand from beneath the plate and makes a silly face. By the way, how did we come to be together in your past life? We did not date. We married directly. As the Bai family and the Shangyuan Divine Palace formed an alliance, I failed in my resistance. Bayushi gazes at him with wide, innocent eyes. Lin LV examines Bayushi closely. Did we have children? Not a chance. Upon mentioning this, Bayushi's mood soured. They had only met 10 times in 5 years, 6 or 7 of which were on the battlefield, and he had not even attended their wedding. Children? Nonsense. Do you want one? Observing Bayushi's vexed expression, Lin LV strokes his chin, then delves into his consciousness space to locate the sleeping remnants of Lin LV's soul. What is it? Upon sensing the presence of young Lin LV's consciousness, the elder Lin LV opens his eyes, bewildered. Are you unwell, my friend? Elder Lin LV? During the new year, one typically greets with Happy New Year, yet you come here and ask if I am sick. Are you mentally stable? Why leave my wife to endure loneliness? Elder Lin LV glares at young Lin LV with a look of incredulity. At that time, I was already the enemy of the alien race, and they even went to great lengths to send powerful beings from the abyss to Earth to hunt those connected to me. No one would care about a wife in a troubled marriage. Yet Bayushi ultimately perished. No, my friend, are you really that dense? Elder Lin LV, with a blank expression, swats young Lin LV out of the consciousness space. Love-struck fools should leave promptly die in the real world. Lin LV's body jolts, releasing a breath of pent-up air. What is wrong? Bayushi glances at Lin LV, puzzled. I helped you vent some frustration. The maiden responds with a soft "ew," then gazes at Lin LV with an expression that seems to desire to devour him whole. So, you will not leave me to endure loneliness this time, will you? Absolutely not, Lin LV declares emphatically. Why would he neglect such a sweet and soft wife? Elder Lin LV clenches his fists in frustration within the consciousness space. How quick you are to criticize yourself. Have you forgotten what you were like before your confession? At that moment, Elder Lin LV resolves that the next time he assumes a new identity, he will give himself a stern talking to before logging off. After finishing the dumplings, Bayushi carries the plate to the kitchen, with Lin LV trailing closely behind. What are you doing? Are you going to help me wash them, if you insist? Thus, the task of washing dishes falls to Lin LV. The clear tap water cascades, washing away the grime from the plate. As a sponge glides over its surface, the smooth dish soap applied effortlessly. A pair of delicate arms encircles Lin LV's chest. A soft warmth pressing against his back. You smell quite bad. If I stink, then let go. I like the smell, my smell. No one else is allowed to smell it. After washing the plate, Lin LV places it on the counter and leisurely turns around. Wife, what is it? I am still hungry. There are still sugar oranges and little cookies. Bayushi suddenly realizes Lin LV's implication, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolds, pervert. Lin LV chuckles mischievously. just a little taste. The silver-haired maiden releases her embrace and, barefoot, rushes to the bedroom to snuggle under the covers. I am tired. I will sleep. If I am hungry, I will make something myself. Someone, resembling a zombie, follows her to the bedroom. Fixating his gaze on Bayushi. What do you want? To sleep together. What time is it? Bayushi points to the wall clock. It reads 9 o'clock. You are already tired this early? I was worn out from yesterday. Lin LV responds without hesitation. The atmosphere suddenly shifts to a peculiar tension. The boy suddenly lunges toward the bed where Bayushi lies, and as the girl struggles, she unintentionally delivers a swift kick that sends the silver-haired youth tumbling to the ground. Hey! Bayushi exclaims in panic, jumping off the bed to check on Lin LV. Did I hurt you? Suddenly, the maiden has a bad feeling. The youth, who had previously bowed his head, now leans closer, pressing his lips against hers. After a brief moment of surprise, Bayushi does not resist, allowing Lin LV to kiss her. Have you had enough? How could I ever have enough? Get off me, Bayushi, her face flushed, dives back under the covers. With Lin LV closely following, the two squeeze onto the small bed, pressing tightly against one another. Whoosh, bang. The sound of fireworks erupts. Hey, why are they setting off fireworks before the hour? The youth gazes dreamily out the window at the dazzling display. Oh right, this year's pace is quite fast. Bayushi leans against Lin LV's embrace, her beautiful eyes reflecting the brilliance of the sky. Shall we go set off fireworks? Lin LV suddenly suggests. Let us wait until the hour. All right. The bedroom curtains remain undrawn, and two pairs of eyes gaze quietly at the vibrant fireworks outside, allowing the colorful lights to dance across their faces. Time passes unmarked until the fireworks fade, leaving only a gray sky in their wake. Die in my world. The casual firing of fireworks is prohibited. Lin LV muses. Is it due to environmental pollution? Indeed, the world devoid of foreign races still cherishes the ideals of sustainable development. In contrast, our current reality, where the affluent indulge in hedonism while the common folk strive tirelessly for a brighter future, reveals a shared understanding that tranquility is but a fleeting illusion. Perhaps today one can revel in the warmth of family, yet tomorrow may bring the harrowing sight of foreign legions invading our planet. In the dimly lit rooms, a pair of azure eyes glimmers in the darkness, reflecting the truth that our seemingly secure world is riddled with flaws. When the facade is torn away, the bloody reality emerges with stark clarity. Whether in poverty or wealth, human nature serves as both the beacon and the distortion of humanity, at the very least. Everyone endeavors to live, striving to craft a semblance of peace for the next generation, ensuring their healthy growth. Bayushi leans against Lin LV, turning to gaze into those blue eyes. You speak wisely. She muses, recalling your words from a past life. You said that this world, which our children inhabit, should not be marred by cruelty. All suffering should remain in the abyss. I appear rather noble, she reflects. With a hint of sarcasm, the hazy moonlight spills through the glass, casting a gentle gray hue upon their silvery hair, imbuing it with a serene quality. Regardless of circumstances, we must safeguard our world. Sorrow should not linger on this earth. Only beauty can ignite the will to survive. Lin LV meets Bayushi's gaze, imparting civilization to the passage of time rather than allowing time to erode civilization. In a moment of reverie, Bayushi envisions the unparalleled strength of her past incarnation, a smile gracing her cool and radiant visage. Lin LV, do you remember the 4 conditions you owe me? Indeed, there are still 2 remaining. I am now invoking the 3rd. The girl begins slowly. If I encounter a danger from which even you cannot ensure my survival, you must not attempt to save me. I refuse, the boy replies with a touch of pride in his eyes. This condition crosses my boundaries. Just then, vibrant fireworks illuminate the night sky outside. Fool. Chapter 92. The Passionate Spirit of Youth Haishing. In the dead of winter, you still call upon ants for a stroll. Do you have no conscience? The vice principal, back at school after the holiday break, chastises the principal for his antics while seated on the steps. Ants need to stretch their legs too. I'm growing old and can hardly move. They're still youthful, the principal retorts nonchalantly. Oh, come on. By the way, has there been any progress on the Pluto project? Have those meetings yielded any clarity? The vice principal's face is etched with frustration. His wife has been away with the delegation, unable to return home since the new year. Meng Haojia, you still haven't had enough time with your wife? Meng Haojie scoffs at Yi Haixing's words. What, are you resorting to personal attacks now? Speaking of which, has the Bai family made any moves regarding those two children? What moves can they make? Yi Haixing shrugs. With the Yao Emperor here, does the Bai family dare to stir up trouble? Did you not notice how the Qin family didn't dare to utter a word that day? In my view, Chen Zhongtong is quite perceptive. He understands the situation far better than others who are stubborn. Indeed, but those two really do make quite the pair, wandering around campus like a young couple. Just be careful not to step on my adorable little ants while you wander. No sooner had he spoken than a mocking laughter echoed from a distance, as a figure